Happy Monday and good afternoon. You are watching Western Europe DPC Spring Tour Division 1. I'm going to be hosting that tea, and right next to me is the lovely, the beautiful Sheepstick, and then the ever glowing, analytical Lyrical.
We're dancing.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah. I don't know where I was going with your intro. I'm sorry, Lyrical.
That's
Hey,
okay.
we get to panel for the first time.
I know, it's going to be a lot of fun.
We've worked many events, but I've never had you beside me on the panel.
Let's do it. It's going to be good. We got 3 great games today, too. I'm super stoked. It's going to be awesome.
It is going to be a good time. What about you, Shiv? How excited are you for today? We're starting off week 2.
Yeah, I get that. Like
That was no. You have to do that one again. You have to do that one again. How excited are you? Week 2.
Yeah. Okay, sorry,
Woo.
production. I'm happy. I'm hyped. I get to do a liquid game into a gaming game, so I'm like, this is a great start to my week. Honestly, my sorry, I'm not allowed to have biases.
This is going to be the
Not
the
favorite
good teams. We can have a look though how we closed out week 1 last Friday. We started off that day with Enigma Galaxy up against Tundra, and that series, well, I'm just going to say it. It was not a good showing for Enigma Galaxy, but a great one if you are a Tundra fan, Sheep.
Yes, I was pretty underwhelmed with everything Nigma did in this game, especially. I really liked the build that 33 was doing on his Doom. We saw him go the Meteor Hammer. I think this is one of the first showings we've seen of it in the DPC. And he just like crushed bot. They killed Mind Control like 100 million times. He had basically no game. Like, look at this clip. He hasn't Aegis, but he's the lowest net worth core in the entire game.
It felt bad. I mean, and I will say, you said you liked the Doom build of going for the Meteor Hammer. Very cool. Amar did the same build. The only problem was that he was playing Timbersaw, and he did it 2 games in a row. And it was looking a little bit rough. I actually cast this game, and I remember just so many moments where I was thinking, like, can they do it? Can they pull things back? And just, like, every move was a little bit off, and they didn't have what they needed. It was a tough one to watch.
Yeah, I am probably the most devastated with this series for Enigma Galaxy because we did have Amar on Timber in both games. Like, this is a hero that he's very comfortable with. We've seen it have successes from other teams and other matchups and other games. So it's a bit rough. I think back to the drawing board for Enigma Galaxy, but it's a new Tundra. This is the Tundra I think a lot of people expected to see when we came into Tour 1 last tour. But here they are finally, I could say finally, stepping up into Tour 2, having the performance that the expectations are for them.
They just seem more confident, honestly. I mean, first of all, they talked about how they were burned out and now they're not boot camping with their whole team and it's nicer and it's a calmer environment. So I think it's just good for them to get this like emotional, mental reset and come back into things. I've seen them, picking their old shit like Visage with a Wraith Pact, for example. It's like, okay, Wraith Pact got nerfed, but they're still finding ways to make it work. I think their play style just seems like it's working out well for them, and yeah, they're just doing a lot of little tricks as Tundra usually does and looking good while doing them.
Yeah, I think they're also the team in Western Europe that favors the gyro support the most. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe it is Tundra out of all the teams that are favoring them. Yeah, Snaking has picked it up. So I'm excited to see if we do get that one again from them. But Manaspa up against Entity. This was another very clean series for Entity, 2-0 for themselves. And a different showing for Manaspa. Manaspa won their opening series, but here in this one, you probably wouldn't have said that looking at how great Entity played.
I think the thing that's super interesting about the Manaspa team in general, and it's what we saw with their match against Ordu Thunders that you're talking about, right? That one went to the 3 full games. They create chaos, and they really like excel in that chaos. And for Ordu Thunders, they're the type of team coming in at that point where it was their first match of the DPC in Tour 1 or in Div 1. Some amount of nerves probably were playing into it at that point. And then on top of that, you sort of have like maybe a little bit of a less polished performance from them just in general than what you would see from Entity. And Entity, this is a top 6 team at the major. They've come in, they haven't lost a game yet in this entire, or haven't lost a series rather yet. Did lose that one against Enigma Galaxy. But this is what we've come to expect from them. I don't think they're going to be slowing down anytime soon. I
will say the very enjoyable thing about this series were the heroes picked by Manaspa. I mean, in this game 1 itself, you can see we had a carry Legion Commander, we had a mid Tinker, Viper got picked up, as well as Earth Spirit. So 4 out of 5 of their heroes definitely not being in meta in any way, shape, or form, Sheep.
This is how they were in the last in Div 2. Like, they just weren't picking the super hardcore meta. It's why when we played against Ordu Thunders, I was like, okay, I think maybe they are favorite here because their heroes weren't nerfed. They're willing to play other stuff. And yeah, it didn't work out against Entity, and I do think they're just the better team there. But I'm glad to see that type of experimentation. I mean, this team, I think if they can just even stay in Div 1, I think that's a massive win for them, and then they can just keep improving from there. So, yeah, I'm down to see this type of stuff.
Yeah, so am I. We won't be seeing them. Actually, we will be seeing them today. But we have one final series that was played on Friday. It was OG up against Ooredoo Thunders, and this one we thought could have gone either way. Everyone, I would say, talent-wise, was very split on which team to go for here. Ooredoo Thunders originally taking the series off Gaming Gladiators on the Wednesday, so coming up against OG, they had a rough start. We thought it would be even, but OG just came in and 2-0'd Ooredoo Thunders.
A really impressive showing, and I think that this is sort of what obviously OG is looking to do if they want to sort of, I mean, OG is the type of team that they want to be going to the major, they want to be playing in it. They, made that giant freaking documentary, which was awesome as well. And like, there's all these things where you can tell that this is a top tier organization that want to have this type of success. And these are the matches that you have to win. If you're starting to drop matches against Ooredoo Thunder, no offense to them at all, but there's a chance you're probably not going to the major. I think the one thing, again, that you sort of go back to with this team is their win against Gaming Gladiators for OT, and I think that there is a lot of value in that, but I also think that that's like, post-major blues that can happen in a very competitive region in general, so OG on track.
Yeah, the thing that needs to be highlighted is this game one. You can see the in-game timer there. The game went 78 minutes. Like, it was a fantastic comeback by OG. This was a game that Ooredoo Thunders could have won. And you can see in the pop-up, like, they themselves weren't expecting that win. It was an absolute marathon for them to have
Where's
Yuragi AM. DM?
I want to know if his dog's at the boot camp.
Oh, dude, that would be cute, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be small.
Okay.
Very unfortunate. And then, yeah, the second game went a lot quicker, Sheep. It only went 44 minutes.
I mean, yeah, but who cares about this game? I mean, the first game was so good.
Mentally broken Ooredoo Thunders are like, all right, 24 minutes, yeah, we're kind of done, guys.
I mean, yeah, like, what are you meant to do at this point? I think it's hard to come back, and especially OG got a lot of their comfort. You saw the Ember and the Coddle is something they really love to run and just have massive success. Like, when BZM starts popping off, it's a good time. And yeah, after that first game especially, it's honestly crazy because that first game was carried so hard by like Yuragi and Taiga, especially in my opinion. And BZM had like not as good of a game, but coming into game two, he's like, "Yep, I still got it."
That's what like gives me hope for OG as we progress through the rest of this tour. Is that game one you had Yuragi really step up to the plate and have that comeback, and then in game two you have BZM who is, I guess, a very consistent in that team, but he's the one that pops up and puts them in a great position early on. So it's nice to know that either player can really step up for OG and really carry it on to a win for themselves. And leaderboard, looking at it there, Entity, Tundra, the only two teams without a series loss at the moment, having only played 2 series. Then it's Gaming Gladiators, Liquid, and Manaspa tied with 1 win, 1 loss. OT got a series win last week, which is great for them, and then Enigma Galaxy, unfortunately, no series win just yet.
Just to piggyback off the point you were making right beforehand, I think that it's really good that they can have those two, because I think that there's a question for a while, and I think for OG there's actually 4 heroes that can solo carry the game on this team. Pretty much everybody but Chu. No offense Chu, but like all of those other dudes, they're like game winners. And you think about like Taiga playing back on his Enigma, which he hasn't done in a long time. I think the one thing with him is that he's the type of player that can carry a game, but oftentimes he'll leave it up to other people to do it. And so I want to see if like they're going to continue to give these guys room to succeed.
I'm just glad that they're no longer giving Taiga Ogre match time.
Yes.
Yeah,
agreed.
I will say that was great. Do not put him on this stagnant little, slow mobility hero. It was rough to see when we saw him play that.
Yeah, I tried to call him out in that interview. Tell us about it. He's like, I will not ask someone else. It's like,
I refuse to answer. I have to make note of that. We have to be able to ask OG who came up with that ogre eventually. Unfortunately, it won't be today because they are not playing at all today. We can have a look at our schedule, see which 6 teams will be facing off today. I know that the end of the day is going to be Tundra Entity. That's going to be our final series, and that one's going to be hyped because I was looking at the history of these two teams coming up against each other, and it's pretty split on who comes out on top in series wins. Like, sometimes it's Tundra, sometimes it's Entity. Either way, it almost always goes the distance.
These were 2 of the teams that were in the tiebreakers of Tour 1 for the major.
Right.
And it was cool, though, because they talked a little bit about it. We usually criticize Tundra a bit for how late their games go, and how they take their sweet time to just close out the game. But they said that actually it felt like when when they played against Entity, Entity were the ones dragging it out, and they just simply were like, okay, if you want to play slow, we'll also play slow. Like, we'll try and
We'll
beat
do
you
it better. We'll play slow better.
Right.
So it's kind of funny. So that if that's like the relationship between those two teams, I'm guessing this is going to be a little bit of a slower series.
Right, and I think that that's one that, you know, at least for me, I'm going to be favoring Entity going into it. I think this is the team that's been, I wouldn't say like on the come up, but they're consistently getting better. I feel like every tour that comes through, and like sort of Watson, rank 1 right now, incredibly talented player. And then on top of that, for Tundra, it's been kind of like waxing and waning in a little bit. Obviously, when TI come in, struggle a little bit as they get towards the end of Tour 1, and particularly at the major, they're trying to get some comeback here. But even in that interview that you guys did with 33 afterwards, he was like, well, I don't know if we're actually good or not. You know, these what do we have to sort of learn from it, because we should be beating these other teams.
Yeah, that is going to be our final series, so you guys have a lot of time to kill until that series comes along. And luckily, our earlier 2 series in the day is going to be Manaspa Gaming Gladiators. That's the second series, but the first one to start off the day is Enigma Galaxy up against Liquid. We have our talent predictions. We do daily talent predictions here now, so we can call some people out. Look, first series, we're all on the same page here. Second series as well, so it looks like it's very heavily Liquid and Gaming Gladiators favored. But that final series, we've already touched on it, but it really goes to show here. You can see it visually just how split across the board all of our talent are on who will win between Tundra and Entity. So,
oh god.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I put Entity down before I seen, because we could do it in advance of as long as we wanted. But I think I did it before I saw Tundra's last series. I actually think I might favor Tundra this time. Because I mean, it's going to come down to things like draft. I just feel like 33 is playing like on top of his game right now. If he does get that Doom, for example, I'm going to like feel really good about their lineup. So obviously you can tell it could go 50-50. I think there's no way to say this team's better than this team, but I will be watching very closely. I do think Tundra are looking really good right now, though.
Yeah. I want to talk about the Enigma Galaxy up against a Liquid series, though. This is the one that we're starting off the day with, because I mean, for you, Lyrical, you wanted to talk about, I guess, the expectations that Enigma Galaxy have, right? This team has a lot of fans, has a lot of pressure on them, and they didn't really live up to the standard last tour. At least they stayed in Division 1, but this tour isn't really starting that much better than what we saw last tour.
No, you're right. And I think that it's a good time to talk about it with Liquid being their opponent as well, because, you know, Nigma obviously bunch of TI winners on this roster. You've got such incredible just pedigree of talent, but the question is, can you get it all to work within itself? And the thing that I want to remind people about as they're playing against Liquid is that in the 3 tournaments that led up to TI last year, they got 9th, they got 12th, they got 12th again. Like, this was not a team Liquid that was dominating, that everybody thinks about now as like the best team in the world. But what it took was just everything clicking in that last chance qualifiers and coming up with the win. The question that I kind of have for Nigma is the pedigree of talent good enough that they can make it work? All these like lane swappings and stuff that's going on, maybe there's a way that they, like, these players can adjust their games and then be more cohesive together.
Yeah. And Liquid did have a little bit of a change up as well between what was occurring within the team dynamic with those results to the result that they got at TI. We can have a look at Liquid because, I mean, they've been absolutely outstanding this year, Sheep. Ever since TI, they have been on this, feels like a non-stop train that is going for success.
Indeed, and I think it was a little disappointing to see how they played against Gaiman in their like premier
Debut.
Thank you, Nat.
I got
their debut series. Yes, I think they were experimenting. They were playing with some weird heroes. Like they were trying this Dazzle. They had the Primal Beast that Zai said he's never picking again. I love
the honesty
awesome.
from the interview. He's like, yeah, all I learned so far is I'm never picking Primal again.
And they did not, and they stomped the next series. So yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that first series and what they were doing in it, but I think they've kind of settled down, realized what they need to do now. Against OG, they looked absolutely domineering. The only thing I would say I wasn't a fan of was Nisha losing mid pretty hard, but I think the matchup was really hard. It was like Puck vs TA or something. But the point is, even though that happened, he still was rotating on the side lanes really well. He was hounding down Yuragi and made sure he couldn't have a game, and as a result, like, it just bolstered the whole team to do well. And like, Zai's always going to win his offlane as well. That guy's just cracked. I don't know.
He's too good.
Unless it's Primal.
Unless it's Primal.
That's what we plan. Well, look, we couldn't do this broadcast without our sponsor. It is esportsbet.io. They have launched a watch to earn platform, and you guys can get 3,000 free tokens, which is worth 3 USD per hour by simply watching your favorite Dota 2 matches on esportsbet.io. So if you guys want to, you can head on over to their website. You can sign up or you can join their Discord. Link is below if you want to find out some more information. And we get to turn our eyes back to this series because I think Nature's Prophet is going to be the most contested hero between these two teams, or at least I would like to see it the most contested. I would like to see. Why are you looking at me like that?
It's not fair. Literally before the broadcast died, I said now.
Okay, no, I said this too. I said this too. We both said it. We both said it. I was like, I want mind control on Nature's Prophet.
Oh
like,
my
put
God.
this man on an off-lane hero that can be played in the safe lane.
That's true. You did say that.
Listen, I'm taking no dogs in this fight, okay? I don't think Nature's Prophet's going to be touched, so just
yeah,
leave
you're
me
gonna
alone.
just fully
I'm not in this
ignored?
fight. You guys sort it out.
All right, we'll sort it out. Okay.
Yes.
I completely agree with you.
I agree with you too. It's down to whoever gets first pick, right?
That's
Yes,
true.
exactly. I think if Liquid have first pick, they are 100,000,000% taking it at the beginning. If Nigma have first pick, then that is where my question mark lies because I
Right.
think they should take it and I think they should put it on mind control, right? But I think what's hard is they don't really have that flex because I don't believe Amara is playing that hero. So maybe they don't feel like first picking it. In which case, maybe they then feel burdened to have to ban it. No matter what pick order they
Right.
have.
I can tell you, Liquid have first pick.
Okay, well.
All
then
right.
they
So
need to
Enigma
ban it.
Galaxy have to ban it.
They gots to ban it.
Sure.
I mean, so the one thing that I'll say is that in the match that we saw earlier against Tundra, they didn't ban it. And I would agree with you guys that like it's a completely different beast playing against Liquid, but yeah, there's some strong opinions in that team. They might be willing to let it through and be
They
like,
lost
we're just
really
gonna beat
hard-
it.
they
yeah,
lost really
Tundra
hard to
picked it up. Yeah, and they lost to it. So
I-
surely you learn from that, right?
I mean, you'd think
Literally,
so.
what do
You'd
you
think so. I don't know though. There's been a lot of questionable things going on. I saw meteor hammers all over the place.
The other thing I was going to say was you ban Nature's Prophet most likely on the side of Enigma Galaxy. Do you also have to focus the Brood? They kind of already answered that for us. That's going to actually be their first ban there. And then Team Liquid, IO plus one more here, taking their time to have a Rubik ban.
I do like the IO ban. I think every team should just ban this against Nigma because the whole point of that team is that Sumail is an absolute god gamer and IO just makes him have a better game than he would have even normally.
Which is insane to think.
Right. I mean, so that feels like, again, they do take out the NP. Lena was what they had picked before when they lost to gaming. I don't know if they're still wanting to run with that. Lena feels pretty dead to me.
Nah, Lena's dead. They should just
Yeah,
take
I
like
don't
an
think so.
Undying or something and then just play around that.
Disruptor. Disruptor's been rising in the ranks. DP as well has been rising in the ranks.
Yeah, I'd be okay with. I think I'd be happiest with DP or Undying.
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah. As like the first pick or just in the
Yeah,
first
as a
phase
first
in
pick.
general? Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey, the zombie man.
Zombie good. I like what he does. He just wins your lane for you, and the soul rip just means that he enables you so much. Like especially when Liquid are playing really hyper aggressive. Like you saw in the second game versus OG, they just sort of like swarmed them with numbers in every engagement, and like Undying really makes that work.
Hey, we called all three so far.
Wow, this
Nailed it.
This patch is so fresh and new.
Undying,
and
Disruptor,
cool.
Death Prophet.
You never know what's gonna happen.
I did kind of wonder if we were going to be seeing, you were talking about the Razor before the beginning of this panel, if they were going to maybe run for that instead. The DP, there's been a couple games where I think I saw it mid. I don't remember who it was that was playing it. It just kept dying over and over again. I think it might have been one of the China matches. But I think that now you already have the Undying. The question for me for Liquid is taking something that like explodes that DP, blow her up at the start of the fight, and then on top of that, something that can keep people stuck in those tombstones.
Where do you look for that though? Would you rather that on your mid or your safe or an off lane? Like,
This kind of does it.
okay.
In a way, like it's sort of slower, but you do burn through her pretty quickly, just mass physical damage.
Yeah, draw's really nice. It was like at the forefront of my mind because I've seen this picked by some other teams recently on this pick here versus DP. It's just nice when you're able to keep range. Obviously, you're playing into a disruptor, so if Nigma are able to get an early lead and are starting to run at you with DP with some other hero like with some catch, some jump, like Primal Beast, for example, then I think it can be really hard for Drow to play into that because you're just playing into like Glimpse and you're playing into a smaller map. So that's kind of where I'd like to see Nigma go with the rest of their draft here. Whereas for Liquid, I just want them to be able to like defend their towers, be able to take fights and hold their map space so that Drow can, farm where she wants to. She'll probably want the triangle area. She'll want the top area.
Right. Elf Lena is the name for her.
Okay, yeah. I was like, what? But I understand now, yeah.
I
like
think
that,
the
like
thing
that.
that freaking hate Drow so much. I'm gonna tell you something.
Yeah, why? Please.
Great
enlighten
hero,
us.
wonderful. I play Darkseer. She just clicks me in the laning stage over and over again, and this hero just feels so impossible to like stay on top of. Because I'm looking right now, you already got this DP probably going to be played out of the off lane, I would imagine. I mean, I guess it could go back for Sumail if they have a good matchup. I'd rather they save him last pick.
A mind control? Is it a mob? Because when I look at Liquid's bans, I feel like they're gonna start going in a little bit more to be like, okay, maybe we take a lot of comfort out for.
I think it should be a mind control safe lane DP. I think that's what they should run. And then you take something else because you want to give Sumail last pick with, you know, them taking second pick overall. And I don't know if I love the Amar DP. No offense.
So then you go Amar and your pose 4, and then you could leave the flex between DP of mid or mind control safe till the end for Nigma. Safest bet? No.
For me, when I look at Nigma, I would like it if they just put DP on the off lane.
Okay.
And then just have like a Snapfire with it, and then you can maybe like trade together with the Undying.
We could always see Amar end up sliding back into carry role, remember?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, I'm going to keep asking for it. I want to see Amar's Razor. Just give it to me. I don't care about the matchup, honestly.
Run it in safe lane.
It's just the only hero he's looked absolutely god tier on every single time he gets it.
New guy. He shaved. Sumail. He got rid of the mustache.
Oh, what's happening?
Look at him. I shaved today too, but that's less impressive than that. Looks good. Okay, so let's see. Tusk, Mars, and then they take out the rest of the zoo heroes here.
Yeah. Like the Tusk is like, you can do two ways. You can either try and trade in the lane, in the off lane, or you just pick a melee 4 that can run and drag waves to you. Because Undying Drow is going to be a really strong lane. It is pretty hard to win it, honestly.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Yeah, you was talking about the Zoo being taken out. You only have one last ban. Do you go Beast? Do you go Visage? Like, what's more intimidating on the side of Liquid that you want to take out if you're afraid of the Zoo?
The Visage familiars don't work anymore with that combo, right? It doesn't work anymore with Drow stuff, if I'm not mistaken.
I would have said it does, but I also have no idea.
Well, now you guys, we had to fight it out. Now you guys have to fight it out.
I mean, I know they nerfed the aura, so it's like 50% of what it used to be, but I don't know if that's on heroes or units, and now I'm confused, and I'm doubting myself.
It's okay. I never knew anything anyways.
Oh, no, the analyst panel.
We're in shambles.
But I will say that I think Visage does have some pretty cool stuff with, like, the save potential, too, of just, like, bird familiar drops down to, like, break up the fights a little bit and then give Drow some extra space.
Yeah.
You can be like more frontliney than you would be able to with another hero.
Okay. All right. Well, they banned the Hood, and then they instantly pick up the Clockwork for themselves on the side of Enigma Galaxy. So that's going to be their melee 4, most likely.
Yep. I think no matter where Death Prophet goes, or if Death Prophet's in the safe lane, like you said, potentially, or on the off lane, Clock will be with her most likely.
They'll be partnered.
Yeah. I would like to see it go off lane, though, just because, like I said, I want them to be dragging creeps against Undying. I don't really want to see them attempt to fight that lane. Oh, there's Snap. But on the other team...
They took it.
Classic.
It's still
good.
good.
This is the Sheepo Classic. She calls a hero, and the other team picks it up.
Of course. You are, like, picking quite a few backliners at this point, though, on Liquid. So, okay, nice. And I was going to say, so I would like to see some more heroes that go in. And we got the Tiny. That's going to be a mid, right? Yeah.
Well, I think I'd prefer the Tiny mid than the Snap mid.
I meant the Tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying
you
is,
mean
like, it
there's
could
a
have been
chance?
either. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's a
There you
chance
go.
it could have been either, and I think the Tiny is the better option. For sure.
Yeah, I kind of am cool with that. I like Nishan heroes that just can run around, make a bunch of stuff happen, get kills constantly. And it's another one of those things where now you have like even more blow up for this DP. Like right now, this Nigma draft, the centerpiece is Death Prophet. And they have ways to try and get onto Drow with Clockwork to pull her back into position or pull people back into the Exorcism with Disruptor. And Liquid kind of just address it already. So you can either Avatos and then Snapfire ulti on top of her, or Avatos and then Drow punch her. And now Timber, they're trying to keep this momentum going, this pressure going. I think if you're Nigma, this should, I mean, you can still have it like flexible. DP versus Tiny, I kind of want to see like Nigma just get a super hard like counter last pick that destroys whoever they're facing off against in the mid lane and let Sumail carry.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't think we even have to talk about anyone else other than Amar playing the Timber there. So it really is it going to be Mind Control playing? The Death Prophet is going to be Sumail. But then also, yeah, the lanes that you run it in. Because we could see Timber be in the safe lane.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they want to run it versus the Drow because they want to pressure her with Disruptor potentially. I'm not sure how they rate the lineup into Undying. I do want to see them ban the Doom though. I hope he has PTSD and recognizes that hero could really just ruin his game.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, I think they think that the Zai is gonna play off lane Snapfire though with Tiny, which is why they're banning mid heroes for.
Oh yeah.
For Nisha.
I mean, it's a very possible combination.
Oh, it's pretty highly. I mean, he plays a really mean Snapfire. Yeah. I think the hero is just really good with like Scout Blast in lane. You're just able to like nuke out your carry. They don't see the matchup, but I think Tiny Snap is just pretty sturdy overall. And,
as a lane?
Yeah, and Liquid already have Undying, so it's like probably one of the worst like supports out there for making your lane hard, so they don't have to worry about it. Yeah, you're playing into like either Clockwork, who has to walk in and then just gets like nuked down and feels bad about himself, or Disruptor, who's like pretty kind of easy to kill actually.
Yeah, I think I'm just not seeing a great way yet from these heroes on Nigma to stay on to Drow to like keep her under control. She gets a Hurricane Pike, Clockwork's not going to do anything. Timber like can kind of stay on top of her to some extent, but like Gust creates some distance too, and then you've got to deal with like buying a BKB to be able to make sure that you can stay on her, and she's just going to hit away like crazy in this one.
You're right, but at the same time, it's like, how does a fight start? If Nigma jump you have with like multiple heroes, I think it's harder.
Okay.
Because we talked at the beginning about how you want to not be on the back foot because you're playing against Glimpse. So if she gets glimpsed into like a kinetic field, she can't force stuff out of that.
Right.
And I don't think the Gust will matter so much at that point.
Oh, and then like gain a Blink Dagger or something on one of the other cores too. Okay.
You have lots of ways, I think, on Nigma as you get more items. To
as long as you're the one initiating, whereas if you feel that Liquid initiate, then it is going to be an uphill battle for Nigma.
Exactly. Like if a fight starts where Tiny's blinking in and like comboing your Disruptor and he's dying, and then you're just like there's a raining hellfire of Snapfire kisses and there's a tombstone down, you just have to back off on Nigma.
And I guess the other point with that too is that Nigma have like the vision advantage more often than not because they've got Flare that they can play around with too. So yeah, that does make sense. All right. Then I guess, do you need another hero that like can be a killer on Nigma at this point, or are we looking at? I'm kind of down still for the mid, but they're banning out all these safe laners. And then Sniper also, which can just be better Drow.
Yeah, I think Sumail should play the DP. I think it's just gonna allow him. It's weird. I've seen Sumail play two ways. You see him play some like reactive sort of call where he has to like wait for his side lanes to hit power spikes and then play with them. You've seen him play more playmakers where he goes around on like Quap and tries to make stuff happen. I think DP is good because it means that he's strong enough as a hero where he can go to wherever he wants to and like force a tower, force a fight. I think like early DP is so hard to like kill and deal with that he's just going to be able to do whatever he wants, and he has two pretty strong supports to play with as well. They're just giving themselves like really good early game right now, which is maybe why Liquid is banning out counters to Drow, but also like harder carries to ensure their late game. Because there is a problem. Like I've seen Liquid where they can run over a game, but they can also play pretty passively. They're willing to sort of play into, okay, you want to farm? We're also going to farm. We're just going to try and hold our map space and get more money than you, and then beat you in the late game.
Yeah. Okay, well there it is. Nigma Galaxy were right to ban out mid laners. They took out Storm, they took out Bat, leaving Liquid to pick up Puck there. And it's pretty safe then. Nisha, Puck, and then Zai going to be on that Snapfire.
Seems pretty solid. Yeah, I think now if they are going to go for safe lane, I like a Slark or a Lifestealer maybe. There's some elements where like you could get blown up on the Slark with like all of that magic damage, but any of these heroes that can like play a defensive avenue too. So Infest to heal back up the DP, or Depth Shroud to make sure that she stays alive in the duration of the ulti. Because this still feels like the centerpiece of the draft is DP. And then you can also use those heroes to get on top of Drow.
What I really like is your suggestion from earlier about like, oh, Mind Control should play carry DP. But I don't want to see that. I just like the idea of like playing offlaners from carry position.
Yeah.
I thought that was a good idea. Like say they pick a Dragon Knight here, then you have loads of ways to like jump, stun, and like fight and go early and try to run over Liquid before Drow gets enough items to sort of just win the game. Like that's the kind of angle I would like to see. This works similar. I'm assuming they're just putting this mid on Sumail to like try and destroy the mid matchup. Nisha struggled with it last time he played into it. But again, he made up for it with a lot of mid-game map movement. So it's going to be on them to like try and make a lot of plays off it. And Sumail's a really damn good laner, so he's going to win that mid.
Yep. All right, you can almost say that the mid matchup will go in favor of Sumail based off of everything you just said, but also the way that Sumail plays. And now it's focusing on the side lanes. Do you think the supports and what Liquid have are strong enough that they'll most likely be coming out on top with the side lanes?
mean,
Gotta throw the
DP
tough questions out there.
I think
Yeah.
Undying Drow is freaking terrifying.
Yep,
it is.
And so I want to see if they stick MC in that lane. Like, again, they have 2 offlaners that are playing in the side lanes. So they can stick whichever is the better matchup there. I think if they can get out of that lane without just horrifically, devastatingly bad, like, you can't play Dota boots at 15 minutes moment for like the supports, they'll be okay. I'm still thinking it's going to be Liquid though. I think that devastation's going to happen.
Okay. He has no faith at all. No faith at all.
I mean, I was stuck on that DK idea, but actually this just works really well for me. I mean, yeah, I think Drow Undying super terrifying, but this TA pick is gonna have a really good game, and yeah, you're a god, Gabe. MC on the Drow, not the Drow, the DP.
They've got it. My analysts are just too good. I know 2 more amazing people.
That's great.
2 more amazing people, though, are Outcasters, B-Cop and Lacoste for game number 1 between Nigma Galaxy and Liquid.
Thank you very much. Coming into this first game between Liquid and Nigma. It's should be a fun one. We see Timbersaw again. Very shocked. Wow. Yeah. Mind blown, right? I feel like if anybody was out there and didn't guess that, you just got to rewatch some of the games and get ready for this one.
Nigma Galaxy, I gotta say, this time around, this is the best flex that they had so far in the DPC when they decided that, you know, they're gonna shift things around. Sometimes Amar plays carry, sometimes it's gonna be MC. This time around, they're gonna have 2 offlaners, something that was really popular during the Stockholm Major. We saw TSM, we saw also Fnatic playing it that way, and I was a big fan, but this time around, why it works for me so good is you have Templar Assassin from your mid lane, so you have something to carry with from the mid lane, something that scales really well into the mid and late game.
So we haven't been seeing a lot of TA, but what's your thoughts here as, you know, we see the odds brought to you by esportsbet.io and favoring Liquid. Like, that kind of goes with my question. Like, is the TA something that you'd have confidence with? And maybe, you know, looking at those 4.47 odds, might be willing to back? Or
it's a good matchup against Puck in terms of overtime damage. Sure, they have Snapfire Kisses. Like it's not that good of a like TA game, but it's really good for the lane, and it does give them extra layer of going for Roshan on top of that Prophet ulti. So even if Exorcism is down, they can still take the fights. One problem I have is they don't have a Tombstone killer. They do have 2, like, even 3 heroes that can always play together. I am a big fan of Snapfire plus Puck combo, so 2 ultis, pre-BKB. All these heroes are gonna die. You have kind of guaranteed setup for your Mortimer's Kisses, and also you have an extremely strong lane. Drow Ranger plus Undying has been pretty staple, I would say, in the last couple of months.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a lane that if you get caught up a little bit too far, you could be killed off, especially GH on the Disruptor. Just constantly seeing Insania go to the Decay and try and make these heroes uncomfortable down bottom. So Amar mid here with the Timber up against Nisha on the Puck. Is that a matchup that heavily favors any side, or is it just, well, a lot of high fives, right?
I guess the thinking behind this was, I also talked about the flexibility, so they have something else. Once you hit that level 3 on Timbersaw, have a second point in reactive armor. You don't care too much about harassment from Puck. The early levels are going to be a bit more tough, but they also did not want to play Undying into Timbersaw Draw Ranger, I guess. But then again, you are playing Dead Prophet into it, Sumail.
Yeah, he's getting quite
very low.
65 health on him. That's kind of weird too, right? Like, don't you kind of want Templar Assassin getting that solo experience, that solo farm over mid, something that helps push Templar Assassin into that, like, early damage item or something like that, like, where they can start to push the pressure of the game?
I guess they... Oh, never mind.
Going down first, but bottom. GH getting credit for that one. MC's going to be able to walk away from Insania as well.
They got level 2 faster. Undying is still level 1. Disruptor was also only level 1, but a point in Crypt's form is what made the difference there.
Yeah, having that little bit of extra damage with the Spirit Sight.
Oh, he's going to glimpse him back. Never mind.
Oh.
That was close. Got to be very careful. MC even gives him well played. Nice try.
Got to always make sure that you count to 4 before you show yourself in a lane against Disruptor. Cookie. Top lane again, Sumail in some trouble, but the Cogs holds him boxy. Zai walking forward with no mana, but doesn't quite have the damage to kill either of these heroes.
They're very low. They also have no regen left. Kuro is going to use Healing Salve on himself. Sumail doesn't have anything left in the tank. There are no... His career is coming with Fairy Fire and Tango. This is the second Fairy Fire that he's going to bring, because Fairy Fire did make a difference that one time. He almost died for a first blood.
Still feels like with just the tangos, it's not exactly the most health regen where you could just be blown up here. Scatterblast, Avalanche, like, that might blow right through you.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need to kill him in the lane. It's just keep him low, free farm. That's what matters. And the Zai, he brought 2 gauntlets. He brought Headrest as well to have a bit more regen. They don't care too much, I would say, about the Clockworks, because he's level 2 only. And he's going to pop Battery Assault. He can always get tossed once Tiny hits level 3. Yeah, he looks very dead here.
Cookie on the other side, so now they've surrounded KuroKy and, well, don't quite have the damage yet. But now Sumail right in their face, and they might change targets. They need to be careful with Zai under the tower taking some shots here. And both these heroes, again, surviving on Nigma.
Kuro's bringing some extra tangos as well. Constant regeneration, like this is the battle. Because if you look at the items on side of Team Liquid, they are not using any tangos. They do have Inspiration Aura, like right underneath the tower. They also have Headrest. So a lot of regen coming out from just the creep and this small item that Zai purchased.
So what do Nigma do to kind of find themselves some stability in this lane? Because only 12-2 for Sumail on this Templar Assassin. He is getting beat, not bad, but he is the lowest CS member in the game if you're a core, so it's a little bit worrying when you see those numbers.
It's not going to get easier. They don't possess a kill threat, I would say. Maybe Clockwork hits level 3, 2 points in Battery Assault, and then you can start to play a bit more aggressive. But if you have Cookie, now KuroKy kind of stuck.
In trouble. Avalanche comes in, a couple right clicks to get a kill. Zai's got that one, and now Sumail going to try and fight Boxy, but Boxy's got a toss to throw him back on a Zai. Zai not working with a lot of mana, and the right click starting to fill up and hit off on Boxy.
Did not want to commit. He saw Magic Wand charges plus Fairy Fire, another Refraction was available. Looking at the mid lane, I guess this is why they decided to put Timber. So I said first 2-3 levels are going to be tough, but once you hit that level 3, 2 points in reactive armor, plus also Amar decided to go for Bottle. So extra regen coming out from that. Very difficult to harass.
Still giving each other high fives, though, despite the fact that, you know, the lane's starting to get one-sided and maybe one of them feels like the victor here.
Let's see who started it.
You're going to have to go very far back.
I was just kidding. You don't have to check. I know it was Amar. Yeah.
You know, just looking for some high five action. A little bit of a net worth lead here for Nigma. It did break that threshold for a second on the 1K advantage, but is there anything that you see going right for Liquid right now, or is all 3 lanes kind of just not as good as you would have thought?
Drow Ranger struggling. I did expect Drow Ranger to get a lot more farm. Mickey only level 4 here. They are playing the lane really well. I mean, I've seen this matchup also favoring Dead Prophet if she's paired up with a strong position 4. This time it's going to be Disruptor. Most of the time that I've seen it, it was with either Tiny or Tusk, so you have like a guaranteed stun for a Spirit Siphon. I guess Glimpse does the same thing. GH got to stack Ancients one more time there. Can he get a career kill? Yes, he can.
He needs to be careful. Phase shift on the run. There's a level 6 for Amar, so he's got the Chakra move with the Whirling Death. He'll get a kill on Anisha solo over mid.
Anisha with the weight. This is not supposed to happen. In terms of trade, he got the career, got some gold for his teammates. That's what matters. But yeah, I don't think you want to give solo kill to Amar. Now he's level 7, and he's going into Soul Ring next, it seems. Cookie.
Avalanche, and they're going to toss him back to the range creep. So KuroKy just one shot from dead, and he'll be finished off by Boxy. But again, looking mid, Nisha, he's not even level 6 yet, and Amar, he's halfway to 8.
He also did max out Whirling Death, so bringing it down to 6 seconds. And now playing with Chakram.
Again, just getting
Nisha's underneath the tower. Needs to bring some extra regen. I guess this is also the reason why they decided to give him solo XP. Usually if you have a position 4 who can move out of the lane, make stuff happen. Disruptor, like not that hero, especially against Puck, so I feel like at the early stages of the game, don't get me wrong. But yeah, now Amar is going to be a huge issue for Team Liquid. They don't have a hero that deals well with him. Maybe when Snapfire hits level 6, we could see Zai rotating Cookie.
Ooh, good Cookie to get him out of the cogs. That worked out. Boxy able to survive as the aggression came in from Nigma.
I could see Zai potentially TP rotating on a mid lane with Coil being available. Coil is available at the moment. but you need Snapfire to be level 6. Boxy with another toss.
Yeah, it's right onto Zai. And the Avalanche, they'll have the cookie combo, and with a Scatter Blast, they'll get a kill into the Clockwork pretty much with ease. So 2K lead still sits for Enigma. Sumail not doing amazingly with net worth, but he is still ahead of the Drow in the mirroring safe lane, so...
MC's having a really good time in this bottom lane. He's about to crack level 6. 2 raid bans, knows that he's playing into Drow Ranger, so we'll get the value from that extra armor at any point of the game, especially after minute 25. So I want to see if there's going to be a rotation right now with EXO. And Mickey, he already understands, like, if I'm going to stay in the lane, I'm probably going to die. Sitting underneath the ward at the moment.
Yeah, so he needs to be careful if anybody wants to rotate from Nigma here. I'm gonna note to him that word is just
Insania is gonna drop, even with the glimpse. It's a guaranteed another Spirit Cipher charge or just a Crypt form. Should be enough. Both offlaners this time around, going for Mech/Guardian Greaves, which is kind of expected of them. And both carries pushed out of the lane relatively early on.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of an issue here for these carries to try and find their farm, but now Mortimer's Kiss is in as they got the Avalanche in the toss. So Sumail tries to get over and survive, goes into the bell, but a Scatterblast from Zai will kill him off and get a killing spree for himself. That's a big kill to get to slow him down, especially when their own Drow is trying to farm the jungle and find some sort of farm.
Boxy also trying to deny Observer Ward on the high ground. Just one hit away from it. It's called Sentry, but this is Observer Ward.
It's the one that always gets us.
Yeah, I always have to double check, because they know with this type of a move that they just made underneath the creep camp, it should reveal ward from Team Liquid. And Nisha's even here one more time. Let's see if they can get another kill. Kuro trying to soak up some experience on the top lane, but it seems like, you know, he might drop. He's collecting XP. Maybe he gets himself to level 5, level 5.5.
Yeah, not getting pressured yet by Nisha, who's still sitting in the jungle. Meanwhile, Amari's level 9, and he is just on the tier 1 mid, farming for free. He sits top of the net worth, and there's not really much Liquid can do about it at the moment.
They're pretending they're doing something, okay? It looks like they're making a move on Timbersaw, but nothing's happening. They just don't have enough. They need Coil plus Kisses, maybe an extra hero to be able to blow him up. Boxy searching things here with 3 throw. Kuro will TP out immediately.
Gets the escape. So level-wise as well, it's not just the net worth that leads for Nigma. They've got about a 2-level advantage on the graph, so you need to start to be careful if you're Liquid. If this gets too out of control and they start to pop off, what's your recovery for Liquid? It doesn't feel like they feel comfortable around the map too much.
They should play with 3 heroes, Snapfire, Puck, and Tiny, while your R farming, maybe Undying, shows up casually. He's level 4 at the moment, doesn't bring too much value. Also, Mickey, like, he is not farming stacks, while on the other side, Sumail did finish off this huge stack. I think it was a triple or quadro stack of Ancients. Now, he's kind of back in the game. He does have almost the same amount of farm as Puck at the moment.
Now go for this Dragonlance first for the Templar Assassin. That's been the shift, right? Like, it used to be Deso Blink, but Dragonlance seems to be the go-to first item for Templar Assassins these days.
Most of the time, yeah. You also want to get Deso later, just to have some extra damage, and then it opens up to Roche. You gave me a look with, like, Deso later, and you buy it now. So funny.
I'm a good audience to have.
Yeah. You laugh even before I make the joke.
Because
that's
I know
what
where
I
it's
love.
going.
Amar making a move now. Nisha in a good spot to break the smoke.
3-man Dream Coil with the Waiting Rift on the 3. The Kisses are coming in from the side. They drop down the Static Storm. It's going to be onto the Undying. Amar will fall. That's a trade for Insignia that benefits Liquid, but Nisha needs to run as they pop the Exo. So MC now going the other direction here with some help from GH, but he already used the Static Storm, the multi-shot, the Avalanche, and the Cookie. They'll get the kill onto this Death Prophet, and that is a fight that goes very much the way of Liquid.
Yeah, this is the combo I was talking about. I want to see this happen every single time it's up. Amar overextending. I also, considering he's playing into so much magic damage, or playing into Puck, Tiny, Snapfire, I would not mind if he gets a hood or just a casual cloak. The reason why he also died there, he was sitting at 2,000 gold. Maybe if he has like a casual Ogre Axe, if he has Sanj, then he survives there. Yeah, he just buys it. Okay, so it's going to be full Sanj for now.
And now has double Kaya Q. That'll be the next upgrade.
Yeah, it's Kaya, yeah. That's the build.
Yeah. That's kind of where I was going with it, too.
I stole your joke, okay. In terms of tower damage, Team Liquid doesn't have much, so they need to like go for the kill. Seems like it's gonna be another smoke. Kiss is not available, but they do have Toss to break potentially coil from Puck.
Yeah.
Clockwork finally found some level 6 here. He's been sitting top for a long time, but Mind Control, GH knows something's cooking, so we'll try to break the smoke here.
A City in a good position around these trees, trying to make Mind Control's life a little bit easier. Kinetic Field to block that shift down. And Mind Control spotted. Winning Rifts, Static Storm committed with the mech coming out from Mind Control. A Spirit Siphon onto the Puck, chasing Nisha, but they've got the Avalanche coming in from Boxy. There's the Cookie follow-up.
Ooh, hook shot misses.
Is well off the mark. They've got the glimpse out of Nisha, but they already got the kill on a Mind Control. So Kuroki forward. He needs to be a little bit careful, so does Sumail, who TP's out.
They're still chasing. Witchblade will slow him down.
And they can catch up to him. They should probably be able to get an Avalanche out and a Cookie. They do get the kill, and it's a mega kill streak for Zai. Amar now shows up by himself. And this is one after the other. It feels like a little bit of late save your friend syndrome.
I think they need to have another hero. Also, EXO was not available. And big difference, you have full Guardian Greaves on your Snapfire, while there is only mech available. Amar trying to chase. Glimpse not available anymore. They already used it, so Team Liquid will try to fall back. Seems like
Insania?
NGX might not get anything from this one. Amar still trying to chase, get the kill on Boxy, but Boxy with some really cool side steps. Back to full HP.
Yeah, this is more of the sustainability that's coming in for the Guardian Greaves of Zai. He already picked that up, and this fight's not going well for Enigma at the moment.
I like how Boxy casually farms small stack.
Get closer to that Blink Dagger when he wants it, and he'll get the Avalanche toss to clean up that camp, and meanwhile Enigma's still trying to catch up to these heroes. But they can't find anybody in GH. Well, he's got Glimpse available. They've got the Kinetic Field. It's around on Boxy. They'll focus their attention onto the Tiny, and they'll get the kill there. At least one going their way as Nisha now sits on the cliff.
Enigma Galaxy chased them for almost a full minute, I think, and they only managed to kill Tiny from this. This is the type of a game that Team Liquid needs to play. They need to try to stall as much as they can, fight with the kisses.
Yeah, Zai standing his ground with those kisses, but now Amar right in his face. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. There's the Dream Coil down, as well as the Cookie, the Static Storm committed by GH. This is the second one because this fight seems like it's taken forever. Nisha with Chakram on him, as well as the Cogs around him. They get the kill onto the Puck. They'll heal everybody up with the mech. Sumail comes in over from the side. Right click starting to pile up onto the Snapfire, who's trying to run and slow down for a moment. Boxy, he's in the trees, ready with an Avalanche. Goes to the toss to start. There's the Avalanche followed up. He's under the tier 2 tower.
Nice cookie from Zai.
They've got the stun lock onto Sumail, but they get the kill onto Zai with Amar. Sumail ends up dying as they've gone to this exorcism, and they'll take out Boxy. Mind Control now playing very forward under the tier 2 tower, but it looks as though Nigma, after this 5-minute fight, will start to finally back up.
Very aggressive moves from Nigma, and they also just pinged out Mickey because they know he doesn't have a TP available. He glimpsed him back already to the top lane, and now we'll do it one more time. These are some big moves. Nice play from Nigma.
Still with EXO going too, like they've made this rotation to get the kill on a Mickey, and this is everybody going over to make sure that they kill everybody on the side of Liquid at least once throughout this long duration fight.
And Timbersaw is popping off in that fight. He didn't die. The extra tankiness that he gets from that Sanj, extra heal amplification as well, now has full Kaya Sanj, and he did opt to go for Casual Cloak. He understands that magical damage that we talked about could cause some issues. So just a Casual Cloak, it's fine. I don't know if he wants to commit to a Hood anymore, but yeah, Kaya Sanj, very tanky at the moment, 2.1k HP on ATF.
Yeah, so Zai, he's going to be able to pipe of his own. You've got the Guardian Greaves on the Death Prophet on the other offlaner. So, there was a lot of sustain in that fight when it looked like they were getting low from the kisses. Amar backs off because he didn't have a lot of mana, but they were able to re-engage because of those Guardian Greaves and continue to fight for what felt like forever.
Pretty much. Mind Control now in trouble.
Yeah, 2 heroes here. Silence hits, but they go to the Guardian Greaves from Zai. Kuroki over to the side with a hook shot. Now they've got the Cogs around on Boxy. Avalanche toss with the kisses committed on a Kuroki to get the kill onto the Clockwork, but Mind Control not going to take a lot of damage from those kisses. So they won't be able to get who they wanted initially, but they do get something.
They do get something, as you said. Mortimer's kisses used. Death Prophet still super tanky to kill. Guardian Greaves, if you have Spirit Siphon, full duration on Tiny. You also have a Casual Cloak as well, so pretty much both teams understanding where the damage is coming from, what the real threat is going to be. Mickey Still lowest net worth core at the moment. We'll try to farm up these ancient stacks.
Lowest level, too.
Yeah, level 10 only. You want to be like at least level 12, have that shard available. Hurricane Pike is going to give him some more survivability, especially against Clockwork, and to be able to like push himself out of the trouble. Smoke from Nigma Galaxy. They want to get something else done.
Yeah, they've been using this hook shot, static storm, glimpse combo, and well, they've got Kuroki leading the charge, trying to TP out, and will do so. Just hiding within those trees. They did smoke up on the side of Liquid as well, so they could sense where the pressure was going from Nigma. Maybe
Wrong
they
way,
move,
boys.
but,
There's
yeah,
literally no one there, so not gonna
up.
find anything. It's gonna be only Illusion Rune, which got scouted. Sumail is pinging it out. Does have a trap in the river.
He also has his Deso now, too.
Bottom tower is under attack.
So MC also picks up a hood. So probably not going to see anything more from that cloak from Amar. Like you were saying, he's going for BKB Refresher.
I'm okay with the BKB. We'll see if he decides to get just straight up Refresher. Might need some extra armor, because if he shows up in the middle of a fight with no armor against the Drow Ranger, they might blow him up. Philly Stone, drop for Nigma. That's going to be a big one. GH takes it immediately.
Which might change the ultimate game plan of what you want to get out of this Disruptor, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Right now it's Blink, but when you get Philly Stone, it feels like it's always Ags.
Aghanims is on the menu. They also have like relatively okay setup. Clockwork is there, maybe like a trap with the silence to set things up as well. Not the best one, you know, not ideal. You don't have this Mars Static Storm or anything like that. Amar, after that one death, he still managed to keep it there. Did not die a single time after it, and also found the Nether Shawl. So his magic resistance right now, 48%.
Shot just missing Nisha. Nisha, whose game has kind of slowed down.
Yeah, we
especially
haven't
compared
really
to Amar.
seen him pop off in this game. He's been shut down in the lane, got chased. Those 2 deaths really cost him. Like, Puck is relatively momentum-based hero, so you want to have a good early start. Try to snowball. Boxy also nowhere near his Blink Dagger. Needs another 600-700 gold.
Nigma looking for Insania with that trap, but unable to get their hands on anybody just yet. There's 3 heroes waiting nearby. Mickey on the high ground. They go to the kisses very early. This is quick to the kisses. Boxy, though, with the toss. Now these heroes hit by the multi-shot. They get the kill on a GH, but they'll lose Boxy. Smell coming over. Mickey standing his ground on the high ground. Amar going over to go for Insania. They'll get the kill to the Undying. They'll go now Exorcism, as this is Mind Control. Looking to chase Mickey. They've got the
Tombstone's on the high ground.
They get the kill to Sumail, and yeah, with the Tombstone giving them the vision as well as those zombies, this is a problem for Nigma. Mind Control getting low, but with the Spirit Siphon, it's not going to be enough. They finally take out Mickey. Amar's got a triple kill. It ends up being a 3-for-2 trade of the moment, as Boxy, to buy back, is looking to go for Amar.
They can't kill Amar.
Slow him down, and that Timber Chain just gives him so much distance to get away from these heroes.
They need Drow Ranger to be able to kill Amar with that charge. So now he can try to go back into a fight, see what's going to happen. GH potentially set things up with the glimpse. Boxy did use buyback in the previous fight, but yeah, that Tombstone, they had no vision whatsoever on the high ground. I see triple sentries around that area from Team Liquid, so making sure that they have this high ground vision that you mentioned. So, and also the Pike came in clutch against the Dead Prophet.
Yeah.
He piked himself, pushed away Dead Prophet, and then they managed to slow her down. Like, she wants to be as maneuverable as possible in a fight. It seems like okay, I thought they were just gonna straight go into Roche Pit, which could be a bit more difficult. They do have Sentry, but it doesn't reach right near the Roche Pit, and Nigma's thinking the same. So, potential scout with the rocket, with the trap, gotta be careful about it.
Yeah, so I said that last fight was 3-for-2, but it was 3-for-3 with the buyback from Boxy, and that could come into play, especially with a fight around Roche, right? Like, you kind of want Boxy to be there for that extra control. If he dies early on in the fight, that might happen near this Roche Pit. Be at a quick disadvantage for the side of Team Liquid if they want to get that Aegis.
Boxy needs Blink Dagger. He needs to be able to reset, get multiple, by multiple I mean at least 2 rounds of spells in a fight.
Yeah, he's close to it. And that might be a little bit of the timing that they're waiting for. They want BKB here on Mickey. Assange for Nisha as well.
This is a big item. Amar just picked up BKB, so he can break the coil, and he can find Snapfire in the back lines, threaten a kill on her while she's trying to use Mortimer's Kisses, and also go on Drow Ranger. He wants to make her feel as comfortable as possible in a fight. We saw what she can do against the Dead Prophet, and Nigma Galaxy, they are relying on Exorcism to be able to win those fights. Deso has been done on Sumail, but still no stacks, because he died in the previous fight. They were also like, yeah, they were also trying to climb the high ground with no vision whatsoever, so a bit of a difficult one. They are underneath the vision. They just smoked with this ward. Gave them all the info that they needed.
Yeah, you were talking about how they want a front line here for Zion, Mickey, and they've been doing a good job of that with Insania, dropping down that tombstone, and like you said as well, Boxy wanted the Blink Dagger, which he's now got. So if Amar could get to the back lines and disrupt the fight for these heroes that sit back, maybe Nigma could take these fights more decisively, and we could see them start to pull away a little bit more.
Smoke and smoke action. They probably have a really good read where rest of Team Liquid is. Boxy trying to break the smoke here.
Does break it. He's in a good spot. Timber Chain forward from Amar. And that Rocket Flare gets some vision onto the Tiny. They start to retreat on Liquid, and they don't want to exactly take this fight. They don't have all the info that they need to feel confident in doing so.
Nice play from Boxy there. Manages to get out of the trouble. Team Liquid, if they could delay this game... Oh, glimpse back. Never mind. If they can delay the game until Mickey finds his BKB, he needs another minute and a half, 2 minutes, depending if they're going to pressure him. He's pinging it out. He's like, I want to sit bottom, have Ogre Axe, enough money to buy Mithril Hammer.
Yeah, he's close.
Both carries, like if he waits, both carries are going to have BKB for the next fight. Amar's in.
Yeah, Amar looking over at Zai, the Avalanche, the toss up into the air. He's going to miss. They've got the glimpse back into the Static Storm. It's on to Zai. Nobody here to really help him out as Croak commits to the hook shot, keeps him inside the Static Storm, and they'll get the kill. Take him out for 45 seconds, as well as get 200 gold off that tombstone.
This should be a Roche for Nigma Galaxy. I don't think they can contest this Roche without Zai. They need his auras, they need Mortimer's Kisses for the damage, and now with Deso plus Exo, it's going to be more than enough to take it down. Team Liquid, after losing Zai, will not take the fight. So we'll need to play for slightly later timing. Amar's unkillable at the moment. With the BKB on, with this build that he went for, he's level 17 as well.
Yeah, he is so far ahead. Boxy on the high ground, silenced. Trying to run, kinetic field is down. That silence coming in thanks to the shard that's on Sumail, and they also take out Isha. It's going to be 2 quick kills for Nigma after picking up the Aegis. They were using the end of that Exo to make sure they had the damage, and I mean, they're successful again.
Again, second time. This is where they use Exo, get something, and get something on the other side of the map as well.
Yeah, and it works out pretty quick in transition, right?
Yeah, really does. Also, Sumail did pick up Shard for himself, which means that he's going to have that silence against Puck, which he doesn't like to play into. So it's also a great tool for stopping Mortimer's Kisses. If you can use that, then Snapfire is not going to be like as good. Sumail.
Aggressive from Zai.
Ooh.
That cookie off the mark, and now Mickey from the high ground, but again, a trap silences him up, and they get the kill on Zai, and they're going to chase. Hurricane Pike to get to the low ground, and he's away from the fight, but that was hyper aggressive, and they didn't get anything from that. Gust, right clicks. Amar, he's not the one who has the Aegis, and now pops that BKB.
Undying almost gets blown up in the process. Gotta be careful. This is level 18 Timbersaw we're talking about. He does have 3.7k gold saved up. Still, Nigma Galaxy without Exo, they don't feel, I would say, too comfortable going for the high ground, but they did set up some really nice vision on both sides of the map. They see both Boxy and Insania at the moment, and they also see Triangle, plus an outpost.
Hook shot all the way through towards Insania. Meld strike, Sumail gets the kill. Avalanche off the mark. Boxy now needs to run. He's silenced twice. Timber Chain and the Whirling Death on him. But these heroes on the side of Nigma, how much commitment are we going to see from them? Not enough to go to the high ground just yet, but they are putting the pressure on continually, and I don't know if Liquid have felt comfortable in the last 5 minutes or so.
Every single fight, they kill one immediately, so it's 4 versus 5, and then you have really good vision. You have Timbersaw, who can scout things out. Same goes for Clockwork Rocket. Traps, Sumail with Aegis especially, he wants to be able to like provide vision for his team, be in the front lines, doesn't need to be afraid, and then you immediately get glimpsed back. So Tiny, we see Boxy playing for a bit of a different game, playing for more defensive tossbacks other than trying to initiate.
Meanwhile, by the way, GH, he did buy out on that Blink Dagger. He's going to the Ags next. So looking to get better positioning.
I was watching him, he's positioning, he's staying as far away as possible from a team fight. Does not want to get blown up by Tiny, does not want to get tossed. Nisha also is holding Gem, because Insania bought one, gave it to him, needs to be much more careful this time around, because if you lose this Gem, you're going to lose so much map control. They did de-ward 2 of those wards that I was talking about. The one in the triangle is still up there.
So we see the odds on your screen from esportsbet.io. They've completely shifted to what was pregame is now the opposite. Now favoring Nigma by quite a margin as they 5-man smoke and head towards bottom. This is rough for Liquid. They need to kind of shift out of here, but nobody's TP'd yet. They're instead hiding in the trees for a moment, and now
It's going to be
finally leave.
team teleport.
Maybe not for Insania. Hook shot actually hits GH. They still have the Static Storm, though. They'll get the kill onto the Undying.
They need to risk things. Maybe it's a bit
Boxy?
too risky. Boxy now seems like he's going to drop here. Okay, Mickey.
Help, yeah.
Last time Zai did this, I see who's his favorite friend is. When Zai cooked it on a tier 2 tower, he did not want to pike him. He was too afraid that he's going to die, but this time around, he's going to save Boxy.
Friendship ended with Zai. Fred Boxy. Amar goes in. Chakram on top of this Snapfire, and they've got the glimpse back, so Zai is going to be dead to rights, and that'll be a kill for Amar, who is now godlike.
Very difficult. Saving up 5.2k gold. Still thinking about what he wants to buy. Does he really need Refresher, or if he wants to have Hex? I'd prefer Hex, because it's going to give you more control. And yeah, he's going to go for Hex. Just needs another 100 gold to be able to finish it off.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not much needed. Mickey, by the way, Shadow Blade in his quick buy. So let's see what he wants to get. As silence thrown on Tanisha. And a hook shot, I believe, missing the mark.
Boxy behind enemy lines. Mickey might be forced to TP out. Okay,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
might be.
Nisha, he's safe as well.
Team Liquid, they don't want to take the fights immediately. Back to the side, to the left side of the map. They're trying to split them up as much as they can, because they don't feel like too comfortable. Now they're gonna smoke, maybe try to get something going on. They know that this Aegis ran out.
It really does feel like Nigma has just gone from top end, bottom end, top end, and they're just chasing these heroes around the map.
In terms of catch, they do have Clockwork with Hookshot and Glimpse. So this is why I love Hex on Amar.
Going forward, Static Storm, Boxy in trouble. He's caught by the kinetic field. They already dropped the Tombstone. Timber Chain in. Boxy is going to die first. Amar taking a lot of damage. She's forced to pop that BKB. They've got the buyback coming in from Boxy.
Mickey, he's in the middle of a fight.
Is in the middle of 4 heroes, 4 staff back, trying to get into the high ground. Gets away from what looked like certain danger, and they're also going to take out the Tombstone. Another 200 gold for Amar.
Boxy with another buyback. He needs that second item, needs defensive force staff to be able to get out of the trouble, force himself out. But yeah, nice. Spell usage there from Nigma. Not missing anything pretty much. There was a cookie, but still there was a kinetic field, so he didn't get out of the trouble. And with this Hex pickup, they can try to punish people on the side lanes, because this is the type of a game that Team Liquid wants to play.
You can see Boxy doing 0 damage in that fight. He's not really able to accomplish much when he's hit with that Static Storm immediately. He survived for the most part through the Static Storm, but it's just Amar who's willing to Timber Chain and go in between 5 heroes and not really care as long as he gets the kill.
He's not afraid. Now I'm a big fan of Refresher if he wants to go for it. Might need to pick up Casual Plate Mail just to be able to deal with the Drow Ranger, because she did deal some serious amount of physical damage. And Mickey also opted to go for Blink Dagger. So he's like, you know, I'll save people now as well, but I also want to keep the distance for myself. Most of the time it's just going to be used for him. Because last fight he felt, you could see that he was like, oh my god, I made a mistake. Templar Assassin is hitting me.
Speed of Templar Assassin about to have that Ags for that psionic projection. Move around the map. If these heroes want to go from top to bottom, Sumail might just follow them there.
That's a great tool to deal with this type of a guerrilla warfare tactics from Team Liquid. Also, big item, new item. We haven't seen this being purchased. Solar Crest on Undying. So that's gonna give, like, can be used for defensive tools against Templar Assassin. Really good. Received small buff, 1 extra attribute and 5 extra movement speed. This item has been dead for a long time.
Yeah.
But I think it's good here against Death Prophet and also against Templar Assassin. Works out really well. And like if you manage to survive, you can also amplify the damage from your Drow Ranger.
Smoke from Nigma. They're going to catch the side of Liquid off guard. And the right clicks from Mickey aren't going to do anything just yet. They got the Static Storm, the glimpse back into the kinetic field, but Zai not dead. He's going for the TP out. BKB's been popped by Amar. They go to the Exorcism. A lot of big spells being used by Nigma, and they're not catching anybody but the Undying.
Couple of BKBs pop plus Exo. I mean, eventually Team Liquid will need to take a fight. Nigma still respecting, going for the high ground, waiting for that second Roche with just respawn. So Shard plus Aegis is going to be available. Seems like Team Liquid might want to take a fight. 5 seconds until Undying respawns.
Slowing down so quickly.
Yeah, Mickey's still bottom.
Giving him another Aegis, so Dream Coil committed. They'll go to the kisses once again. They'll try to catch Kuroki. They'll at least get one. Some more kisses the way of GH, but he is healed up thanks to this mind control Guardian Greaves. So it just isn't exactly what Liquid want from any of these fights.
They want to take a fight right now. They know Exo is down. They also know that potentially they don't have BKBs, but yeah, they're coming back online. If Boxy can find someone here, some blind avalanche, that would be big.
Oh, no. Mind control in the trees thanks to that Ogre Seal Totem. And that means Boxy can't find him. Just missing these heroes. Liquid are looking, but they're not connecting. And it's been a little bit tough. Do have the Shard in Amar's backpack. Could pick up that Flamethrower, and when he's feeling so confident to just walk into these fights, Flamethrower feels like a very big upgrade.
It really does. I mean, we are seeing a big difference in terms of levels. Level 22 Templar Assassin, level 22 Timber, compared to some levels on Team Liquid. And also supports are having a bit of a rougher time. Disruptor level 15. Like, Undying just hit level 12, puts a second point in Flash Golem.
Yeah, this is, what does it say on the graph? A 9-level difference in the game. So really just trying to turtle. Dota Plus, 70-30. I would say other lineups and other teams wouldn't get this kind of 70-30 call from Dota Plus.
Drow Ranger plus Tiny, defending the high ground. I guess this is where these extra, I would say maybe even 10% comes from.
Ogre Seal Totem, Boxy. He is gone. Kinetic field or not, you won't catch him. And Liquid doing more of the same, where they're just kind of avoiding Enigma at the moment. Not as easy as it once was with the Psionic Projection, but we haven't exactly seen that come into play just yet for Sumail to get a kill.
Finally, Boxy manages to find some farm. Gets that Force Staff.
Yeah. And he's going Yules next.
Wants to be able to dispel silences, maybe, as I said, get another round of the spells, try to buy some time during the Static Storm, because he got caught in Static Storm so many times.
So Refresher picked up for Amar, that's flying out. Hook shot comes in, and that's going to miss the mark on Nisha. Might as well go for it, especially if you've got Sumail there. You catch him, you kill him, but worst case, you just throw hook shot on a short cooldown of 45 seconds.
And some of these hook shots were not on point. A couple of good ones, but most of the time a bit to the side or a bit too short. MC with the Blank Dagger is going to try to be the one who's initiating.
Sumail, who was just bottom, now here top. They were chasing Boxy. They're also going to go forward and find the Hex. It's on to Nisha. He's on the run. They've got the Refresher with the BKB.
He wants another Hex.
Phase shift. Back to the Chakram. Pops the BKB. Gets out of this one. At least for now, the right-click damage not enough. Meanwhile, Mickey got the kill on a Kuroki. So they get something out of it on the side of Liquid while keeping alive this puck.
Didn't time it perfectly. If he, I guess the status resistance from Kaya Sanj kicking in. And the item that we didn't talk about is Nisha with the BKB. I think in a lot of situations, there should be Puck with the BKB, but Puck players, they want to play a bit of a different game, you know, relying on their own skill, that they're going to be fast enough to click the button against like silence from Templar Assassin against the Glimpse, against like Dead Prophet Silence, Static Storm. You want to have something. He's tanky. He does have Blast Rig plus Solar Crest.
Not looking like that's going to matter.
Tanky.
Mind Control gets credit for that kill, and Sumail using that Psionic projection to move around map. And now he's got himself a Daedalus. So even more damage from this Templar Assassin, who's getting close to that level 25. So things are just going to get tougher.
One of the better talents, 7 refraction instances. I don't know how we got to 7. I think before it got nerfed, it was even 8. So it was total like 14. Now it's 13. Someone at Valve offices really loves Templar Assassin.
Wasn't the other side also at one point like 1.5 second dash?
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, that was... Whew. And that was almost taking a majority of the time too. Where you just
because I don't think the other talent existed at back when it was 1.5. Not sure what it was.
I remember what the other one was. Minus 35-second respawn time.
My favorite.
Plus 420
Lone
PPM.
Druid Lina with Bloodstone. Have to kill her 3 times in a row. She buys back Bloodstone, boots of travel immediately. Yeah, somehow it's always Lina causing problems. She's been causing a lot of problems in the last couple of months with her balanced toolkit. Moxie looking for an opening here.
He blinked in, so it's going to be on cooldown for 10 seconds if he wants to go forward again. He's also got Mickey off to the south of him with Nisha. Well, now it's just Nisha. Not sure how aggressive these two heroes want to play. Right on a trap. And, all right. Well, they've got that gem. They could clean up these traps, but it does give away their positioning. Mar searching, but not finding that puck.
I want to see some more aggression from Nigma Galaxy. I want to see them try to group up, go for the high ground. Templar Assassin, 6 slotted at the moment. Desert, like she deals some sick damage at the moment. And they can also catch people, like something you talked about, Aghanim Scepter with that psionic projection. But they also need another hero. I think Amar needs to be the one with the Hex. And he also, like, he understands that. He's going to buy Blink Dagger on Timber.
Boxy never TP'd out, so he stayed here bottom.
Get the Courier.
Avalanche.
3 throw, kill the Courier.
There's a blink.
Nicely done by Boxy.
That's a cool way to get out.
I thought he was going to go for it. The rest of Team Liquid is smoked behind him. Let's see if they can find something. They would definitely love to pick up a bigger kill. Like, if they kill Kuroki, don't think they would be too satisfied with it, but this is also going to delay the game for a bit. They need more items. Like, they need more damage items. Mickey now finally finished off his Silver Edge.
Dream Coil committed, Force Staff back with the Glimmer Cape, so he gets out of vision for a moment. They go to the Mortimer's Kisses, Exorcism over to the side. Mind Control, he's got that shard, so he'll have the fear if the Spirit Stuff, it stays on them too long. Ogre's Seal Totem to
Ogre
stick
Seal
with
and Zai as well.
Yeah, so well, he goes up into the high ground, uses it the same. And now Avalanche hits on a 2. They've got the Glimpse back out of Boxy into the Static Storm. They'll have themselves a kill, at least a trade, as they bought back on Kuroki. The rest of the side of Liquid looking to retreat here. And they have successfully escaped. And again, Static Storm and Exo being used by Nigma.
Some really good items in terms of neutral items on side of Team Liquid. They have Ninja Gear, so Draw Ranger can be smoked up. Difficult to find, and that's exactly what he's doing, using multi-shot. Then you have Puck with Trickster's Cloak, so you will need to bring some extra detection. And of course, Ogre Seal Totem, perfectly balanced. Tier 3 item, gets out of the trouble. Even though you receive damage, you really love Seeds of Serenity.
But, like, Ogre Seal Totem's a close second, right? I mean, I know you're a big fan of Philae.
Philae. Speaking of Philae Stone, Disruptor, only 600 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter with the Blink Dagger and the Glimmer Cape. So, gotta be very aware of that. If he's the one initiating, especially on Puck, that Static Storm catches him, means no BKB. They can't really save him.
So we'll have that soon. You can see he's got Quickening Charm as the other neutral that he's holding on to on the Disruptor. So once he's done with that Philae and gets that Ag, so probably swap that back in.
You want to keep Philae as long as possible. Use the other neutral items for a fight.
Sumail. They've got the Hex. Do they have the damage? Dream Coil, toss up in the air. Oh, he just survives. The Guardian Greaves coming in from Mind Control. They've got the Static Storm down. The Little Shredder's not going to be enough. Hook shot from Kuroki. Amar gets the kill on a Boxy, and now they're going to look for more. Insania He's on the run, but he's got him all right on top of him. Zai off near the secret shop and will be up out of the high ground with that cookie, but still Kuroki with the jetpack keeping the vision onto Zai, and they cannot catch him. Now they go to the Mortimer's Kisses onto Amar, but he blinks away.
Nisha, can he get anything done? Does have Hex available. That was so close. If they managed to snap the coil instead, I'm not sure, because he just tossed him into the air. I'm not sure if he couldn't find the target, if Puck was maybe phase shifted when this happened. But with that kill, it would be a totally different fight. And we see damage from Mickey. Mickey is popping off. Same goes for Sumail. Both heroes, both players almost dealing 5,000 damage each.
Yeah, Mickey, if he finds the right positioning, it's just so tough to deal with that damage.
Nisha with this Hex pickup is really going to change how things are going to be played out. Now they're going to smoke. I mean, Mickey is going to self-smoke. Looking at the most hero damage dealt throughout the game. So far, it's been ATF.
Yeah, Mar with almost 30,000. Timos Relic picked up here for the side of Liquid.
Everything is yellow from Amar. Pure damage, plus some Havoc Hammer damage. Some magical damage. That's where the red is coming from.
Just the touch, though. He's going for Aeon Disc, so he really doesn't want to die. He's the one holding onto the gem, too, so...
Afraid of that Hex initiation. It just showed that they could potentially blow up any hero. 28 seconds until Roshan respawns. That's the third one. So Aghanim Scepter, potentially another refresher. I think Amar would definitely love to pick up Ags to have double Chakram.
Let's see. As they smoke up his 5. Kisses in 3, and the Flesh Golem in 12.
I'm looking at the quick buy on Enigma Galaxy. 4 of their players have Aeon Disc queued up. Everybody except Sumail.
Sounds about right. Gonna be Refresher Shard on this third Roche. See if Liquid can finally get their hands onto an Aegis, but with that trap in the pit, they already know that Roche is respawned on the side of Nigma. And they are smoked on the other side of Liquid, who are waiting near where the Tier 1 tower mid used to stand. Just the entrance to that jungle, they'll get spotted.
Trying to bait with the illusion, but not microing it, so they know something is up. Maybe if he was moving it, they would know. Tiny's courier is also there.
Okay, hook shot comes in. GH, Static Storm. They're trying to get him out of the kinetic field. They dropped down the Tombstone. He's off to the side with Sumail popping the BKB. They've got the break. It's onto the clockwork. Nisha on the back lines going in with the BKB of his own. The Exorcism rolling for Mind Control. They don't have the damage to get these kills just yet. They'll look to kill off the Tombstone. Finally it dies. Here comes the Mortimer's Kisses, but Sumail now going after Boxy. Boxy just in far enough where he's trying to throw out the Avalanche and save Nisha, but G's going to be the only one who's dead. Nikkei in too far. One more right click. They'll take out the Drow, and now Zai, he's right on Kuroki, but these heroes are falling by the wayside for the side of Liquid. It looks like Boxy's going to be next. The Avalanche onto 3, but it's not going to matter with the trap being popped. Amar is beyond godlike, and he is continuing to stay without deaths.
There's way too much damage coming out from Templar Assassin and also Amar in these fights. The control, he pops Refresher every single fight.
Too.
Zai.
There's just nowhere for him to go. They've got
very bad here.
Yeah. Beyond godlike again. Man, Amar just having a game to remember. 14-1 and 7 up against this Liquid lineup, and well, now they could just go for the third Roche and connect on all 3.
Also, Amar does have Whirling Death upgrade on level 25, so extra 12% on that, playing into 1, 2, 3 strength heroes, plus also Drow Ranger. She does not want to get her stats stolen, even for a brief moment, taking away damage from her. MC will pick up, who's getting a Refresher?
They're holding it right now on the Death Prophet.
Oh, they gave it to Disruptor, so he's the one with Aghanim Scepter, so double Static Storm, double Kinetic Field.
So they gave it over. Disruptor. Ags upgrade. Oh, God.
No buybacks available. At least not one on Mickey.
Are in.
Not one on Zai.
The Tier 4s toss back. Now Avalanche. Can they toss him back again? Nisha with the Hex. Sumail coming in, looking for the damage. Boxy inside the well. Dream Coil gets committed, but they've got the BKB from Mar and Sumail to walk out of the Dream Coil.
Not bad. They just baited 2 BKBs from Nigma Galaxy, so Nigma, they need to fall back.
Nisha going in even further. This is dangerous work from him. They've got the scan. They know they're staying nearby. This trap silences up Boxy. He doesn't have an Avalanche to throw. They go to the Hex. Mind Control's going to be in. They've got the Static Storm. It's going to be down on to this Drow Ranger. Mickey's going to be in trouble with the Avalanche. Finally comes out. It's going to land on the two.
And
They've got
another one.
themselves the damage coming in onto Sumail, but now the Static Storm is thrown on him again. Mickey ends up dead. Sumail goes after the Tombstone. They're not going to end up losing these heroes on the side of Enigma just yet. They've only lost the Aegis, but that is it. They do not have a Drow to put out this damage for 90 seconds. No buyback. Glimpse, phase shift, avoids the pullback, and we'll have that illusory orb to jaunt over to get back into the base.
Double Static Storm with Aghanim Scepter, plus level 15 talent, the extra 2-second duration as well. Controlled Mickey completely. Mickey could not use any of his items, just stood there pretty much in Static Storm, died.
Oh, Nisha, he's caught. Hex, silence. It's up on the high ground, gets away from these heroes.
Insania,
Survive for a moment.
he bought another gem. They want to make sure to see those traps. They want to deward them because it has been causing problems for Puck. Those constant silences.
Open to the high ground, try to take this tier 3 tower, break the high ground first. Up about 30,000 net worth. Now they've got the overwhelming blink. It's right on top of Boxy. They've got the right click damage from Sumail with an Escalator, but not enough to get the kill. They'll take out Insania. There's the Undying gone, but has buyback. They'll have Drow at 20, but they still have to hold without it.
They
All
need
these
Drow
zombies
Ranger.
coming.
They really lack damage. They need that multi-shot. They need healing reduction. Yeah, that Tombstone was dropped. Still, Nigma respecting potential tossbacks into the tower. This time around, Box is going to be the one holding Trickster's Cloak, so a bit more survivability. Evasion, plus also invisibility could get him out of the trouble.
Toss, Sumail, Hex, now roaming blink, hook shot, the control, the damage though from Mickey. Not enough to get the kill on Sumail just yet, but he wants to go forward. There's a multi-shot, not gonna land on the Templar Assassin. Overwhelming blink, but Boxy pulled back thanks to the glimpse. They get the kill onto the Tiny. He's gonna have buyback. They'll have Undying up in 2 seconds. He's gonna buy back as the Undying respawns. Amar with BKB now needs the Timber Chain away. Kuroki with the cogs, trying to keep these heroes away from his team. As they have the Hex, it's onto the Death Prophet, Mind Control, Avalanche, on a force, now coming in, but it's still just not enough to get the kill on these 4 heroes until the Scatterboss comes in and Mickey with the damage. He's got a triple kill, cleaning up the side of Nigma. They'll look over to Mars, got the toss up into the air, the Timber finally falls, it's an ultra kill for Mickey. He is dominating and has helped the Dreams in the side of Liquid to win this game by getting those 4 kills.
This is why I said that they need Mickey for the damage. Almost 10,000, more than the whole Team Nigma squad combined. That's pretty nuts. And he just hit level 25 from that fight, so extra 12% on marksmanship. They did control them nicely. Another buyback from Boxy. This is a 3rd or 4th time that he bought back into this game. Managing to get the tossbacks, and we'll see that again.
They started with this damage onto Sumail. They wanted to get it. Mickey almost putting himself into a bad position with the 4-staff forward and the multi-shot attempt.
He missed him. If he kills Sumail there, maybe forces Sumail to buy back, because he can come back into the fight with Psionic Projection and those kisses. Also, I think there was a cookie on the zombie while they were still chasing, just to be able to land like another layer of stun. And yeah, let's see if that's going to be a cookie on zombies. Yeah, it is. It's pretty cool play.
And they go to get the Death Prophet. They kill off Mind Control, Scatter Blast with the multi-shot from Mickey. The damage is immense. The damage is too much, and he'll end up with an ultra kill. And now they've broken the high ground. They got the mid-set of Rax gone.
They're the first one that actually got a set of barracks, but this is a big one. We haven't mentioned that Zai is also transitioning. He's going for this physical damage build, level 20, bought the book for himself, wants to get that level 25, so that's going to be a big one.
Yeah, that 3 times Little Shredder multi-shot. Where is it now? Dota Plus, it is 60-40 in favor of Liquid, even though it's down 12K lead. Wow. This is like the whole GPM net worth dilemma.
Oh, no, we're not going for that back again.
What is Dota Plus? Where do they get these statistics from? Especially with Sumail, he's got 40,000 net worth.
Could be Templar Assassin. Like, historically, Templar Assassin was the hero that, like, you had to hit your timing. If you die once or twice, you were kind of donezo. Maybe we're pulling the stats from 2013 as well, because she's not that hero anymore. She does scale well with the talents, with all the backpack, the neutral item slots, and everything. But, yeah, Nigma Galaxy, they're going to smoke. Aeon Disc, not available on Amar yet. Needs another 400 gold to finish it off.
They are struggling to finish this game, or, well, I said it's on them anymore.
They're going for Aeon Disc, I think 5 minutes ago. They still haven't purchased a single one.
Yeah, 4 heroes were going for it, everybody but Sumail. And none of them have gotten it. They're still queued up, though. except for Timber. He's, I think he bought out and he's got it, but now he's going into the Shivas. So.
Some big 25s. Like Puck also hit 25 from that fight, so now Dream Coil will pierce through magic immunity, so that's a big one. They can disengage, they can also hold him in place, so Zai can jump in with Daedalus, Lil Shredder multi-shot.
Yeah, he
Does have a BKB as well, flying to him, full BKB for Zai.
Are scanning.
Nisha wants to finish off the overwhelming blink and then go for the Revenant's Brooch. And now level 25 here for Zai. He's got the 3 times Lil Shredder multi-shot. So the damage can be put in quickly.
Queue up
by
Daedalus right now, another
Another
one,
one?
or a Rapier. I'm not even kidding, it's so cheap. Only seeing at
I don't know
500
about-
gold, I think I need to calm down a bit.
I don't know about Divine.
Ah, there's another Daedalus,
yeah.
here we go.
That's the right move.
No, you gotta be in that mindset, you know, that you're gonna be able to farm it. So you queue up another 2 items, because you think you're in this game. Another smoke from Nigma, this is the second one.
Roche potentially up in 50 seconds.
Dire are scanning.
You can see where Enigma are kind of setting up. At least near the Roche pit, but Liquid, everybody bottom.
Is under attack.
This tier 2 tower is going to go down. A lot of gold currently on Sumail.
Radiant's top
8,600.
tower
See what he purchases next. Refresher for Mickey is
Radiant's top tower is
being
under
thought
attack.
about.
That's
what it sounds like.
Is under attack.
I'm just thinking maybe I need a couple more seconds to see if there's a better item that he can go for.
Sumail in. Zai, little Shredder, not doing the damage. BKB's going to be popped. They go to the Dream Coil. That's with the level 25, so they have to remember that. They already got the kill on a Zai. They look over at Nisha. They'll blow him up. He has buyback, but Zai doesn't. As he bought out on the
Another hack
Daedalus,
from
they're going to
Amar.
look over at Mickey. They've got the nullifier on him, and they'll get the kill on a 4. They will take them out with Roche respawning in 5. Let's see how willing Nigma are to force buybacks or go for Roche.
That was so quick. Explosive damage from Nigma. They use multiple hexes. This is... Amar is not afraid to use Refresher every single fight, just twice. He doesn't care to put it on cooldown. So triple hex, one coming out from Dead Prophet as well.
Buyback
Now
from
they
Mickey.
need to buy back, so... Needs to be super careful. They need to protect him with everything they have. If Mickey dies, this game is over. They just don't have enough damage to deal with what Nigma has at the moment.
They're
Fourth
going to go to Roche, too. All
Aghanim
4.
Scepter also available, so let's see who decides to pick that one up. I'm down for Amar to have another Chakram.
Yeah.
Seems like Team Liquid, they cannot contest this.
Now, with just 2 heroes, they were hoping maybe it would take them a little bit longer because they still need 40 seconds to get everybody back up. So, has that Ags, has that second Chakram with that very unique skill name.
Yeah, I was
Second
about
Chakram.
to say, yeah. Wait, or just buildings. I love buildings inside the base. Like
Yeah.
the small units before they were called what? Cigarettes?
Hook shot in onto the Undying. They've got the overwhelming blink as well as the Hex. This is a very dead Insania. He's going to be dead for 65 with no buyback. So again, even with Nisha coming back up, it's going to be a 4v5 attempt with, well, really 4v6 with the fact that they've got the Aegis on Sumail. Holding their ground here and holding the high ground of the game is going to be very difficult with a 35,000 net worth lead. It was 60-40 for Dota Plus, but sometimes Dota Plus doesn't know enough.
Yeah, sometimes they lie, same as we do during the game.
Oh, I do
I do it constantly. Yeah, Draw Ranger, you said Refresher Orb, but he's changing things up. I see Scotty now, so try to reduce the damage against Dead Prophet, against Timbersaw. Like range carries, range heroes in general do suffer, but maybe it's time to try to queue up Divine Rapier and just straight up buy it. His
Boxing all the instant Hex! He's not able to get anything off!
He
He's
was
dead
so ready with
immediately!
that.
Oh, 100 seconds, no buyback! Valiant effort, but quickly diminished.
Both of them actually used Hex in that fight. I think they used it instantly as soon as because this is their comeback into the game. So now they're stuck inside the base. Mickey just purchased something.
Radiant's top
Looking like it could be Megas. Mortimer's Kisses.
That is Scotty.
Nobody wants one.
They still have Refresher available on Disruptor. So that's going to be 2 big Static Storms one more time.
I love that it's like Aegis, Cheese, but Kuroki, 2 gems. Right under his hero portrait.
Hex right clicks in, but Amar's going to go in with the blink. They've also got the hook shot through. Minky with the BKB gets the gust off, the damage on a Kroki, they've got the kill, who dropped both of those gems, but he's going to buy back into the fight. The Andis is going to be popped by Amar. He's now trying to run, mind control, his Aeon Disc goes off as well. They've got the Hex, it's on the Minky, he fought back just a moment
They need to help him.
Survive. Soul Rip coming in, but they've got themselves a whirling death to get the kill on a Minky. They might have just locked up this game as they go to the Avalanche as well as the toss. The damage just isn't there. Nisha though, oh the
They're so
cookie,
low.
they've got the lockdown. Can they get the kill? Can they take the Aegis from Sumail? They can, but they need to kill off Amar. They can't find this Timber Saw. He'll continue to roll forward as he goes and gets his health back. They'll take out Boxy. Down goes Insania. He'll buy back. But now looking over at Zai, the right clicks are in. They'll take out the Snapfire. It's a 2v5 situation, and it's looking like Nigma are going to take game one. Nisha wants the high five. He'll hex up this Death Prophet, but the right clicks in from Sumail. It's a triple kill, a full team wipe, and a victory here for Nigma Gaming as they beat Liquid.
Nigma Gaming.
Nigma Galaxy.
Here we
Sorry,
go. No. Yeah, I love it. I love the draft from Nigma. That this time around, they decided to play 2 off-laners pretty much, but they also put Amar on a mid lane, and he popped off completely. Having that having those early levels did allow him to move around the map. Only 1 death, might be even a 1 death throughout the whole game on Amar, and I love the itemization on their side. Like multiple hexes, early refresher on Amar to be able to deal with those split pushes, because Team Liquid, they never wanted to take those fights. They were always split pushing, trying to buy a bit more time. The game looked pretty even, but yeah, they caught Mickey, and Mickey is most of their damage. So yeah, we are gonna have a really good series, B-Cup.
Yeah, we'll see if Nigma Galaxy can take game 2, and well, we're gonna have to talk about game 1, and to do so, we've got the panel. Go back over to the panel, take it away.
Thank you guys so much for an intense game. Number 1 here. We didn't really see it go out how we expected, though. I mean, this Nigma Galaxy was a whole brand new team, it felt. I loved the change-up that they had of where all the heroes were being played and who was playing in what lanes, and just how dominant, how aggressive they really were.
Dude, there was no way I could predict that they would put a
No way.
mid on the Timber Saw. But it worked, okay?
You said that it was good, though. You said you liked their draft and the way it looked.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I thought Sumail would dominate through mid, and they would use his advantage in the game to sort of take the reins. But what ended up happening was they used Amar instead, and I think that actually was a really good switch up, because Sumail was still able to recover by farming triangle stacks and stuff, even though his lane was a bit subpar. And meanwhile, Amar was fully enabled to just have the game of his dreams, get every piece of net worth that he ever could have imagined, and then was able to play a dominant Timber Saw that we've seen him do in the past when he was on OG. As compared to his last series where it wasn't so good from the side lanes.
And you also got to see your mind control Death Prophet offlane too, which is something that you favored it as soon as we saw it come out and draft.
I was all game, bro. It was all game.
I mean, I said I wanted a safe lane. The biggest thing is we're talking about all these laning switch-ups. Nigma is a team that's been trying to find their form. We've never doubted the strength individually of each of these players. It's how they work together. And in this game, they worked really, really well together. So are they going to be able to emulate this again? Are they going to be able to sort of replicate this again? That's a big question. Yeah. But at least for now, if you're a Nigma fan, you got to be feeling great. They finally found a way to make it all work together in concert.
It's spot on. We've seen Nigma Galaxy have a dominant mid performance before. Obviously, it's been on Sumail in the past, but it's the fact that they were able to continue it in the rest of this game. As we look, there was just no space for Liquid. There was just no one that was doing a whole lot. They did end up holding strong in this high ground push from Liquid, and we thought maybe this was the way back in. We thought maybe they'd finally hit their timings.
I mean, I'd walk back to panel at this point because I was like, it's over. And then, of course, Mickey just comes in, he gets an ultra kill and takes over. But yeah, I think that you can also, obviously look at these good moments, but a couple of moments there from Liquid that sort of speak to what you're talking about, Nat, that the map was closed down. They felt pressured to make moves. Zai dies 2 times back-to-back, once to deny about DD, and then they get Roche, and then a second time to push out a wave mid. So Liquid felt uncomfortable, and I think there was a certain amount of that was set up by Nigma playing the map so well.
Yeah, I also think there was uncharacteristic mistakes from Liquid in sort of those types of plays, and I wasn't happy overall with how they handled that. Because it's like they knew that they wanted to contest Roche, right? They smoked up before it to try and go out and make a play, don't get quite what they're searching for. To sort of give up that Snapfire kill and let them take the Aegis, it just seemed sloppy.
I mean, yeah, I think that there's a certain amount of truth to that, and I think that it was, again, you know, you think about the amount of pressure that was put on them at that point. I think they were down like 9K or something.
Yeah.
And they know if they get this Roche, oh God, they're going to just take over the map. They're like, we have to deny the DD. And then it's like, oh, but now we lost our Snapfire. Now we can't get this Roche. So it's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't almost.
There was also that, like, that
Which
fight
was
that
lesser of two evils.
Exactly, yeah. There was also that fight from tier 1 bot lane all the way
Right.
that went to the tier 2 mid. I think Mickey was farming throughout the entirety of it, and at first I was like, oh, this is good. Everyone's running around chasing people, like, it's like a little goose chase. Mickey's getting money. This is good for Liquid. But him not TPing, I think, was a massive mistake, because by the time he decided to join the fight, he just got glimpsed back instantly. I think this was pretty terrible. I think they should have been communicating more with him to get him to come and get involved so that he was there and ready to get to punish the overextension by Nigma.
It was such a weird fight too, because it was like it started from tier 1 tower bottom all the way to that tier 2, and like it was like 3 or 4 minutes extended fight, and it's like, well, I want to be farming as the drow, and then like you say, when eventually he shows up, it's just like, well, it's over now. I don't know.
It's something that definitely could have been exploited by Liquid. One of those earlier downfalls that ended up giving Enigma Galaxy the game that they had. But MVP on the side of Enigma Galaxy, we saw the leaderboard. There were a lot of standout players there, but was there one that stood out the most between you guys? Because I almost want to say one of the supports, but at the same time, like, Amar just dominated. Like, he was fantastic.
I feel like it should go to Amar, but I think personally I enjoyed the impact that Sumail had on the game a little bit more, which I'd like to talk about, but we can give it to Amar. Like, I mean, he did destroy the game.
I was gonna say GH. I really,
really?
felt, but that could just be disruptor
all-
too.
I mean,
it was-
Yeah, I was going to say, I liked it.
It might
I
have
liked
just
the
been.
disruptor.
It could have just been a really good disruptor pick, but he also played it very well.
Yeah. Well, we didn't decide on a hero then.
Scissors, paper, rock.
All right, let's give it to Amar, but I want to talk about Sumail.
All right, sounds
Okay,
great.
all right, let's do it. Well, while we're getting the graphic up,
go.
let's hear what you have to say about Sumail then.
Yeah, so I think that the way that they played the map with his traps was insane. They were constantly putting them in places where they could see when Liquid was leaving their base or going to certain places. They used that to really sweep the map hard and always just look for those pickoffs to try and kill it. You saw Zai, getting found by one, then that leads to a kill. Oh, he was so close to 1k XP. What can you do?
Holy heck.
And the silence as well from the shard really pressured the puck a lot. He had to get BKB. You saw as well the Aghanims pick up, which meant that Sumail could just get across the map constantly. I think he did just an actually insane job of always being everywhere and getting those kills.
I think just to harp back to Sumail obviously sort of controlled that later side of the map, like in the later points of the game, like you're talking about. For Amar, he won mid, right? And that's a pretty big thing to do just in general on this Timber Saw. He also solo killed Nisha at I don't know, 4 or 5, when he got level 6 basically, and was able to hit level 6 beforehand. Nisha made kind of an aggressive move into the river, and he punished super hard. So yeah, I think it's a bold move to say, I'm taking mid against you, Sumail. Get to the freaking safe lane, but he did it and it paid off.
He was really good, and then when he got that Hex as well, I mean, he was always just in the right places, getting those hexes off, got that refresher as well, knew exactly what he needed to do, who he needed to lock down, and how to play the fights. I think Amar just played out of his mind.
Yeah, I want to say, I don't know for sure, but whoever was doing the calling, let's go here, let's do this, is also massive props to them, Enigma Galaxy. I want to say it's Amar just by the way that he was moving. It felt like he was the one that's team, you guys have to move with me. I want to do this, let's go do this. We don't know for sure, but whoever was doing it, it was outstanding.
I mean, it could have been the supports, because you're playing with 2 supports who are setting up. Right? You have a Clockwork and a Disruptor. You're constantly seeing them I want to be in this position to use this glimpse or use this hook shot to lead into you guys being there. That was a nice thing about how mobile the TA with Ags was, and Timber Saw was as well with Blink. They're able to just get everywhere. So when their support set up for them, they're there. They're able to connect so fast across the map. And you see this split between Nigma trying to play the entire map with trap vision versus Liquid just trying to play a poke and bait game where they want to draw heroes to one side of the map and then go to the other side of the map to get a kill when heroes appear there. And that's why you see the Ninja Gear Drow, the Puck Blink with a gem. They're just trying to poke and get whatever they can and just play super scared. While Nigma are if you show, we will destroy you. Do not show your face around here.
All in.
Yeah.
Great draft, even better execution from Enigma Galaxy. They end up with game 1 over Liquid, but we do have game number 2 happening after this break.
This is our fight. Yeah, it's our fight. I'm coming.
You saw me, I think, or something.
You want 6 snap? Just BKB.
I got puck for now.
Send to me.
No, BKB on throw. Yes, throw, use BKB.
Fuck Drain 2. Fuck Drain 2.
Beautiful.
Bring it back, zombie.
One out, wanna get out, chase him. Look at throw. Nice.
Give me rampage, guys.
Look at TD. Nice, one run, dude.
Give him ramp here,
Good shit too. Very small ramp.
Oh, look at that. Shit.
We just bared witness to what a full-force Enigma Galaxy can do. They took game one off of Liquid. And if we want to see Liquid bounce back, if we want to see more from these teams, what are they going to have to focus on? Is it in this draft? Are they going to have more in their execution?
I mean, I want to see a different type of draft where they can actually play with some type of vision. I think that they got pretty heavily outmatched by that. TA traps, clockwork flares, and then disruptors just pulling you back and making you feel like a very sad person. So,
I don't know this off the top of my head. What is the range of Disruptor Glimpse? Because that felt like...
It's like
maybe
1,800 or something.
Yeah.
And he had a blink dagger too.
Yeah,
So,
it felt like $1 billion, I'm not going to lie.
This is a sad life.
I mean, they were doing some, like, Liquid was setting themselves up to have good fights, but the problem was, like, for example, they're playing around this top cliff just north of the Rose Pit, right? And they're sitting on that. But Insania gets gone on at the start of the fight, and no one is there to, like, four-staff him away or cookie him
Felt so
away.
bad.
Yeah, and he just dies, because I think if he'd gotten the tombstone off on top of the cliff before he died, then that sets them up to have a good fight. Like, we saw in the bot jungle, they had a couple good fights around another cliff tombstone. Like, Mind Control's got 10 zombies on his heels, he can't move, you know, it's hard. And then that's when Drowsy just go, like, bang, 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 and just kills you all. So they knew how they wanted to take the fights. They just struggled to reach them. And when they're being pressured so heavily by Nigma after a sort of rough start, I think it was just too hard for them to execute. But they tried. My God, they tried.
They did. And it was a good attempt, but not good enough. Game number 2 draft is a switch up. It's going to be Liquid with second pick, Enigma Galaxy with first, which is why we see the Death Prophet taken out this time round by Nigma and Rubik, and then Liquid doing Brood, plus what we can only presume would be Nature's Prophet.
I mean, we haven't seen Nigma play it yet, right? Like, we've been saying that we want to see them play it, but I don't think they've actually taken it.
They have not.
So they do still take it. I think it's the right play. But I think that there's maybe a world where if, like, DP hadn't been banned, maybe they ban DP. That's something else to think about.
I think Mind Control played a lot of Nature's last tour, so
Yeah.
even though they haven't played it yet, it's still worth respecting.
This is then going to be my follow-up question. Is Disruptor now important enough that you're willing to first phase it? And Enigma Galaxy, yeah, they loved it. They thought it was a big impact in their game 1 win.
I don't know how they won that bottom lane so hard against Drow Undying. Like, it didn't seem like it should have gone that well, but like GH played out of his mind on this disruptor. They're able to get like a really early kill on Mickey, and then that set the tempo, I felt like, for the rest of the game, where Drow was consistently behind and had to play these catch-ups, didn't want to show up to fights like we were talking about before. So if you've got a player like him that can sort of make this work in the laning phase, I think he went Glimpse first too, like we've been seeing more and more often. Why not? Make it happen.
It's just a lot of damage output basically from DP and Disruptor when you're just going like that. And Drow is not very... She can't protect herself very well. And Undying, whilst he is super giga nice in the lane, he's not got like a stun or a way to stop you from just like running Drow down. Especially when you're siphoning back the damage you're taking from him. I think that's probably how they managed to like get a couple kills and stuff.
Would you expect Liquid to run it back with Undying here? Do you think that, you know, it was just one of those things that it was that game, chalk it up to that, and it's still pretty strong?
I think it's still strong, but maybe they felt bad playing it last game because when you're on the back foot, Undying doesn't feel good because he doesn't make plays for you and he doesn't really do anything. He just sat around with a Solar Crest all game, just pressing on his cores like, aha, someone get gun on please so I can heal you. And then he has to kind of walk in and try and ward and just dies. And I think he was miserable. So maybe they feel like they want to do something a little bit spicier.
Yeah, change it up a little bit, and by picking the same two heroes that they picked last game, apparently.
Yeah.
But this makes their safe lane more open.
Definitely.
I was going to say, this is way more flex, because we've seen Insania play it, we've seen Zai play it, like, we know Boxy's definitely capable of either the Tiny or Snap as well, like, yeah, there's a lot that could go on with these two as their opener.
I wonder if they're thinking about taking the Timber right now. I think if they don't take it on Nigma, then it gets banned out in the second phase, already with two strength heroes. I don't think that you have to right now. I think that they've shown that they're still capable of playing with like some of those other heroes. I think back again to the Razor, their other win in this DPC, but I wouldn't hate seeing them just take Timber right now. Last time they first faced Timber, they lost with it 2 games in a row playing against Tundra, but it feels like they found a new way to make it work.
My only issue is that I think what worked so well in the last draft was the Timber was on the 18 pick, which was the last pick of second phase, and they also threw them for a bit of a loop. Like, they didn't know they were going to put the Timber on mid, for example.
Right.
And
it was the double gotcha.
Yeah, catching you off guard that way, it worked really well in one game. I don't know if it will catch you off guard the same way in the next. And picking Timber now as well, it's so like, it's not an 18 pick. It's like, okay, we are running a Timber Sword game, and that way Liquid are going to have more chances to adapt to make the game harder for Amar. So I'm glad they picked Enigma. I think it's just more sturdy. I'm assuming this is just Mind Control that's going to play it as well. The hero still seems good from what I've seen.
Does Amar have Enigma in his hero repertoire, if you guys can search that far back in your memory?
I don't remember seeing him play it, but he probably has played it a couple of times. I think it's much more of an MC hero.
Yeah.
The thing that's, I think, really dangerous is that I think Liquid's one of the best Enigma teams in the world, and Zai knows how to punish this hero. They've, I think, worked out a lot of different ways to make it work, whether it's like the CM Naga Siren. I wouldn't sort of mind seeing a Naga come out in the second phase. Or there's a lot of other ways that you can just break down the Eidolons.
Yeah. The reason why I ask is because from memory, every time when Amar was on OG, it was Tiger playing it. I don't know if that's also a thing that Enigma can be. Is he a comfortable pos 4? Or you're like, no, just run him pos 3 in this patch, please.
I'm going to just ask for it to please be a pos 3.
Yeah. Perfect. That's what I want to hear.
Also, Amar I'm fairly sure he doesn't play it. I didn't see him play in Tour 1. He definitely didn't play in Tour 1, actually.
No.
And I can't remember if he ever played it on OG. The man hates micro. Why would he play it? I don't know. Maybe I'm just wrong and I've completely forgotten, but...
Gotta say it how it is sometimes.
Yeah, give it to MC. Give it to my boy.
Yep.
They take out the Timber though. And again, like you're talking about, I think that you're right. The strength of that pick was there, but they had to have known going into this now that it was going to get taken away. It might leave something else in the pool that they could run out next. I like the idea of that Razor, regardless of what Liquid take almost.
Yeah, I'm afraid though, like we see a Timber and then a Mars ban, like are you just then going to see the Razor on top of it? Like do we go all in on this phase, be like, hey, we know Amar's not Enigma, like let's ban out all the comfort.
Honestly, it's what I was thinking about. I was like, I wonder if the play against Nigma is just to take away all of Amar's heroes. Because he only has 3 that he's like exceptional at. And then he has some others that he's still pretty good with. I think I saw some other pros praising his Sven a little bit. So I don't... Weirdly enough, for having a tiny hero puddle, he actually has like more heroes that make the game hard. And like, look at this game. They haven't even banned the IO this game. Maybe there's a potential there for some Sumail plus IO shenanigans. You still have like his hero pool to contest with.
Lesh.
Yeah.
Lesh is still in the pool. I think it
Yeah,
would
both
work
that
pretty
combo.
well.
Team Liquid's
Very
turn
much
to
so.
pick.
And again, like we saw, I think the game that Enigma Galaxy won this tour already was when Amar was playing the Slark. So it's still like he was learning those carries back for Tour 1. So it's still very possible that, again, they switch it up and we do see Amar go back into carry. Like, there is genuinely so
10
much open for this
seconds
team.
remaining.
I agree. I think that we can't sort of sit on the idea that last game is what we're going to be seeing every time. I think it was very specific to what they were doing in that one. But they're still trying to deny out a lot what was being done. They take away the clockwork. So that vision to open up for a disruptor glimpse, we might still see something else like that come out for Enigma. But yeah, for Liquid at this point, I wouldn't mind seeing them even think about taking the Leshrac themselves if they wanted to. But I don't know. I guess that there's the other part of this, which is they have last pick, so if they want to, they can save it for Nisha to go super hard counter. They'll probably think about the carry pretty soon. But
Yeah, I think they maybe can just commit to if they want to put the snap on
3 or
on
4?
core. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Coral Split.
Something I liked that they did last game was they just had an active mid that could, like, when Zai hits 6, they go and they kill the carry in the top side of map, and then he moves. I think that's one of my favorite things about Zai's Snapfire is he moves. Like, you'll see him come mid and try and go for some kills there. You'll see him happily smoke with Nisha and move to, like, the boss side of the map as well, which they did last game. So I'm always down to just pick more killing heroes on Liquid in this phase to work with that.
Dude, they're already down to 20 seconds reserve time. Like, I am really surprised at how much time Liquid are running out.
this is something we've been seeing more and more often. The first pick out of the second phase runs down to like almost 0, because that's where like a lot of what your draft is going to be is decided. Tree gets taken now.
How is Tree in this small patch update that's occurred? I know he had a little bit of a nerf.
Still winning.
Still winning, okay.
Still winning.
That's all that matters, right? Is the win rate?
I mean, for me at least, I think it still does a lot of what you wanted from before, right? The broken mechanic of giving somebody tons of armor, keeping towers alive, easy peasy.
Maybe they just want to like buff up a carry here. Also, I forgot to mention that Tiny also Mickey plays it, so they could do that if they want.
So it still doesn't reveal if the Tiny or the Snap
Yeah,
is gonna be a
exactly.
call, but we know one of the two is.
One of these two, for sure. I was also, when I saw Enigma, I wondered if they would ever want to go for an Alchemist as well, potentially. Oh, okay, fine. But the other team took it, as per usual.
Classic. As soon as you said it, we should have known.
Holy
Whoa.
shit, what the
Bang,
hell?
bang! That's the other Amar hero.
Yeah, Amar has been apparently running the Husker in the pubs nonstop.
Good for him.
I think this is mid, right? I think he's playing mid again.
I
Yeah?
actually liked him going mid, I'll be real. I think if he can play these, like, if he can have a good matchup on mid, he's skilled enough to be able to, like, come out of the lane well. And then you have Sumail who's going to do much better. Because, like, I think what I hated in the previous series is Sumail would do well mid, both side lanes would kind of suffer and do badly, and then Sumail wouldn't have anyone to play with, and they wouldn't be able to make plays with their heroes because they would be underleveled and underfarmed. So by putting Amar mid, I actually kind of like it.
Yeah.
But I mean, Huskar is going to win his lane usually no matter what. So maybe if they put him in the side lane or mid lane, I think it should work.
This Auk feels very weird now.
I think it's a support.
Yeah, I was wondering if we might end up seeing that.
Yeah. It would feel weird to pick a pose 4 as your overall last pick for Enigma Galaxy.
I think it's a +5. I think actually no.
It could be 4 with Disruptor 5, and then you've got like Eidolons with Acid Spray. That sounds dangerous as hell.
Yeah, I was also thinking they could just use it as a body for the Huskar if they want to put that in the safe lane for Amar.
Okay.
Because then you have a stun as well, and it's like, I don't know, that's going to be so much damage.
Yeah.
Lots of kill threat. I like the hero. They buffed his concoction stun duration at early levels.
I feel like it has to be a support almost, because like I have seen one other game in the history of Dota with Auk and Huskar on the same team. It was 2015 Wings. They ran safe lane Auk, mid Huskar, and then the Auk rushed an Aghanim Scepter and gave it to the Huskar, and they won it 17 minutes.
Sure, that
Whoa.
sounds classic.
Yeah,
That
that's
is the
exactly what they're
only
doing right now.
It's
Circle's just written it.
Well, that type of a game, it's stuck in my brain
Of
so
course.
much because of some craziness. But I think that, yeah, you're right. It has to, like, it just feels too weird to think about, like, an Auk sort of solo farming away and then not being involved with also an Enigma in the game.
Liquid's turn to ban.
The last phase bans for Enigma Galaxy, Bat Rider, Wind Ranger there, and then Team Liquid. They think Storm Spirit. They Is this that they don't know what's going mid, or this is just a more protect, like, we just can't have these heroes in the game?
Well, my opinion was, I mean, yeah, they're going to try and protect Sniper. Like, they have to, because it was the last pick of that phase, they have to ban now to protect it. I think banning mids is fine, because like we said, the Huskar can go in anywhere. If this is intending to be a Sniper mid lane as well, I think they want to see that matchup versus Huskar, so it's kind of like we want to force your Huskar to the safe lane and have you pick something else. I don't know. I think that that's the problem with Nigma right now, is they're quite flexible in what they're doing. Every game they're changing it up, so you can't just say, yes, this is the role they need.
And we always said it was going to be their biggest strength if they could find things that worked with people in those roles. And yeah, so it's not going to be that ban. Again, just reiterating that they don't really know what is going.
Dude, I'd be down to see the life steal. I called for it last game. Infest into the Huskar, make sure he stays alive. Let's go. Why not? I mean, it would be a little bit weird then, because I guess if Disruptor's there, then you've still got one melee, one range.
I think it feels greedy.
Yeah.
Maybe it works. I would rather just have something that can work with the timing that Huskar wants to do.
Holy moly.
Nice.
Luna got a buff a little bit, right? She has a longer... something to do with her Lucent Beam.
I don't know.
Sounds about right.
I don't remember
Yeah.
the Luna.
I agree.
Sorry.
So it was definitely to a Lucent Beam that she had. So a very small change for Luna as well in that patch that we had. Yo, Liquid take the Razor themselves now.
Is this just a swap draft? Am I like missing?
You're secretly wrong.
Okay.
So Nisha Sniper mid, Meke safe lane Razor, and then we have Sumail Luna, which we assume then is going to be
In the safe lane.
Yep. And then Amar and Huskar in mid.
I mean, look, here's the
This
thing.
is weird.
Here's the thing. Liquid have to win, because otherwise every talent member is wrong about our predictions for
yeah.
today, and we're all
Straight
going to
off
be
the bat.
fired.
Oh,
So
sure.
go Liquid.
That's it. That's my analysis. I don't want to lose my job, huh?
I like the Razor pick. I think it gives them a lot of fight though to go in and play into this Huskar, because they're gonna be wanting to like make sure they have control of top side of map around this Roshan, because if Enigma's gonna take control of the bottom half of the map. If Liquid play really hard into that and try and fight down there, and Enigma bring heroes and it's like, oh, a kerfuffle, then they might end up just giving away like some Aegis or losing a fight, and then as soon as they lose that Roche, I think that's the scariest that it can look for Liquid.
Is this Nigma Galaxy draft a similar tempo to Game 1? Like, can they execute it in that same way, how most of them are moving around? They can have longer fights. Like, they can just keep being present in Liquid's jungle.
I think it's less oppressive, but it's going to become oppressive more quickly.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
All right. I think I understand that one. All right.
They wanted to go across the whole map last time at a very fast speed. This time they want to just group around this Huskar and end the game.
And end the game. All right, we'll see if they're able to do that. We'll see if the Huskar has the ability to do it. But two people that do have the ability to walk us through the game, B-Cup and Lacoste for game number 2.
Oh, look at this magic. It's really good magic here at the DPC. We're going to see if Enigma can take the 2-0, or is it going to be a 1-1 if Liquid win the game. That was more magic for you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed our little performance as we come into game number 2. Should be fun. And
Speaking of performance and enjoyment, I did really enjoy what they had in game 1, the way they played. Talking about Enigma Galaxy. This time around, I don't think I would ever guess the heroes, like the last 3 heroes that they picked. This is Alchemist, Luna, Huskar. Sure, Alchemist, I think that this hero is going to be played more as a position 5, especially after the recent buff that he got. Max stun duration on Concoction, 0.5 extra on level 1, 0.3 on level 2, so pretty big deal.
Kuroki in some trouble, charges up the stun. I'll throw it over on a Mickey, but not really much doing. They have a level 1 glimpse, but other than that, I don't really think you want to fight into those 5 heroes. So, getting ready to see the bounty rune spawn. What's really standing out at you, other than
3
Huskar,
heroes?
Luna, Alchemist?
So Amar will play the mid lane. This is something that I wanted to see them like flex the heroes, because they have hero specialists on the team and they can play different roles. It's going to be Sumail, Luna, and it seems like it's going to be a tri-lane. Oh, aggressive one. Boxy definitely didn't expect this one.
Yeah, stun comes out, charged up fully. Boxy on the run. We need the glimpse. They'll have themselves first blood, and it goes the way of Sumail.
Great start. Enigma Galaxy, I think that like first 2 series that they played, they looked kind of disconnected in terms of roles and everything, but now they're using this to their this potential to their own strength. And it's going to be mind control on Enigma playing the top lane, just deny farm underneath the tower, and you'll have Nisha against Amar on the mid lane. Could be difficult for Amar in terms of getting more farm than Sniper. I also want to see what the Sniper's going to go for in this matchup. I want to see at least 1 point in Shrapnel, but it's also going to be a lot of harassment if he opts to go for headshot plus take aim build. Husker gets close. Nisha will be standing on his high ground every single time he tries to maybe play a bit more aggressive with Burning Spear. Will get peeped.
So yeah, so does this matchup ever change to favor Amar, or the way it's going right now, is it just going to be all Nisha all the time?
They don't have heroes to close the gap that easily on Sniper, so it looks like a really good Sniper game overall, where you also build items that Huskar does not like to play into. So you have Pike to push him away from you, you have Silver Edge later on.
Sumail taking a lot of damage here from the right clicks of Insania. Charge up that stun, but who do you really want to go on
Not
again?
yourself.
Yeah.
It's all good. As long as you don't stun yourself, I'm fine with it. Once they hit level 2, it's going to be so much damage. Lunar Blessing level 1. He started with that, so 6 extra damage. Amar.
Ooh! Oh, Fairy Fire. Nisha still wanting it, but doesn't want to go too far. And Amar again starting the high 5 shenanigans off. Does this bottom lane stay try?
I think it does. You want to, once Kuroki hits level 2, Acid Spray, I don't think you can ask for anything better in a tri-lane, maybe Undying, maybe Tusk with the tag team because you have more heroes, but just AoE Acid Spray is going to be very difficult to fight into. It's -4 armor level 1.
Stun charged up. Oh, stuns himself. Still stuns Mickey, though. Kinetic Field is up. The Link is on to Kuroki.
And stick charges.
Got the stick, the Leech Seed. He'll just escape. If that was... The glimpse was just a little bit quicker, they probably have it go a little bit easier for them. He ends up stunning himself.
Still connects with the stun, so that's fine. You're also playing solo lane into Enigma, so Zai doing very well. Looking at the CS, sitting at 14 and 5, and Mind Control 12 and 5. So I think once you get to those arcane boots on Mind Control, things are going to be much easier because you need that mana sustain.
Out of the draft, esportsbet.io has it favoring Liquid by a lot. Maybe not learning like Dota Plus. Although, now goes back towards Nigma a little bit. Okay. I'm not sure what caused the odds shift, but we'll see as this can start to go back towards favoring Nigma. They've got the Acid Spray down as well as the stun on the Boxy. Sumail at level 3. The chase is on to try and get this kill onto the Tiny. And he'll turn back around and get killed off by GH.
It's a lot of right-click damage coming out from these heroes. Living Armor, Ring of Protection on Tiny. He adjusted his item build, knows that if he goes to minus armor, those right-clicks are going to hurt. It's a hero, after all, that starts with 0 armor, so needs to be a bit more aware of that.
A lot of stick charges or wand charges there for Insania, so he can play pretty forward, especially with the Living Armor and the Leech Seed.
I also want to see if he decides to put another point in Leech Seed. I think in this type of a tri-lane, you get more value from it. And now Mickey, he's in trouble.
Yeah, Glimpse holding the stun, finally throws it on to Mickey. They've got the kinetic fields up, and Mickey with the living armor won't be able to survive anyway. Toss back onto Kuroki, onto the tower. This should be a dead Alchemist, and Boxy will at least get the trade.
That's something, but in terms of the real trade, you just traded position 5 for carry. Those early deaths could start to add up. Amar pushed out of the lane completely. Level 4 jungle Huskar. You've seen it in your pubs. Complete domination. Nisha sitting at 21 and 12. Huskar 19. He did manage to get some farm. He's gonna start to farm up jungle, but in terms of net worth, he is not that far ahead. Just 100 gold away. So.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what this Huskar ends up doing. I know there was that leak of jungler being a position again, but still not something you want to see in your pubs.
Did we remove that? That there's no jungle anymore when you click on Dota Heroes? I think there is.
I'm not sure.
I think there's not.
Doesn't say jungler anymore?
Who's the most jungle-oriented Legion commander's the first one that comes to my mind.
Iron Talon.
Yeah, not jungler anymore. All good.
All right, so no junglers anymore. That means don't go into the jungle and farm, of course. So
Early start, early lead for Enigma Galaxy. They charge up the stun, they throw it over into Boxy. He's standing right in the acid spray, and this should be a kill, but when you throw back Sumail, it's not going to be far enough away. You still get hit by that Lucent Beam and end up dead. MC taking a lot of damage in the top lane, and both these heroes are sitting at similar CS.
I already said Zeiss knows the matchup, seems like very well. He's the one who adapts quickly. Now you get global aura from Luna during the nighttime, so Huskar sitting at extra 14 damage is going to help him out with jungling. But this is also Catapult Wave. He needs to be able to get something done, otherwise your tower is going to fall. This is level 6 Sniper who's holding on to a point, whether he needs Assassinate, whether he needs to put another point and take aim, or maybe even Shrapnel to slow things down. But Amar, still level 5. Once he hits level 6, he might threaten a kill on Sniper with potential rotation from the bottom lane, and this is why Nisha is using a scan.
Avalanche toss onto Kuroki, maybe instead of GH. Kinetic Field is down to Static Link, it's on to Kuroki. They'll have the stun charging up, throw it over into
Both of
Boxy.
them.
Sumail standing on the Nature's Grasp, so he's taking some damage over time, but not a lot. Instead, all three of these heroes on the side of Nigma will walk away from the fight. Looked for a moment that it was going to be potentially a fight going for Liquid, as yeah, we see the Mortimer's Kisses on cooldown and a respawn timer on Mind Control in the Enigma.
Got a solo kill there, that's a big one. Mind Control is also level 6, doesn't have Eidolons to work with. If the Eidolons split, plus a Black Hole, you could potentially also get a kill on Snapfire. But Zai's item build, 3 gauntlets to have a bit more damage, a bit more HP as well. This mid tower almost dead, sitting at 130 HP.
Nisha holding 2 points, and Amar, he's about to be level 7. That Arcane Rune never picked up, by the way.
Doesn't need it, he's not using abilities anyway.
Yeah, just kind of lonely first power rune. Nobody came over for it, and they're going to have a second hero show up towards top. It will be the Tiny of Boxy. Mind Control, he's level 6. He's got the Black Hole. Maybe he can find rotations from his supports if they do end up seeing anybody come their way. Stun onto the Razor. His Grasp down as well as the Leech Seed used. Nisha makes his way over bottom. Sumail needs to run. They've got the glimpse on Anisha. That'll send him back over mid. GH will survive. Mickey still wanting to get the kill and will, as the stun is charged up and lands onto 2 of these heroes, but they are so tanky.
They invested in all these small items. Fluffy Hat, another Circlet, Raid Band, Raindrops. Insania, he's sitting at 20 Magic Wand charges, and in terms of hero tankiness, Trend Protector just gets a lot of strength. Kuro, trying to find another one.
Now, they're throwing the stun out, but with Insania having level 4 already, level 2 in the Living Armor, like, it just doesn't feel like Mickey's taking much damage from these right-clicks from Nigma in the bottom lane.
They lost the tower. This is going to open up the match so much for Liquid. Does allow Boxy to find whoever is farming the jungle, and you want to have 2 heroes in the jungle pretty much, because Huskar doesn't definitely feel too comfortable getting out on the map. He wants to have 2 items, and Mind Control for now is sitting on a top lane, but with another rotation potentially from Boxy, he dies. Snapfire ulti is available once again.
So top of the net worth is Zai Boxy. He's on the top of the steps, finds Amar. Avalanche, and looking to maybe get Nisha in on this. They're going to TP over the Alchemist, and Boxy now runs up out of the high ground, knows he's got Nisha for some help. That rotation from Kuroki isn't exactly going to do anything.
Stops the aggression. He would be fine, but you want to save Amar. He's very close to his armlet, just 100 gold away.
Plasma Field really bothersome to these heroes over bottom. They're not really getting much out of the lane anymore.
Even Zai's rotating to the mid lane. They want to get a kill. Dire using a scan. They know something is up.
Nisha on the run, sees these stacks, and, well, a neutral creep will get the kill into Amar. That's unfortunate, and they'll take the stacks with the kisses.
Nisha, 0-4-4 build. A lot of physical damage coming out from him. Will take all the big stacks. Finds Possessed Mask for himself, so that's going to be his sustain going into Dragonlance next.
Oh, Tumblr's Toy also picked up, and I see Zai with the pig pole, and Tumblr's Toy for Boxy. So Amar dying to the neutrals there, and his game is going to be slowed down. He did finish off that armlet. He'll bring Sumail up towards top with Mind Control, but there's Boxy coming in with a rotation, so they may be looking to use that first Black Hole, but still nothing happening. Nisha coming over again, throws down a shrapnel. They've got the toss. Stun hits on Anisha, but he's got a haste, so he gets a lot of distance. Avalanche, right click, Samar in some trouble. Needs to try and survive this and ends up dead to Nisha as he uses that ult to go in on a Boxy. GH looks like he's going to be a second to fall if Nisha's able to stand his ground. And the shrapnel, one more right click, double kill for Nisha. And Boxy helping Nisha get more kills under his belt and more net worth.
Nisha this time around having a much better start to the game, being able to kill the tower, now getting a double kill. Dragonlance already finished. The supports are not going to be dead immediately. Like Dragonlance Mask, they get close. If he uses take aim, maybe another stun, they just completely gone. And now they're going to take over the enemy jungle. I spoke about them having jungle heroes. Let's see if he black holes it.
Yeah, black hole, and it's not the most damage. They do put down the kinetic field. Zai still alive. Plasma field, static link, TP out from mind control, but they just missed the cookie. And that is black hole committed. They don't even get a kill. They brought all these heroes towards top. Nisha's here with Insania and Mickey, and GH is going to die.
This game looking much rougher. This is Treant Protector, who is level 6, does have a living armor, 3 points, and it saves Snapfire there. And we also talked about the itemization on him. Extra 6 attributes from Pigpole coming in clutch. It's looking really rough for Enigma Galaxy, I would say. Because Luna, she wants to farm the jungle. And he looks very dead here.
Toss back, charges up a stun, but he'll still die.
Huskar also wants to farm the jungle, even Enigma. So someone will need to be out there and make stuff happen.
If anybody can make anything happen, it's really tough right now for the side of Nigma. Warner's kisses onto Amar, and he dies again. That is going to be 0-3-0 here for the mid Huskar. Certainly not a repeat of game number 1.
Mid/jungle.
Yes.
They need to use Static Storm. They need to play with the glimpse. This Alchemist doesn't really provide you with much at the moment. Only Unstable Concoction, Acid Spray. It's not enough, especially against the Living Armor, so that's going to be a bit more difficult. You have Mickey, who's also free farming pretty much all 3 cores on top of the net worth at the moment.
Going for the Treant Protector, but Mickey is here. Throws out a Plasma Field, doesn't land, but still deters them from moving in onto the Treant.
They have very limited amount of damage on Enigma Galaxy at the moment. Luna also a bit under-leveled, I would say, because they were for the point of the game, because you were tri-laning. So that means you're going to have to suffer a bit. Also 3 points in Lucent Beam, which means that your jungle farming is not going to be as great. Boxy snipes the courier.
Yeah. Throws a tree at it. Hurricane Pike being built here for Nisha. No surprise. Top of the net worth by a solid margin over anybody from the side of Enigma Galaxy. Mar's still trying to farm up. He's going into the Heaven's Halberd next, but just not seeing him progress much. He is bottom of the net worth in cores.
What can they find? Zai.
Static Storm charging up the stun. They've got the kinetic field up. They'll even drop the Eclipse. Neutrals not going to steal that. That would have felt very awful.
I like that Luna put a point in Eclipse. They
holding the high
smoked.
ground.
He was holding a point until then.
Avalanche,
Kuro.
toss up, and Kuroki's going to die. Still want to throw down the shrapnel and have Nisha moving forward. He really isn't afraid when nobody's able to jump him.
This has to be one of the faster Hurricane Pikes. This is also triple raid band on Sniper. He knows that we'll have another slot available, something that can be big. I wouldn't mind seeing him pick up a more defensive item. And I see BKB queued up, big fan. Can't be glimpsed. Their damage through the BKB, through magic immunity, is almost non-existent. Luna's definitely not going to come close and try to hit anybody from a short range.
Smoke here from Liquid. Insania through the trees, maybe going to find Mind Control, but nobody else is with him. They'll cut through mid, and
another
this
kiss.
is onto Amar. He is going to die again to Boxy, who threw an avalanche from the low ground.
Zai has his number throughout the whole game. This is the 3rd time he finds him. GH.
Yeah, he's got the glimpse. Nisha moving forward, and Boxy trying to gain some ground as Snail's also there. They'll throw shrapnel down, not find anybody.
Look how aggressive Nisha is playing. This is Sniper we were talking about. This is not some Raid King 15 minutes in behind Tier 2 tower. They need to find a glimpse. But where's the follow-up? They need another hero. Kuro's coming. Still not enough, I would say.
No clips or anything like that. Getting a kill there is going to be very difficult. This game is fallen so out of control here for Enigma. Liquid are 5K ahead just 15 minutes into the game with Nisha not afraid of anything, top of the net worth, quick Hurricane Pike, now going into the BKB.
Just way too far. They also don't have the heroes to close the gap on him. Maybe if they get a good angle, but if he uses a Hurricane Pike, MC... Man, Box is so good. Scouting things out with the 3-trap / 3-throw.
Avalanche toss into the air, goes to the Guardian Greaves, and now sets up with a 2-man black hole and a cookie into the black hole. But nobody's here to help, so this is another black hole that's not going to do anything for them.
He tried. Maybe he gets position 5 killed there, but looked very difficult. There was a tower available. Someone could have potentially helped him out. Disruptor with the Static Storm on top of it could have made the difference.
Or even in a Eclipse drop down, like anybody who comes over, I just feel like a little bit of help might have gone a long way, right?
Yeah, I don't think Luna wants to be there.
Yeah.
Even if you get a kill, you die, it's still not worth it. Right now, Sumail keeps on farming. They shut him down. This first night, second night was supposed to be big timing for Enigma Galaxy because you have extra 28 global damage. It does help with farming, does help with fighting. I'm very concerned about BKB timings from Team Liquid. Once they get one on Razor, one on Sniper. Like, Sniper doesn't even need to have one. They need Razor to run in, Link, Huskar. And speaking of Huskar, Amar toggling. Let's see.
Ooh. Oh!
No, that's not the bash we're looking for.
Uh-oh. It's so risky. Oh, they find Kuroki. Okay, back to Amar camp.
It's all good. He's got to get it. Unless he gets bashed twice in a row.
Oh.
This Amar
Yeah,
gets it. That's big. That's actually huge. Easy clap.
I would never have the confidence to try that.
It's one of those things that can't go so bad so quickly. All it takes is one misclick, one mistake.
And then an instant tip and you're tilted.
This is where scripts are coming in. Just kidding.
Zai, mid-gate up here top. And off to the side, you do have Boxy as well as Insania GH. Well, very dead. Medic field, and well, looks like he's going to get into the trees, but there's a kiss and a kill.
Bit of a Kale moment right there. I feel like everybody felt it.
All right, we're paused. Yeah, we felt it. They felt it. Y'all felt it. A little bit of lag. We'll reconnect and get back in a second. Those unpauses, probably everybody's just F9. Lag. Can we pause?
That's why we see pause into unpause into another pause.
Yeah. Everybody was just spamming it.
Seems like they're ready. They're good to go.
I like this little alligator. Looks so happy.
That's a really nice cosmetic. I love that one.
What would you name the alligator?
See you later.
Alligator.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a great name.
So BKB down on Razor. Now they can start to put some more pressure with Sniper. You can slowly siege the towers. They did kill all tier 1 towers so far, but they did lose Roshan, so there is not another objective other than towers to go for.
Yeah, this Aegis, though, for Enigma, feels like it's just going to be more of like, hey, can we get our next items?
Radiant's middle tower
Boost up to try and fight. But by the time that happens, you were saying BKB timings are going to be very dangerous. They've already got one here on Mickey. The BKB is almost finished here for the Sniper. Ags is being built for Zai. Like, after this Aegis runs out for Enigma, it's worrying what they'll have next. Or if it'll even be enough.
This time around, Boxy having a much better game. I would say he's the one making the moves and getting involved in those early kills. Even though he was tri-laning, he still got a decent amount of levels, has Tumblerstoy. This is going to be 20 minutes Blink Dagger, which is completely fine for Tiny.
Avalanche action.
And he's also doing the work, something that you really like. Tranquil Boots, disassemble,
Oh, yeah.
assemble.
Amar Life break and gets the disarm on a 2. They'll throw another Avalanche. Nature's Grass, Guardian Greaves, and Amar's going to lose that Aegis. Nobody here from Nigma to help him out, so it's looking like a second death is in the cards for him.
Dire's middle tower.
So he'll try to run away, but Nisha just plinking him down and
Close.
getting the
So
kill.
close to getting a triple kill there, even ultra kill for Amar. I guess he just wanted to die. It's maybe he thought the rest of the team is gonna back him up. Mind control even tips him. Mind control's having fun.
Yeah, you
like,
see him laughing at the camera.
He knows what he did. Amar was not too happy.
Affirmative, affirmative. Sorry, my bad. Group up, Zuzhold now. Nice. So, yeah, my controller just having some fun, and these players are still smiling after the way the game's gone so far. Well, he's got to keep that mental fortitude, or at least try to. And this time, Dota Plus, 76%. So, if 60-40 equals 14K down, 79-21, 7K up. Static Storm, Boxy. Trapped via the kinetic field to go to the light break with the BKB being popped. They've already got the disarm onto the Razor, so he's not outputting a lot of damage at the moment. They get the kill on a Boxy, and they won't be able to catch themselves the Razor just yet, but the BKB runs out, and GH hoping to get a glimpse to pull him back.
Can they get it? Now they're running away already. So not a bad fight. They kill someone. They're keeping the steady 6K gold difference for Enigma Galaxy. Their heroes, they scale really well. This is Enigma we're talking about, Huskar in the late game, Luna, like once she gets more items. Also want to see if at one point he's going to get Aghanim Scepter, where after BKB on Sniper, you might close the gap with Huskar and then you throw ulti on top of him. So for now, just pretty standard item build for Luna, I would say. Hurricane Pike going into Manta style, helps you with farming. Have good stats overall, sitting at 2,000 HP. Not again.
Avalanche, kisses, everything. All right. That will give enough for the Ags for Zai.
So now you can play with Tiny, throw him in.
Gobble him up, spit him out.
Rest of Nigma members, they know exactly where they need to play. Drawing on a mini-map. Top part of the map is there, mostly jungle, but they could find someone here. Mickey, no BKB yet for another 6 seconds, and also Black Hole is available. Mickey falls back immediately. Nice read there, understands that it could potentially be, he could be in a trouble. Also, they might want to smoke into triangle, at least that's what they've been pinging.
Have a smoke available. Let's see. Clean up the creeps. Maybe smoke. Go off and find something. Croaky still bottom of the net worth, by the way. So only one level in the Greevil's Greed. The gobble up, the spit out. Like you said, trying to throw the Tiny in.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I'm down for these type of plays where you don't see anything, but you're still trying to go for it, because if you land,
Fox is here.
that's
Avalanche
another one.
toss, and there's another kill on the Alchemist.
Map is getting smaller and smaller for Enigma Galaxy. They're also losing towers. Next Roshan, Team Liquid is not gonna let it go through. They're not gonna fall for the same thing. Now Nisha.
Can they find him? Sumail, Lucent Beam, Nisha on the high ground, Hurricane Pike. Nisha from the high ground is gonna make this difficult for Sumail. Throws the Lucent Beam, they've got the Static Storm, it's gonna be on Azai. He'll walk
Pikes
away.
himself low ground.
And now Sumail trying to run here from Nisha. Nisha with the living armor on him, so he's just able to run forward to get the kill on a GH. Right-clicking Sumail from such a distance. And ooh, at the same time, Amar trying to get anything he can, but he will just find another death as Boxy gets the kill onto the Huskar.
Enigma Galaxy looks so disconnected in this second game. They're not on the same page. Every single time someone is missing, they lose Amar one more time. He's 0-7-1 at the moment. Still trying to farm up his BKB, level 13 compared to Sniper's level 16. Double Daedalus on Sniper. Nisha's like, yeah,
damage.
Yeah, damage. Give me some more damage.
How much?
Yes.
Yes. Yep.
Double damage. Speaking of it will get denied by Mind Control's Eidolon, so that's not going to be available for Team Liquid. This game kind of slowed down for Enigma after they lost the laning stage.
Yeah, the try didn't exactly go that
Dire's
well.
bottom tower
No,
is
I thought they
under
were going to be
attack.
able to get more, but Treant Protector and also Razor, I said they were buying small items, understanding that they need to win this tri-lane. Boxy with the Ring of Protection, getting Magic Wand almost immediately, so they do have enough sustain.
Yeah, the living armor early, and like you said, the Leech Seed was a big part of them surviving bottom after getting aggressed on. Sumail's going to find himself Boxy, who will blink away and use that Tumbler's Toy to get to the low ground. For Staff, Lucent Beam, and catch up.
See you
Avalanche,
later,
and
nerds. Yeah, he's out there.
Boxy's gone.
This should reveal the ward that they have on the high ground.
They're still chasing. They want, if they can get any vision, they might throw a glimpse out, but GH, oh boy, Avalanche toss, he's dead already. Huskar over from the side finds Zai, will follow him with the cookie, the TP attempt out for Staff, Lucent Beam, and they get a kill into Zai. That's at least something going the way of Nigma.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's a good start. Get something done, but
Meanwhile,
looking
your
at
tier 3.
Nisha, Dwarf, sieging the tower.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it? The rest of the team still needs to connect. There is rest of the team sitting behind him.
So let's creeps hit him as well.
Treant Protector with the Blink Dagger. So this black hole, it feels like it's never going to go off.
Lucent Beam taking negative damage.
He tried to get close.
I absolutely hate take aim. It's so frustrating. Yeah, look at that little guy.
I gotta agree. This, like,
Radiant's
you tried it.
bottom tower
It's
is
so
under
difficult.
attack.
It's very annoying, especially for the pub players to play against it. And they're still here, Boxy. Maybe if he manages to find a good toss back.
Glimpse for a second. Roche up in a minute 15. See if Nigma can go 2 for 2. They've taken every
Radiant's
Roche this
bottom
series so
tower
far.
is under attack.
They did. I don't think they're taking the next one.
Radiant are scanning.
Amar still trying to farm up his BKB. Relatively far away from it. Roshan, 1 minute.
Yeah, and Liquid are already set there, right?
They're gonna be around a bit.
Gobble up, spit out, just to clean some creeps. Ooh, Zai. Free to leave. So, Shadowblade picked up for Nisha. Boxy again standing forward, maybe looking for that Avalanche toss to find somebody just out a little bit too far. They ping towards top where there is a Disruptor by himself. Going Blink Dagger again. No Fillet this time around.
It's gonna make his game much more difficult this time around, and also playing from behind. I'm down for Blink Dagger.
There it is, Avalanche toss. Back towards the creeps, kisses in, Guardian Creeps, Midnight Pulse is down, but nothing doing for the Enigma of Nigma.
Dire's middle tower
Headshot
is under attack.
is actually a setup for Mortimer's Kisses if you use Take Aim, because you know that he's gonna be bonked back multiple times. He will finish off the tower. Boxy,
Dire's
the
middle
Flying
tower
Rock.
has
You
fallen.
can't. That's not cool. Throwing rocks into somebody. Looking like a trebuchet. Trying
It's
to
a
take
good
down the
siege
walls.
mechanic, yeah.
Blink Dagger for Zai. Amar,
Radiant's
he's
bottom
in pretty
tower
far.
is under attack.
Ooh, okay. Switching off the BKB idea and queuing up Axe.
Having Taunt Duration, I think, could come in better rather than having a BKB. Sure, BKB is a Dispel. Might get one after, and look what he queues up. Manta style. He does not want to get Treant ulti in those fights. Probably will switch things around, but knowing Amar, he also... Maybe he's not going to even get enough farm to get it. So this time around, Liquid will pick up
Radiant's
Aegis.
bottom tower is under attack.
Silver Edge done. More damage, more survivability. Break mechanic against Huskar, against Luna. Let's see how they approach this one. Mind control, no money whatsoever to buy a Blink Dagger. Decided to go for Pipe. Try to reduce damage from this Snapfire and Tiny.
You should just always forward. Looking Moon Shard next. Disappointing, because he had double Daedalus queued up. Static Storm, toss up into the air. They've got the right clicks coming in from Nisha. Charging up a stun. Kuroki throws it on the Boxy, but a step up. He gets into the hands of Nisha with that damage. They gobble up the spit out, lands on a 2. They'll look over the Huskar. They'll get the kill on a Lamar. Black Hole on the 2 heroes, but not enough to get the damage to get the kill on a Mickey. They get the kill on Aboxy. They end up losing Mind Control. 2 heroes down to the side of Nigma while the buyback is committed from Amar. That means no Ags BKB for a while. His gold is going to be spent on trying to come back into the fight on a last-ditch effort
Amar's
to defend
in.
the base. He is in. He is Overgrowth. He is in trouble. BKB popped by Nisha. 4-step back onto Amar to get him out, but they lose Kuroki, who will buy back as well. Mickey on a killing spree and still sieging this top tier 3. As GH goes for the glimpse, throws up the kinetic field, but nobody there to help him out.
They have way too much physical damage. AC, static link, sniper with the right clicks. He's keeping the distance. Amar, he's in one more time.
Light break
And he's out.
He's in. He's dead.
Yeah, this just might be it. I would not be surprised if they call it. But Nigma, they... Oh, never mind. Okay.
Sumail is going to try and get that kill, but still just lacking the damage.
And it looks very difficult for Nigma to take these fights. You see Black Hole going off. Sniper, take aim, right clicks him down. Gotta use the glyph. Let's see if they decide to stick around. Still almost full 3 minutes left on that Aegis. So now we'll try to siege the mid lane. Tower, as we've seen, has already been killed. Glimpse on Nisha. Doesn't do much, trying to delay as much as possible.
So another set of racks are going to go down. They do have the tier 3 bottom open. No outer towers stand tier 4 Enigma, and it looks like it might be Mega Creeps. Avalanche on a Sumail pops BKB. Mickey going in. He pops a BKB of his own, and now we'll go for Sumail. The right click fight is on. But with the living armor, it looks like Mickey's going to be the one who's successful to fight and get victories here. As Mind Control and GH go down, Sumail's able to get into the base and heal, but he's not able to defend the buildings that are standing there.
This is going to be Mega Creeps. Mickey understands how tanky he is, has
Avalanche
that Elder
again.
Tunic.
Toss on a Sumail, and he will die. He should godlike with a double kill.
When it's time to call it, it's time to call it.
In and out. He is dead again. They'll call GG. And we're even at 1 as Liquid take game 2.
Very one-sided game. They tried something different. They tried to run aggressive tri-lane. Zai was all over the place. Mid completely dominated. They lose early mid tower. You have a lot of heroes that want to be in the same place, farm the same area. Enigma, Huskar, Luna, you know that these heroes like the jungle. So there's no one on the map, no one to make the plays. You lost the laning stage 10 minutes into the game. You're down 2, 3, maybe even 4,000 gold. Nisha off to such a great start to dominate this mid matchup, as he should. Takes the tower. Just very easy, very well executed draft from Team Liquid. I don't think we're going to see anything similar from Nigma in Game 3. I think they, need to tone it down a little bit.
Yeah, this felt like a let's try some things kind of line up, and they tried a tri-lane, they tried Huskar mid. Both those things not exactly working out for them, as Team Liquid, it was a wire-to-wire victory from them, and they really didn't look like they were going to stop. So we're even at 1 to break down game number 2, and to tell us where we're going to be at for game number 3, we've got the panel. Back to you guys.
Bicop brought up a good point there. The lane swaps, the laning shenanigans that we saw. Let's start off with that one because, I don't know, I didn't really know what to make of it and sort of the ideas behind it, why Zai went so well being left alone on a Snapfire offlane.
Oh, well, I mean, Zai's just a god. He was like taking the creeps around and making sure he could farm it safely. Like, I think Enigma had quite a fair few denies on him, but overall he was doing just lane stuff to make sure he could take waves and farm them nicely. And then as soon as he hit 6, he just outplayed Mind Control and just killed him with the kisses. And yeah, that's just classic Zai. But I mean, the tri-lane was cool.
Tri-lane, yeah.
That's where the action was.
That was.
I mean, it was all over the place. I think that, like, in theory, there's some cool elements to it. The big problem was that it basically left Amar on an island against Sniper as Huskar.
Yeah.
And, like, everything fell apart from there. And you could see that was the first death. That was, that was the second death that happened in a series of 4 deaths in a row. Once was an Ancient deny as his Ancients were stolen. 2 was that death mid that we just saw. And then the next 2 were just Zai solo killing him with kisses. He had, like, for a little period of time there, about 250 GPM. Feels pretty bad for your mid laner. And he looked like he got tilted out of this world and just kept dying over and over again. It was a really rough one. The tri-lane, there were some cool things with it, but it was tough.
Yeah, just to elaborate off of that a bit more, I think the big problem with this Huskar pick was that he didn't get the counter pick. So this sniper meant that he just could not lane at all. And you saw him hit level 4, he goes to the jungle. I think it's okay on Huskar a little bit because you get the net worth. Like, his net worth was actually keeping up with Sniper, who was free farming in lane. But he lost his tower because he's not there to be able to defend it. And when he loses his tower, and when you're playing against Boxy, who's so good on roaming fours like Tiny, it means that they can just hunt you down. That's why you saw that deny at the Ancients and having his stack stolen. It's because there's no tier 1 tower mid to defend that portion of your map anymore. It's very easy for them to just walk, smoke. They don't have to even smoke. To just go wherever they want and pressure you and kill you. And Huskar is very weak pre-armlet. And especially when he gets a late armlet as well. Into all of his magic nuke, the kisses he struggled with multiple times.
It was the complete inverse of what we saw for game 1. Liquid just had full control over this map. There were moments as well, it felt very disconnected from Nigma Galaxy. I'm not too sure what was going on in the talk between the draft ending and coming into this game, but it didn't feel that the game plan was the same idea for everyone across the board.
I think Sheep nailed it on the head with the sort of not getting the last counter pick for the Huskar. We've seen Huskars look good, but if you have a bad laning stage, this is a hero that's built around snowballing. Otherwise, it ends up with that 1-10-2, and it just feels really bad. And Liquid, for what it's worth, I mean, Nisha had a perfect game. 11-0-12. How many kills total they had? They had like 30-something in that neighborhood?
31.
I mean, yeah, he absolutely slayed. Like, on the one hand, it's, you know, obviously some amount of help coming from Insania, things like that, but dude was killing it. So really impressed with Nisha. He's my MVP.
I was going to say, enough to be MVP.
Definitely.
Lyrical Sheep, she's contemplating.
We like to argue.
Yeah, she wants to. I reckon she wants to give it to Zai.
I did.
Yeah,
Okay.
Or Boxy.
one, she loves
Actually, I
off-laners,
like
and two,
Boxy.
I mean, the fact that he held himself. You want Boxy?
I mean, there's lots.
Okay.
Okay, so it just like the Boxy. By
Yeah,
taking
they were like, they don't have an answer yet.
Just hold, just pause. Please wait.
It's fine. I just think Boxy set up every kill very well. Like Nisha, sure, he was doing all of the damage, but I think Boxy, like, he was enabling Nisha by being like the body that goes in and catches with the stun or like setting up and finding people. I think Zai as well just played really well, and getting that Ags was nice because he was able to save people from glimpses.
Yeah.
He was his kisses every time were always really impactful. I think it was hard for them to just deal with all of their heroes, but that is the way when you're getting stomped. Everyone could be an MVP.
I was gonna say, still no solid answer though. Are you going for Boxy?
I'll go for Boxy, but you.
All right.
I'll trust her.
Okay, I was like, who's gonna succumb here? All right, so Boxy MVP for game number 2. You've given all your reasons why, but Lyrical, why did you want to give it to Nisha? Was it just because you felt that he had the perfect game and that he was decimating so much mid?
Yeah, and I think that he like sort of created this like invisible barrier around him that's like, if you get in range, you're gonna just get hit, you're gonna get planked, you're gonna get pushed back, and all of these areas of the map were just shut down from him. But again, she was talking about, it was Boxy that was throwing people into that invisible force field over and over again that kept killing him, and he set up so much for this entire game. Really impressive showing from him.
Yeah. And he's like the reason as well why they're able to crack the base at the end of the day, because they're playing the fog of war just outside the base, waiting, and as soon as anyone shows, in like one case mind control, toss back. I mean, it's easy. It's hard to say, oh my god, he's the best, he tossed back, because that's like every tiny game ever. But my
Zai
god,
helped
he
them.
tossed back good.
Because Zai tossed him in, and then he tossed himself out along with one extra person. Easy.
Easy.
So actually, all of the people that you mentioned should just be the MVP. Let's just keep rolling through the MVP.
Okay, insane.
No.
MVP.
That
Zero
tree
deaths,
armor.
Tree Ant Protector gets the armor. Every time you saw some stupid dive and them overplaying and punishing Nigma Galaxy, do you know what's happening? There's like 2 heroes with tree armor on them.
God, he's so good.
It enabled so much.
Dude, they're all so good at using all their spells and winning the game. They got the win in game number 2, which means this series going all the way to a game number 3 happening after this break. It's our first series, Nigma Galaxy up against Team Liquid. Game number 3. It's gone the distance. Nigma Galaxy looked fantastic in game 1. Liquid fought back, looked just as fantastic in game 2, which means what can we expect in game 3? Still a Nature's Prophet banned out? Still a Disruptor being picked up?
Well, we can expect a Liquid win because they have second pick.
Oh,
All right.
snap.
She's already just coined it up to who gets pick phase priority.
I'm not going to lie, I do think that Nigma sort of, for them to do their shenanigans with their lane swaps, they sort of need the second pick because they need to be able to get 2 lane matchup that look good for them.
This is what happens. You bait them into thinking you're running a Mar mid again.
Holy shit.
And then at the last second, you just swap it back. And
That's so true. Just pick Razor X.
That's amazing. I like that. I think that I do like the idea, though, of taking 2 cores that can swap between either of the 2 lanes. So just pick 2 offlane heroes right at the start. And then, I mean, I guess, like, if you can get NP, that's like the dream. But you're probably going to have to ban that one out. So I don't know.
But I think that's what worked so well with the Death Prophet as well, is the fact that we were like, oh, Sumail could play it, Mind Control could play it too. Like, it really could be played almost anywhere. Why are you smirking? She wants to say, like, she wants to roast me. She wants to roast me. She's like, I'm going to hold it back.
Why would I roast you? That's such a horrible thing to say. I think
Yeah,
this
true.
tiny ban's really good from Nigma. I think Boxy's been a massive problem for them.
Before we get too far into the draft, I'm just going to say no matter what happens, it's going to be a really good and really close game that goes like 70 minutes.
So PMA.
No, the reason why is because game number 1 was a stomp, game number 2 is a stomp.
I know you
game
reckon
number
they're
3,
fully
it's always
even playing
awesome.
field. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But,
Alright.
but I've
Or
seen
it's
a
a
lot of
zombie.
game 2s that look...
Or it's going to be 15 minutes. I don't really know.
I don't, the NXT game was a game 2 that went really long, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which one? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess to support your argument, the Spirit vs. Bet Boom, the 3rd game was the one that went really long. There's been some good games, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I've been watching
DPC has
more
delivered
DPC
so
than
much
usual.
this tour.
Yeah.
And across all regions. It's been fantastic.
Yeah,
But
Beast Coast nearly lost to Infinity last night to all my South American Dota 2
Whoa.
fans. That was a scary one for a little... They had me going for a little bit.
the heart was racing.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit. But it's okay, we brought it back.
Yep. And we're going to bring it back to talking about the draft. Team Liquid, Nigma Galaxy, Tiny, Rubik. That's going to be the change-up, which means either a Nature's Prophet or a Death Prophet is going to be let through for Nigma Galaxy to pick up for themselves.
Oh yeah, because they do have that first pick.
That's right.
Let's see how it goes. I think if you leave NP in right now, you take it.
Oh, wait, what?
They first face Timber.
It's the reverse. You now have the 2 options, and then
Yeah.
it's going to pick up whichever one doesn't get picked, right?
For sure.
I think you take NP. Yeah, I don't think you want to give NP to Liquid. This is a good opening now. And I don't know. I don't even care if you get DP. You could go like DP Tree here or something maybe.
And you'd still side with the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. Ooh.
Ooh, they take Disruptor themselves.
That's
I
probably
like.
better.
I like.
Okay, well now Nigma, I don't think they could potentially pick 2 cores here if they see something they think is really good. But I think you're already happy having Natures into DP as like a core-to-core matchup. So you should just pick a support here that can help Natures make sure he's laning just fine. Potentially that Clockwork, potentially Tusk. I'm not too keen on Tusk, but that sort of vein. Tiny's gone, so you can't take that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you leave Clockwork in, if Liquid take its second phase also, because I still think that combo is really good regardless. And you're
Like the
probably
support combo of Clock and Disruptor, or
of Clock Disruptor. They would probably take I think Tusk on Liquid or something like that, and then that gives them some flex too, because then Tusk could be 4 or it could be Tusk mid for Nisha if they wanted to. Yeah, I think Clock here is decent for Nigma, but it really depends on which way they want to go with their draft.
Yeah, like they could take a Tramp Protector and play more to just keep their towers like defended while they play more of a split push and control the map type thing there, or split the map type thing. They could play the Clock and just be more aggressive. They could play, well, doesn't matter anymore because they took the Clock. Wonderful.
great predictions. I'm loving what everyone's coming up with.
We're just, yeah, we so
get
good.
it. We get it.
We know what's going on.
We get what's going on. These teams, they're what's up. Storm, okay. I kind of feel like the one thing that's weird about this from Nigma Galaxy is that the Clock pick feels very like whatever. And I'm wondering if there was maybe something bigger that they could have gone for. They were burning through a lot of their reserve time there. But Liquid is going to be the one that are under the gun out of the second phase because they're going to have that, next pick that they need to do, which sort of sets the tempo for the rest of the draft. And they're already, they still have their full reserve time at least.
I want to know if Liquid are going to ban Mars again, and why you think would be 3 games in a row that they ban it. Like, we know Omar's comfortable in it. Like, I do understand that, but we've already seen him play it once this tour, and I wouldn't say it was like a phenomenal performance. Like, it was an amazing standout, right? And they did end up losing with it, but it's enough that they were willing to ban it over the Razor or the Mars. Oh, sorry, or the Timber.
I think the Mars was a good ban in game 1 because they picked the Drow, and it's just nice to be able to have a Mars versus range cores in general, just due to like your arena and how you block projectiles. But game
Take it
2,
away
yeah, I
still.
didn't agree with it. I don't know. I'm still
I
not.
figured they were gonna do it. Like, I just wasn't. Yeah, game 1, I guess you're right, but I just couldn't see it in game 2, and then again here in game 3. Like,
I think just make him uncomfortable. That's like a big part of it. Like, I think you're right. There's no real reason to do it except to shut out like comfort for Amar, which Razor, Timber, Mars, like they're all out of there.
10 seconds remaining.
He's just good at it, right? And it does like synergize and work well with the heroes too. It's like, okay, you're playing the map, you have a Mars, you hit some arena, nature's TP's in, everything kind of works together smoothly for you when you just give them Mars. And you know, he is that guy that, yeah, he can go for that less greedy build with the blink and stuff because that's what a lot of people have been doing, but he's also happy to scale and knows how to scale and knows how to find farm on Mars. And I think that's probably my biggest issue with most Mars we've been watching is they just don't know how to find farm.
yeah, okay.
Turn to pick.
Well, then the Coddle is going to be the other ban. Straight into a Hoodwink pick. I like it. Boxy has definitely shown up multiple times on Hoodwink before.
Running that dual range support as well that we've been seeing more and more of lately.
See, the thing that's all right, this is the big question for me now. If Amar plays like normal mids, I feel like with this support combo and what they have right now, Nigma could just run like Beastmaster and put it on MC or one of these like zoo down heroes. And I don't know if Liquid have great answers for that. But the question is, does Amar play like a regular normal mid and then let
Yeah.
Sumail play on NP?
I'm gonna go ahead and say no to that, my
Right.
Yeah, I
know.
feel like
friend.
I feel like this is what we wanted back at the start of this series before we saw what they had changed up is mind control going on the Nature's Prophet and safe, like an offlaner that he's comfortable with but gets safe lane priority.
Right. Well, exactly. But then they did the switch. So yeah, you're saying that you think
That's
that
what
it might
for
be
this
MC
for
on
game
NP.
3. Yeah.
I think Sumail can
Interesting.
just take the natures and play it from mid if that's what they want to do,
Okay.
rather than make Amar play an actual mid. Okay, so it is Sumail mid
Yeah.
natures and it's carry mind control Terrorblade.
Yeah.
So they're that's weird though because then they're leaving last pick for Amar
Wow.
and his pool is like already just disappearing before our eyes.
It doesn't matter if you can have the comfort in the Nature's Prophet and Terrorblade. Maybe that's what they're thinking is like we can put him on something that's not as
Wait, so you guys think it's Sumail mid Nature's Prophet?
Yes.
well. I definitely think it's mind control and Terrorblade. When you see the
Yeah.
Terrorblade come out, I don't see anyone else on this roster that I could see playing it.
Yeah, I feel like Sumail maybe could, but I think you're right that MC is like the much more comfortable one. He's been
Yeah.
playing it more often. It just feels very strange to me now, like you're talking about that weirdness of leaving a Mars hero for last. And now, oh, they got Morphling. Dude, this is my like least favorite matchup to see Terrorblade go into. Yikes.
Why is that?
Because the Aghanim Scepter just absolutely destroys it. You turn into such a better version of Terrorblade, and then on top of that, TB just like his right clicks are just little, like throwing.
I'm the illusion.
It's like my little nephew throwing a snowball. Like he just can't do it. It's nothing there. It feels so bad.
That was just a great depiction. That was fantastic. That was so good.
Yeah, it's definitely rough. I think Liquid are gonna do a fine job of not losing the map to this Heroes 2. Like, cause Nigma, what they're gonna do is they're gonna get levels, they're gonna get gold, they're gonna get farm, and they're gonna be splitting the map. Nature's is gonna be sending Treants down one lane. You have T-Blee using his illusions to play the other lanes. Liquid are gonna have to find ways to deal with that. Right now, I think both their supports aren't fantastic at it. Maybe if Boxy does go some Maelstrom or something and plays that way with Hoodwink and tries to, play in the trees and just cut waves, they could probably deal with it that way. Maybe they get boosted travel on someone as well.
We haven't really talked about the Phoenix, actually. You said the support duo. We want to talk about why this pickup for Phoenix. Does it rely more on comfort, or are you seeing a connection around team fighting?
10 seconds remaining.
I think it's just to like control area in their fights. Like DP wants to run in with Exorcism, he's just gonna egg and make her force her off or force her back. Like they want to commit. We're running in with our DP. We're putting down a disruptor ult. We're doing damage. He's gonna like mitigate a lot of that damage with the heal and just be this beacon in the fight for Terrorblade to stand next to and just throw his attacks and hit. Because that's what he wants to do. He wants to stand there and hit.
And they kind of have like some save as well for the egg with the clockwork hookshot and things like that. Like if you commit fully into that, then you can imagine a world where like MC runs in on the Terrorblade and just starts beating the crap out of them. I think the big problem is still that now this Morphling, like, I mean, so MC obviously new transition to carry. I think a lot of Terrorblade players like wouldn't want to pick TB in this position with Morphling still in the pool. I think it's really feels like an impossible matchup the times that I've seen it. But they do have a last pick that can maybe like change the tides around, and if they can play super fast before Morphling can get that Ags, maybe they can come in and timing underneath it, and this is a great hero to do that with.
Okay. Dragon Knight, you wanted it last game? Comes out now in this game, Sheep?
It makes sense for me. For what they're doing, it feels like Nigma are understanding how they want to play their cores together. It didn't work out last game, but yeah, this DK, it's simple, it's easy, it has a clear purpose. You're going to be able to get that blink. You're going to want to stun heroes for your team to start fights on. You're going to go in with your clockwork. You're going to set up for Natures to come in later. You guys are just about like making sure people stay still so your TB can do the most amount of damage, and it gives them as well like this combination with Natures to push early towers and just try and take space away from Morphling before he, you know, peaks and beats out your Terrorblade.
I wonder if they just pick like a Darkseer last for Liquid and run the DP mid.
That'd be so tight.
Yeah, I think like it feels pretty good because I imagine that like DP against DK sounds perfectly fine. Like you should have a pretty good matchup. But Tidehunters, whenever I like say we should pick Darkseer, Tidehunter's just the better version of it. Like stand in front of a tower, now you can't take our towers, and I'm still gonna buy Mech Greaves, and we're gonna be sick.
I think they just would rather not play with 4 ranged heroes on a Darkseer.
Yeah.
Makes it a little bit awkward. The ult would have been nice, but the Tide's still good. It gives them team fight now, or like, you know, better team fight to kind of go into Nigma. And it's also like, okay, you want to go on to us, we're just going to disengage with that Ravage if we need to and just reset. You've used Egg, whatever.
I saw who ended up picking what on the side of Nigma Galaxy, by the way. It is going to be Mind Control on Nature's Prophets, Mail on TB, and then Amar on Dragon Knight. So we got a little bit debated by the TB coming out, but yeah, they stuck to their guns of what they wanted when they picked up the Nature's Prophet there.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing anyway. It's just like the players are different, but the lanes are still like what we expected, so it's fine.
Yeah. Does that mean you want to go with Nigma Galaxy, or like it's fine, but Liquid is still going to roll this one?
Oh, I think the Tidehunter makes it hard for Nigma to do what they want, which is take towers, because at least Exorcism, you know, you can pressure and kill a Tidehunter if it was on opposite teams, but it's not. It's like Treants. It's like a Dragon Knight. You're going to be able to poke with these high range like spells with Hoodwink and Disruptor and like fight a lot better. I think I really like this last pick Tide.
I agree. I think the Morphling is insane, and I think that the only way this ends up working is if like Tide has a really bad game, but I don't think they can do it with Terrorblade Clockwork against him with Boxy in lane. So yeah, Liquid every single time.
All right, back in Liquid, going all in on your prediction there. It is game 3, Liquid up against Nigma Galaxy with Big and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Game number 3. Not many thought we would be here, but it is game 3. Nigma against Liquid. Lacoste, looking at these drafts, what's the first thought on your mind?
I like Liquid's draft a lot. They do have Morphling, which is water, which is liquid after all. Great analysis there. This is why I'm here. No, but this Tidehunter last pick does give them something that's going to win the lane, someone that buys auras, like carry-to-carry matchup. I really like Morphling. Panel touched upon it. Aghanim Scepter on him. Eventually, you're going to get it. In terms of damage, Nigma Galaxy has pretty limited amount of damage early on, I would say. Like TB, he's not the hero that wants to join earlier fights. Sunray is not maxed out. Dragon Knight also doesn't do much, so they have a bit of a global presence, I would say, with Clockwork going in. Nature's Prophet with the ulti, try to outnumber opponents potentially, but these are going to be some very difficult kills to get. You have Morphling, you have Death Prophet, Tide. These heroes get so tanky so quickly.
Being pinched a little bit, Kuroki looking like he's going to be first blood. They've got the glimpse from Insania. Nisha will get first blood, and, well, you don't want to make his lane any easier than it already is. And, well, with that first blood, it's going to go that way.
Insania would probably get the kill with Glimpse, but Nisha wants to take it. Crypt Swarm wants to get that bottle as soon as possible. So now they are swapping things around. I was wondering which lanes they're going to be playing. And seems like Amar will play the offlane Dragon Knight with the Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, so plays mid twice, goes off lane, going into the Meteor Hammer. We saw yesterday in China? 2 Meteor Hammers. The Ricky Meteor Hammer was...
Didn't look too good. A bit sus. I think at one point, Enigma Galaxy is going to confuse themselves, and they're going to end up with 2 cores at the same lane, and one lane's going to be empty.
You think that's going to happen?
Now, I love the flexibility. No, I'm just kidding, but I love the flexibility coming out from them. But I think you need to have like also something a bit different. They also wanted to play heroes that they like to play. So you have MC on the Nature's Prophet, play the hero before it was cool. Everybody's playing Nature's Prophet in 2022, 2023, but he was playing it back in the days.
Before it was, fetch, basically. Mind control up against Nisha mid. We'll see if he can do better than Amar did in the last game. Amar's up here against Mickey. No try v try this time around, unfortunately. What do you think about this mid? Nisha, first blood, early bottle.
Zania will get the courier. And he also glimpsed him back. What do I think about the mid matchup? Especially with the start from Nisha, he should not struggle. I don't think you have a kill threat on Nature's Prophet. He can easily come back. You're going to try to harass him. Nature's Prophet with the Treants, and of course the Blightstone, kind of a standard build. Having Nature's Prophet from the mid lane does allow you to hit earlier level 6.
Metamorphosis top. So with the Anchor Smash, Kuroki with the body blocks and the Battery Assault. So Zai forced to turn around, but Sumail taking a gush and will get the kill onto Zai. As Boxy will scurry through these trees and will try to avoid Kuroki and Sumail. Jukes them just a little bit, eats 2 right clicks, but nothing more.
I would say a bit greedy. Tidehunter, no point in Kraken Shell. I guess they wanted to put a bit more pressure on Terrorblade, but didn't happen. Now he needs to be careful. Sumail, gushed.
Yeah, Acorn shot. And top lane gets low, but not going to die here. They don't exactly have any follow-up damage from Zai if he's unable to keep close to Sumail.
Kuro also, starting with Quelling Blade, they cut down all the trees, pretty similar to when you play against Treant Protector. You do not want to give Hoodwink good bushwhack targets so they can play on that side. We'll need to cut it down one more time.
Yeah, not wanting to give that option for extra lockdown. And Dragon Tail, just a quick shot on a McGay. They've got some Fire Spirits and Insania waiting over to the side. Both him and GH are sitting a little bit low. Thunder Strike onto the Phoenix. Insania.
No mana for Glimpse. He tried to pop a stick. Even with the Glimpse, I don't think they get the kill. Maybe if Mickey shows up. But, yeah. This seems like this is going to be a farm fest. Dragonite will farm. Same goes for Mickey.
Zai again, Reflection, and Kuroki. He's actually taking a lot of damage from both Zai and Boxy. The Bushwhack lands. They'll get the kill onto the Clockwork instead. No meta that time around to try to help out with this kill and get that extra damage, as we see a pause from Insania real quick.
Love that one. Insania will disconnect. One thing to notice is nicknames from Team Liquid. I like how Boxy, because they give credit to other players. So Insania has Jerex in his name. You have Kimchi coming out from Zeiss, and you have Boxy, who's a big fan of himself. He's just Boxy, Boxy, Boxy.
Yeah, Boxy, Liquid Boxy, 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 Boxy. He's in the back end, usually like sponsor.
Yeah, he's sponsoring himself as well. Yeah,
3 times. Look at the odds brought to you by esportsbet.io. 1.20 for Liquid and 4.29 for Enigma. And we'll see if it kind of sticks that way, if it's going to be as one-sided as game number 2 was with these odds. But for right now, the CS going well for the side of Enigma. A-okay.
Amar's not going to be harassed at all. Has an early Ring of Health, 2 points in Dragon Blood. He's like, well, you guys want to ban my Timber Saw? I'll just make a new Timber Saw for myself.
Roki again with these cogs around 2. Sumail moving forward, but still 15 seconds without the Metamorphosis.
Once meta is up, they could get kills. Clockwork will also hit level 3, which is a big power spike for him in terms of damage output. It goes from 20 to 45, which is a big increase.
Okay, shifting, and Amar just moving forward. You can see that guild banner behind him, the Creep Wave guild banner. Sprout around Nisha as he tried to get the Spirit Siphon on him on control, who is getting closer to level 4.
for those high fives and continuing tradition in the mid lane of high-fiving each other as a neutral creep will take out Boxy, 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 Boxy.
Dead Prophet level 4 still. Nature's Prophet hits level 5. He has extra denies. Nisha got some extra XP from that kill on the top lane. Nothing too significant, but a lot of deny. Like 13 denies on Nature's Prophet. Dead Prophet has 8. So Nisha trying to keep up.
Glimpse back. That is on to Amar. Zenia is just eating these fire spirits from GH. Helping out Mickey to push back that Dragonite. Again, like you said, pretty much a farm fest. To be expected with Amar now top of the CS. Meteor Hammer being built for Zai as well. So, lots of meteors.
You can chain stun people with Ravage. Like 2.8 second duration on level 3. Level 2 should be fine. With only level 1, they could potentially escape. But once you get also a shard, then you have another layer of stun.
Sprout and some Treants ahead of Boxy, but unable to keep the body blocks on for Kuroki to get close enough.
There are certain heroes that I like Meteor Hammer on.
Right.
Tidehunter's not that hero. It's like somewhere in the middle. Top lane, a lot of harassment. Sumail might even drop unless he pops the stick.
Yeah, pops that wand, has some extra damage, goes to the Metamorphosis. This time, though, like, they've used the Metamorphosis now, and they're not getting any kills for it at the moment. Sumail needs to be very careful with the Gush, and if there's a Bushwhack follow-up, Sumail just might fall. Instead, it's used on a Kuroki. He eats an acorn shot as well. Battery Assault not doing anything as he's forced to go behind the tower.
Things are going to get more difficult. Zai decided to opt to go for Arcane Boots early on. Cheap item. And then it does allow Boxy to spam his abilities. Every single time it's off cooldown, they try to play a bit more aggressive, look for a kill.
Kuroki hit with the Gush.
Like they're going to get it.
He's got the cogs and has some space, but Boxy will die to the Wrath of Nature. That means Kuroki gets to live.
All right, that's the damage from mid lane. Nature's Prophet hits level 6. First Wrath of Nature. Yeah, also Mickey needs to be careful because Morphling does love to play on low HP. If Amar managed to get a stun, maybe they could have gotten the double kill.
Yeah, that's that fly move.
We always go back to fly. Whenever there's a Morphling, no matter which region we're covering, you're going to mention it.
I can't help myself. I'm sorry, fly. I know, I don't mean it. But sometimes I do. Treants. And now a Exo. Hobbs will go over the Treants, try to put some pressure onto the tier 1 over mid. GH, she's in Glimpse territory and will be glimpsed back to Boxy and Nisha. Off the Glimpse, they land the Bushwhack and get the kill on the GH.
Perfectly timed. This was first usage of the Exo with Arcane Rune, so should be up online again in a minute once it's finished. But Mind Control did a very good job soaking up the damage with his Treants and also dragging the creep wave to the bottom side of the map just to be able to mitigate damage on this tower. So even popped the glyph. 500 damage done by first Exo. Amar and Meke having some fun.
Because the Wrath of Nature is going to be up now. And I'm like waiting to see if Amar's going to try and go for like a Dragon Tail Meteor Hammer combo with Wrath of Nature flying out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just gotta be worried. Heavy in the Agi now. Dragon Tail, Meteor Hammer, drops in. Starting to shift though.
It was more about stunning him so he can land Meteor Hammer on a tower. 2 points in Dragon Tail. To have more duration on it.
Cogs around Zai, forced to Ravage, and he's still not moving away. As Cogs stay up for a while, they're trying to keep up to Zai, and immediately Sumail's like, we can't catch him. We won't get this kill. Insania here with Boxy, Bushwhack, connects onto Amar. They've got the kinetic field. That will lock him up even longer. And with Nisha here too, Dragon Tail and nothing more from Amar. 4 heroes from Liquid combined to get the kill onto this Dragonite.
It's also going to be some damage dealt to the tower. I'm not sure if they have a hero that can just TP here contested. No Wrath of Nature available. Exo also not the usual move you would see where someone TPs or rotates with that Prophet to take enemy offlane tower, but still damage is going to be done. They're going to have another entrance to enemy triangle. Okay, we'll get the last hit.
Saving it for him to get that gold. And I believe Meteor Hammer soon there for Zai.
Radiant's middle
I think
tower is
Zai
under
decided to go for Meteor Hammer because he wanted to put more points in Kraken Shell, just so he doesn't die. That first death was relatively early on when he didn't have it, so needs to have some kind of a farming tool. Anchor Smash does scale well in terms of damage and also the cooldown. Second per level, so wants to have something to farm the Ancients and also farm the stack that he made for himself.
So relatively quiet for Nigma. Has Mind Control. He's going for that Axe. He wants that upgrade to give them the Entangle.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
See how much that's going to help them in these fights and in this game. Especially if they can get superior vision and use this Wrath of Nature to play some high-tempo pressure.
Zai has been farming underneath the ward for quite some time, but they need to bring multiple heroes to be able to bring him down. Boxy, he knows something is up.
So they get that D ward, and now
Radiant's middle tower is under
it's
attack.
all dark there over on the triangle.
Mind Control. Attacking tower with his Treants. Trying to put as much pressure as he can. As you said, going into that Aghanim Scepter, I'm a big fan of the item. Just, if you can build it from the off lane, like not a fan of safe lane, but... Because you want to build different items, of course. You want to get damage, but you can still scale with Aghanim Scepter. It's also a good tool to stop Dead Prophet from running in with the Exo if you pop it. And of course, against the Morphling, root mechanic.
Hook shot, Sunray onto Zai. The battery assault around him, or in the cogs too. It is tough for him to get out, and he'll die to Sumail, who came over and used that meta immediately.
Also got hit by Nature's Prophet ulti. Kuroki finds Zai 2 times so far. Hook shot. Game slowed down. 4-3, 11 minutes into the game. Insania does have Static Storm available, so I want to see him pop it. Sumail is relatively an easy target, especially with the Ravage combo.
TP in from Boxy. They find Kuroki, they're going to bring another TP and even more TPs in. Cogs will push back Nisha. They've got the glimpse on a Kuroki, but he's still on the run. Boxy moving over, Acorn shot.
Nice, done by
cuts the
Kuro.
tree. So they won't be able to land the bushwhack, and that means all these rotations are for nothing.
MC even tips Kuro for that good play. We have a lot of green lights top. Means that people should be fighting. GH will try to dive away, and he gets it. And also uses Egg far away from there. Nicely done by GH.
Is that value, though? Like, instead of just dying and having Supernova ready for a fight immediately after?
Nah, you don't want to die here, I would say. Just feed away some gold. Kuro chasing him one more time.
Bushwhack lands from a distance. Sharpshooter with the Exo. They've got the glimpse. Sprout, Static Storm. That's on a 2. And Mind Control unable to get out as they drop down the Meteor Hammer onto Nisha. Nisha, though, just fighting back at Amara. They've got all these heroes. Nisha ends up dead, so Amara will fall. Hookshot onto the back line to get Insania. Boxy, not a lot of health.
No Scurry also available. Sumail
Went the opposite direction.
Yeah, he got the last hit with his illusion on Sumail, getting that extra 300 gold. So now, on top of the net worth after getting that kill, we'll continue to farm up the jungle and also stopping the aggression. This is second Exo on a mid lane that did not result in a tower kill.
Yeah, it ended up getting them 2 kills overall, but just no tower. They got the bottom tier 1 a long time ago. Mind Control comes back. They find Mickey. He's going to try and stand his ground. Waveform back, shifting, sprouted, bushwhack on a 2, and now look for the sharpshooter again. Sumail needs to be careful. It hits him. Now he sunders. That's going to be out of Mind Control, so he's got low health. Mickey's still surviving. These heroes come over from the side of Liquid. They'll get the kill into Mind Control, and Mickey still survives. They go after Sumail, the bushwhack on the 2. They'll take out the Terror Blade and look over to the Clockwork to finish him off.
This is what I talked about. They try to kill Morphling, and their damage output is very limited. Like, even Terrorblade shows up, and the finest of all Ice Frog creations, the Attribute Shift ability, does not allow him to die there. Power Treads, Raid Band, and the Magic Wand, that's all it takes. He shifted down to, I'd say, 3,000 HP going into Lincoln Sphere next, which I really like. I'm usually not a fan of Lincoln Sphere Rush on Morphling. I know the Chinese players love to do it, but this time around against Sunder, against the Dragon Tail mostly, where he wants to initiate with the Blink Dagger stun, it's going to stop any kind of aggression from Dragonite. And also, they don't have abilities that they can proc Lincolns with, so that's going to be a big problem for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, Mickey feeling unkillable without the Lincolns, and with it might be even more.
While all this was happening, Zai got a solo kill on GH. Ravage, Meteor Hammer. He knew that there was no Supernova available, so won't be able to use it this time. And now Zai will get a kill on tower eventually. Another Meteor available in 10. What a gameplay. Fantastic.
You really love it. These Treants still trying to get the 2-1 over mid. Tower is low, but not dead. Ooh. This is a replay. Just another Meteor Hammer. Now the tower. Alright. So, free to take that tower. Also gets that solo kill that you talked about earlier. So it feels like it's working. That's for sure. 2K lead for Liquid, and well, the only one who's really up there in the net worth is Sumail. The other two cores are struggling. Mind Control has died a couple times and still looking for this Ags.
Interesting build from Sumail. He wants to get Eagle Song immediately as his pretty much second item, or first, if you, I don't know if you consider Dragonlance one item.
That's kind of one of those questions that's in the eye of the beholder, right?
Like Butterfly, they have so much magical damage. You're also like playing into Morph. I'm not sure if he wants to go for it. I don't think he should, but he bought it, so he's up to something.
See if
this, like, if he finishes off Butterfly, this is gonna be like the fastest Butterfly on Terrorblade.
we'll see if it ends up being of value. Wrath of Nature gets popped. Mind Control goes over bottom. That was a Wrath of Nature without the Ags that's about to be finished for him. 200 gold away. Has some Treants pushing bottom. Maybe while they're going for the tower up top on Liquid, they can take a tower bottom for the side of Nigma with the amount of Treants they have here.
It's a lot of illusions, a lot of Treants. I think they could potentially still defend the tier 2 tower from Liquid if they decide to rotate Zai. For now, he's going to take the outpost, and we see the first rotation of Rocket. We'll scout things out.
He's got that shard, so he's got that Hunter's Boomerang. See those Treants and creeps getting cleaned up pretty quickly. Pushes off. Do a lot of damage to that tower, though. Do another push like that, they could be equal in safe lane towers taken. While that's all going on, though, Liquid, they're in the Roche pit taking the first Aegis of the game with EXO level 2. Usually the timing there, when you hit that level 12 point, you just walk in a Roche, EXO, and go.
He got scouted by a Rocket. Kuroki not close enough to try to go for a steal. And Nisha will pick up Aegis. They think Mickey is unkillable with the Lincoln Sphere that we mentioned, now going into Manta style.
See if they can get that kill, or even try to get Nisha with this Aegis twice. Very tough for Nigma to pull off, but while that's all going on, Sumail continuing to farm up. He finds himself the Brigand's Blade, and that will be delivered to him. And in a moment, he'll have enough gold for that Talisman and get into that Butterfly.
Still thinking about that Butterfly. Morphling will eventually... Ooh. Needs another hit. We'll stop.
Or Silent Zai moving forward, and he does have Ravage. Limps back, Ravage used. That was enough to hit the Phoenix. But Icarus dive, and there's the wave for him to get the kill on a GH. So Ravage, not exactly the best. I think maybe that was to control up Amar, but he was already dead, and they do get GH, so it does hit something.
He knew that he's going to clip another hero, so we'll get a freebie. I think Meteor also landed on a tower, as well as Phoenix, so they get double the value. This is going to be another tier 2 tower. Nigma Galaxy, they just don't have enough damage to fight back. We haven't seen Phoenix ulti being used aggressively at all in terms of heroes that can protect the Eggway. Sure, there's Dragonite stun, maybe Clockwork, but not the best thing. And you also are playing into Morphling, who's off to such a great start that he can easily waveform on top of it and just kill the egg. Butterfly, 18 minutes into the game.
You're going to have to find a way to control him and make sure that he doesn't kill that Supernova, but it's still just a level 1 egg. So it's 6 shots. It's very easy to kill if you're up on it. They just don't have any openings on the side of Nigma. They're staying close in net worth for Sumail, but everybody else feels like they're falling behind. They'd love to get this Maelstrom out on Mind Control so he can start to farm around the map a little bit easier and quicker.
They need to try to get pickoffs. Use this Dragonite Blink Stun, Clockwork Hook Shot. Phoenix is high level. He's level 10, which means that Sunray is maxed out. Dota Plus win probability 93% against 7.
That's high for a situation like this.
I would say 85-15, like what Dota Plus gonna give them, but this looks very difficult. Exo available on Dead Prophet plus Arcane Rune. Let's see if Nisha wants to use it. Nah, not gonna go for it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
See if they can make a comeback. Meteor Hammer drop down on the top tier 3 from Zai. So pressure onto the high ground just 19 minutes into the game.
Zai trying to find the right angle, going for the Blink Dagger next. Manta Style also about to be delivered on Mickey. He needs another 600 gold to finish it off.
There's that Exo we're talking about. Meteor Hammer. Forcing out the glyph. There's a double damage.
Is under attack.
Just sitting top. Nobody going to be close enough to get that. Mind Control, he's trying to
Meteor on
push
Meteor
in.
action. What if two meteors collide?
I think they should shatter.
Shatter and no one gets the damage, or just get reduced damage.
No, you know how the ability from Primal Beast, the rock gets thrown and then
Yeah.
it splits? The meteors collide and then they split.
Did you know that meteor... Just kidding, I don't know. I don't have anything. Wanted to give you a cool fact about meteors. We always got hit by one, I believe, a couple of days ago or a week ago. Time flies. So Exo used plus meteor, tower down to 900 HP. They're still trying to play this split push game on side of Nigma Galaxy, pretty similar to how Team Liquid played the first game, where they did not want to take the fight. They don't feel that they're strong enough at the moment.
There's the Manta for... Sumail going BKB next. Do you think this build is going to be enough?
I would like them to win this game so they get an interview with Sumail and ask him about the item build, because I don't know. I just don't feel like this is... It's a very difficult Terrorblade game. If he feels like he needs to outpush the waves much faster, Butterfly, sure. You're playing into Morphling. Morphling will get other items. There's a bunch of magical damage on their side that they can kill him with. So I guess playing into Static Storm and Ravage wants to be able to stand his ground and deal damage during the BKB. But it's a lot of commitment. You pop a BKB meta, if they can disengage with Glimpse and Ravage, they'll gladly take that trade. Amar one more time.
Sharpshooter, Static Storm, and a kill there for Insania.
Another Arcane Rune. Zai is pinging it out. Exo will be available just in time. Looking very grim for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah. Could pick up the Arcane Rune and have a Ravage on a lower cooldown if you wanted. About to have that blink too, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Meteor Hammer, he dropped the big creeps. He just continues to get that farm, and then you see the Wrath of Nature come in and tangle them.
Nothing's happening, so you're trying to hype up the Meteor Hammer
Yeah,
drop.
I mean, I love...
Let's go, I'm down.
I'm here for it. Like I always say, it deserves to have an upgrade.
It does have neutral item.
Yeah, Fallen Sky. But I'd like to see Meteor Hammer level 2. It drops active ability Haley's Comet.
Every 73 or some years, 73 or 76.
Yeah. A 73-second cooldown.
Yeah.
Haley's Comet.
The game slowed down. Nigma only managed to get 5 kills so far. Arcane Rune still available for Dead Prophet. Next Roche potentially respawning in 2 minutes.
So we'll see if they want to fight Roche. You'd expect they'd want to fight with BKB and everything that they've tried to build up leading up to this. Insidia with a 4-step forward. Thunderstrike and Yule's up. And down. Gets away. Going for the shard, of course, looking for the Sunray active while
Radiant are scanning.
using that Supernova, which is now level 2, so it has 8 shots. A little bit harder to kill, but also, like you said, Nigma kind of lack the control to make sure they can't kill it. Kuroki dead immediately. Mickey gets another one under his belt. He's on a killing spree and a 9k lead here for Liquid, as these heroes on Nigma still trying to farm up something. Something that will make them confident enough to fight.
Yeah, I want to see Team Liquid just go for the high ground. Might be, risky because Roshan may respawn, and but there's Arcane Rune on that Prophet, so I want to see them do the same thing. Try to Meteor Hammer, use Exo, deal some damage, take out this tower. You can reset one more time. tanky enough. And here comes Zai. Still gonna drop it. Even hit some R with it.
There's the Exo, there's the Greaves, and here is the charge up onto the high ground. Tier 3 gone. Wow. Sumail and Mind Control are pushing bot. This is...
Doesn't seem like a good trade to me. Mind Control is inside the base. There is still...
They're TPing back to the tier 2. They're going to send Boxy over.
Team Liquid, they do have Glyph available.
He's just coming over to potentially fight Mind Control. He needs to get some damage there, I believe. Charged up a sharpshooter. They've also got Sumail nearby. Just the disturbance while they lose their top set of racks. And Roche up in a minute. They're not going to have meta really to fight Roche either. So theoretically,
they're not taking that fight. Without
yeah.
meta, they just don't have enough damage. Maybe they could try to dive in, hook shot in with Clockwork, try to steal it, but other than that, they just don't have enough. They set up a vision inside Team Liquid's base, so that's going to help out with the split push to try maybe take a tower while Team Liquid is doing Roche. You have hook shot in, stop the TP, try to take a tier 3 tower, because they do have a lot of damage. The Terrorblade and the Illusions. MC is getting bigger on NP, just finished off Maelstrom, going into Gleipnir next. Was thinking about the BKB, but it feels like they need damage.
So Roche in 10. Do here, Meteor Hammer for the mid, and that's all just keeping the creep waves pushed out while Roche now respawns and is spotted by Insania. So Nisha, he's got Exo, could just go in, use it, and get it. Maybe he doesn't even need to use it, truthfully. There's not going to be a contest coming in from Enigma Galaxy for this Roche, and it's not being used.
Someone needs to stop them from entering their base. It's going to be Boxy for now, but yeah, no Exo. They do have more than enough damage. Gush minus armor, Morphling fully jacked, 17,000 net worth on Mickey at the moment.
Look over at Boxy and Sunray on him. Amar gets the kill, and Sania's here. This is all while Roche is being taken, so they've got an Aegis into the hands of Mickey, and he's going to TP back. They'll get a kill onto the Clockwork. They'll take out Kuroki. It ends up being a trade, and they still cannot get that tier 3 bot.
I think Team Liquid should also try to outpush the bottom lane, because they've been causing some issues. Tier 3 tower down to 800 HP, so if you want to keep Mickey down here bottom, he can easily outpush it without being afraid of dying. He also does have Shard now available, so you can shift while you're stunned.
Sunray. And back to base. Or, well, back to reality, not base.
No mana for TP.
Yeah.
We'll have it in a couple of seconds.
If he doesn't get spotted. There's the TP, and okay. It works, leaving the map. Maybe even assume that he was TPing out while leaving the map, but didn't have the mana, like you said. So, he throws for Amar next, but he might get caught. Smoke breaks, blink away, Zai, blink, Ravage. There's the TP stopped, and the Meteor Hammer for the extra lockdown. Acorn shot, Bushwhack, Hunter's Boomerang, and a sharpshooter from Boxy to get the kill onto the Dragon.
Some moist spellcasting from Team Liquid. Doesn't miss a single thing. They get a kill on Amar, who's now 1-5-1. Not really having a game, so they outpush this bottom lane a bit that we talked about. But then again, Wrath of Nature hits. It's suddenly back to Team Liquid's side. Team Liquid's had enough of this. They want a siege. They do have Exo level 3 available now with Octarine, with haste in bottle for Nisha. Team Enigma Galaxy, they lose one fight, they lose the game, because they need to heavily commit. They need to use meta, BKB, Phoenix Egg. We still haven't seen them take a full-on 5 engagement for a very long time.
Cogs, but Kuroki's dead. They use that Wrath of Nature, they get the root onto Mickey, nothing doing, he's just dominating. The adaptive strike and another kinetic field to block them out while they use the Exo to get to the set of racks.
So now they use meta. This game looks very, very grim right now. They're even try to go for a kill. Morphling, almost everything in Agi plus a sharpshooter. Another set of barracks done. They're drawing on a minimap. Boxy has had enough of these split push shenanigans, so wants to be able to get out, close out the game, knows that meta is on cooldown for another 2 minutes.
Whew. So, Liquid, every time they go to the high ground, it feels like they succeed to get a set of racks, get these tier 3s, and
Very clean execution so far from Team Liquid. Almost no mistakes made. These 6 kills that they got were pretty much from the laning stage, 1 or 2 pickoffs. But other than that, they're still lurking around the mid lane. Maybe Real Sumail shows up. GH wants to kill another creep wave here.
those fire spirits down, just trying to kill these creeps.
And
but
Mind Control already taking the next creep wave with his treants.
yeah. Sunray again. TP attempt. Insania, kinetic field, not going to see him. So he TPs back to base and kills that creep wave, backs up.
So this opens up another tier 2 tower. There is a range creep available. Mickey will finish it off. Still a minute and a half left on that Aegis. So should try to go another Exo because of the Octarine cooldown. It's time to try to go in and close out this game. But no creep wave. There is 2 creeps on 90 HP approaching. Mid wave also pushed out. Same goes for the top one. They need to get bots on someone just to be able to outpush one lane. Let's see who decides to get it if this game lasts for another couple of minutes.
If it will, they are posturing towards this bottom tier 3 Mickey. Gonna just go to the high ground, Sprout. Meteor Hammer from Amar.
On 2 of them.
Lands on the 2, but the BKB is popped. He waves forms onto the back lines, Yule's up into the air. He's got Supernova, but I don't think he really wants to use it that far back. Mickey shifting, Wrath of Nature comes in, they've got the root, it's on to Mickey once again.
Well, this is the first mistake of Team Liquid. You know, not the big one. They can reset. They had no creeps whatsoever in their base. Mickey pops a BKB, still had Aegis for another like 45 seconds. Let's see if Nigma Galaxy will try to smoke up and try to make something out of this, because meta is back online, and they will do so.
Feels like a move they need to make because they are just down by so much and are unable to get kills here overall. They'll find themselves Zai, but Zai blinks away instead of going in with a Ravage. Doesn't exactly have the team right next to him, but the hook shot follows him up.
Team is very far away.
Silence means there's no cogs, there's no battery assault, no way to lock down Zai. And they've got vision on Sumail. Glimpse back onto the high ground. That gives away the fact that they do have vision. They get the kill into GH. He's got buyback, doesn't use the Supernova once again. They'll start to retreat back towards the base. Ravage, BKB, Ravage doesn't land. So now they'll start to run away. Fireball down from Amar. But what else do you have? Not Amar.
Mickey will get a kill, and this is going to be it. It looks like it. The meta still not popped. Buybacks are coming in.
Gleipnir, Manta used by Mickey, and he's just still standing forward. They've got the silence onto this Nature's Prophet once again, so there's not much more that he can throw out their way. But back on GH, still waiting to see a aggressive Supernova.
GH got 2 shot by Mickey. 1 hit from Silver Edge and another one, and he's dead.
Shooter. And the waveform forward, they get the kill into Mind Control. He'll buy back another Gleipnir usage on Anisha, but still, they cannot find an entry point into the fight.
Now they do also have top creeps entering the base, so Exo available one more time. Mind Control trying to soak up some damage with his treants, but they're gonna go down very quickly. Last hope, last glyph.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Mars back up.
Radiant structures.
Meteor Hammer. Sunray, ooh, Mickey over to the side trying to get a kill, and a Kuroki to drop down the static storm. It's going to be the silence on Sumail, and he'll die. No buyback, never gets that Sunder off, never goes to this Metamorphosis. Sunray, Supernova, Meteor Hammer, going to be dropped down on 2 heroes, but it's not going to matter. Amar ends up falling. 3 heroes down to the side of Nigma. And this Nigma Galaxy team is getting run down and depleted as Kuroki falls. Triple kill for Mickey. Meteor Hammer lands on a Mind Control. Waveform forward. Hook shot across the bow of Mickey. Goes to the Manta. Gets the Ultra kill. Gets the Rampage. And the full team wipe as Team Liquid will get the series 2-1 over Nigma Galaxy.
Beautiful execution from Team Liquid. A very one-sided game. It's been Team Liquid from start to finish. They did not let go. Almost to no mistakes from them so far. They take Roshan, continue to farm up, get the advantage. They get the second Roshan as well, and just complete domination. Nigma Galaxy looked very disoriented in this third game. Second game also one-sided. They They did very well against Team Liquid in the second game, but Team Liquid, they just look like a stronger team.
Yeah, it feels like for Nigma, the building blocks are there. They just don't have the instructions with them. And without that manual, you don't know what set you're building. And it feels like they're getting beat out every
I'd say very greedy build overall, because like the cores on their side, I said second game, but I meant the first game. Second game with Luna, Alchemist, like Enigma. A lot of greed. Same goes for this one. Offlane Dragon Knight, Terrorblade, and then you have another core that soaks up so much farm. Might need to tone it down a bit.
Yeah, so with that, Team Liquid take the 2-1 over Enigma Galaxy in this series. To break it down further, we've got the panel. Take it away.
Game 3, we wanted a long one. We thought that's how it was going to play out, Lyrical, but felt like a little bit of a mirror to how Game 2 played out. It was the same sort of story. Amar didn't really have much of a game. Liquid were able to just shut down this map. They just ran together, and that's pretty much it. I don't know, actually, do you guys have anything else to add to that?
I mean, I don't know.
I'm done. Panel over.
The meteor hammers, right? Like one looked really good, the other was like kind of sad, and then Mickey had like one of the coolest plays that I feel like I've ever seen him make before. He like obviously has had a lot of highlights at various stages on his Morphling, but he was doing such a good job of just baiting them into trying to go for the kill, and he went 1v3. And then suddenly it bought enough time for the rest of his team to show up, and then they just killed them all. And after that point, it was just like, all right, it's over.
Yeah, that's it.
GG. Oh, Sheep already said she didn't have anything to add, so
That's
we could
fair.
just actually watch the highlights play out.
Yeah, okay, cool. I'm down. I got my popcorn.
Oh, look at that meteor hammer! Wow!
Wow.
Oh my
Okay,
god!
I actually would like
Yes.
to talk about the meteor hammers because, first of all, they got them on both offlaners, but I actually like the Dragon Knights more because by like 7 minutes, he'd pretty much already taken. Is this the 1v3? Okay, hold on. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Look at it! Look at him!
Wow, he's with the stun.
They got the whirlwind away. It was
That's
like in the middle of it.
Oh,
Dude.
wow.
Mickey God.
That was pretty good. All right.
Absolutely pogging out of my brain. Anyway, what were you saying about the Meteor Hammer? You like
yeah,
Dragon
so I
Knights
liked
more?
Dragon Knights a lot because I think he was able to take like 70% of the safe lane tower before he even hit level like 6. Liquid try and defend, but it didn't really do anything. You know, they were able to just take it with little effort, and then that opened up the bot side of the map for them. Meanwhile, I think Zai did a pretty poor job with his Meteor Hammer. He would just walk up to the tower for absolutely no reason and try and hammer it, and then Clockwork in level 6 just hooks and kills him, and the tower's like full health. So it actually takes them a while to take that top tower, but it's okay because he was farming and Nisha was doing well, and eventually they just end up collapsing on mid instead and prioritizing that tower. And I think that's kind of where Liquid decided to take off. It was when they were able to start grouping around their timings, and they got like the mech on tight afterwards, and suddenly they're just super strong.
The one area where it did look kind of cool was when he was ravaging and then meteor hammering and then solo killing. So the problem is using it on towers. You got to use it on heroes.
So true.
That's the
Team
big
fights
one.
only. That's the only reason why I should be using Meteor Hammers now.
Yeah, it's a
That's how you look
stun.
Cool.
Yep.
The leaderboard here as well. We can see who the standouts are. I mean, Mickey having another flawless performance. Wait, does that mean in game 2 and 3 he didn't die at all?
I think so.
Yeah, he didn't die.
Oh, wait, it was
Snap.
Nisha that
No,
had
Nisha
the...
did.
No, it was Nisha that didn't.
Yeah.
That's my bad. Yep. It was
And
sniped on Nisha.
Insania on the tree ant with 0 Desway.
Wait. But yeah, Mickey 12-0-3 here. Nisha, Zai, Boxy, and Insania all having good games as well. They just fought so well as a team, and you can see that reflected in their KDAs. But stand out.
I mean, I would say
MVP?
Mickey, but I'll default to, you know, what the panel says.
Really, I just get to just pick one.
No, I'm with you, Mickey.
All right.
It's already 2v1.
You're done.
Okay.
Take off the headset. You're out of here.
I agree, though. I think like the Morphling pickup was fantastic. Exactly where they got it in draft, the way he played it, the items, everything. Mickey was just phenomenal. I don't know if you could actually make a case for anyone else, Sheep.
Right, Sheep?
I could definitely.
Yeah, no,
make a
and
case.
I agree.
yeah,
Definitely
Can't
make
do
a
it.
case.
Couldn't. I said it, she definitely couldn't.
But I
Mickey
won't.
only.
Yeah, you're right. Like Mickey played really well. He didn't even need this Ags because they were just so far ahead. And he, you know, on top of being able to farm as well, he took part in the game, and I think that's nice of a carry, especially one that leans a little bit more on the heavy farming side. I mean, Liquid just had like the entire map for themselves at some point as well, so they kind of just like free to do anything.
I think it's a really good point too that like they didn't have to go for the Ags because that's like it was always in the back of their head that if it went late enough they were going to be able to win. So just build items, get heroes, building things that make sure they get to the end game, and then it was all over.
The end game was actually the early part of the game.
Right.
Which is a bit rough to say. Who else would you like to give an honorable mention, though, Sheep? I do think there is one standout for you.
You want to? I kind of want to flame Nigma a bit. I mean.
Oh, no.
Well, okay. Okay. Well, I was going to give you a chance to, we can go back to that one. Yeah, go hard, go in. Because Mind Control, Nature's Prophet, mid, definitely not what we expected to see. Amar, again, having a struggle of a game. And then the TB. There's so much free reign for you there.
Well, I mean, I was exaggerating a little bit. I didn't actually want to flame them. I just wanted to talk about why they struggled. I found that their lineup didn't work as soon as Liquid came together, because you're playing a pick-off game with like your Clockwork and your Nature's Prophet, which doesn't work when everyone's standing together as 5 with Meg. You can't do enough damage to kill anyone. It just isn't. It doesn't function, and your Terrorblade doesn't feel comfortable getting involved because he wants to like farm up. So it just felt like they were like, okay, we need BKBs and we have to farm to our BKBs. So they're farming, and you're not even getting it on your Nature's Prophet because he doesn't feel comfortable itemizing like Maelstrom into BKB. He wants some level of control either in the Gleipnir or the Aghanim Scepter. So greeting for that, they just can never fight, and the game became impossible. So I guess they just lost the draft. But otherwise, like, their itemization just didn't feel very solid either. Like a Butterfly Rush on TB as well, I wasn't super keen on.
Yeah, I have some more questions that I do want to ask about Enigma Galaxy and about this game, but they have to be held because I have some questions for our winners here. We have Boxy joining us for our winners interview. Boxy, congratulations on the win, but hello, it's so nice to see you back with Liquid. How are you feeling?
Hello, I'm feeling okay.
That's good.
I can't really, or I don't really want to go too much into detail on it, but it's fine right now. Everything's okay. Maybe in the future I will have to skip some games to get it all sorted out and diagnosed and stuff. It can take some time to go through the medical system, but everything should be okay, and I will be okay.
Perfect. We just so joyous to see you back with the Liquid, and you guys in the form that a lot of people saw you in at the major. You looked fantastic today, but how was the prep for Enigma Galaxy? I mean, we on the panel weren't sure who was going to be playing what role, and we saw a lot of swap ups. So how was preparing for that?
Yeah, I think they seem a little bit lost, or they're role swapping. I mean, I don't know who's playing carry, if it's MC or Amar or Sumail, or what's gonna happen. Preparation, I think they're still at their core the same team they've been for years. I think they like to play a lot together. They like to have team fight, like a lot of healing and some weird signature heroes, which in this game we got Timbered game 1. So bad prep, didn't ban Timber, but yeah, they haven't changed that much as a team, but I think they're trying to figure out how to win games, because they're good players, but their team is not really clicking as well as it could be, I guess.
And for you guys on Liquid, the first series that we saw you guys play, maybe it was a tough adjustment to the patch, but it feels like you guys have kind of figured out this small patch now. First of all, is that true? And secondly, how much do you think this patch has impacted how you play?
I wouldn't say we have everything figured out. I think our first series, I don't know, I hadn't had time to play in Edora, and I guess people come home from the major and were at home, and all of a sudden you play DPC. After 3 days you just came home from the major and everyone's jet lagged, and what the fuck, we're waking up at a different time, and I mean, there's a bunch of excuses, and we were a little bit too lazy, so there's no excuse for that. But we're definitely working harder now and trying to figure it out. I think they removed Lina, they removed Treant to some extent. I mean, we still picked it, but I think it's way less good maybe now than before. And other than that, not so much changed. Meteor hammers everywhere, not in our games. A little bit. I don't know.
Only a little bit.
I'm not buying it. It's too expensive for me, so.
Life of a post-4.
I was going to ask you a bunch of questions. Hello, Boxy, by the way, about the game. But the main thing I want to ask about is that drum set that you have behind you. Holy moly! Are you a drummer? Are you into that whole thing? You Mr. Musician?
That is my whole thing, to stay cool, calm, and collected. I used Inner Rage and then beat the fuck out of the drums.
Nice.
No,
awesome.
I mean, no joke. I think it's a type of physical activity to get some sort of release for your pent up energy or whatever you want to call it.
Perfect. Well, that leads directly into my next question, which is for the rest of your teammates, what would be the instrument that you think they should play? If you could give us a little rundown there. I know I'm asking a lot, but do you have any that immediately come to mind for any of them that would help with the rage?
Insana will play the piano because he's like a good boy. You know. Mickey probably plays the fucking like Kahoot or whatever makes the most noise. I don't even know what they're called.
Zweller or whatever it is.
Just the one.
Yeah,
that
I don't know,
straight
but the
into?
small version.
Okay.
A kazoo?
Yep.
No,
Yep.
Yeah, kazoo. I guess Nisha, he will never show up to instrument practice at all. And then Sai probably just plays guitar because he's like a normal person.
Okay, I love it.
So,
Thank you so much for that.
Was that the...
That's all I want to
That's all
know.
I wanted to know. It was just the instruments.
All right, we're getting into the nitty gritty here. All right, so obviously with you guys not all boot camping together, how is that impacting your work with like Blitz and Jabs as coaches and analysts? Is it harder away from them? Like, is their impact still as good? Have you guys found like communication problems being far away, or how's it going?
I mean, I would say you have to work harder to get as much work done when you're not together. I wasn't able to boot camp for this tour anyway, with what happened. So for me, it's nice to be home and just kind of take it easy. But I think, you know, you're not in the same room as each other. There's less time together as a team. So when you do spend time together, it's like more important to be efficient and blah, blah, blah. As comes to William and Jabs, yeah, William has been on some weird ass sleeping schedule, so sometimes he'll just join Discord and fall asleep, I guess. So he'll be there, you know, he'll be there the entire day. He'll be there for 12 hours, but I think he's just sleeping. So Jabs has been stepping up to coach. Sometimes even our manager is there to watch our scrims. Maybe she will relay them to William at a later point. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Chloe. Bless up. And I guess I saw you guys got invited to play the Dream League. I'm assuming you guys are going forward with that, which means like a lot of your year is now taken up by like tournament after tournament. How do you guys plan on managing your energy throughout that so you don't get burnt out and you have the best results, especially leading towards TI?
Yeah. Okay. So we are playing Dream League. Okay. I wasn't. No, but we had a miss. Somebody linked a Twitter in Discord. I guess I haven't kept myself up to date with everything that's going on.
Now I'm double checking.
You know,
She's fact checking.
I'm sure we are, but I just play Dora and I show up and play Dora. So I mean, yeah, a lot of tournaments. I would say there's great to have tournaments to play, you know, and I'm sure one day, maybe in 10 years or 15 years, we will be out of tournaments in Dora, maybe in 50 years. And then, you know, you'll cherish the times you had when you were busy. Mm-hmm. I think it's a little hard with scheduling to not be able to do anything else, such as, you know, going to concerts, going snowboarding, visiting my grandparents, you name it. But it is what it is. And I'm very happy to be playing with my team and to have opportunities to, you know, compete and not only play scrims like during COVID for some time where we were just practicing for like months at a time with nothing to do. Mm-hmm. Kind of boring to be like that. So yeah, good.
Awesome. Well, look, we're just as excited to have you back playing on Liquid Boxy. It's great to see you on our screens and to have you for this interview. So congratulations and thanks again for joining us.
All right. Thank you guys very much. And yeah, bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
What a guy.
What a guy. I liked the music question lyrical. That was so good. That was amazing.
The drums in the background right there. And he's like, yeah, this is how I take out my anger. Take it out.
Is that
on
what
the
you
drums. No.
How do you take out your anger?
He doesn't have any anger.
What do you mean? Have
You can ask
Look at him. He's a big old cuddly bear. Look at him.
He's so nice. It's because he takes out his anger when you're not looking.
Well, I'm going to take out my anger on sheep as we jump to a break. We'll come back with Manaspa versus Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, God.
In the corner.
I'm coming. I can't hit it.
We can.
I'm hitting it.
I'm hitting. I'm cooking.
Okay, rampish me.
Okay.
Go, go, go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, my cover.
Progress.
Thank you.
Good
Thank you,
this,
bro.
good this.
Okay, good dish.
Welcome back. It is our second series, Manaspa up against Game and Gladiators. Lyrical was just too calm. We thought we needed to up the ante on this panel, so T-Gov is now joining us.
This series is so insane! No, sorry. You said he was too calm, so I thought you'd
was.
want me to be energetic,
He
but no,
was-
I can't do that. I can't.
I had to
That's
yell
right.
earlier. It was terrifying.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
had to be the
that was
energetic one.
My one and done.
Your one
That's
and
my
done.
one scream. Unless the game is like insane,
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna keep it at a very neutral level.
Okay, all right, neutral. We can neutrally talk about the two teams. We can start off with Manaspa because right now they have a 1-1 record going in this DPC. They got to win their opening series up against Ooredoo Thunders, but then they ended up unfortunately losing to Entity, and it was a tough loss.
Their highs look pretty high and their lows look pretty low from what I've seen so
Yeah.
far. I remember against Ooredoo Thunders, it was sort of an idea of, oh, they look really good when they're ahead. Like, they can snowball the win and take it. They also got Brood in both of those games, which helped a lot, because Entity banned it and then took it themselves when they had the opportunity to on first pick. So I'm guessing that's probably one of their main, like, powerhouse heroes that they would really like to get.
And the crazy thing is, Game and Gladiators lost to Ooredoo Thunders. So you have Manaspa who beat OT. Game and Gladiators lost to OT. So they're also on a 1-1 win record here as well coming into this series. T, a weird situation that you would think the major winners would be in.
Logic dictates on Manaspa then the favorites then, because if OT
Yes.
beat Gladiators and then Manaspa beats OT, then surely Manaspa are the best of the three, right?
Should be.
Should be, in theory.
Theoretically.
So I'm looking forward to the underdogs, not the major winners. Gaming Gladiators coming up against one of the strongest teams in this. No, I think, yeah, for Gladiators at least, it's, you know, calibrating themselves a little bit. Obviously, of course, they beat Liquid at the start and, of course, losing to OT. But yeah, I feel like for Manaspa, it's more, does Manaspa show up today? So I think Gladiators, their bottom line is still going to be stronger than a lot of these up-and-coming teams. Plus Manaspa, their bottom line is it's rough. It's, yeah, we saw the Viper pick into Brood, some of their, you know, Legion carry stuff. There's a lot of randomness with that team, so I'm really just looking to see what type of Manaspa shows up today, because it could be anything.
Yeah, it could swing so far from the left all the way to the right. But before we do jump into this series, esportsbet.io, they are our sponsor here, and they, at the moment, have launched their brand new Watch to Earn platform where you can earn 3,000 free tokens, which is worth $3 USD per hour simply by watching your favorite Dota 2 matches. So you can head on over to esportsbet.io and create an account with them, or you can join their Discord. The link is below in the panels. I don't even know what is happening over here, so I'm going to have to pull you guys back. We've done with our shout out. We're going to have to talk about some contested heroes between these two teams, and the idea that Manaspa doesn't doesn't subscribe to the same meta that a lot of teams are picking here in Western Europe.
Dude, I love a team that doesn't ascribe to the meta. I think it's more fun. I think it's cool. Like at the major, when Hellraisers just came out with their techies every game, I thought that was fun. And I'd love to see another LC carry. And I'd love to see Wishes Tinker again. Just, you know.
Not in the same game.
Just not in the same.
I kind of agree with that.
That's fine, actually, because Legion wants a hero that can upkeep a lot of magical damage. Like, they synergize together. It's just when your Viper is unable to have a game because you're playing it into Brood, that's when things fall apart. And, you know, if he can't, like, play in a lane because you're playing against some like Morphling that just out CS's him, it means your Earth Spirit doesn't have the freedom to move and make, you know, impact as well. So I think they just set themselves up badly in that game, but their weird heroes can work. I believe in them.
Yeah.
It also doesn't help that I think teams are learning what bans they need to do against this team. So I think Primal Beast has to be a ban against Manaspa. I think Desire's Primal Beast is incredibly good, and it suits that aggression that they want to get. And you know, I've played some pubs yesterday. Spartan was in it, and we were talking about his team and, you know, successes and failures whilst we're laning together.
Playing,
yeah, whilst we're laning together.
It was like a quick little interview, mate.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
I could just ask a few questions.
I mean, his Steam name is still OG 2018, so I wanted to double check what he meant,
yes.
and he clarified that he wants to play with the aggression of OG, but they're just not there. They are like we agreed that they are scuffed version, and if anything, I feel like that you see that in some of their drafts where they lean in moments on heroes that can suit that aggression, and I think they have a cool idea of what they want to get to, but sometimes they kind of miss the steps to get to that point because they are just kind of like...
They have this, like they're at this, and they know what they want here,
yeah.
And it's just a little bit in between.
It's a messy in between, exactly. Yeah. So I'm really looking to see how they align that, but yeah, like I said, I think Primal Beast and Brood are really key bans against this team, maybe Nature's Prophet as well. I think all three heroes allow for that mentality of play. The Viper, yeah, not so much. Oh, we have a draft.
Yeah, I was going to say game one draft. Brood banned out by Gaming Gladiator, so they saw what you guys saw as well. Manaspa themselves going to take out Nature's Prophet. Manaspa have opening pick, so they have first. Gaming Gladiators have second. I am interested to see if Primal is high enough on the list that Gaming Gladiators don't want to play against. They don't want to give it to Manaspa.
Manaspa must have lost confidence then, because when they played versus Entity, they picked the Natures on first pick. But now they have first pick and they're banning it, so I'm guessing, yeah, they did not like that at all.
Maybe they're scared of like some IO plus Lesh combo or some just quick 1-2 Batrider. And just, you know, respecting Quinn has a lot of heroes that deal with this. And if you are playing against Gaiman and you're trying to be an aggressive team, you probably want to prevent Quinn playing a hero that can counter that aggression quite early, be it the Pango, some Bat into good matchups. Games time to decide their ban, yeah.
Yeah, a fair amount of time spent on this first phase ban.
It's like, do we ban the Primal? Do we not ban the Primal?
Who are some good heroes that deal with Primal, by the way? Like, what is your game plan when you see a Primal? Let's say you play in a pub, you see a Primal come out. You're like, okay, what do I have to pick to try and stop this Primal from
Stuns.
running over everything?
Clockwork, Dark Willow, really nice. Things that just put, like, hazards on the ground that he can't really get around.
Oh, well, luckily Gaming don't have to think about it.
Thank God.
Straight out of there.
All right,
no go.
brain turned off. GG.
All right.
Undying.
All right, we have an Undying on our hands. We got to pick
You
some
to turn the
heroes.
brain back on.
Okay, I'm thinking.
Disruptor.
+1.
No, Rubik.
Rubik. Oh, God. This
I forgot about this hero.
Oh, Monkey King Rubik. Yo, okay.
Huh.
I mean, we've been seeing the rise of support Monkey King. A little bit in NA, a little bit with, of course, I think OG. Tiger has been trying it.
He's right.
Potentially. This could be the new age meta situation where they are just flexing it down the line, and we'll see what happens. But if it is going to be the support Monkey King, these supports are very free-flowing in how they move around the map after lane. They can just, you know, jump about, try and get some damage going, and yeah, I wouldn't mind it if it is inevitably going to be that support duo.
We've seen this opening Undying draw before. Today even.
Literally today.
Are you excited to see it again, Sheep?
Can't you see it on this beautiful
me some mad
face?
vibes right now. Like,
Look how excited she is. Can we get a close-up, please? Yeah, look how excited she is.
I mean, it's fine. My problem with Drow mostly just comes from the fact that the hero doesn't really build damage for a long time. Like, she wants to get her Pike, she wants to get her BKB, and then we see sometimes if the enemy is able to put up a tempo that's fast enough, she just doesn't deal with it very well. Like, the best I've seen Drow is 40 to 50 minutes into the game when then she starts to start destroying everyone. Like, she needs that 18 levels to get 3 points in her ult and so on.
Sure. There's a lot of plays with Drow later on where you have the clutch, like double force stuff away, turn back around, you reposition, you get the kills. It isn't like other cores that have that natural, hey, I'm level 6, let's go do something type mentality. So it can be difficult, but luckily Undying secures that. It's hard for Drow to not find farm in the first 10 minutes unless you really just play poorly. Like this lane should farm itself, and you already see the bans coming out, right? It's respecting the heroes that will always be able to get on top of Drow to prevent her from standing her ground. And I wouldn't be surprised if Pangolier was going to be the final of these bans, because Bat, Ember, Pango, all of them thrive against annoying Drow to some degree.
I guess that is the problem with what I've seen, is that I've seen Drow's feeding. Like, Mind Control died, like, what, 5 times in his lane as a Drow Ranger?
Yeah.
And then there was the game earlier today where they died to the DP. So I'm just not liking her so much. But maybe Gaimin, they have the potential for kills if they pick a really strong offlaner. Yeah. But most likely, I'm guessing Monkey King will just be pulling waves, so... Gaimin are really scary when Quinn gets his game going, though, right? Like, that's kind of my problem for Drow. If they can take a mid tower early and then have that access to, like, triangle Ancients, you know, then you bring your, like, offlaner to your mid, smoke them both together, run in there, get that kill. Because you know when she's going to be farming it as well. So you just play around the clock. Okay, new minute has gone. Now Ancients have spawned. Where is Drow going? To the Ancients. Get in there and kill.
Yeah. And I mean, you talk about the issue with Dro, and it's not just on a team, but just in general, the hero of how long it has to take to get online. And we know gaming gladiators are very comfortable playing aggressive early, so it's already this downfall that you're like, they can easily capitalize on, and it's not outside their comfort zone.
5 seconds remaining.
Thinking about... So again, gladiators, they have this flex here with the Monkey King. They can keep it a bit open. And if anything, I just want to see gladiators have a way to progress the map a little bit, because when you have Monkey King, as soon as you take one mid tower or one safe lane tower, especially if you're support, your ability to then just get about the enemy jungle is so much higher. You get that one deep ward out, and then you can always look to hunt. So if it is a support Monkey King, I really hope that gladiators think about how you make this hero excel, be it early tower damage or that kind of Quinn hero that always can look for that kill. So again, Manaspa's bans are pretty good. They didn't ban Pangolier out, and also the trade-off for banning out all these like Quinn-esque heroes, you are now giving potentially Dracho, if he is playing some other core, like the pick of the litter, let's just go Spectre for the late game, or let's go for some Slark to continue finding and jumping this Drow. So Manaspa have not perfectly protected this Drow in the first phase, mainly just because they have to respect Quinn so much.
Game Gladiators, you guys think the Rubik and the Monkey King are both the support? So like
Maybe.
a Rubik 5, Monkey King 4, most likely.
Let me check. I'm checking Tofu's pubs actually. You know what?
Okay.
Let's fix this flexibility.
Let's just say it is going to be the dual support there for their opening. Does it mean that they're going to have to be an off-lane opening for the second phase for themselves? Is that the most comfortable thing that you can pick up for yourself?
It will be the best tell, other than them just going, we've banned out a lot of Quinn heroes, we can just pick Pangolier here. I think that could easily be the other option. Like, Bloodseeker ban into Pangolier is what we've seen a lot of other teams do.
That's true.
If they don't do that, then, yeah, they ban Tusk.
I mean, can you pick Bloodseeker? I guess you could Bloodseeker offlane, but...
Oh, wait, I just realized, yeah, they
they
picked
have a
Drow.
Drow.
I completely... Ignore me. Ignore me. Gone.
Oh,
That would be horrendous. Manaspa
Yeah.
would literally be losing the game if they did that.
well, I mean, they are the team that's most likely to do it.
Yeah, that is true. That is
Oh,
true.
God.
There's been some wonky stuff come out from them.
Sure.
Just make it more confusing with more flex. Coddle, is this
10
Quinn?
seconds remaining.
Again, it's
Perchance.
open. So right now, when you're in this pick position, picking up these kind of ambiguous heroes now forces Manaspa to just make sure they pick strong lanes, and then they have to somewhat ignore it, and they go, yeah, clock Pugna.
I've really enjoyed seeing more Pugna, because Stormstormer does it as well, and I see the problems in the hero, but usually they're fine, and you have like some strong hero like Drow that you're just going to be able to like pump health into and let her fight for longer, which is exactly what she wants. As long as you have bodies, then that kind of playstyle functions. They have an Undying, they have a Clockwork. Like, the amount of heal and sustain they have for these fights, I think is meant to just bolster this Drow to really carry the game.
Manaspa don't really have perfect, and there's the Pangolier.
Wow, Wait, how does that work? It is carry monkey then, right?
Yeah, Coddle support and then mid Pango, yeah. So for Manaspa, it's like their lineup looks good in skirmishing, but if their skirmishing ever fails, like that one time, they don't have that natural front line. So I think Gladiators need to think about that in the final 2 bans. And I would be a little bit scared for Manaspa, because now Gladiators, they have super mobile heroes, right? Monkey jumps around, Coddle high move speed, Pangolier as well. Like, when Clock goes in, there isn't that defensive tool. Sure, there's like Pugna to keep Drow alive, but if your Pugna primary focus in a team fight is only keep Drow alive, Now you only have like one big core. And like Drow, again, we mentioned how she needs to scale a little bit as a core. So I'm a little bit worried for Manaspo that if their lanes don't go really well and they dictate like early motions, Gladiators should just be able to pick apart these early fights.
Yeah, I guess like the game in offlaner, it would be nice if they could pick something that, even a Doom, I would not be against, because he's going to be able to find farm no matter what with Devour. And then if he buys that Meteor Hammer, then it allows him to help pressure, like take the tier 1 tower, and then Drow becomes a little bit less safe. And then he can just be involved in the game that way.
I mean, they can still also do some like Beastmaster or something for Gladiators to round out their draft. Then you have Beast Kotl, you do Illuminate plus Axe Spam, and then you don't really care about this Drow. Of course, Vision, and yeah, I just think that would really nicely round out this and give you the tower damage that I needed to see their heroes thrive. So yeah, I wouldn't mind that as well.
We see the Monkey King going in for carry for Game Gladiators, but Manaspa right now, an Ursa ban. Is this purely for protecting what they want to pick, or like where does this carry ban come from?
I think they're just looking at Gladiators as a team, and it's like you just play anything and everywhere to some degree. I think Ace. So maybe they're scared of something, but I think realistically they need to be banning out offlaners here. I think if they're picking up a carry, and then it's I mean, I guess it could be Kotl offlane with Monkey 4, and then you pick up a carry, so that would naturally also look pretty good, but...
Maybe they scrim this or something, and that's why they know.
But there is technically flexibility there. I just don't know if I'd like to see the Kotl as the offlane with the Monkey and then a different carry. It would annoy Drow a lot, to be fair. And also, you distance yourself from Undying, so on paper it sounds pretty good.
Right, and then Viper, Enigma, they can't be picked up by Manaspa for their offlaner. What would their offlaner need to consist of?
Just initiation, maybe? Something that jumps with clock or can help like threaten Kotl. I think if it is a core Kotl of any kind, then you really don't want to give him like a free time.
Yep, it's difficult for Manaspa in this pick position because knowing Manaspa, they're like, there's Beastmaster or Lycan, you know, that's our bread and butter. But it's like they just don't really have team fight and like stuns and initiation to some degree. Like Clock is your initiator and vision provider, same with Tombstone, but there aren't stuns. Like Gladiators, if they get picked off, they can just TP out.
Would there be any realm where Undying is the off and they pick up? Don't worry, as I'm saying it, I was like, because Tiny, right? Tiny almost fits what you guys say, but no. They got to go back for comfort.
Yeah, that's too predictable.
Yep. Covered European DPC for like 3 years now. Yeah, Manaspa, they don't change.
Nah, classic.
Oh, God.
This has been unfortunate, but it means Gaming Gladiators, they know what all the lanes are going to be for Manaspa. They know what they can last pick for themselves.
They already have Pango and Kotl, like incredibly good wave clear heroes. So I think Gladiators now just need one hero that can either stand up and protect these early towers to give the other heroes that way to kind of get into the fight. And I can see now why Manaspa are banning out, Bloodseeker, Ursa to some degree. Honestly, I don't mind Kotl going offlane now in this scenario and just picking up a really cool carry that can do that. Yeah, sure, go for the Naga. No, yeah, I like that adaptation from Gladiators. So now you know why Manaspa banning out these carriers, and because they had this like an idea down the line. But yeah, I think Gladiators should be really comfortable with what they have. It's like in the back of their minds, like worst case, lads. Let's say we go 20-0 down on kills. Let's say Manaspa are absolutely vibing. We will eventually scale. It's like that would be the comms like the entire game. Don't worry. Okay.
So you think Game Gladiators are going to be outscaling Manaspa if this game were to go 40, 50 plus minutes?
No, Manaspa should outscale them, I think. I think Drow is a good matchup into Naga because you get the shard and...
Wait, you think Manaspa outscales this game?
I do, yeah.
Oof, okay.
I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm thinking a little bit too crazy, but I like Drow into these heroes late. But at least for early, my problem is that Quinn doesn't have anything to stop him. When I've seen Quinn fail on Pango, it's when there's like a Tiny or a DP with Silence or something that just like ruins his initiations or like punishes him when he's out of position. And I don't see any of that on Manaspa. Yeah, it just looks kind of free.
For Manaspa?
No, for gaming.
Oh,
she
okay.
thinks
I'm getting
Quinn...
so many conflicting messages here. So
No.
No, I said late game.
Okay,
I like Drow late game in this game.
Right, I see. Okay.
But early game, I think
she thinks it's all
stronger.
Sure. No, okay. I like Gladiators draft. I think they have a lot of ways to deal with the Manaspa style of Dota, and I think Manaspa won't be clean enough to execute on this very specific one-dimensional line that they drafted themselves once again.
All right, well, we'll see how long the game does go. We'll see who ends up taking this game number 1. It is going to be Gaming Gladiators up against Manaspa with our casters, Snare and Kazu.
Thank you very much, Nat and the gang. And yes, we are here for Manaspa versus Gaming Gladiators. The major champions are in action yet again. Kezu, how do you feel about these drafts when you look at them? Gaming Gladiators, they have a very comfortable draft for themselves. Yep. Manaspa, very one-dimensional in a way, but it's also very, very comfort for themselves. So which draft are you favoring? What kind of play styles are we expecting from game one?
It is really comfortable for Manaspa for themselves, but I like the gaming draft quite a lot more. I feel like the Snaga last pick is very good. It's Quinn on Pango. He's also going to have Ace on the Caudal, so they can like really play together. And I feel like they kind of touched on it on the panel. This Pango, I feel like Quinn, with all the help he's got, he's really going to be popping off in this game.
Yeah, it does feel like one of those Pangolier games where you just go off, do whatever the hell you want all across the map. And we've seen so far in Western Europe that Pango, when unaddressed, can really make life extremely miserable for the enemy team. So Manaspa have their work cut out for them. However, on the one bright side here, we do have a lot of comfort heroes for Manaspa. And in particular, we have the Wish Pugner from the mid lane. So talk to me about this hero. How do you feel about it mid? And why don't we see it more often?
So I think that Pugner is a very strong mid hero in the right game. He wants to like slowly, you know, harass you down, then burst your tower over time. But the thing is, when you run into these heroes such as Pango is a great example, or heroes that make it hard for you to run in, it becomes very awkward because Pango loves when you run at his tower and fight. So Pugner itself, it's just first of all, it's a hero specialist. Like, you need to be a hero specialist to play this hero. And if you play against a lot of catch or run at you heroes, this hero can really suffer.
Yep. Yes, indeed. This Pugner going to be keeping quite a lot of eyes on Wish to ensure that he has as good a game as possible. Does have this clockwork at least, so there's movement possible to come and help him out if things start to go south. But GG, they'll be trying to do their utmost to make sure that that does happen to him. Also, another hero that I'm very intrigued about is this offlane Keeper of the Light for Ace. So we've seen this hero being played predominantly mid, sometimes in the position 4 role. Where do you prefer it? You're an offlane player yourself. Have you been spamming this Caudal?
I played a lot of offlane Caudal like a year ago, and with some different item builds, whatever, but I kind of like this offlane Caudal. T was also mentioning you can play on high range against this Undying, so you don't really care about him. You help the Monkey King to like get through the, through the early lane, and you can always just push waves. You're just gonna get your own farm. He looks like he wants to build some heals, some auras once again. Just gonna help his team to play more, and yeah, I just feel like they have a really cool timing in like this mid game.
GG. A nicely constructed draft, but obviously anything can still go south. Manaspa, they have this Lycan available to themselves, so in the event that the early game goes well, they can potentially try and roll them over before this draft really starts to come together. This bottom lane matchup, we've seen this before, but the times I've seen this lane lose is when it's a Drow Ranger rather than a Naga. When it's Naga, Naga lanes, man, this is so annoying. Just like this unit damage does nothing.
I mean, Naga loves these dual melee lanes where Naga just gets to do whatever she wants. The wolves, you don't really care. You have way too high armor. They can even get the net later. So bottom lane is going to be highly, highly favored for Gaming Gladiators. And for Manaspa in this game, they need Wish to have a good start. And then I want them to play through this hero and just really try to open up the game and speed it up for themselves.
Wish should have himself a decent time in this mid lane. I don't anticipate him having too many difficulties up against Quinn Callahan. Major winner right now. What build does he go for here on this Pugner as this game scales?
I mean, it's first of all just going to be the classic arcane boots into Lens, and then you go from there. I think there's always I like the second item Force a lot. You don't really want to go in early BKB. It's just a lot of trading up top, so we should be alright.
It's fine.
He's chilling.
Chilling, He wanted to bring down Nandi a little bit lower, but Nandi won't die either. I think level 2, level 3 is when this gets really, really dangerous. For now, everybody's just chilling.
Yeah, like for now, it's more of like this more pokey stuff. Maybe once, Monkey gets his stun with some Jingu stacks, or they get some Tombstone, maybe, out of position, then that's where both teams can look for something, like more commitment.
Nandi on this Drow. Knows that he's going to have protection from Spartan. Spartan's also played this Undying so many times. Like, we saw this all the time during Div 2 as well. He was always rolling on this Undying, protecting Nandi on the squishy range hero. So, more work at the office for the side of Manaspa here. And down bottom, we yet again see this poking and prodding and the inability of Manaspa to really bother this Naga side. But top lane, they actually get a kill onto Ace here. They managed to zone him away from Tofu, drop the Tombstone down, the multi-shot comes out. So a good first blood from them. And Skylark almost got killed himself, but gets back to the tower, he's safe. All right, that's good. Nice little start here for the side of Manaspa.
I mean, that's a great start. It looks like that perhaps Ace didn't quite catch on that, Spartan, I think he just hit level 2. They dropped the Tombstone with the slow from Drow, so they get this first blood. And, I mean, if Manaspa, they want to do well in their lanes. If you do it in another lane, that's great. But the one I'm going to be looking at over and over is just going to be Wish on his partner.
Probably going to be the most important player on his team for the earlier portion of the game. So certainly very understandable. Not anticipating that many more kills after this initial one. Everyone's going to realize, well, don't overextend. Don't take too many risks.
There's maybe a potential where bottom, maybe when Dyrachyo gets level 4, like if he sees an opening to level up the net, that can really screw over heroes like Lycan, because he's going to play on low HP until he has his helm. They don't have any regen in his bottom lane either, so Manaspa, they're going to have to be a little careful.
A little bit worried about Skylock CS at this point in time, but we've seen some of these rougher Lycan starts and expecting him to be able to recover, make things happen on the map. It is a bit of a problem that Dyrachyo can just maintain presence here for so long. Top, we just see more of this poking and prodding game. I think Ace just wants to make sure that he gets some revenge, man. It always sucks when you're in the first blood. He's like, my bad, won't happen again.
So yeah, I mean, they're gonna have to. The way that they want to play the thing is to like poke them down a bit and then look. Okay, Drow is half HP. Maybe we can get some monkey stun into an Illuminate. Because for now, Caudle often it's more about usually people will free farm against you, and it's more about okay, can I match this or farm even more? So as long as he's getting his own network going, he shouldn't feel too bad about this lane.
The one consequence of all this poking and prodding, though, is that this mid lane, as even as it is probably not going to change, as Wish is starting to get a little bit more farm. Top lane, Spartan, hopefully trying to run down Tofu here. Not going to be able to do so, and they missed with the Illuminate blast. So Spartan might not die, but he died. Oh, he spent too much time on the tower. Eats a couple of errant hits, and maybe feeling himself a bit too much. Decay is not that strong anymore. It's been nerfed a couple times, fam.
Yeah, that was not really the play. Tower shots are pretty strong early on, but I guess at least he gets to refill his HP, TP back to the lane. Ace nearly got the Tombstone as well, but yeah. Tofu gonna go back to base, run back to the lane. He's gonna be chilling.
Maybe that's the play. Probably Nande was like, listen, mates, I need some regen. Go home, make a plan for me, you know. The has to do the support duty. What can you do? And actually, yes, he's bringing him back the power trades.
Sure. I mean, to be fair, it is a Manaspa special. Spartan does die a lot, and I think they're okay with it. It's kind of like their go-to. Okay, I need some items. You know, maybe Nande is just really bad at using his courier. That's why Spartan is like, okay, man, I'm gonna go for some psycho trades. If they don't work out, all good.
Maybe it might be the situation that Nande is a little bit of a vegan, doesn't want to do any animal cruelty. As right now, we do see the esportsbet.io odds coming up on the screen. Major disrespect being shown towards Manaspa. You know, before the tour started, people would have said this is guaranteed how it's supposed to look, but Manaspa has been able to take games over these Div 1 teams, so you definitely can't disrespect them just yet. One thing that we should look at, though, Kezu, is we're talking about this mid lane with the matchup between the Pugna and the Pangolier. Pugna pulling ahead a little bit in CS, but because of all the poking and prodding on the side lanes, nobody can really come middle to assist either of these heroes.
I do think at some point you have to leave bottom with Clock. I would like to see Desire do that because he can be potentially a difference maker, or if Quinn goes for some early roll. The Clock Pango matchup is annoying, only early on, because early, like the Cogs, you don't have some Blink Dagger or a Shard to really work around it. So I do think that Desire can be the difference maker in the early game, and Skylark on Lycan, he's going to have his helm. He should be okay against a Naga. They're just going to trade for him.
Yeah. Just going to have the most exciting game of Dota 2 down in the bottom lane. That's ball top.
Oh, Skylark down bottom.
Gonna try and make this move happen, Celery. Getting some damage out. Like you said, they did end up leveling up the net. Skylark should end up falling here. A couple of more right clicks is all they need. They want to leave it for Dyrachyo. Skylark, all your body blocks on point, my friend. Can you make this happen? So far, so good. He's actually juking him out. Dyrachyo been dodged out entirely. He hasn't snared back up online, but they should be able to find him eventually. However, simultaneously, while this is happening, on the other side of the map, they also run down the Ace Keeper of the Light. So it's a 1-for-1 all across the map. And Manaspa will take it. Not happy to lose Skylark, but if it gets them more farm onto Nande, they will definitely allow this.
I like that they're playing this aggressive on the top lane. Like once you... So the strength of offlane Keeper of the Light is that he has very high movement speed, but they have a lot of slows. You have level 3 Frost Arrows on Nande. Once you pop him once with that, you drop down the Tombstone, and then they just get to run Ace down because Caudle, he doesn't defend himself. So he even died while TPing out, so he has to do the walk of shame. And yeah, no, this top lane is going incredibly well for Manaspa.
Yeah. Things are looking super hot for them. Dyrachyo, of course, is still just chin-chilling, farming it up, doing very exciting Naga things. I'll be honest, I actually hate watching this hero. Like,
I mean, who doesn't?
Whew.
Everyone hates Naga. I hate Naga.
Well, you know who doesn't hate Naga? Naga players. They just enjoy watching the MMR counter go north, watching the gold counter go north. And mid lane, we're going to maybe watch gold go north through kills as the Rolling Thunder initiated for the first time in this game. Wish completely chain disabled. And we do see that Desire, unfortunately, might have ended up griefing his own ally there a little bit, but it is what it is. They brought 3 heroes for this kill. and GG will be rewarded for their patience to make it happen at the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, Desire had to be a little closer, but for GG, you know, just a great move. They did it earlier, they're quicker, they get this roll going, and now even though Wish was winning this lane, he's still like 150 gold away, but by the time he comes back, they're going to be even, and Quinn on Pango, he's got to be loving this, because this hero, with a good early start, we see it time and time again. Pangolier is just one of the best Dota heroes right now.
Truly an incredible hero. Also feels like a very good game to be buying Diffusal Blade as top. Does not feel like a good time to be Tofu, as he gets ran down by the Nande Draw Ranger. Right clicks on right clicks on right clicks. Spartan gets to reserve the Tombstone. And that's already 3 kill involvements for this Drow, so all the action that's happening for Manaspa, mostly happening on the top side of the map for them, which I suppose is a good thing, right? You want to make sure that this Drow Ranger is not get left behind and that she's actually active as early as humanly possible, because eventually GG is going to try and just overwhelm you in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, Drow scaling against Naga is not bad. Sheep was mentioning it on the panel as well. You have a lot of damage. If you get the shard early on and you keep the farm going, a Spartan is deep in the enemy triangle, but seems like he's going to be absolutely fine. Drop the Tombstone on the high ground. Yeah, some good old chilling going on.
Look how aggressive they're playing with Nande. Going past the tier 1 tower, hoping to maybe add some damage. And he's got out Tofu. Might be in some danger here, but able to just get himself into the trees. I guess they want to just stop the stacking happening right now. Make sure that this Naga doesn't have some easy inroads as the game goes later.
I mean, I do like them playing this aggressive, especially with how they're winning top, as Ace, once again, in a lot of trouble.
Dead. Yeah, he's definitely going to get taken down here. They have access to the level 6 on Nande, so the damage
here comes Quinn.
Certainly there, but Quinn hoping to try and bait an additional fight. The Rolling Thunder connects twice onto Nande, with Celery being nearby as well. He's already committed the lift, but they have more than enough damage, more than enough control. And Quinn ends up taking away the Drow Ranger's life. There is some assistance maybe that could have come, but they decide against it on the side of Manaspa and they just lose the Drow. They're looking to get revenge maybe, because Wish is smoked up as well on the other side. Duraicho, he's the one that gets caught out, and there's going to be the drain. Unfortunately, my friend, Nets does not cancel the life drain. So Duraicho should still end up losing his life here. These wolves,
form.
They actually go for the full shapeshift on Skylark. They really want to chase down this Naga. Duraicho is still alive, finally does end up falling. And they also take down Spartan's life in the top lane. So just all action all across the map here, Kid.
That was a very, very nice smoke by Manaspa. I like this a lot, especially when your offlaner does get counterpicked. You usually need to bring this little bit more of oomph and speed like into this area. So Durachi wants to fall back from the jungle. They're like, no, screw you. We're going to kick you out. We're going to take your tower. It's exactly what they had to do. But this one dev top from Nande, it's going to set back their map quite a lot, because otherwise I don't think this top tower would ever have died, but now that he died, doesn't feel safe to go back top. He's forced to go mid. So GG, they're going to get to trade towers here.
Let's see if they actually try to mount a defense on the other side of the map. For now, the push is going to come between this Pugna and the Lycan. Between these two heroes, certainly there's no tier 1 tower that can survive. But they're not actually hitting the tower top. It's getting very close to falling. And they're really thinking about it on Manaspa, whether or not they want to try and contest. But eventually just have to make the decision. Let it go. It's fine. Send Wish back into the mid lane. He's going to try and push out that wave as well. So not slow and steady. Oh, top.
Oh, they got
the jungle. They got Tofu. Yeah, they caught him inside the tree line. Nande doesn't get the procs of the marksmanship.
That was actually hilarious. So he gusted the tree line and made Tofu jump off the tree. I mean, also nowadays how it goes with like these tier 1 towers, when they fall, teams and players have gotten really good at still maintaining your jungle. That's why you see Nande and Spartan, they're like holding a very clear line where they can still farm. And the Raju, similar story. You lose your tier 1, but you can still play there unless your enemies, you know, unless they punish you, and they're coming right now.
Yep, they're on the way. They've already mounted the smoke. Skylark doesn't have shapeshift this time around, but they're still going to try to find this catch. Wish they catch him out. Got him. Desire also revealing the hookshot. That should be more than enough to bring down Duraicho. All right, good stuff from Manaspa. They are definitely not allowing GG to dictate the terms of this early game. This is good for them as well, because they have this Lycan who can just keep taking over this bottom side of the map.
No, this is absolutely amazing. This is exactly what they have to do. You play together with your kill combo, which is the Pugna with the damage, Clock with the catch. You combine those. You kick out the Rachu. He's being a bit greedy, so you punish him, which is absolutely great. They're in the lead right now. They should be feeling pretty good.
Wish will obviously feel a little bit better if he can start to put some blast onto the tier 1 tower middle, applying some additional pressure on the map. I love the fact that they can just keep going for this pretty much all the time. 15 seconds until we have access to the clockwork hookshot again. Duraicho will have to definitely get back from his position. Doesn't want to go right back into the grave that he just emerged from. But GG also want to make something happen. They're gathering up potentially for a smoke. But this Lycan making it hard, man. Giving them some vision. And now they smoke themselves on Manaspa. They're going to come play aggressively around this mid area of the map, knowing that a smoke is coming from GG.
They're rolling.
Quinn Callahan going to roll in. He finds Skylark just as the shapeshift connects. So not going to be able to find the chain disable. Celery steals his own shapeshift. So has maximum move speed right now. And Tofu did drop the Wukong's command. Hookshot misses in its entirety. Wukong's can't trap anybody inside it. So there's a lot of flash, a lot of pizzazz, but ultimately absolutely nothing happens around this area.
Actually just zero action really. Some spells are being traded, which, you know, in the bigger picture is good for gaming gladiators because the wolf form is a little more important for Manaspa to like keep the stuff going in the game, because even though your roll is down, you have this diffuser now with high-level chakra magic from Ace, so they can still kind of look to go together, poke and prod, and I feel like with this diffusal timing, they're really strong right now.
It's unfortunate for them that they ended up missing out on the roll. Also, I must say, Skylark has been very, very good using these wolves as sources of vision.
Yeah.
Just constantly roving on the GG side of the map.
I mean, I also do like, so a very nice transition for Lycan in these games is you take the bottom tower, you take the bottom jungle for a bit, but eventually you swap to your own jungle. It's very safe and easy for you to farm there, and you can continuously just send the wolves really nicely into the enemy triangle or into one of the enemy medium camps, and it just makes you feel really good about the game. You're progressing your own farm, but you're also slowing down the enemies.
Yep. He's been blocking camps as well with these wolves. Everything is coming out clutch. They're going to smoke up again on GG though. They've just picked up access to the Rolling Thunder. At the same time, the Wish has just gotten himself this forced off, so it's not as easy to kill as he might have been once before. What target will they come across? They got some vision on Celery, on Desire rather. Nande on the high ground. They don't know that he's there, but they can intuit that the Drow should be farming that area. But it's kind of rough, right? That the only viable target is Wish, and he's just chilling right underneath the tier 1 tower.
He's got the force too, let's see. Roll up, diffusal.
There's the diffusal, there's the force, he's already committed it, and right under the tower, Quinn is like, nope, this is not where I want to be. So they get forced back yet again. So that's the second time we have a fight in this exact area, and nothing happens.
It's, I would just say it's hard now to catch the Pugna. I think if you play around mid for gaming, it's more about you swashbuckle, you chakra magic. If you're looking for bigger plays, I think it needs to be in a more open area where you actually get to chase. Like if he 4 steps into the mid tower, you need to go back. As Quinn now might be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah,
he just won.
Oh, he just swashbuckled as well. He is dead for sure. Bye! That's going to be a tier 1 tower that gets removed from the game as well. Like, even though Ace can try and blast us back, Skylark is here with the mini army.
Hello.
They pop the shapeshift, they want to get more. Celery trying to run himself away, immediately gets eaten alive by these wolves and drained of his life by Wish. Tier 1 tower will follow him into the grave. And Manaspa doing everything almost perfectly at this point in time. And not the best part about all of this is Kezu, Nande's just farming.
He's just chilling. Look at all the networks. Wish at the top of the network right now. He has the Force, he has his Lens, he has a Shard queued up. I mean, they're just playing great. If they should likely look even to potentially get a Roche later in the game. And I do think for gaming, they need to switch up their play a little bit. I would prefer them to go as like 3-4 and play more on this high range. Abuse the fact that you have Pango Coddle, keep the Ratio farming, because right now it seems more of like it's an in-between. I haven't really seen Ace, you know, be used in this team right now.
Yep. So far, it's just been prioritizing getting up all this net worth, having some Guardian Greaves, so they have sustain if needed. That is the one aspect of things where they do definitely have an advantage in terms of itemization, although Wish can certainly help in the life department. GG posturing around this Roshan area. They're thinking about another smoke potentially, and they bring the Raichu away from the bottom side. They know that's a dangerous place to play. Man, they really are hurting not having access to the tower in the mid lane, because Wish can just literally park here and defend this forever.
I mean, Wish is just kind of chilling, right? They don't really have some clear catch on him. It's not like you have a Pango Blink or a hookshot yourself. It's like,
speaking of Pango,
the river.
Finding a 2-hero roll.
That's a sick roll.
Into an incredible Boundless Strike coming in from Tofu. Unfortunately, though, Desire able to drop the power cogs, and they lack the damage to fully kill these heroes off. Tofu getting away from the life drain here. They know that the fight is coming. Nande desperate to try and find some right clicks. Not going to overextend for them, though. And Manaspa happy to just get onto the high ground, claim some dominance on this area. But more importantly, that's another wasted Rolling Thunder from the Pangolier. Quinn can just not find an inroad past this laning phase.
Yeah, they're really not getting into this game right now. And also, so this shard on Pugna, he can just drop it, then he sucks the ward, and he's going to kill like every illusion of Naga later on in these fights. They also have Helm of the Overlord already. Uh-oh, Nande.
Nande?
Okay, silence into TP.
Fine. He's fine.
I mean, Munaspa have some good... I would like them to continue up this pace of the game. Like, you can kill anyone you run into. Celery might be, you know, target of choice here.
I was about to say, case in point is this Rubik.
Oh.
We'll try to
Double
stay
whammy.
alive with the double power cogs. Unfortunately, that's kind of a trap as well. It always happens. You debate yourself. End up dying. And they're taking over the Radiant triangle right now, eating up some of these big creeps. Might decide to eat up some of these Ancients as well. And Diraicho is a bit revealed here. Does have access to the Song of the Siren. This is a dangerous place to be for this Naga Siren. Spartan ends up just getting brought down. And there's going to be the shapeshift from Skylark. Trying to chomp away at Ace right now. Nice hookshot coming in from Desire. Just to try and break up the team fight. They push Tofu onto the low ground right in front of this Tombstone. And the right clicks will come in from Nande. The drain is there from Wish, and with that kill, you were mentioning they could potentially go for a Roshan right now, and it feels like Manaspa caught the memo, Kiazu. They're in the pit with the big man.
I want Gaming to step over and contest this. You can like be on very high range with this Caudal Pango as we've talked about, and Tombstone is down. I don't think Manaspa can commit to this right now. You don't have the Lycan form. If Gaming are allowed to play on range, you need to get the hell out of here.
They don't have access to the Rolling Thunder or the Wukongs right now, though. Tofu will respawn in a couple of seconds with the Wukongs. Still at least 35 seconds away.
Look at that. This is too awkward for Munaspa. They need to wait for the spell, smoke up, kill them, and then Roche with like some Tombstone and the zombie ult. You cannot do it like this. And it's good that they realize and they understand, okay, even though we got these kills and they're also lacking some spells, we need to chill. Wait for the Lycan form and then just overwhelm them in 1 minute.
Also, speaking of the Lycan, Rubik ended up stealing the Lycan Summon Wolves, using them to just slowly but surely push down the tier 1 tower, so they finally have some additional space on the map for themselves.
Nope, Spartan once again.
Yeah, just unlucky for him. Oh, he dropped the Tombstone as well. That's... Botcho, he needed to drop the stone. The Wolf. Oh, it actually gets killed. They can't give him the kill. Nice. Spartan stays alive. Alright, turns out maybe dropping the Tombstone was the right call.
Well, just a monster player. What can you say? As the Ratio is enjoying his life. You know, he's top of the net worth now, and he's starting to scale a little bit away from the game. And one of the super annoying things when you are playing heroes such as Undying and Lycan into Naga is that when you commit in a fight with Shapeshift, maybe Tombstone as well, they can just song. They can song and kill the tomb, or just song and run away. They can kite your earlier stages of the tomb and the wolf form, and then just fight you 10 seconds later. And that's just so annoying to deal with.
Yep. To be honest, until you had mentioned her, I've been trying to forget she exists in this game.
I'm not surprised. I won't talk about Naga again. To be fair, we won't see him for like another... For as long as Manaspa don't force Roche, I don't think we're going to see the Ratio.
Can just sit back, farm, finish up this heart. Let the rest of his team do the dirty work right now. Manaspa and the gang, they really want to posture for this Roshan pit, and they're trying to force it. It's at half HP. They have a Medallion now as well. Yeah, they're way too late. They can't
They're
get
too late.
And they did smoke up for this. We'll see if they have the bravery to try and re-engage the fight afterwards, but does feel like a pretty tall order. Skylark just checks on the high ground, will break the Tofu smoke. And that'll give Manaspa some degree of information that this is not where we want to be. Just take the Aegis and run. Now it's even harder to kill Nande, who was already in a position where dying wasn't really happening for him in this game.
Yep, I mean for Manaspa, they have to continue on this, you know, trying to play fast, take away some space, get some kills. They do have Roche now, and I like the Medallion on the Undying. You have the drums on Skylark as well. But the longer this game goes, Naga is going to keep being strong. They're going to keep pushing out all these waves. Eventually Quinn, he's going to have an Ags, a Blink, and then suddenly if you have to split up, which you will have to as Manaspa, your map and your heroes can start bleeding out. So you being ahead like this, they need to keep pumping out these lanes, try to force a tier 2, and just really keep being in Gaben's face. Right
now we see this Rubik still just having a good time with these wolves, getting some advanced vision on the movement of Manaspa. So they're going to have to play a bit more conservatively. And this map, what do you make of the map movements right now from the side of GG? At this point in time, normally we do see teams like to sit back when they have ended up losing out on an Aegis.
Yep.
Are there any other plays they could make on this map, or do you not have really a choice in the matter?
I think right now you don't have too many options. There's like one thing you can do where you semi-pressure. Maybe you put Pango Caudal into the lane that you want to defend to stall out. But right now I think they're very happy trading farm. You have one guy who's going to sit here, be annoying, and the rest of them have Quinn get towards his Aghanims, which he's very close to. Let the Ratio get to his next item. He just finished his heart. Because they're happy to drag out this game another 5 minutes, another 6-7 minutes until they get their core items to then truly play the map.
Gonna see if middle Ace is gonna find himself getting caught out here. A little bit too speedy though for Wish to catch up to him, and Jiracho was there to bail him out of trouble if need be.
Hook shot.
Desire, though, commits the hook shot. Looks like somebody has to get sacrificed, and it might be Celery here. They try to commit the song just to try to get him out of here. Ace pops the Guardian Greaves as well, and they will allow him to live. Forced off away just to make sure that he expends the full range. There's a zombie ult and a shapeshift. They're going in on the backlines. They're looking for CC&C. Quinn has the access to the Rolling Thunder if need be. Doesn't need to, though. His team dissuades Spartan from chasing deeper.
Ooh, I mean, the more items that are going to come out in this game, I think they're just going to make it more, like, a lot easier for Gaimin to play fights. If we look at Manaspa's lineup and the way they need to play fights, you need to play fast, kind of win them quickly too with the shapeshift, and you only have one Clockwork that can go in. So Gaimin getting these Blink Daggers to initiate themselves, or getting tankier or Force Staffs is just going to make it a lot, like, really a lot more awkward for Manaspa to take these 5-on-5 fights.
Speaking of 5-on-5s, Gaimin Gladiators might try to force one right now as they smoke up as 4. Heading into the dire jungle. Spartan gets himself blown up with the Diffusal Blade on the Swashbuckle as well as his Bounder Strike. The hook shot did come. Very nice silence from Nande to prevent the further jump coming in from the Gaimin Gladiators. Saves the life of the Clockwork and makes them say, you know what, we got Undying. That's probably going to be good enough for us for now.
Dire's top tower.
Huh, Nande feels forced to buy a BKB. Interesting. I thought maybe Nande to me is a very greedy player. Like, he loves to rush his Midas. I thought maybe you go for some shard and you hope that your team like goes in for you so you can pump out all this damage. But perhaps he feels he needs his BKB to stand his ground later when this roll comes in to maybe fight against it. Okay. But slowly and surely this game is, you know, it's kind of getting out of their hands. I think Gaimin now have a gold lead in this game.
Yeah, they have a gold lead.
They have a Naga.
Yeah. She gets getting bigger and bigger and bigger. On the bright side, though, we do get this. We'll have this like bell end period of time where, yes, Naga will be strong, but then as things go later, Nande will eventually get there. Can keep just maintaining this pace somehow. Unfortunately, GG are getting some pretty good items to make the game easier. They just got themselves the Vlads on Tofu in tandem with this medallion. Dota Plus, though, favoring Manaspa right now. Probably has to do with them still maintaining the Aegis. Also see Tofu getting himself caught out by Desire. Should end up losing his life here on the high ground. Gonna take a while, but they'll get him.
Finally. Now Desire, what do you do? He has a Force. He's gonna be chilling. I do think that the more and more I see Pango in like these mid and late games, even with just how I touched on earlier how the fights will go, I feel like even if Nine is gonna be top net worth, his entire team is gonna suffer so much in these fights. And we've seen late game Pangos. This hero, like, don't underestimate this little Pangolier hero. He's gonna have Axe, Kato, he has Brigand's Blade, suddenly he has a Blink, an overwhelming Blink, and bam, 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 everyone's dead.
I mean, right now, he pretty much just needs levels, right? Already has the main tools for damage.
Yeah.
Diffusal, Ags already picked up for Quinn. So very, very scary Pangolier at this point in time. Nonetheless, though, Wish still holding it down and doing what he needs to do in this game. We've just picked up the second BKB on the side of Manaspa. Wish just got his about a minute ago. So let's do BKB timing. Even without this Aegis, it feels kind of strong. The one thing that they kind of still lack is that they're all in reliance on this Clockwork to initiate. So Desire can't necessarily miss his hooks. But I would maybe like to see them make something happen on the map. Force a fight, knowing that they can protect themselves a little bit right now. And they feel like they agree who should be the target, Jakezu, because they smoke up as 4. They're going to find Juraicho. Maybe not who you wanted at first. And Nande, one of the first ones caught out with the Rolling Thunder. There's the BKB. Get him outside of the Wukong command. Tofu, will he be able to survive the onslaught of damage raining in from the high ground? Song decided to buy some time and space. There's a shapeshift on the left side of the fight. They really want Celery, and now Nande has no more BKB. They can't protect him anymore. There's going to be the 4-stop away, though, to keep him alive. But Juraicho has the ensnare. Will they eventually be able to close him down? But can they get him? Juraicho realizing that there's too much damage from Wish. He wants out. He lets it go. Leaves the fight. Quinn gets out with the Swashbuckle as well. So it ends up being a 2-for-1 affair here, and it's both supports. And Juraicho came kind of close to finding himself completely isolated on the high ground. So even though the BKB from Nande went down, still the right decision to just disengage from that fight as soon as you could.
I'm a bit surprised at what the later stages of the fight that Quinn didn't help out Juraicho there on the Drow, but they're gonna play it safe. They're gonna try to get out together. And yeah, I mean, that fight went a bit better for Manaspa actually than I thought initially. They lost their Undying right away. There was a great song to like put the fight around and stall it out again. But I think for now, the game might be a little chill for like 1 minute. And this second Roche is going to be incredibly crucial for both these teams.
It's kind of crazy how crucial that timing was on those BKBs.
Yeah.
If they don't have BKB on Nande, he's 100%.
He's just
dead.
instantly dead.
Yeah. BKB, good item. All of you at home, please buy it.
Nah, guys, keep queuing up your 6 butterflies, your double Midas, all good. Just keep farming.
Just keep farming. It's fine. What could possibly go wrong?
Nothing. But one more thing, I really like Tofu's itemization. I feel like the Vlads, the medallion to like help out people with the armor, right, against the Lycan Drow. They're gonna keep focus firing one hero. You have the bonus there. You also give the lifesteal, especially to the Pango, because I feel like in 10 minutes and 15 minutes, Quinn, he's going to be the real carry of this game. Naga's going to be a bit of a bait. Dyrachyo, I like the item build he's going for too, with a bit more utility. I feel like he knows that his scaling isn't crazy in this game. He's going Orchid to be annoying, go on the supports, and next item, Hex.
Also love that this Monkey King is building Wraith Pact after this, recognizing how much physical damage is coming. Speaking of damage, Manaspa, they have smoked up. Unfortunately for them, they found themselves scouted out by these illusions of Dyrachyo. So Gaming Gladiators can just split the map, not going to get caught in any one particular place. And Dyrachyo is in a bit of a dangerous spot, but Celery is right behind him to break the smoke for him. So no worries on losing the Naga in this situation.
They did see Celery on this ward, so they're trying to check if they can sniff him out. He might drop a little Fade Bolt and look to TP out. Let's see. Well, he doesn't want to show himself.
Yeah, he's got more stuff. He's fine. He's out. That was a good game read from the side of Gaming Gladiators. It's interesting for me in this game, Kezu, how many small things both teams have. Dyrachyo has like these illusions he can just send on the map. Manaspa have these summon wolves from the Lycan. There's so many ways to just get free vision, basically, for each team.
Rocket flares, observer wards, tombstones. Like, also moving forward, it's 40 seconds for this Roche, and it has got to be the main priority that both these teams are focusing on right now. If you're the supports, if you're any one of these teams, you need to talk about Roche, how you want to take the fight, whether you want buybacks, who's going in first, because if GG get that one, the game is going to be theirs. And Nande, if he can get his hands on an Aegis, maybe the free shard, you know, maybe it's some big brain stuff. I don't want to buy shard because I'm getting the second Roche. We'll see how it's going to turn out, but for now, Gaben are going to have the easier time to set it up with all this map vision and Quinn on this Pango. Hookshot mid.
Fire goes onto Tofu, catching him out by himself. They do just drop the Ignis coming in from this Coddle, just picked up the Aghanim Scepter and would allow Tofu to stay alive. Quinn goes in with the Rolling Thunder, finding Spartan, and Spartan dragged back at the last moment into the Ignis, and that gives them the opportunity to bring down the Undying. Unfortunately, that does mean that that's a huge spell committed for this. Can they go into the pit and try to get that before Manaspa can come and contest?
I guess it depends on how they feel about actually doing it, because Manaspa, they have a lot of... there's also poke, right? Once again, you have this rocket flare to constantly give you vision, the wolves as well, so they do bring the Dyrachyo over now, but I guess that Gaiman, they're going to want to try to replicate this play. Wait for the roll, maybe you get 1-2 kills, and then you convert it into a free Roche.
30 seconds until the roll is online. Manaspa, they have Tofu, or at least they had some vision of Tofu, but he's just jumping in and out. Spartan's back online as well, so it's a 4-5v5 around the Roshan pit. It's a haste rune down bottom, so somebody's going to have to go check it if they want to use it for this fight. But it seems like Manaspa just comfortable holding hands in the jungle. GG going to just do the same. It's always this awkward moment of the game where both teams know that they want the next Aegis, and you can't afford to let it go, so you just have to play around this area.
Yeah, a lot of the times also, like, what you want to do here is, you try to go around, maybe a brute force, or maybe you can poke a bit, you get one Lycan form out of Manaspa, or a tombstone, or maybe a BKB from Nande, and that could be enough for you to already go Roche. So, Gaiman, what do they want to do here? They're probably looking to place a ward on his high ground and then check. Roll up.
There's going to be the roll up, and they will be able to find yet another kill, potentially onto Spartan. He does end up dying, but he drops the tombstone first. He does have buyback.
Ooh,
get rid of the tombstone. And they dropped the Ignis right on top of it. Shapeshift used up as well. Nande and the gang, they don't really want to get involved while this Ignis is online. It does drop now though, so big AoE spells used up by both teams. Shapeshift running out of duration here, and I haven't seen much impact coming in from this Lycan just yet. And Nande, he gets caught with the sleep. He's right next to Wish as well, both of them in a very weird spot.
Hex is out.
And they're going to get the Hex out onto this draw ranger. Forced off will be there, but they bounce him back with the Blinding Light into this Wukong summon. Not going to be enough to keep him there though. Nande still gets out. Completely out of mana now. Does still have BKB, but will just have to watch the Clockwork lose his life in front of him. Wish will help top him up so he can use his items.
Oh,
another Hex onto Spartan. Forced off will be there yet again. Dyrachyo playing without fear as they're trying to close down Spartan. The Ignis back online once more. And Spartan will not be allowed to escape for the second time in a row. This time, though, will be forced to buy back.
They're just toying with them. Like, Gaming, they're playing really well right now. They're just abusing the fact that it's really hard for Monaspa. Like, we can see, Lycan form is popped. If you don't feel good instantly about running in, it just gets awkward. You feel like, oh, but I have to go in now. But you can tell Nande, he doesn't really want to. Like, Tombstone is already killed. They're all on this nice position. And yeah, now Gaming, free Roche.
Yeah. And this time around, because the Clockwork is dead, they can't even get the free vision or poke from the long range. Quinn drops the Rolling Thunder just to make sure that they can ensure this Roshan. And actually finds a decent target. Spartan might end up dying here, but Quinn has to watch himself. Decent damage coming in from Nande, who really wants to try and go in. Drops a Gust, there's an Ignis, and they actually end up stealing the Aegis because Desire jumps in at the last moment. What a Chad! Wow, that was an incredible play. What a G. We do see on the other side of the fight, Shapeshift is online. Will they end up losing this Lycan? They don't want to utilize too much of the lockdown onto him, because they need to try and come back and protect Dyraicho, who is alone in the Roshan pit, taking damage from Nande, and ends up losing his life. Dyraicho's gone.
Oh my.
Manaspa coming in clutch. Desire shows up to steal away the Aegis. They force a fight in some awkward locations, and Nande allowed to just rain down the right clicks onto this Naga Siren. They bring her down, and Manaspa overturn what looked like a very bad position for themselves.
Damn, I mean, Desire just coming in clutch. Without that Aegis steal, I feel like they're just going to get ran over, but he steals it. Now Dyraicho, he doesn't get it. In return, Nande, he just gets to sit, stand his ground, you know, slap some noobs, kills Dyraicho. And now, you know, instead of them actually getting the Aegis and taking, you know, the game more into their hands, now it's only a 7k gold lead.
Yeah. The gold lead gets to plateau. We see the replay here. Quinn really thought that this was going to be the full security, right?
Yeah.
But they don't need him in the Roshan pit right now. He's assuming that Dyraicho's really got this, but here comes Desire. Frame perfect.
Yeah,
and
perfect
it happens
timing.
during the shield crash, so Quinn can't even snatch it if he wants to. That was so nice to watch.
I mean, literally, as the hookshot deals damage to Roche on the, you know, impact, it dies. He just picks it up.
Oh. Manaspa keeping this game in the balance and making sure that, yes, although this Naga Siren is getting higher and higher in terms of net worth, we just saw a demonstration of what can happen if she doesn't have assistance from the rest of her team. There is damage to kill her on the side of Manaspa. And Nande is getting scary. He has the full Daedalus now up online as well.
I do really like this item build. Going for the Daedalus now. You also have Spartan, who's been pumping him out with the Solar Crest, so helping him even more to deal this damage. And you have the auras from Lycan, bonus attack speed, bonus damage, bonus lifesteal, another bonus attack speed with the drum. So if Nande gets to stand his ground without them being kited too much, he will kill all of them.
Yep. Straw Ranger can certainly carry this game. And one of the unfortunate things is that this GG lineup, there's a lot of resources invested into the Naga Siren. And you were mentioning earlier that eventually Quinn Pango can start to become pretty much the de facto carry. So he's going right now in for the overwhelming blink after the Maelstrom. Do they just wait until they have that full itemization before they try to take another fight?
I don't think you need to wait. You just need to fight, I would say, more proper. Like how they were doing it from minute 20 to 30. High range, wait, you know, kite out the spells, and then come in with the roll, play on high range with the Swashbuckler, as now they have a catch on Desire. Hook shot.
Have a catch on Desire, but at the same time, look what happened. Quinn, he TP'd onto the outpost. Oh, what a bait. A Desire, man. What a player. They had vision. They knew that Quinn wasn't involved in the fight, that he had to TP in to join his compatriots. So they went for the wraparound play. Desire dangles himself on the low ground. They go and they take the bait, and it cost the life of this Pangolier.
Yeah, I mean, he felt safe. He has just ward on the high ground in the Dire jungle. Didn't see any heroes, but they were smoked. The moment he gets in there, well, he breaks their smoke. What up, bro? Just insta-dies.
That's also going to allow Wish to get into the investments of the Dagon 3. So we're starting to get into some major burst damage territory. And when you look at this draft, this lineup from the side of GG, the one thing that they do not do is buy BKBs. So this magical burst output coming in from Wish is always going to be effective in this game.
I mean, he's scaling pretty well, right? The Stagon now, as we touched on, he's level 20 as well. So he is scaling very nicely. But I still feel like if Gaiman really understand how they want to take fights with, get some vision from the Monkey King, you have the illusions as well that are always going to push in waves, it is still easier for them to play. So, of course, as we touched on, Nande, he can get this damage out, but there's a lot of requirements that they need to meet in order for him to be able to do that.
One of those requirements is a good initiation from Desire, who's peppering the trees here with these rocket flares. Almost got lucky enough to scout out Dyraicho. Had that happened, I would have felt very afraid for the Naga's life. Well, I would have celebrated her being dead, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, don't worry. Naga, Ricky, which other hero do you hate? I feel like it's those two. Whenever they're picked up, you're just like...
Yeah, I'm all pretty hard with... I think those two right now. The other ones, you don't see them all that often. You know, we don't have that much Tinker, we don't have that much Techie, so I can deal with it.
I can understand it. Naga not the most fun hero, as both teams do pick up a gem. They understand that right now it's a lot about who has what vision, you know, try to take over an area, make it hard for the enemy team to actually see you, because we've seen it's just a lot about who gets the initial jump. If Monaspa want to have a good fight, they need a clean hookshot into the Lycan running in with his form, into Nande following it up. If that breaks flat, they're going to lose every single team fight because Gaimin will just kite them.
Do you want to see a Hex eventually, maybe on this Coddle? I'm looking at Ace's build, is going for the Octarine core next. Feels like afterwards, a Hex on top of that would be really, really nice. Because you have double Hex with Dyraicho. Because eventually it would feel like, well, unless Quinn hits you with an amazing Rolling Thunder, you run out of lockdown.
Hex is amazing. We've already touched on it a few times. Gaimin want long fights, whereas Monaspa, they want very short fights with some burst, have Nane pop out 5-6 shots on someone and kill them. So you want to continue to build items that allow you to play longer fights and win longer fights. So kite them out with 4 staffs, buy hexes to, once their BKBs are down, you can hex them out and kill them. As once again, Spartan in the front lines.
Spartan on the front lines, dropped down the tombstone. An excellent scan from him to be aware that the smoke was coming. Will cost his own life though to break this. And there is no buyback, and oh my goodness, Nande gets the damage out onto Quinn, thanks to Desire holding this Pango in position for a second. Unfortunately, not any crits, or not enough crits from Nande. And here's Skylark with his BKB active in the shapeshift, hoping to try and run down Quinn himself. Not going to be able to do so. So during the duration of this BKB, just needs to get out. Dyraicho though catches him with the Song of the Siren at the end of the duration. Tofu there with the Wukong's command as well. Do they have a way to lock him into this Wukong? And indeed they do with the blinding lights, the blast from the Coddle. And Ace showing his value in it. Blink forward from Dyraicho, going for more onto Nande. Maybe a bit optimistic on that one.
Well, just checking, you know, maybe Monaspa mess it up a bit. I don't mind him going that aggressively. He has all these items, 2 heroes are dead, so, you know, just kind of check in. But for now, Gaimin have a lot of good vision on this map. Like, if you look in the Styre jungle, 2 aggressive wards there. They also have 1 on the bottom tier 2. And in 1 minute, you know, Roche is going to start respawning. So you dropping your map here is a very, very crucial point for Monaspa.
Tier 2 tower probably going to get taken away by Gaimin Gladiators to allow them to take even more map presence at this point. But this Clockwork doing his best. Desire's been having an excellent game so far, doing pretty much everything you can possibly imagine from his team.
Yeah, you cannot ask him to do more than that, right? He's already played well. He's the sole initiator. He snatched the Aegis earlier. He has a 4-step into Ags, very nice items. He's just playing the role that he has to do, and he's performing very well as he runs into the Dyraicho in the jungle here.
Maybe this is the Costa's curse. I haven't done one in a while. Clockwork, a little bit of danger here. Quinn on top of him. There's going to be the way to try and get him out. Ignis will come out. Nice little hook shot there, but Quinn still chasing him forward with the Rolling Thunder, but Nande throwing in these right clicks. Quinn saves himself by stunning him up, and Desire still alive somehow. What? Double 4-staffs will be there as well. Okay, here comes Dyraicho, Song set up. 3 heroes all in the line. No more Rolling Thunder, no more Ignis, but they still have some hexes. Double BKB will come out, and they turn back onto Tofu, eviscerating this Monkey King. Skylark really wants to try and make something happen. Running forward with his own BKB in the shapeshift. Looking to try and munch down Celery. Won't be able to get there. The Ignis will hold this Lycan in position. Celery thought he was safe, but got revealed by this Rocket Flare. And will eventually get brought down as well. Both supports eaten up. And this is really bad. Fortunately for them, Roshan is not up yet.
That's like the longest Roshan spawn that they could have hoped for. Anything under like 1 minute, they're just instantly gonna get it. Nande and Skylark, like both of them did a lot of damage in this. Like whenever Quinn rolls in, Nande can just stand his ground. 1, 2 like lucky crits, and Quinn is gonna be like in a lot of danger in terms of his HP pool.
Yeah. They got a Rocket Flare onto Dyraicho. No angle for the hookshot though. It hits onto the illusion first. That was really, really close.
Well, it was half a second of Dyraicho potentially dying there.
And they've got the follow-up because they just picked up a Swift Blink for Nande. So he would have been there very, very quickly to follow up with the damage.
I would, like, for the 2 supports of Gaimin, Tofu and Celery, the only way they can really die is if they allow Skylark to kill them. And, well, it's not only up to them. Gaimin, as a team, they need to understand that they need to protect their supports from this Lycan. So I think Tofu, he can be a little more chill, but I can't have both Dyrachyo and Quinn going at the same time. They need to look a little bit at their supports, like disarm those creeps, you know, with your swashbuckle, or net the stuff and just protect your subs, because as we said, longer fights will benefit gaming.
Tofu gets counted out with the vision. Woo! Literally gets two-shot. Bye! No buyback either. Man, this is so unfortunate that this is a long Roshan timer. Desire goes in, finds himself with some initiation. Not going to be able to catch Quinn. And Quinn trying to get away from Nande, but Nande just chasing him with the right-click damage on the far side of the fight. Look at this! And he actually gets him! Quinn is down, no buyback either onto him. Dyrachyo right next to a tombstone will end up songing up. Can he get the hell out of here? Fortunately for him, they did just bring down Desire, so he doesn't have to worry about the hook shot. But Game and Gladiators, although they still maintain this gold lead, Monaspa just keep taking fight after fight after fight after fight.
Damn. Okay, if you're Quinn, you need to think about some stuff right now, because Nande, he can do that again next fight. He pops his BKB, pikes after you. Once you get out of range, he swift blinks in once again to get closer to you, gives himself vision with the multi-shot to then keep right-clicking you and killing you. So Quinn, he's gonna need another item. He has a Trickster Cloak as well, at least from the neutrals. So that's gonna help. Because if he can trade his role for Nande's BKB, that's good. But not if you die doing it. Just a chat play from Nande.
Do you want to see like some Aeon Disc maybe coming in on the Pango?
Aeon Disc is one way, as Celery is just dead. Ran into Nande, got two-shot. Tofu.
Oh my gosh.
Oh! Nice dodge.
Wow. Nice dodge, but it was 1,000 damage crit that was chasing him at that point. Alright, this time around, Game and Gladiators' luck has run out. Skylark has been camping in this Roshan pit for so long. You're like, where is the big man at? Here he is.
Any moment, and then here he is.
And there he goes, because the right-click damage from Nande.
Oh, free Ags. Hello.
Awesome.
I love free Ags.
Dude, and this is a Drow Ags as well that comes for free. This is crazy amounts of damage that have just emerged. It was already scary enough just being around these heroes, but now even Dyrachyo is no longer safe with his illusions against the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, you're not safe at all. Okay, this game just got a whole lot harder. Nande definitely stepping it up. They're all building the right items as well to really help him do that. And yeah, now if you're GG, your team fights are really, really hard now. At least you have the Trickster Cloak, so Quinn can like try to go invis in the middle of the fight, maybe evade one or two attacks from Drow if she doesn't proc, but yeah, he has a DD. Hello, don't run into Nande, guys, or you're all dead.
Okay, please run into him. I want to see the crit. I want to see the damage numbers. To make matters worse, he also cracked 25 as well, so we got the additional multi-shot waves out of Nande. Incredibly, incredibly farmed and powerful on the map right now. And this just feels like Monaspa in the driver's seat. They've gotten themselves back the gold lead. At some point it was 10k, but now it has come in the complete opposite direction.
Oh, he's dead. 1300 crit.
Shout out to our observing team for just even being able to catch that one, and you'll have to catch it again because Quinn finding himself at half HP already. The Hex will come in with the Ignis as well to try and protect this fight. Rolling Thunder in from Quinn. Quinn trying to get closer to where this Drow Ranger is, as Desire managing to get out, picked up the shot, so gets a jetpack away from this Rolling Thunder, Wukong's command combination. And Monaspa, they find themselves completely unbothered. They take the tier 1 tower, cost them practically nothing. Several ultimates needed to happen from the side of GG. They literally didn't even need to do anything. Even the tombstone wasn't used, no BKBs were used. Just a free tower basically for Monaspa.
Yeah, and it's starting to get very annoying, right? All this rocket spam, Nane can just stand his ground.
Oh, Desire finds Ace! And there, wait, well, are you sure he could be found Ace? I don't see anything.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
I don't see anything there. There used to be a Keeper of the Light, but Nande makes sure that that's not true.
Yeah, he left my screen real quick.
Oh my gosh. 2,500 damage in the span of like 1.5 seconds. Amazing stuff from Nande. Now he's just right-clicking on the high ground, maybe hoping to force out a buyback. They know they still have at least 9 seconds before the Rolling Thunder. So they have a lot of leeway for this push.
This hurts a lot because if you're Quinn right now, you want to swashbuckle the Drow, like be annoying with the diffusal, burn his mana, get Chakra, do it again. But with Ace being dead, you can't really commit that much and you lose out on this double swash. So, I mean, this Rax is just free.
Yep.
I'm testing hookshot on an illusion. It does work.
Honestly, between the Drow Ags and the Pugna Shot, like these Naga illusions feel very useless.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Dyrachyo is... He's not really the hero he wants to be. Like, his hero is pretty hard countered, at least at this point in the game. As you said, the shard from Pugna, he can suck all the illus. You have Nande, who's having a crazy game with his Ags. And yeah, I mean, I do like the itemization he's going for, because eventually they're going to look to blow someone up. He has Blink, Hex, and Nullifier against the Decrep, and that's going to be the timing that, at this point, Gaben have to play for, as the Raichu gets scanned.
Yeah.
He has to be a little careful, my friendos.
Desire
fishing with the rocket.
But he was actually being contested by one of the illusions right in front of him, blocking the angle for the hook shot. Nice stuff from Dyraicho. And also, you were talking about itemization. Look at our boy Lycan, just picked up a Hex, but we'll talk about it in a second, because Quinn goes in for an aggressive roll, gets stuck, and should find himself dead, but no! Nande wound up on the wrong side, so he can't necessarily keep the right clicks going towards Quinn. So Quinn will be bailed out of trouble here, but now the Hex comes in onto Dyraicho, Skylark revealing the new item. But they just can't get Nande close enough for the full damage. But that's no more Rolling Thunder, no more Ignis. Yet again, Manaspa able to force GG into a reactive position, but Dyraicho trying to play more proactively right now. Goes directly onto Nande. They want to get this Aegis away from him, and they will succeed in doing so. The BKB is up. Desire jumped in on the backside to just try and create some space. It's going to cost us life most likely here. And indeed it does. But it looks like it'll bail out Nande. Gets off the BKB. Dyraicho right on his face, but Nande just decides that discretion, better part of valor. TP's out of this one. Skylark gets out too. Alright, a little bit of an expensive salvation there from Manaspa, but they still do keep their cores alive. And they get a tier 2 tower on top of it as well.
Alright. At least now, so for Gamen, they're gonna be owning the entire map, because these 3 cores can't really leave the base without these BKBs, and you can see how this Hex, Blink Hex Nullifier is such a deadly, like, tri-core of items, because you're gonna just instantly go and someone hex them, and they cannot be protected because they get nullified. So from now on, Gamen, this is gonna be their entire play, and if they catch Nande out of position, he is going to drop.
Yeah. That's always the one thing about this Drow Ranger. She is the definition of a glass cannon. To be fair, the cannon hurts pretty hard, but still
hurts real hard.
Still made of glass. If you can ever catch her out, then she does die. And the best part about Dyraicho going for this build is that you can make sure that you have the full duration of keeping the marksmanship at bay. Just standing right on top of her. Now it's on Manaspa to try and stop this, because it's still a while till the next Roche. Like you mentioned, GG can just take over the map. What do Manaspa do once they have the full lineup online? Do they just go for the next fight to try to force GG away from their side of the map?
I would say the best thing that Manaspa can do is try to play in groups at least a little bit, and then play off of the vision that you get from the rocket flare spam and the wolves, because vision is like the most important aspect of this game right now. Try to make it easier for Desire to find a hookshot, because you need that to take these fights, because Nande, he cannot play as aggressive as before. There's new items, there's hexes, there's nullifiers, the Raichu's working on a Bloodthorn. People are gonna drop, and they're gonna drop real quick.
Nande's actually trying to increase the duration of where he's protected, building into a refresher as his final item.
I like that.
You don't see this every day, but you know, we have some innovative stuff coming in from Manaspa. Like in Hex, we have a refresher. They might actually try and force a fight here, as Quinn goes with the Rolling Thunder onto the high ground. They bounce away Manaspa from their own triangle. Spartan drops a tombstone to buy in space and time. Oh no, Desire gets the cogs onto Quinn! How on earth does he keep doing this kind of stuff? Wish trying to drain him down, but unfortunately for Manaspa, Nande is not there to provide the right click damage. So they do end up losing the clockwork. I believe that's the gem dropped to the field as well. In the meantime, Dyraicho, he found himself the song onto multiple heroes. Nande, he's going forward. Maybe not the direction he really wanted to here. Wish though, forcing the fight with this life drain. And they actually have quite a bit of damage onto this Naga Siren. Skylark goes in with the BKB, had him hexed up as well. And they're trying to flee. Dyraicho, can he blink away from the right clicks? Yes, he can. They still stay alive. Manaspa though, they're not done just yet. They smoke up. They're going forward. They know that they don't want to give up positioning around this Roshan pit. 50 seconds is the minimum respawn at this point. But they look like they're in 2 minds about this. Spartan?
Never mind.
Nice one.
Just blink in mirror image, run.
He's fine.
Oh, he's thinking about dropping the tombstone. He's just ready. I mean, any fight, fights might just be decided within a few seconds, but there are a lot of creeps in this game in base right now.
Yeah, somebody has to come back home to address this. 2 Sea Dragons, like 6 super range creeps.
Just 1,000 gold, you know, all chill, guys. Don't worry. Let me have that gold. I only have 40k. I need more.
We have seen from the side of Manaspa that they can exploit these kind of movements to catch them out and try to overload them with numbers. Unfortunately, though, the one hero that's always been making that happen is Desire. Also, I'm just thinking, how much of a disaster would it have been if Nande was next to Desire as Quinn was rooted up inside those cogs, would have been really, really bad.
Well, they have the Hex here roll.
Get the Hex out. Diraicho really wants to get this kill. Nande, is he dead? Not yet. He heals up. He's still alive. BKB out of the cogs. He's just going to keep going with this fight. Multi-shot hit will be there.
Double kill.
Not going to be enough to keep the Clockwork alive though. Both supports already gone because Quinn is just leashing out this damage. And they decide on the side of Manaspa, just try to get themselves out. Wish still blasting the wave here, so his greed is going to get exploited by Diraicho, who blinks on top of him with the song. There is a BKB available for Wish.
Half basher.
With BKB.
Push.
Does he get out? They got him. They should be able to get the kill off of this. Hex will be there as well. Diraicho though taking damage from Nande. Oh my goodness, the Draw Ranger just showing the power right now. Nande goes in. We thought that this was a fight that they'd be able to take on the side of GG, but unfortunately Manaspa proving that this yet again was a bait. As they bring down two. Both of them have bought back though. They really want to try and find Nande's life. They're going on to him. Tofu ends up dying, granting a triple kill towards Nande. But now there's no more BKB. There's no more way out. There's no more life. Here's the Rolling Thunder from Quinn connecting on the 3 heroes. Multiple buybacks coming in from Manaspa. Everybody has used it up on their team because they really want to try and force this fight and keep the game going. And Gaming Gladiators, they have spent their gold well. But it's not good enough, Kezu. They still need more out of this. We need a Roshan, we need some Rex, and somebody needs to still come home and defend the base.
He did 70,000 damage. Okay, guys, this is the ultimate test. You're playing against OpenAI. If you misstep for 0.1 seconds, Nande is clapping you out of this game.
Oof. Let's see this again. The damage output that comes out of him. This looks like it's supposed to be a bad situation, right? Wish gets bashed up. This is supposed to be so bad.
1, 2, 3, 4. You just keep stacking it up. Boom!
Damn, this damage. I don't know how you're supposed to deal with this. If they don't do the double buybacks, honestly, I think it's a mark of how good Gaming Gladiators are as a team to realize that they have to buy back in the situation to have any hope of this game being favorable for them.
I mean, they understand from their itemization of how they have to play, right? We can see it. Every time they go in, they try to burst Nande out. Because if they don't, he will just stand his ground and kill all of them. He has a refresher now. I love that he's bought this item because now he's going to have like double BKB, double blink. He can maybe commit his BKB to kill one, refresh, go in with another BKB, but game in, they're forcing this roast right now.
Yep. They know that Spartan doesn't have buyback. They saw him go down to the second time. Desire is the only person with buyback on the side of Manaspa.
He's looking to steal.
He wants the steal. He's done it before, but this time Celery is there to run interference.
Song
they
as well.
dropped the song as well, but Nande going in. No way, no way! They actually managed to do it, and this time around it's Nande that grabs the Aegis. It's gonna get taken away fairly shortly though. No, it won't! He forced off outside of the Wukong's command. He's still alive. It's gonna drop outside of the pit though. But Diraicho and the gang are still cleaning up inside the pit. They've taken down Desire. He buys back into the fight. Diraicho chasing onto Wish, and they do manage to find the life of the partner. Nande in the meantime able to bring down Tofu, hoping to try and utilize the additional damage. But they have to be very, very careful here.
Nande.
Nullifier gets the cancel.
He has no BKB.
Okay, it's a Hex, but at the same time, there's salvation from Diraicho. Nande gets the Hurricane Pike away onto Diraicho. The right click is coming in, and he gets the kill. Quinn rolls in as well, but he might end up regretting this one. Or maybe not, because Quinn on his Pangolier, you said it earlier, he's going to become the real carry. Between him and Ace, they're able to clean up the fight, and they get the TP cancel onto Skylark. That's going to be 4 heroes down around the Roshan pit. Cost the life of Diraicho, cost the life of Tofu, cost the Aegis itself. But Gaming Gladiators definitely have reasserted themselves as the strongest team on the map.
Oh my god. How the goddamn did they steal the Aegis and the refresher? Or honestly, that's a psycho play that I just love to see it from Manaspa because these guys never give a damn how far they're behind. They're always going to go for the plays that will allow them to win the game. Even though they lost this fight because Quinn Pango, I don't know how much damage he dealt, but look at this. He even got the refresher shard as well. I do think he made a bit of a mistake by popping both BKBs here instead of maybe dying and then holding it for his respawn, but damn, my god.
Just such clutch play from Manaspa. Unfortunately though, it does mean it's going to cost a sizable portion of their base on the back end of this. No buybacks available on any of their core heroes. Wish only up in 30, so they're going to be able to at least take the mid lane of Rax here.
They dropped the refresher shard just now in the fountain so that maybe Spartan can defend the base 1v5.
Double tombstone, let's go.
Go, bro, let's do it. As Tofu building, just look. I mean, the Rachu, he just dies if Nande really gets to stand his ground. It's actually insane.
An absurd amount of damage. But Quinn is finally starting to make good on the promise of this hero. They're gonna jump right now onto Spartan. He's gonna die without buyback. Unfortunately for the side of Gaiman, that death was calculated. They knew what they were doing. They were just trying to buy space for Wish to come back. And they're actually going to end up losing the life of Celery. That's going to give back one of the gems. So they have some degree of vision. Melee racks are still online down bottom.
Caudle just like try to hit these racks down. Okay, eventually they do get it.
Took a while.
Should be alright. Yeah.
But to be fair, it is 57 minutes into the game. They already had one lane of racks. The fact that you go 2-1 racks at this stage of the game doesn't really matter that much.
That is true. They don't really care that much. Your Drow also has an axe. Like, you're chilling. You have some blast. Like, honestly, even if Mega Creeps come out, the fights wouldn't change all that much. But yeah, the win probability, it definitely dipped a lot in the other direction.
Oh, gotta love Dota. One fight can just change everything.
I also like the fact that Quinn understood and realized that he needed an item that protects him in some way. And sometimes aggression is your best defense, where he builds a basher. Because when he's rolling and there's a Drow hitting him, he can just shield crash. And most likely he's going to get bashed, so that protects him in one way. Now he's going for the Octarine. Where is he? Yeah, so just more spells, more easy rolls. Now it's even easier for you to trade the roll for some BKBs and then go again after.
It's also encroaching upon level 30 territory right now, as we are about to hit the hour mark in this game number 1. Gaming Gladiators certainly did not expect to be pushed to this brink by the side of Manaspa, but Manaspa showing some definite heart and grit. Nande is also getting close to level 30, which is very, very scary. I think Gaming Gladiators would much prefer that the game ends before then.
Yeah, I feel like these tier 5 items could be... I mean, they're always annoying. I've seen some Book of the Deads doing some like super cringe stuff. Like if you play against it, suddenly you have to continuously defend your base because these stupid Necronomicons are like hitting your tier 4s. Like, why? I feel like this item should be removed, but anyway, let's continue with the game. Or maybe not.
Paused up. Nah, they were waiting for you. They're like, oh, he's talking trash about these
keep
neutral
talking,
items?
keep talking.
So one of the coolest things I've ever seen when it comes to neutral items.
Cool and neutral items.
It was actually really cool. So check this out, right? So it was in a late game situation. This happened during the major, one of the group stage games. It's a late game situation. One of the teams is where Manaspa is right now. They're stuck inside their base. They can't really move on the map, and they desperately want some neutrals. So what they do is that Bat Rider buys Midas, leaves the base, right? Gets a Midas off, buys like bots 2, buys bots 2 Midas, gets Midas, because when you Midas, you immediately 100% get the neutrals. So just to make sure that they wouldn't get caught. And then he BKB, TP'd out, got like an Apex for his Terrorblade, I think. And it's like, oh, now we could actually fight. An Apex in this game would be amazing for Nande.
Okay, that's kind of cute. I mean, I remember the change to Midas where you use it, you get a neutral item. It's kind of like, who cares? But at 60 minutes, if you do it like that, I would say that's one good way. Maybe smoke out someone, because if Gaiman are controlling the whole map, you need to smoke out to get a neutral item. Like, smoke out to the Radiant jungle, try to get something, because, if they're going to get up 3-4 tier 5 items and then they force you into a fight, you are not 30k gold behind, you're like 70,000 gold behind if they get some of the good items.
It's kind of wild that we are sitting at a 30k gold lead, and it still does not feel like Gaming Gladiators can just walk up the hill. They have to be very, very careful about their approaches. So do they just wait for the next Roshan? It's very far away. Is this the time to just like try to control the map? Because if you do run the risk of giving away some of these massive neutral items at this stage of the game.
I would like usually when Roche is this far away, it can't really be the thing you wait for, because it's just way too much. It means that for 5-6 minutes you're like playing some autopilot Dota where it's like, wait for Roche, guys, just wait for Roche. It's gonna be more like, try to play the map, try to keep Manaspa in their base, and at the 60-minute mark, like, maybe you can even think ahead, especially now that there's a pause. It's going to be like, okay, they can't really leave their base. Maybe they're going to smoke out, place a ward in our jungle, place a ward on their Ancients. Like, just be ready at 60 minutes to either A, punish them, or B, get more neutrals than them, and then abuse it into a fight.
They have a little bit of time to consider their options here. Just thinking about what they want to do. Everybody's like fully stacked up on items, even these supports. Tofu chilling with an AC, a Wraith Pact, a Medallion. We've got Celery, a little bit on the poor side. Only has some mobility items with the Blink and the Force Staff. Desire, the Ags, the Blink, the Force Staff, the Gem. But where does Skylark go next as well? Because I feel like I really like this this Lycan getting the Hex. Okay, he's buying Refresher, so they want to get the double Hex going as well. I think they recognize that they really are running out of effective disable at this stage of the game.
I mean, I think the Refresher is good on Lycan, but I would like him to upgrade his drums into Boots of Bearing, just to, like, again, help his team to maybe run away from the Ignis or to not be slowed by the Solar Bind, because right now he's sitting on drums with no charges. And once I really like Tofu's item build with this Rave Pact AC, also him just being around Quinn is going to help him so much. You get all this lifesteal. Basically, the only armor that Quinn is going to have in the fight against this Drow is only if he's next to Tofu.
Yeah.
Otherwise, all of his, you know, physical defense is just getting shredded through by the Drow ult.
This Drow. I really want to see at the end of the game, once we're done, I'd love to see the damage numbers overall from this Drow. It's going to be something ridiculous.
If this game keeps going on, could be 6 digits.
Oh my god.
No caps. He's been getting some 1k, 2k crits.
Yeah.
He's doing work. Yeah, don't forget to refresh your cam, Quinn. We're watching you.
We see you. We have the full knowledge from above. We know what's happening.
I mean, Celery's sitting on 5k gold. What do you think he's going to buy next? He's been doing a good job so far because all he has to do is like try to lift someone out that's, you know, in danger, maybe 4-staff them away. He has a blink and lens himself, so anything he gets now is kind of luxurious.
I feel like another Hex would be really nice because you already have Aether Lens, you also have a Telescope as well.
Yep.
So if you got another Hex, some additional control, that could be really cool.
Hexes are good. I feel like Ags is kind of whatever. There's nothing like super cool to steal, so yeah, I would say that Hex is most likely going to be the most impactful item he can buy, at least for now. But yeah, buybacks are starting to cool down as well. So next fight, because I don't see any reason why either of these teams would force it now. They're all like 1 to 2 minutes away from getting it. So I think the next 1 to 2 minutes is going to be a bit slow. 60 minutes starts trickling in, new items, buybacks, and then 10 buybacks, team fight, GG.
Actually, to your point about buybacks trickling in and saving the money for it, why doesn't Celery just buy E-Blade? That way he can provide some protection towards some of the Drow targets. Make sure that, because Wish is
that's good too.
probably going to be doing something else in the fight, right?
Yeah, no, E-Blade's kind of chill. I think it's more about him now. Okay, does he feel like he has enough defensive tools with the Force and the Lift? Does he feel like he wants a third one? Or does he feel like, okay, it looks like the fights are already kind of good, my people aren't dying, I'll just drop another Hex on it. So it's like one or the other, and they're both great.
Right now, Manaspa, they also have to consider their options as well.
What the hell is Quinn doing? Reinstalling Dota or what?
Sometimes you have to, man. You know, validate game files.
Sure.
You try to relaunch the game, it's not working for you. Pretty cool set that he has had a pretty remarkable impact in this game as well. And in this game one, yet again demonstrating why they were willing to make the move to bring him over from North America. He's so tanky as well, 4k HP. Like, he might not have any armor when he's around the Drow, but if it's not Nande killing him, it doesn't feel like he dies anymore in this game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Nande doesn't really have the easiest time hitting him. There's going to be a few shots, but then Quinn is probably going to hold his shield crash. Perhaps he gets the bash. He can also still upgrade some of his items. He can turn the bash into an abyssal, eat the Ags, and then maybe... I mean, I don't know what he wants to buy after. He can go Refresher. If he wants more damage, he can go MKB. He can go Skadi. I don't know, Shiva's Guard to actually get some armor yourself. Endless options.
Yeah. Always feels very good when you're at the stage of the game and you can do whatever the hell you want.
Spacebar has been called.
Just a quick little restart. All right, we know
on my screen it shows no text. I don't know. Okay, interesting.
Dota 2 still in beta, man. What can you do?
What can you do?
Ace has already built himself the Hex. Nande. Oh, look at Nande's Q. All right, Nande's serious. We know what it is. We're going to get bots to the Moonshot and then some Divine Rapier. I think it probably depends on how the fight goes, right? The fight goes really, really well. You go Moonshot first, that's fine. If it goes badly, you're like, well, time to go sell my Manta and buy the Rapier heads up.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even blame Nande if he just goes with Rapier no matter what. I feel like this guy is a Giga Chad. He just wants to, whatever he needs to do to win the game, like I've watched this guy 10 times, and I feel like he's ended up with a Rapier in 3 or 4 out of those games.
Yeah. I'm also glad that Nande feels me, man. We're in the same place, emotionally. Please don't play Naga next game.
So wait, so he feels you because he's not a Naga player?
No, he's asking that they don't play Naga.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Don't
yeah,
play
I see. Okay, you're right. You gained another friend today. It's very nice. Shout out to Nande.
Naga haters all congregate, please. If that tier gets nerfed into the ground, I'll take it.
everyone would. Honestly, I feel like carry Naga is super lame, whereas support Naga, that's something that actually excites me, because it's more about, it's not about stalling out the game and doing some of all that stuff. It's more about how do you use Song of the Siren to like set up the fight or dodge the fight, kill a tombstone, and just give vision with your illusions. Whereas support Naga, it's like, cool, man, you can kill a lot of creep waves and get gold. Grats, man. You're really good.
Nice. I'm just spamming out these waves. I'm just glad that nobody in my bracket's good enough to play support Naga, so I don't get to see it often, thankfully.
Yeah, I'd rather see it as a support than a carry, but I guess the best for you is to not see it at all.
Yep.
So yeah, I don't blame you.
Just gone completely. So 58 minutes into the game, we're just waiting for Quinn to return to the game itself to make sure that he can handle all his keys, get his restart going. Then he'll be rejoining us at the 60-minute mark. Long late game Dota. Oh, I love it. What a return, man. I'm so happy to be back.
True, I should go cast the game again. Just a casual 60-minute game. Quinn decides to, I don't know, turn off his computer, reinstall. What do you know? That's right, his PC forced a nice little update. Okay.
Okay. It happens.
It happens. What can you do?
Dota just insists on updating things all the time. This is giving both teams, and it's one of these awkward pauses, right? Where it's long enough that you can talk about what's happening in the game, but it's just a bit too long that you feel fresh about the game still. So we're still going to have that random 30 seconds where you're just re-feeling exactly where you are, clicking around, being like, okay, this is how I felt moving around in this game. I mean, that might buy time for Manaspa.
Luckily for both teams, neither of them are in this situation where they want to force a fight right away. So just to go with your point, they get to play some 1.5 minutes of just clicking with their mouse a bit, going to a neutral cam, clicking some creeps and be like, oh yeah, right. I'm actually playing Dota right now.
It's so weird how Dota is just based mostly off of flow, more than anything else. And then sometimes you overthink things when the flow gets disrupted.
Or am I?
So we'll see if Gaming Gladiators will still be as sharp when they get back into this game. We're still talking about like what people need to buy next, right? I think like Wish probably has a difficult time deciding what to do at the end here. It's going for Octarine, but after that, what do you do on this, Pugner?
For now, the best thing any hero in this game can do with their gold is to keep buybacks. So until then, like, don't spend your gold to then not have buyback after. But I would say Octarine is going to be his first choice because he already has the lens, he can upgrade it. And then, I don't know. I don't want to think about it yet. There's too much other stuff. For now, my friends, buybacks, tier 5 items, and talk about the next fight. And then these individuals, you know, Wish, he is a Pugner player, he can go think about his items.
You see some of the all chat coming in.
Who?
Who?
Say it. Say it to my face.
It was me. One thing I also love about late game Dota, if I'm going to be completely honest, is how much more stressful it becomes. Because this 28k net worth lead kind of means nothing. You lose one fight, you don't have buybacks, you can still instantly lose the game anyway.
For sure. I mean, the longer the games go at this stage, net worth just starts meaning less and less. Of course, it still gives you a lead. Like, maybe you like, who cares if you have a bonus moon shard at 70 minutes into the game, right? Or like 2 or 3 of them. Like, no one really cares. It's more about how do you team fight? How clutch are you? Can you force out a guy in 1-2 seconds and kill him? Bait the buybacks, run away. It's more like it's more delicate about what buybacks do you have and how do you actually fight.
One of the things that does become a lot more important as the game does scale, though, is experience. So there's only 3 heroes in the game that haven't been able to crack 25 just yet. Of course, all 3 of them are supports. And 2 heroes in the game that are encroaching upon level 30 territory. Drow's 30 is definitely terrifying, but Pango's no slouch either. And this is one of the drawbacks of playing Carry Naga, though. You get robbed of so much experience. You're always like inflating your net worth, but you never get to be one of these heroes that gets to the level 30 quickly.
I mean, luckily for him, or like his talents, the ones that he missed out on aren't like the craziest. End snare cooldown, meh. Most of them are gonna dispel it or get forced away. 15 strength, kind of meh too. And I think for Tofu, it's like a similar story. If you're playing support Monkey King, getting this 25 talent with the additional Wukong, it's not like you're playing a build where your ult matters at all. It's more like, here you go, looks cool on the ground, gives me armor, and that's about it.
Yep. I just get to style a bit. I'm the cool kid on the block. Wish very, very far away from getting the 30 himself, so we're not going to be seeing level 30 Pugner either in this game. We just wait for Quinn.
Oh, 1 sec, I'm going to go call him.
And you're like, yo, man, what's happening? What's going on here? Let's hope it's not one of those situations where after an update, the game struggles to reconnect.
That would not be good.
Yeah.
That's not the one.
That is not what we want. That is not what we want. It has happened in this DPC before, and as we say it...
Oh, he's back.
Is he back? Is he back? Hey, there we go. Thanks for calling in, bro. You did the right thing.
He was telling me how to take out the trash. He's back now.
Alright. I think everybody's going to be ready to play. The quick restart for all definitions of quick is done.
Alright, we're back. And now we're gonna wait at least a minute or 1.5. I can pretty much assure you.
Yep. We're back, and the most important thing is going to be Diracho pushing out waves as Naga. Yay. Awesome. So 1 more minute until we get these neutral items. Nobody's going to do anything foolish up until that point. That last fight that we saw happening inside Dire Triangle, it probably helps for Manaspa that we also had the dual buybacks out of GG as well.
Yeah.
If they didn't buy back, they might have been willing to play a bit more aggressively, but they also know we can't afford to make any high ground mistakes. And pushing high ground in Dota is still one of the most difficult things you can do.
Yeah, it's just very dangerous. You need to know exactly... Whoa, hold up.
Okay, Desire getting this full job. 4 heroes are smoked up.
Back.
And looks like he's just playing very bravely up front. Nande misses out with a multi-shot, not able to connect onto any of these heroes. And Quinn able to just run down this clockwork, no buyback onto him. Nande forced into a BKB. And Manaspa were the ones that forced this engagement to happen, but it didn't necessarily feel like they were ready for it, Kezu, and they get punished pretty hard. Losing clockwork, a BKB out of Nande. Okay, that was. What do you think they were thinking when they went in for that fight?
I don't think they got the memo in the 10-minute pause that, guys, our buybacks are not ready yet. And I mean, again, for Desire, if he has to go in alone, there's just like this easy lift out. And now that you're 1 hero down, it's 60 minutes. Like, look at Gaimin. They're just... You're not hitting neutral creeps, guys, and it's 60 minutes. What are you doing?
All right, Diracho's got you. Diracho's got you. He's here in the triangle. Celery's got you as well.
I mean, Gaimin are doing it, but Manaspa, they're not. They're all chilling in their base. Uh-oh.
Right.
Rup bro, Force Boots, what up? Fallen Sky, what up?
Fallen Sky, a Giant's Ring. Let's see. Better not be an Apex or a Book of the Dead. Book of the Dead would be already... You're already playing into Naga with 2 lanes of racks down. Imagine having to play into a Book as well.
I want to see Giant's Ring Pang with this fucking truck rolling all over you and killing you. I mean, he could drop his boots now with the Force Boots, so he's chilling.
Yeah, that's true.
And he can push himself like through anything with Force Boots, which I think can be... I don't know if he's ever played that before, so it could be awkward, but also very good.
One of those mechanics where you're like, should this really be allowed? Should this be in the game? Who's to say?
Waiting room for Manaspa to get a tier 5 item. It might happen now.
Okay. You're actually trying to stop this from happening.
Nope.
Nothing from the Ancients.
Roll.
Quick Thunder coming in from Quinn. They force away Nande. They recognize how important this could be. Will they
Nande's
go in
hexed.
for a song? Nande gets hexed up. Another force comes
Bing
in.
bong.
BKB coming in. Quinn taking quite a bit of damage, but the shield crash will keep him alive right now. Skylock. BKB run-outs. There's going to be the... Oh my goodness, the ensnare comes in from Diracho, and Nande blinking in off the Diracho as well. Throwing in the right-click damage, but the Song of the Siren will be there to help cover. Tofu, not able to get himself out of here. He's getting drained away and bursted down by Wish. Forced off will be there at long last to keep him alive as well. Quinn went back in. Gets in the Gleipnir.
Yes, Force
Onto Skylock and Wish. Can they get anybody out of here? Desire's going to be the first one to die. Wukong's command dropped down. Wish forced into a BKB. Should be able to
another
leave.
roll.
Quinn gets another Rolling Thunder, man. That 25 talent is way too good. And now Nande doesn't have a BKB. They force off onto the high ground. There's the Fallen Sky to chase after him with the nullifier. And they finally bring down the draw. But she got her buyback right at the right moment. But it will not matter, it seems. As Wish dies as well. Dual buybacks emerging from Manaspa. But they find themselves unable to contain Game and Gladiators as the Goliaths of GG are too strong, man. The late game, they have the tier 5 neutral items, you do not, and you can't really do anything to stop them anymore.
Okay, Desire has buyback. Maybe there's some really cool shit. Probably not that they can do, but... Oh, hello, Diracho.
Oh no, Diracho.
Bing bong, another roll.
He gets on to Nande. Nande is dead, gone, and the game itself will end as well as Manaspa throw in the towel. Game and Gladiators have done it. It took a 10-minute strategy pause for them to be able to achieve this victory, but they do eventually make it. Quinn, so fast that he came back, his camera is not even in focus just yet, and the win is going to be there for them. a stressful game at the very end there. If they only had neutral items, if they had the tier 5s, imagine if the Drow Ranger got an Apex, or if they got the Force Boots.
Imagine if they got any tier 5 item. They had 0. They had no buybacks, no tier 5 items, but they made Gaiman really work for their win in this game. A 1-hour game, maybe 80 minutes if you count in the pause. Like, they played very well. Just a few hiccups here or there. Gaiman showing why they're a very good team with how they team fight. But yeah, impressive stuff still.
So at the very end of the game, after the pause, right, we saw that Manaspa, they smoked up as 4 heroes.
Yep.
They went and engaged the fight. If that doesn't happen, if they... Because where Gaiman was at the time, they're playing Dire side in the jungle.
Yep.
If Manaspa tried to take control of their triangle to maybe get neutral items, do you think the results could have been different, perhaps?
I mean, for sure, there's tier 5 items spawning. I don't care how far behind you are. Tier 5 items, guys.
Tier 5 items win the game for Gaiman Gladiators, and right now Manaspa, they showed some heart, they showed some grit, but they definitely showed us an entertaining game. Back to Nat and the gang to break down all the action that just happened.
Before we jump in and break down the game, we want to have a little bit of a listen in to the team comms through that whole ordeal of a game, that high action impact. So let's go ahead and listen into how Gaiman Gladiators handled themselves.
Look at light. Go. Don't force it. Play slow. Play slow. We're gonna fuck control him.
They're actually now. The tomb is really fucking me.
Yeah, we're killing it. I need help. I need help. I need help. Go for the dog.
Get knockout.
I'm dead. You can kill them all. You can kill them all. No ages. Just kill them. Help me.
Kill the drone.
Ah, easy. Urge. Man me when you can.
Kill this guy as well. Have like in here.
You have cheese.
He's tipping.
I can now.
Oh, it's one. The other guy?
I'm getting the waves. I want to end the game.
He's up there.
Very calm, composed there. We like to hear it. They had their heads on, nice and cool in that one. But I want to know how Manaspa handled some of the team fights with their team communications.
Guys.
I can buy back here.
I catch him.
Hey, bot back everybody. Everybody bot back. Everybody bot back.
They need to buy travel, so though.
Almost dead on Kotel, but it's okay, it's okay.
They bot back on everybody.
Monkey here, I need help. I buy back. I don't care, guys. I buy back. They're dying. I buy back here, I kill them all. I kill you. Buy back in, kill them all. This is us.
Come down. Oh shit, then in there. Go in there. Oh.
Chill, guys, chill. Don't scream and we're gonna be fine.
A little bit of a difference there in how you hear. I liked at the end though, after the team fight.
Opium right there in that fight. Leonardo's getting jumped by a Naga. I'm gonna buy back, kill them all, and then like Wish after's like, nah, chief, you gotta calm down.
If we calm down, we might win it. I liked it though. The energy was there. We heard it in the interview, how much energy Manaspa have, and it's very clear. Like throughout their games, they're just as energetic, and I don't blame them. That game was pretty insane. There were a lot of highlights for Manaspa. A lot of times where I'm like, hold on. The Dro is coming online. The Dro might actually be able to win this one.
Oh gosh, she nearly did it. She was so powerful. I mean, you look at the team fight recaps and she was doing like 17k damage and no one else on her team was coming close. And I mean, a part of that is due to how well Gaiman did their prioritization on them in their team fights. Like they would try and find this Pugna like no matter what. And I loved Doracio's itemization to achieve that. Going for this like assassination build, the Swift Blink, Hex, Abyssal Blade, Nullifier. Like I will kill you no matter what. Oh god, it was so nice. I really enjoyed that, especially given the fact that this Pugna matchup where he does get the shot and he can like use his suck on the little
illusion.
No, yeah, it kills the illusions when you
can use it on the ward and it kind of disperses onto the like AoE things.
Exactly, yeah. So I love that change up of items to deal with that. So good.
Like for me, this game feels like the story of 4 Roshans. You know, Manaspa, they have this like Death Falling lineup. They get the first one, the second one, they snipe it away. Then they get a clean third one, and then the fourth one again, they snipe it away. And I think like if at any point Gladiators were able to like get second or third Roshan, this game could have been completely different. So it's props on Manaspa are identifying how to keep their draft kind of in contention and to kind of give Drow that confidence. But yeah, for Gladiators, we heard it in the team comms as well. I think this is why they're such a dominating team, is they just understand how to take the fights and how to communicate it, right? It's like in these chaotic games, they know that they need to poke. They know that they don't need to fully commit in these engagements. Just play on the fringe, and when you see a wasted BKB or any key defensive tool used, that's when you fight. And same here as well, right? It's like they're sitting on the edge, they're throwing some cheap spells in. Oh look, Drow doesn't have BKB. Now Quinn's jumping on top, Pugner doesn't have BKB as well. It's like these are the times where you crush the fight. So yeah, Gladiators demonstrating some really nice team fight understanding.
That fight was really nice as well because that's the second roll that they did. The amount of like spell cooldown reduction they had with like Prism and stuff, I think, and Octarines, like everyone's going Octarines. I feel like that IM has been on like such a surge, and yeah, he's like, you do your first go, then your second, and like you highlighted, they just did it perfectly, and they were really good at disengaging together.
Yeah, I would say that that's something that came around closer towards the end of the game. At the start of the game, though, there were a lot of team fights where Manaspa were able to walk away after so many spells being dumped on them with no one actually really dying. So there's a lot to be said about how Manaspa play their earlier game, how they're able to handle themselves there. But Game Gladiators walk away, they get the win, MVP. Duracho, any items? Is that who you want to go for? You seem to hype it up a lot, Sheep.
I have to think, it's a long game.
It was 62 minutes of action.
I'm conflicted between either Quinn for his... I think there's sometimes even where Duracho would die, but then like Quinn would step up and kind of be like that pseudo carry. They, you know, at the end, like he kills off the Drow, she doesn't have buyback, stalls out the game a little bit longer. So I think maybe Quinn could get it for that, but then Duracho, I think, is if he buys one wrong item this game, this Drow was having an incredible time. So come on, we need to decide the vote. Are we going to go for really good itemization and just kind of cool, calm, collected play, or are we going for the cool, calm, collected mid laner that was also playing some pretty good Pangolier?
I think it's... I mean, we hype up good play all the time. I think hyping up good itemization is...
Yeah,
there it is.
Duracho.
Let's take Duracho.
Done.
All right, Duracho MVP for all of the reasons that Sheep said, but any extra that you want to add on top T?
No, again, I like the fact that he did go for the Hex Nullifier. I think there's a lot of times, especially with Drow, like these Drow players, it's just they just need one 4-stuff out, or they need one helpful repositioning thing to give them that turnaround potential to then get the marksmanship procs and kill. So I think it's really good that Duracho kind of played with that assassin-style mentality, and of course the rest of Gladiators followed up on that. And yeah, unfortunately for Manaspa, they weren't able to, actually break down Gladiators and get to a point where they were maybe getting a lot of racks for themselves. So yeah, just a nice little game there from the Naga. And even Nandi during the pause was like, please don't play Naga in game 2. Like he was during the downtime talking about going bored and not wanting to play against Naga. So two things that a lot of male Dota players really care about.
You gotta fill in the time, have a little bit of chit chat about some things. Let's have a chit chat about what Manaspa need to change up. Do you want them to actually lean a little bit more into the aggression that they have and bring that one into game number 2?
I really liked how they played the early game, especially. I thought it was fantastic because this Coddle, they punished it completely perfectly. Like, he was forced out of lane at level 4, like, Drow's level 6. He has to go to his triangle. They're invading his triangle. Like, they're putting in the effort to try and keep these heroes down, which I thought was good. Also, they connected their heroes together properly. Like, Pugner and Clock were playing together as soon as Pugner had, like, 6 and getting kills on, like, Duracho, for example, who was playing a little bit greedy in that early game. They also, like, itemized really nicely early. Like, Pugner got his 4-staff so they could disengage from Quinn rolls, and I think they made his rolls, like, not do very much for a while. Overall, I think their early game was, like, pretty stellar, honestly.
Did you slot in a carry that hits that tempo as well, T?
Yeah, it was good overall. I think for Manaspa, and it feels like the same theme, like, we lean on the comms once again. Like, I feel like they set themselves up for this success point, but then they kind of maybe fail the understanding of, let's do exactly this to win the game. I feel like they keep doing the same thing over and over again, which is like find kills, run around, do things, but it lacks...
That won't necessarily win you a game.
Exactly.
It won't necessarily close it out until you have this giga lead.
Exactly.
Like
and they're not building said giga lead against Pangoliers and Nagas and stuff. So I feel like for Manaspa, and I'm going to probably say it for the rest of the tour, they missed that one little bit of like class where they make that one call that's like, this is our game now. It seems to be they're making the same level of call every time, unlike other teams where it's like, this kill, this play, now we occupy the map. So I'm looking forward to when Manaspa really kind of get that little switch within their run. But yeah, so far it didn't happen in that first game. But it easily could have. Easily.
It easily could have. One change up, and it could happen in game number 2, which will be coming on our screens right after this break. 62 minutes in game number 1. Gaming Gladiators walk away with the win. And here in game number 2, Sheep.
Yes.
I was actually going to ask
this
you
is
if it
my
could
angle.
be like... Oh, this is your
I was ready for it to be this one, and I was doing this, and I looked up, and it's over here. Sorry.
Wrong. So wrong.
Happens.
I was going to ask you change-ups for Game 2 because there was a little bit of predictability in Manaspa's draft. I mean, their last overall pick was Lycan for themselves, and that one was, T could see that one come from a mile away.
Of course. I do think it was not that good, to be honest. I feel like there was way too much pressure put on Desire on his clockwork to do pretty much everything for his team. He had to like do all the initiations. He was stealing the Aegises. This guy was like providing all the vision with his I mean, this guy was like owning so hard on clockwork. And I feel like that burden should have been shared that game with the Lycan, or the role of the offlaner, I should say. Especially when you're playing with like Pugna and Drow, who really need those guys out front. I don't think Lycan was just good enough for it. Like he was... it felt like they could deal with him so well, especially with this Naga counter they got on top of it. So I just wish he'd been more like general, well-rounded of just like control and yeah, stuns.
Yeah. We'll see if that's going to be the change-up for them. I believe there was a draft to... Maybe not. Maybe not. I thought I saw the draft, and now when I look over, there is no draft.
It's okay, I'll just keep flaming. He did 18,000 damage in that game. An hour and 2 minutes, T. That feels terrible, especially as a Lycan who's meant to kill people. And his tower damage wasn't even...
Less than the
What
Drow.
she's saying is he could have played any other hero and it would be
He could have. He did 5,000 building damage as a Lycan.
5,000?
So where was the damage going? What? He was
whole
just like,
5,000.
He was just a split pushing machine.
Only 5,000. Kind of useless. So, to be fair, I think for Manaspa, when you look at their offlane picks, it's Brood, Beastmaster, Lycan, and then some Darkseer. There's like Viper as well. They always have the same archetype of annoying. And I feel like they need one... Like, if they look at their draft, they don't look for teamfight or for map pressure Roshan. It's just, what's the most annoying hero we can pick? And there's always one in their lineups. And it often goes towards Skylark. And I don't mind them drafting with this playstyle. Again, they dragged this game out... Oh, sorry. The game lasted like an hour. It clearly isn't a draft, which is terrible. They're losing 20 minutes, right? And it's also not one where they're throwing away some egregious lead. So it doesn't look the most comfortable, but it's the Manaspa comfort. So I don't mind it, because like if they replaced it for any generic stunning hero, they probably wouldn't have had the same level of like shot calling where it's like, we have Lycanot, we have abilities to crush their map, let's go for it. So again, it's a weird one. Manaspa is just a weird team in how they communicate, how they play, how they draft. And yeah, it sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. So.
Yeah. You were saying that in that long pause that we had during game 1, they were talking about please don't play Naga game 2. Do you think they just banned it out themselves? Do you think that has to be something on the radar?
You shouldn't ban because you don't want the game to go for a long time. I mean, yeah, you can. I mean, you should,
they might ban it out later in like the final phase, right? But it was an ultimate last pick, and yeah, it's hard to get it banned in. But no, I think Fernande right there, it's like, if you were any other hero right now, I'm probably going to be fine in this game. But that constant song disengage, or you blink on top of me with Hex, not a lot of carries have that same mentality. So I think Nande was just a little bit upset that the game had to get dragged out that far. And he's like, God damn it, Dratu, why are you being so annoying? So pesky on this Naga.
Yeah. I think like a little bit is what we've been saying is like Manaspa can play aggressive. So I think a lot of them want to be able to close it out earlier. So you said you wanted a little bit of a core change up. T, was it mainly in the Lycan that you were thinking needs to be changed for them to close it out faster, to have that drive and that direction on how to and when to close something out?
If anything, I would probably want them to keep the Lycan, the Beastmasters and this stuff, because that's their best aspect. And
change the draw.
To be fair, you know what? I'm going to counter your counterpoint of points of counters. Okay. I'm going to say, honestly, I'd be happy to see them have the same draft again, because it's just it's so Manaspa, right? Like, this game had so many highs and lows that like one good positioning, correction or an Aegis that they cleanly take is going to be their own option, right? And I think just leaning on draft here, Manaspa could improve so much better in game. So, yeah.
All right, you don't ever think it was a draft issue. It's all about the communications.
No.
Lobby's being remade, by the way. I wasn't blind.
Are you the anti-drafters? Are you the draft haters? Is this like team... Oh, God, as I punch my mic. Because the thing is, though, speaking to Spartan, I know that he said a lot of the times that he thinks that they just don't execute that well in game. And I think if we execute better in game on Manaspa, they would be winning games.
There's merit to be said, though, about being self-aware of being unable to close out or execute drafts, because then you're not like, just draft issue, just draft issue. We're great, draft issue. Just draft issue.
Yeah. We drafted you.
Drafted you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keeping Gladiators though, did you think it was going to be this much of a difficult game for them to close out?
Again, I leaned on the Roshan's being a key thing. I think if they were ever to get second or third Roshan, this game wouldn't have lasted as long. I think because of Dracu's itemization, his playstyle, his assassin mentality, this would have been able to shut out this trial quite early on. So I feel, yeah, it's more a Manaspa making these good calls in the game to drag it out.
Agreed, boys.
I was going to say, Sheep has not really talked now. I'm wondering when she's going to jump on in here.
I'm coming in. All right, I'm going in.
She's coming in hot. She's got a hot take.
I just want to, I think like gaming, you talk about the Roches, that was important. Like it was pretty bad how like, for example, they didn't coincide their Pango roll with when Roche was ending, so they couldn't defend like the pit. You know, and that like when it got stolen by Clockwork. I feel like that's the kind of mistake that's really bad. And then they're not communicating well together. Like Quinn is leaving the pit after it gets stolen.
I thought you were going to say leaving the game.
Yeah, no.
Diracho was by himself in the pit.
Yeah, he left Diracho alone in the pit to just die to a Drow Ranger +1. Like these are the type of mistakes that shouldn't be happening, and hopefully they clean them up for next game. Because yeah, those were the moments that like turned the game for them into a better win.
Absolutely. No first phase ban changes, either Death Prophet, Primal, Nature's Prophet, and Brood not getting let through. This time around, though, Manaspa having second pick, which means Gaming Gladiators with the Undying there for themselves. A little bit of a reversal.
Yeah, and once again, Manaspa, I think against Gladiators, you need to be very careful about what you pick here, just because Quinn will go Batrider, he will go Pangolier. What's the other one I'm thinking? There's another hero.
That's true. There's a lot of more gotcha picks for this first phase close on Gaiman than there are for Manaspa.
Yeah, and I think Manaspa's drafting style with their opening, it doesn't really have a lot of flex normally in it. So it's like if they're picking a very face-up value opening and you're giving Quinn the perfect mid pick into 3 bans, that's when you can have an issue, especially when if you have to be brutally honest between these two teams, Gladiators are often making the better in-game calls. So having a draft that isn't counted as well would make it quite difficult. Most likely going to see the Spartan Snapfire.
Do you think there's ever a world where like we just see a Quinn, you just want to bat?
I want to just bat Pangolier, please, right now.
All right. I was going to say Lesh was another option for Quinn, but I don't know if they will like it without the IO.
No, his confidence is out the window.
It's gone? It's done?
Yeah.
Orodu just took it?
Look, ran away with it.
Unlucky.
We'll never see it again.
Okay, well, that's fine. Didn't want it anyway.
Why the Batrider though, T? Why are you going so hard in on that pick?
Because it's broken.
It's because because Quinn. No, because whenever I see, especially with Manaspa picking this, like sure, maybe you can put some snap mid or whatever, but like the snap flex doesn't threaten this Batrider at all. And these heroes, they're pretty good at like that one fight, but they're really bad at like constantly getting run out and fight. There you go. Thanks. It's like
so good.
They're just very weak supports outside of doing things to enable each other in lane, if that makes sense. It's like Earthshaker is really good at making an offlaner feel good, but when the laning phase breaks, if your mid matchup is not very good for yourself, Shaker can't help mid. He just throws a fissure. So Manaspa has a very punishable opening, and that's why I like to see just really strong cores just get their name stamped into the draft early.
So that offlaner does not play Snapfire, or
they played mid snap, they played 5 snap, they played 4 snap. I don't know if Skylark has dabbled in offlane snap.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it down here.
I called him snack, not snap.
Snack.
A tasty snack. You want to take that offlane?
Yeah, a little cookie action. Mm-hmm.
You had 2 options there, cookie or grandma. Thank God you went cookie.
Yeah, thank goodness you went the cookie.
Guys, relax. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I was gonna say I like when the Snapfire is intending to go offlane, I like it more with like a tiny.
Sure, kill threat.
Yeah, but the Shaker seems nicer if it's going somewhere else.
What about Shaker as a support? I know it was, I want to say semi in the meta around middle of last year, like early middle last year. And a lot of people were just very against it because it took so long to really have an impact, to actually feel like this support that could enable other heroes on the team.
Well, the main reason it became good was because of the shard, right? Because the idea was, oh, you have to put so much effort into giving him a lane, letting him farm his blink. Now it's like, oh, he just naturally gets to like 15 minutes, passively gains some gold, 1500, it's enough. And then you're able to have all that impact from range with the Fissure. So I think that was why he was much nicer. It was OG as well that was playing him mostly, right? Yeah, and it was, during that time, their style was like body, like playing it more in the safe lane as a body. Like they were playing Alk as well. It's like, I'm just sturdy, I'm just gonna sit here and tank spells for you, and I have a stun.
It was also really hard because Tree was obviously in meta. You've got Lina was in meta. So when you pick up this Shaker, you can't go to lane against a tree, really. You can't really ever threaten some Lina in the game. And I think you needed other heroes to come back, or at least to leave meta for Shaker to come back in.
And so now you think with Lina and Tree out,
Lina,
there's
Tree gone.
potential space for him?
Yeah, there's a little less 5s at least that are like dominating lanes hardcore by themselves.
Okay.
Disruptor can still do that to some degree, not if the lane's in a bad spot. Undying can, of course, do that. So, of course, Undying feels pretty good here. But we're slowly getting to a place where you can be a little bit greedier with passive supports or heroes. We're not there yet, of course, but like we're making the small steps.
Yep.
And Manaspa need to make a small step in their draft by picking a hero that actually feels good against Batrider, because they are yet to have one.
I know one. His name is El Viper. Because now that the napalm deals damage every time you apply it, it constantly procs the corrosive skin. So you actually can just farm against him pretty well.
I was gonna say, if you want him, do you try and wait to pick him up at the close of this phase?
Yeah,
Okay.
you'd close it at the phase, and I rate Manaspa's just ability to pick Zeus here because it matches okay against bat mid. You have to jump to get away, you push out the lane. You do still need that extra hero to sometimes help you if you get outplayed a little bit of flame break, but it's a mid matchup that works. It's a matchup that gives Manaspa damage that the supports. I mean, Snap has damage, but they need a little bit more. So yeah, actually, I don't mind the Manaspa pick for sure.
Alright.
Still can easily get run at and broken apart in the early to mid game, but I like the fact they did it.
Ooh, Rubik Centaur. Alright. Ace definitely is always showing up whenever he's gotten the Centaur in his hand there. He's going to be Rubik in his lane. Feels the same as like 201.
I mean, it's just a
We've seen
clean
it a
second
million
phase,
times.
right? I look at Gladiator's draft and it just looks really nice. Bat against mid, you see weaknesses, whatever. Centaur Rubik, you have one more pick from Manaspa, but it's going to be either a Snap in the safe lane or an Earthshaker in the safe lane. And neither of them are like, we're going to get this Centaur and kill him real good, right? So, and that is the weakness of this opening from Manaspa, why I kind of didn't enjoy it too much, just because it allows Gladiators to pick this Centaur Rubik, no cares, to pick Bat, no cares.
Yeah, they're kind of just like all well-rounded right now. The only thing Game are missing is like the ability to take Roche and towers. So their carry for me needs to fulfill that, and they're looking pretty good. They have loads of lockdown as well to play around this tombstone. They can hold high grounds nicely and play with vision with Bat. It's good. I like it a lot.
Do you still like the idea of Viper for Manaspa, or now with the Centaur Rubik pick coming out, you're a little bit less on board with it?
I'm just trying to sort where their heroes would go if they did pick Viper. Like, if you wanted to play against Batrider, I don't think it makes sense.
Okay.
Because of Zeus.
Yeah, Manaspa, they pick up the Morphling. If they are going to... Again, they have last pick on Manaspa, so I would like to see if they have any flexibility with, like, Shaker, Snap. Depending on what carry Gladiators go for, there might be a world where you want Snap to lane with your offlaner and to, fight the carry. Then you just put some casual Shaker in safe lane, throws a fissure, pulls, just exists. But in regards to the Morphling pick, it is a really nice scaling point in their lineup where if Gladiators, they don't really have ways to stand in a territory and go, this is our jungle now. Like, they continue sweeping around and using spells. If they have Tomb, they'll fight there. If they have some Firefly, they'll go. But if they don't, it's like they can't exist consistently. So now Morph and Zeus, it's like these heroes should be able to scale. There isn't this innate tower damage that Sheep was mentioning. And I mean, some Manta Skadi on Morphling, some, Sanj Kaya, Shard on Zeus. Like, they're going to have plenty of damage to kill Gladiators now.
Ban-wise, we see... Okay.
Nice Viper ban. I mean,
Yep.
need to do it. I feel like if Manaspa got some Viper with Shaker in the side lane, just clicking away.
Be sad.
And then, like, you use your resources to kill him. I think that's the main thing for Manaspa now. They need this offlaner to be super annoying, because it's like, they spend time dealing with Skylark, and then it's like, Nande will farm on Morph, Wish will farm on Zeus, and then you have an issue of Manaspa's draft should actually square quite nicely.
Well, Viper taken out, Dro taken out now. You said Gaming Gladiators, they just need really an objective taker in their carry. What else comes to mind outside of that Dro that's already been banned that Manaspa really need to be aware of?
Oh god, everything's banned.
All of it's banned.
So
it's all
many
taken
carries
out.
have been banned. Like, I was like,
Ian.
Ursa would be nice, Sniper would be nice, Drow would
taken
be
out.
nice.
I love the respect of AM. I think now that we've seen, again, other carries fall off meta, Anti-Mage is slowly coming back, especially against Morphling. It 1-to-1 does really well. And Manaspa, they don't really hit two towers themselves, so Gladiators can be as greedy as they want with this carry if they do think it will inevitably outscale the Morphling.
I guess they could just go like a Pudge if you're looking at Doracio's hero pool. Just when you get that Axe, you get that like healing regen reduction. You could always buy like a nice little pipe. Oh, not pipe, sorry, a hood for yourself, so you're playing into this magic damage early and be just fine. Like, as soon as you get BKB, you kind of sound.
Dude, this timer is cutting it close.
Yeah. The only thing that would be lacking with that would be physical damage, so I do like the Faceless Void for that.
A beast. Yep. Good old Manaspa. I mean,
it was like in game 1.
Yeah.
Beastmaster here in game number 2.
Difference this time around is the Beastmaster is a traditional counter to Void. Void can't really defend his tower throughout the entire game. You're going to have vision advantage. You're going to be able to raw him as well. So this Maelstrom BKB timing on Void doesn't feel that good. You know, chasing that next item might even force him to go Lincoln. So I think Manaspa, this draft has many more layers to it than the previous game draft. And this should be a game of like who makes the better macro choices, because both of them have their ways to punish each other. It's really going to be not about the draft in this one.
Well, then I'm going to Uno reverse you.
Okay.
Who's the better macro? Who's going to win then?
Better. I mean, Gladiators are the better macro team. I mean, that's like.
I'm just going to hear you say, you know?
Oh, sure. Okay. Quinn's the better. No, joking.
He said it. He said it. My only thing is, I want a Centaur to buy a Meteor Hammer, and I want him to hoof on someone
And then Meteor Hammer
with a Rubik lift on top, just to chain stun it, and it's going to be sick, and they're going to take... And that's how they're going to have to take towers, and if they don't buy it, then I guess GG.
Void can do it as well, because of course you got the Chrono. So Void can go Hammer, Centaur can go Hammer, Quinn can go Hammer, so there's 3.
Okay.
And then that's 3 hammers. If you do a hammer in each lane, you naturally will progress the map at least in one of them. That could be game winning.
You know, Napalm...
Don't do it. Please don't do it.
Napalm makes the Meteor ticks do more damage, so it actually does scale with that.
Damn. Okay. All cause Meteor Hammer. That's what I want to see coming out of this game number 2. Doesn't matter who wins or loses. We're all winners here because we have our casters, Snare and Kazu.
Thank you very much, Nat and the gang. We are hoping for not that many Meteor Hammers. We got to see it in China the other day with multiple on one team.
That was not good.
It doesn't work out. It doesn't work out. But this time around, the Manaspa draft, I think we both agree, works out a lot better. A lot more cohesive. It makes much more sense what they're trying to do. Does it match up well enough that you think they can take this game 2 against GG?
I think they should have a pretty good shot at this game. It's a super good Beastmaster game. He was last picked for a reason. So he should be set up for a good game. You also have Nande on the Morphling. I feel like he should have a good time. The only thing I'm a little afraid for them are their side lanes. You have this Beast Shaker, not the best dual lane. You also have a Snap 5 in the bottom lane, which is you know, it's up there in volatility. And you're playing against a Bat who can run you over early. But if Manaspa's early game is good, they have a great draft.
Yep. I mean, we have Quinn Batrider on the one side. We have the Nande Morphling. It's his most played hero, most successful hero. So if they're ever going to win a game, it's going to come out of this one. So let's get into it. Specialist on specialist. Early smokes as we expect. I also just like the fact that they have many more options to fight directly into GG this time around.
But I mean, I feel like if Skylark is going to be off to a good start, which he probably should be, as we have the Smokey on Smoke. Hello.
Smokey on Smoke action. It might go the way here of Gaiman. Tofu getting away from the fissure. Everyone just breaking the smoke. But they managed to plop down the Observer Ward. It hasn't been dewarded just yet, as GG will not be able to get themselves onto the high ground. So good stuff from Manaspa to just defend their area.
Yeah, just kind of holding their stuff. So it looks like, yeah, Gaiman did not get to drop any wards out in the Radiant side. I mean, they already dropped there too, but still, you know, Manaspa just holding their ground. You do have more level 1, so your level 1 and Bounty Room contesting isn't too strong. We'll have to see if Gaiman want to take advantage of that.
Gaiman are just posturing around these bounties right now. The small little skirmishing is still going on. Last time around, the trade was just a regular 2-2. We'll see if Gaiman allow that to happen. Wish using the best taunts in the entire game right now on his Zeus. And hey, Diraicho able to outclick Skylark. So Gaiman Gladiators looks like they're going to get themselves a 3-1. All right, it's a foot race now, Kezu.
2 for 2.
Let's go. Let's go.
No time walk.
Oh, no
Skylark's
time
got
walk.
this one.
Man, 5 movement speed. It makes the difference.
But at least they get to trade because, I mean, they should be happy trading bounties because you have a Shaker who's fissure blocking the top lane, and you have a Morph who's pretty much not a hero. Like, he's dead weight. He has some auto attack damage. That's it. So splitting runes, you know, nice job from Manaspa there.
And this Morphling, the dead weight hero, he's going to be laning down bottom up against the Centaur and the Rubik. We've seen that this particular lane duo can be very, very strong. But the mid lane, this is where it really is all going to come down to. Wisp Zeus on this Quinn Batrider matchup. This should probably bake in the direction of the Batrider, but Wish should be fine here, right?
Yeah, it's like a very farm-heavy matchup. You do, sure, you pressure the Zeus a little bit, but he can always jump away, so unless there's a misplay from Wish, he should be fine. He also can always push out the wave on you so that, you know, it's hard for you to really go on him. So until like level 5, 6, I don't really think too much should happen here. And if you have a good early lane with Zeus, you know, you always have the ulti to then help out your team later on. So, yeah, should be a pretty good matchup for both heroes.
Yep. And then finally, the last lane that we haven't really taken a look at is the top side of the map. Last time around, we saw Dyraicho get to have a very free lane. Him and Celery were kind of bullying Skylark and the boys, but this time around, he's playing Faceless Void. Beastmaster is normally the one that does the bullying. So good luck, Dyraicho. Have fun. You're not going to be enjoying at least the first 4 levels of this lane.
Yeah, like once Skylark gets level 3, 4, and then especially 5, having this double bore against the Void is going to be very annoying. This constant slow. And then also there's a pulse 5 on dying. Like once Skylark gets through the early 2 minutes, he's going to be very happy in this lane.
Just going to be chilling. Nande will not, I doubt he's going to have the same efficacy in this lane as he did with the Drow Ranger. 3 early kills. That's definitely not going to happen.
Definitely not, as Spartan is already in a bit of trouble down bottom.
Yep, he's being gone on right now. They're looking for the first blood, and they should be able to find it as Tofu and Ace get the grab there. Nothing that Nande can really do about this. There's no
Definitely
slows that
not.
you can leverage, no burst damage that you can threaten with. You just have to watch it happen.
Yeah, that's so the one thing I was mentioning earlier is that there's just a couple dual lanes or a couple lanes when you just see them, you need to kind of hate them. Like if you're Spartan in this lane, you hate the fact that you have a Morph lane because he's just gonna watch you die. And if you're a Morph, okay, you get the cookie combo for once, but you don't really have this follow-up damage where they lane really well together. You don't have that, so good job by Gaben to kind of abuse this, and that is just how Centaur wants to lane. It's such a good laner with Rubik, fail-proof, gonna have his Ring of Health, so he's super happy.
Already Game & Gladiators off to a very hot start here. Things looking decent on the side lanes, especially down bottom it's great. Mid is just more or less drawing even. Top lane, Dyraicho is doing fairly well as well as Skylark. He has been able to do his stuff for the first few levels, but I haven't necessarily seen him get to the super dangerous part of this lane just yet. So far, Game & Gladiators much happier with the start than they would have been in game number 1.
Yeah, I just feel like this bottom lane could really get out of control later. With this early start on Centaur, has his Ring of Health, he's going to work it to the Vanguard. So I don't really see him ever dying. Like if you also think about Zeus, Zeus wants his side lanes to put people to low HP. Morphling Snap aren't really going to do that to Centaur. And Zeus doesn't really gank Centaur that nicely either. Later you have some Stampede. So yeah, I'm having my eyes on Ace for him to have a really good early and mid game.
One thing that makes it even more frustrating is eventually once Quinn starts rotating on his Batrider, you can't really respond in the same fashion as the Zeus, right? You're not like some Pango or some Tiny, you show up and you just turn the fight around. Sort of a damage machine, so Wish will have to be very, very circumspect about where he goes on the map.
I think they have the level 3 on Skylark with the double bore, so he's going to be good to go. There's some water rune stuff going on, and I think later Desire could look for a little play on mid, maybe around the time where Wish gets 6, so Spartan does drop.
Well, he made the sacrifice, fam. It's fine. He's like, I'm going to sacrifice myself in the river so that Nande can at least get some degree of...
Yo, Nande, you have any items to drop, bro? Do you have Tango? Maybe Glove of Haste? Let's go.
That's just how it is. Let's see. Did he come back with something? Did he do it? Did he do it?
No, only his own item.
Aww.
Oh,
disappointing.
Cookie,
but he actually goes in with the Snapfire Cookie onto Tofu. There is no waveform available from Nande. And Ace will bail Tofu out of trouble with the Hoof Stomp. Alright, good stuff happening down bottom for the side of Game & Gladiators. And now they're forcing this Morphling to farm on the tower. Not necessarily the place you want to be early on, but what can you do? This is just, like you said, you hate this lane for a reason.
Yep, I mean, this is just gonna be life. It is a good Morph game later on, but one of the few things I could see for gaming that can really snowball is that we already touched on it. Ace has a very good start. Tofu, he can rotate to mid very soon. Quinn is gonna start to get closer to level 6. There's also the beautiful 6-minute mark where active runes are just ever too important. And if Tofu leaves Ace, who cares?
Yep. We're gonna have a replay of exactly what ended up happening to our Intrepid Snapfire.
It's just a nice move by Ace. He's like pulling the wave and he sees that Spartan is going for the rune. He doesn't really lose anything because he's already holding the wave. So it's just like, okay, let me collect my free kill and then walk the wave back to the actual lane.
I do have one major complaint though about the Centaur. He has a Ring of Health, he's building Vanguard, but he's not building Meme Hammer.
I stopped listening to the panel when they talked about Meme Hammer for, how long was it? 30, 40, 50 seconds?
40 seconds. You see these odds from esportsbet.io coming in, and after game number 1, they're even further in favor of the side of Game & Gladiators. I think that's a little bit disrespectful how far it is, because based on what we saw, Manaspa certainly in with a shout still. especially if they can get this early game going for themselves.
A little bit, even though I don't fault it too much. The Bat and Centaur are off to a very good start, and yeah, I'm just it's gonna start feeling a little hard for them to deal with that. As Arcane Rune spawns in the mid lane, Quinn is gonna give himself that. Very happy.
Yep. He just picked that up on top lane. They're trying to actually make a play onto Skylark here. They know that he's all alone right now since Desire had to leave him. Will they have enough damage to kill him? It doesn't seem so. But Celery's still happy with this. Yeah, he had to drop the tombstone, but you zone Skylark back a bit. You force him not to be able to play the lane until the Snapfire does come back. And even when the Snapfire does come back, you don't expect him to be able to do anything.
I mean, any timings you can do to like stop Beast from having two boars at the same time, like they pretty much had killed his new boar at the time, is just very big for them. And also right now, Wish, he would love if any of the gaming heroes would fall to low HP, since he already has his ult, but I don't really see that happening. You have very low damage supports on your 4-5. You still have Morphling, who's not going to deal a lot of damage, so he might just be sitting on this ult for a little bit unless he forces something himself.
Seeing some of the forcing people, Diracho is going to try to chase down Desire, see if he can force him into a death situation, but just happy to eat away slowly but surely at his HP pool. But overall, Game and Gladiator is just happy to sit back and farm. Ace is also about to crack level 6, so we'll have access to the Stampede as well. So many playmaking opportunities for them, and he'll get there a little bit faster right now if he's able to kill Spartan, and indeed he does. So some bonus experience into the back pocket of the Centaur.
Yeah, I mean, for now it's like a lot about this laning, but for Game and Gladiator soon, once again, Quinn still has this Arcane Rune. There's going to be an 8-minute active rune. He's 300 gold from Boots of Travel, and they have the Stampede ready. So they're really good to go, whereas for Monaspa, as Desire.
Yeah, for Desire, he's definitely going to be dead here. Got off the fissure. Very bold movement to come up this hill here, because Skylark actually had vision that both of these heroes were in the area, but he tried to get them low, because here's Wish making his first rotation.
There we go.
You normally expect the Bat Rider to be the one to move on the map first, but Wish showing that he has the aptitude to realize exactly where to be at the right time to get the kill onto Diracho of all people. That's probably the most critical kill they could have gotten right now.
That's just a very nice job. Like, he realizes and understands that, okay, you guys cannot set it up for me. It's not that they don't want to, they legitimately can't. He goes top, TP's there, gets Diracho killed while the Time Walk is still on cooldown. Quinn pops his Arcane Rune, gets himself a DD Rune, doesn't really matter. But now Boots of Travel are online, so the map is going to start to feel a lot harder to play for Monaspa very soon.
He's so farmed. It's kind of ridiculous. Just going to be farming some stacks right now. Top lane, Celery. He just taking up the space. He probably knows that the next movement that comes in that fashion is going to make this lane very unsafe to play. While this is happening though, look what's going on the other side of the map. Monaspa seem to be aware that Quinn should be farming the triangle right now, or they want to threaten Ace as they smoke up on 2. We saw this smoking ganking duo last game with Wish and Desire. This time around it's Spartan that's taking the responsibility, and they will find Ace. Nande steals away the Centaur form. Alright, that's a nice initiation. Waveform into the Hoof Stomp. Wish finishes him off. And already we see that the counterplay from GG is there. Quinn has rotated to the top lane on his Bat Rider, but they are prepared for this move on Monaspa, and they're not going to give him the luxury of using this DD rune to get a kill.
Those are some really nice map moves by Monaspa. So you have the top pressure from Beast and Shaker. Also, the reason this move didn't work is that Skylark had a very nice Hawk. It's not the one that is out there right now, but the prior one was exactly there. They saw the TP, they back off. They smoke Wish to bottom, so they're pressuring top. They don't die in the lane to the Bat Rider gank, and in the meantime they smoke bottom and kill Ace. Very, very nice job by them.
Playing really, really well on the map. Diracho gonna try to force a move here because the Quinn is coming back on this Bat Rider. The Firefly is online. Will anybody come to assist him here? The Primal Roar goes out onto Diracho. Skylark knows that he's definitely dead to rights and will not be able to assist in getting anything else going. So a little bit of a... They had to have known that move was coming back. Quinn was missing off the map for quite some time, but he manages to find the space, and they come back to find the kill onto Skylark.
Yeah, it just makes it a bit harder to play now because Beast's gonna be very, low movement speed hero. You don't like to buy boots early on. Quinn has the Boots of Travel, so even though you want to pressure the tower, there's a Stampede. Can't reach though.
Whew, that was close. That was so, so close.
Stolen Fissure though on Tofu for now, so that's, even though it's only level 1, very annoying to play against.
Actually, funnily enough, did the Fissure maybe keep Quinn away from finding that vessel?
Yeah, he couldn't quite get there. Fisher just like barely blocked him off. But now they're just gonna smoke up, and yeah, they want to shut down the Skylark Beastmaster.
Certainly is the right call to make given how good he is on this hero. Skylark doesn't know that this is coming, so he's gonna get exploited. Dyrachyo makes the initial jump, gets him with the time dilation. Skylark not tanky enough to survive through all this magical damage. And oh my goodness, Spartan came in, but got immediately fissured. Fissure really, really good on Rubik with no bonus points. And now they're gonna get another bonus kill because they dropped the Chronosphere onto Wish. He's completely surrounded by 4 heroes, and there's nothing he can do about this. Game and Gladiators, they come for 1, they get 3. That's the best deal in the world.
Yeah, that's a pretty good deal. I will take that all the time. Get some double donations going on. Quinn with some fancy footwork, good flame break to get the Centaur and the Beastmaster split, so he doesn't really get stopped. And now Manaspa, they feel like they're gonna smoke out of base since they both respawn without TPs. But yeah, 3k gold lead now. That escalated pretty quickly.
Yep. And then it's like you've been mentioning, the fact that they don't necessarily have their massive counterplay options themselves. Game and Gladiators can just keep making these moves. On the bright side, though, they did have to pop the Chronosphere for all of this. On the downside, it's also a tier 1 tower that they ended up gaining. This does not feel good, kids. When you're the one as Beastmaster that loses your tower first at 12 minutes.
Yeah, that ain't good. Right now, the problem is that you didn't do too well in your lanes, and both your supports are underleveled. They need to give Spartan, I don't know if they use, I mean, I'm pretty sure they use the Tome. It's minute 12, but they're both level 5. They need Spartan to get 6 in order to actually get kills. Otherwise, you have Roar into what? Roar, sure, then Wish needs to be in every play. So, and Spartan ain't getting any of that XP.
Well, he's gonna be having to get XP the old-fashioned way. Gonna have to start in the fountain. Probably wishes that it ticked up in the same way that the gold did. These kills just feel so easy for Game and Gladiators right now.
Yeah, you know why? Because it is very easy. There's nothing Manaspa can do right now on the map. Sure, you have this one very tailored way of, I have Beastmaster and I want to go hit the top tower, but we've touched on it before. Nande, he can't really join in any of these plays, which they don't have enough damage. Like, even if he goes to plays, they need Spartan to get level 6. For now, they're going to smoke up. I'm telling you now, as a Beast player, I don't want to smoke at minute 12:30 into my own side without boots.
There's also a smoke on the top side of the map, though, as they found Desire. 3 heroes will surround him. They're like, oh, you're trying to soak up experience in the lane? Nah, fam. Both you and Snap Spartan are going to be in the same boat. No level 6 allowed for you. Unless they go on to Ace here. They could try make the same play as they did earlier. Wave form with the Host Stop, and indeed that is the case. They had the chain disable with the Fire Snap Quickie, and they should be able to bring him down. Takes 4 heroes, but at this stage, you will take what you can get.
Yeah, I mean, kill is a kill, and now they can at least hit the bottom tower a little bit. Tofu is here. Stolen Cookie, Lens, he's pretty happy, as Quinn is stealing some juicy double stacks. Just some more gold, you know, all good.
This has happened. They're actually going to get the counter kill onto him. Wish shows up. Desire found a wonderful fissure from downtown, and Nande and Wish end up getting the cleanup. This feels like deja vu. We've seen this movie before, where Game and Gladiators start out really hot, and Manaspa make one key move that feels like it breaks the game. Not necessarily completely back in their favor, but makes things playable again. As Nande can now play the top area, Wish will just go back to farming mid. And Skylark can just swap sides on the map, doesn't want to be in the top lane anymore.
I mean, that just worked out really well with the high ground ward, and even though, you know, the smoke feels awkward, it definitely worked out for them. He goes bottom, you know, he helps a little bit with the center kill, then they take the tower, now Nande gets to rotate out, goes into the triangle, he's like, oh nice, you steal my ancients, but I'll at least get a double kill.
Yep. Wish now still very high up there in net worth. Nande also doing the same. It's going to be a while before this Morphling is a real presence on the map though, so can ignore him for a while. The problem is that Quinn is really high up there, almost has full access to the BKB. And at that point, I really don't know how they kill him, at least at this stage of the game. And speaking of Quinn, he's going to come across Skylark in the triangle. They're going to make a decision as to whether or not they want to go for him. I think Skylark just wants to prevent further stacking, wants to prevent easy farm here.
Hope they see each other.
Let's all see each other. Everyone's chilling, except for Wish. Wish wants to try to get some kills, but the rest of Game and Gladiators, they have Stampede online for Ace, so they shouldn't really die here. Unless, oh, nice! The Sato Tormentor gets Fire Snap Quickie into Tofu. That's going to end up being the doom of this Rubik. Tofu making them work for it a little bit. He is slightly over-leveled at this stage of the game. Damn, that's some hate for Tofu. What did he do to you guys?
They really wanted him that. Drop an Echo and the Thunder God's Wrath on him.
Okay.
I mean, Wish is definitely enjoying life. You know, he has a Kaya Sanj, Arcane Boots, now finishing up his Shard. Yeah, they're doing pretty well. Ace's item build, so he went for Vanguard into Pipe. I don't know how much I personally like the Pipe, because it's better when you go for these 5-on-5s, but I feel like with their draft right now, Bad Rider, Void, it's more like these, you know, pick-off centric. So I want to see, like, do they want to go together and force something with the Pipe, or like, what's the deal as Spartan? Kill the room!
Does he get it? Hey! Nice.
Worth it.
Oh wait, what? Is he actually gonna live from this? No way. No way.
Quinn knows. Cool kids don't look at explosions, bro.
If only there's a universe where he manages to get it, but we'll talk about it in a second. As they found Skylark here with the lasso, they drag him back, and Skylark got a little bit exploited there. Kind of surprising that he didn't immediately back off, but he didn't know that they had this high ground wall to scout him, and they smoke immediately. They don't want to stop the rolling train. They want to try and find more.
Yeah, 2 dead. You have the BKB. I mean, Spartan's respawning since he's a pretty low level, being level 6. All right, TPing mid.
Let's see, will they be able to bring him down again? They don't have vision just yet. Planting Observer Ward, so they see that Diraicho is farming right in front of them. And they're actually going on to Diraicho. Diraicho! Fire Snap Cookie into some Zeus spells, and this Morty's Kisses end up bringing him down. But unfortunately, that reveals the position of the Zeus. So he's just going to get ran on by Quinn with the BKB. Bad Rider finds immediate revenge. Tombstone will be there. And there's also going to be a fissure to block off access away from Celery, and they get the quick kill. And that was a Morphling Tombstone stolen away from the Undying. Nande has just been playing, he's basically playing Rubik as well in this game. What a guy.
I mean, he's having a good time, hitting some creeps, joining some plays, turning into some heroes, killing them. And it happens every time. People underestimate SSA Spartan. This guy is just feeding. Nope, he TP's mid, cookies the creep, and they take down the Rachi. So a bit of an overplay there for, you know, for him. He was probably just trying to set up his team like, I'm going to show myself, you can go around. But, you know, Monaspa quick on the punish.
Yeah. They now get rewarded with a tier 1 tower in this mid lane. So despite losing out very early on the tier 1 top, they get the first tower in the mid, which is certainly much more important, especially when you're playing on Radiant side. You want some access to this Roshan pit. So what's the play here from this point onwards? They know that they're a little bit behind in gold, and they probably know that Game and Gladiators, as soon as Stampede is back on, they're going to try and come for another fight. Where should you ward to try and avoid this?
I think if you're Monaspa, you want to make sure that you have vision around the mid and top area, because if GG ever make, let's say, a move and they use Chrono, or maybe Quinn dies after using BKB or Lasso, if you're Monaspa, you can force Roche pretty fast. You have a high-level Morph, he has Manta, he has Falcon Blade, you have Beast Aura as well with the Helm of Overlord. So the next couple minutes, both teams need to be very, very aware of the Roshan capabilities of each other.
They might actually wait for these Morty's Kisses, because Desire just picked up a Blink Dagger on his Earthshaker. And if they can get Morty's Kisses in tandem with the initiation of Earthshaker, there's a lot of damage that comes very, very quickly.
I mean, suddenly they got through this entire stage of the game where their supports weren't really that useful. But now Snap has some levels, Desire's got his Blink, and Morph net worth, Monka, it's up there now. He's top net worth in the game.
Shout out Nande. Nande, even though their team lost game number 1, has been having an incredibly good series.
Yeah, this guy ain't a loser. He's a winner, even if he loses games.
Tier 1 tower taken in the top lane. Game and Gladiators, they've just picked up a Blink Dagger on Centaur.
They're looking on mid.
Mid lane. They're going to actually jump onto this Rubik. And that should be Tofu's life taken away. Very cute play attempted with the Force Staff. And that's actually really big. Not only did they get the kill, but immediately as the kill happens, Game and Gladiators give up on their idea of smoking up. Yeah, so this is an opening for Roshan, maybe.
Yeah, any Roshan fans, looks like they are. You have the Shard on Spartan. They already have a good ward in the enemy jungle. They have a Hawk, but Desire.
Gonna try and force this fight. Desire, he gets found out here by Ace. There's gonna be Morty's Kisses coming in. They lasso him as well.
Sure, free Rosh anyway.
Yeah. Hashtag worth. Can they get it in time? Yes, they can. Monaspa blame themselves a Roshan. Diraicho looking for a multiple hero Chrono. Will only be able to catch out onto 2. They're looking for the damage onto Spot. But he has to be really careful here. Wish is really exploiting him. Ace jumped into the bubble to try and follow up.
Oh, he didn't get the memo.
But didn't get the memo. Everyone was going back. Didn't get the memo that Nande is strong as hell. And as a result, he gets brought down here by Monaspa, who can turn a Roshan kill into a tier 2 tower push potentially.
Rutro, not good. I mean, right now, if you're gaming, this is not feeling too good. You also don't have like a... I would say after this fight, you might be in the case of, okay, guys, we need to play the map. Fighting them head-on is pretty hard, but Quinn doesn't have a Blink queued up yet. Maybe he wants to change that a bit. And Daracho, he's going to have to farm his BKB. If you're him, he's going to be like, guys, I need my BKB before we fight again.
Yeah. Did end up going for the Midas, so angling for a much later timing in this game. But it does mean that right now, Manaspa can play on the forward foot. They almost managed to bring down Celery here. Waveform forward. My god, Nandi, relax!
You got him!
Holy smokes! Quinn is gone. Ace does not have access anymore to the Stampede. There's a Primal Roar on top of him. They try to heal him up with the Soul Rip, but it's not going to be good enough. 2 heroes gone. Both of them calls on the side of Game and Gladiators. And now the tier 2 will fall as well. In the blink of an eye, Kezu, the entire map just feels like a very oppressive place for Game and Gladiators because Manaspa is giving no quarter right now.
For sure. 1 minute ago, Morph same network was bad. Now he's 2.5 up. Hold. Won't kill him quite yet. Just knocking at your tier 3, you know, casually at 21 minutes. Little lift on Spartan.
And they should be able to get the Fire Snap Cookie. Feels like Tofu's only gotten mobility spells in this game. Nande's like 2 can play at that game. Gets Fire Snap Cookie forward. There's going to be the fissure. Rubik is gone.
He just killed Rubik because Tofu had Cookie. So when he turned into Tofu, he could Cookie himself on him and kill him. Yeah. Unless I'm stupid, that's what I just saw.
Radiant's top tower
Will be granted, I hope, with the replay, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Yeah, because I think Spartan was way out of range. So yeah, just, you know, pretty nice play. Sometimes you feel like you can defend this until one player realizes, what the hell is this guy doing here? I can kill him. You get killed and you're like, oh, actually, I was not allowed to be there.
Yep. And they're not allowed to be in their own triangle right now. They have this Observer Ward on Radiant side. Nande protecting the area, daring Quinn to try to come up onto the high ground. And Diraicho, he did just get back access to the Chronosphere, but as you were mentioning when we first saw the draft, damage into the bubble, not necessarily the best. A little bit of a misplay middle as they missed this Fire Snap Cookie, but it doesn't seem like it'll matter. Ooh, Celery.
Lasso.
Barely kept alive, and Nande didn't get off the straight.
Diraicho?
So he gets himself brought down. Diraicho doesn't have TP. He's stuck on the bottom side of the map, but they might still be able to kill Nande. Nande mantas out. Barely able to escape this one. Blink in, Echo Slam on the two with the ultimate coming in from the Zeus and the Morty's Kisses brings down both supports. Quinn forced the BKB just to get away from Skylark. And they now might be able to bring down Ace. They're slowing him down. The damage is going to be there. Nande, though, being told by his team, listen.
Please do. Wish is like, please do. Just hit the tower. Stop.
And he's like, okay, fine. I'll do it, bro. I'll do it. And 23 minutes in, there's sieging a lane of Rax. If not for the refresh on the siege, they would have lost a straight-up lane of Rax. And Kezu, all of this is happening for once over TP scroll. I'm getting some Cloud9 flashbacks right now for Diraicho.
Yeah, my man, he's got to be farming the BKB. Maybe he wasn't expecting, you know, that... I mean, he kind of has to be greedy to get this BKB, so I don't fault him too much. But if he had it, they definitely would have killed Nande twice there on his respawn. But luckily for Gaming, they do have the BKB now completed, so... This is about as strong as they're going to get in any of the next minutes. But Nande already has an Ags, Skylark has a Blink, and yeah, this game is getting out of hand.
Yep. It really is getting out of hand. Also not that far away from the Zeus, having access to the Aghanim Scepter. But Game and Gladiators now, they do have the BKB on Diraicho, so a pretty powerful spike.
Yep.
They might try to make something happen after they clear out these camps. Win probability heavily favoring Manaspa right now, but if they can win this next fight, we just got forced off on Ace as well, so this feels like go time. You gotta try and make something happen. There's also a window where they know some of these ultimates are down from Manaspa. We'll see if they try to make something happen off the back of this. But they don't have vision right now, Kezu. It's hard to know exactly where to go at this moment.
Yeah, it doesn't feel too good. I mean, Manaspa's positioning is very nice. It's like around this mid area. It's very hard to attack. Gaiman don't have any aggressive wards, because obviously Manaspa, they have been in the driving seat, and you're playing into Hawks and a Zeus who's dewarding your vision, so this is, it's just not easy at all right now. It's very awkward. They are going to smoke anyway.
Yeah, but they smoked right underneath the Beastmaster Hawk. It was right on top of them. So Manaspa can just set up, and look where they are right now. They're going on the right side of the tier 1 tower, and they leave Nande there. Like Nande... Normally, the conventional wisdom, you don't leave your carry, but the carry is Morphling, you're not going to be able to kill him before the team can help.
I mean, I would even love someone from Manaspa to, like, bait around the mid area. If a fight breaks out here, I don't really see how you lose it, but they're going to take it, you know, the safe route. We saw them smoke, let's just chill, not give them a play. I'm okay with that.
They know that Game and Gladiators is not just a really good team, but they just recently won a major tournament. And you don't win tournaments like that without making magic from nothing. So give them less than nothing, basically. The smoke will expire now. Spartan goes forward just to try and get the uphill D-ward. Will succeed in at least removing the sentry here.
He's daring them a little bit, just running in. Okay, what you gonna do? The answer is nothing. We're gonna run away from you. Stampede.
Oh, Stampede comes in. Ace gets jumped onto Skylog. Skylog will be able to at least find the primal roar
Stolen
onto
roar.
Quinn. And the stolen roar goes immediately right back onto this Beastmaster. He's going to end up falling here, the first casualty of this fight. Diracho in the meantime finding 2 heroes inside the chrono. One of them is Nande. Desire's going to try and bail him out. The 3-euro Echo Slam comes in. And they manage to bring down Diracho. Nande still alive. Him and Wish are going to clean up house as 3 have fallen. More will follow. There's going to be the stolen Echo. It does absolutely nothing. They burst down the Ace. They allow the escape at least onto Tofu. But they don't care as they found 4 heroes. The 3 of them that really matter or don't have buyback. Batrider does, but I'm not sure you can prevent this Morphling from coming up the hill without the lasso. This is really starting to look very positive for the side of Manaspa. They also have a flag bearer creep coming in at the same time for this push with the Sea Dragon. Yay, life is good for Nande.
Yeah, I mean, you're giving this one up. So they had like a Manaspa were overplaying. They had a good chrono, but then I guess Diracho, before he got his BKB off, he got clipped by the Fissure into Totem. Then Ace also jumped into that, and then there was a follow-up Echo from Desire. We'll see it here again. Because they were overplaying a lot. Like even here, Skylog is too deep. He steals the roar on Tofu with a beautiful chrono now as well. But then what happened after?
Well, what happened is Desire was playing really well. Managed a very nice fissure.
Yeah, there it is.
Like the perfect fissure,
Stun
perfect
locked.
timing. Just what are you
He had
supposed
to
to do?
BKB that. Ooh, that hurts.
And the best case scenario that both Wish and Nande, outside of the fissure, they'll get to be on the far side, throwing in damage, completely unconcerned.
Yeah.
Now, this game looking so much better for Manaspa. Like early on, we were wondering how we're going to be able to play this, but 28 minutes into the game in Kids, they've already got a lane of racks.
Yep, they're only up like what? I mean, it's only 3. Okay, aggressive roar, Nimbus,
Right.
Dragon, spitting on him. He's dead. See ya.
Bye. Bye.
Just play Dota. Yes, I agree. Very easy. Just play.
You know, I'm watching Skylog and
I'm watching Diracho.
Diracho, is he gonna die here? Yes, he will.
Beautiful play, even with just 2 supports.
We were wondering about the damage outplay of these supports in the laning phase. This is not a problem at this mid-game stage right now. They actually do an insane amount of damage if you can't get off your BKB.
That was really nice. The early snap ult into the Fissure, blink in Totem, cancel the ult at the perfect time to then get the follow cookie stun. Just moments after they killed Batrider bottom, mind you, so just impeccable gameplay.
And neither of them have buyback. Skylog and Nande were already making a push down bottom. So he can be on the high ground with this Black Dragon. Nande forcing them back all by his lonesome, stealing Undying Tombstone again. Desire finding a fissure onto this young Celery Undying. And they will be able to find the kill. In the meantime, Skylog finds the tier 3 tower down bottom. They're looking for their second lane of racks so far. Range racks slowly being whittled down. Nande will clean it up. Nande going back in. They find Quinn once more. He just respawned. And they just bounce him back into the fountain with the Echo Slam.
Ooh, the aggro tip by Nande. I mean, I love how they're playing. They see anyone, they just go. Like, they know they have all this follow-up damage from Zeus, from Nande. Desire has played a very, very stellar game on this Earthshaker as well.
Manaspa showing that, yeah, it might be a team that you accuse them of having limited direction, but if they find an angle, if they find the path, they can certainly make it work with their heroes. And this draft just seems much more synergistic than the previous one. And even though they have like fairly long cooldown on so many heroes, somehow they're constantly able to fight all across the map.
They don't have an answer for this Morphling right now. And to make matters worse, he has a Satanic in 130 gold. They're up 10k gold, Roche is up in 50. It's going to be the next objective, and I fail to see how Gaming Gladiators are going to take this next fight.
I'm looking at Diracho as well on this Faceless Void. He has access to a Mjolnir, but the next item he's going for is a Lincoln Sphere, so they're not getting more damage necessarily. They are going to smoke though. They recognize that they don't want to play too passive at this stage of the game. Quinn still doesn't have a Blink Dagger, so it's all going to be on Ace's initiation here. Nande, looking at the Inverse Rune, denies it instead. Had good intuition, and
Roar.
they find Quinn. There's going to be the Roar. Diracho coming in as well, but the damage onto Quinn is kind of extreme. Diracho forced into a BKB. There's the Chrono. It catches 2, but it also catches Ace, so he can't necessarily assist his team anymore. Nande, can he get out of here? Yes, he can, so he steals the Time Walk, and now they get the damage back into Diracho. Diracho's gone. Desire finds the fissure on the 2, and Nande, no more fear available for this Morphling, as he knows without access to the Void, nothing scares him in the map. Desire locking down the 2 supports. The Ace Batrider, or the Quinn Batrider, just getting chased across the map by the Morphling. Tofu's gone as well. And Wish just bouncing Ace away from the fight. And honestly, Kezu, not only do I not see how they win a fight, I'm not seeing how they can win this game. If they can't stop the Morphling in the next few minutes, you might be thinking about a GG call at this point.
I mean, that was a near perfect fight. As we're also going to see Celery, like, they tried to do everything in order to kill Nande, and they couldn't. There wasn't even like an Echo Slam to stop it. And now he's going to have an Aegis. And yeah, it didn't work out before. I don't know how it's going to work out in the next one.
Yeah.
Gets a free shard. Never mind, he already has it. He's going to give it to someone else. Yeah, they're living life.
Let's see who can get the shot. So Spartan already has his own one. Wish already has his own one. Desire already has his own one. I guess you have to give it to Skylark, actually.
That's a pretty good shard. For now, he's like, nah, bro, you don't need this. My backpack can use it better. Finally.
All right, so that's an entire team with access to the Agnum shots. Very nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to go high ground. Chrono is still down for 50, so now if you're gaming, you're going to have to talk about this fight. Are we going to use some buybacks? Are we going to instantly drop spells on Nande when he walks up the high ground? Doesn't look like it, because there's only Tofu and Quinn here, so let's see.
We have to try and make magic happen somehow. They post up with Nande on the high ground. Just chilling, hitting the tier 3 tower. Desire finding an angle onto Quinn, and Quinn actually has to be into a BKB mode just to survive here. Still almost died regardless to these illusions from the Morphlings and the pure right clicks.
I mean, that's a big W already. You're pushing their tier 3. They're forced to use pipe. They're also forced to use a defensive BKB. Very nicely done so far by Manaspa here.
Desire almost found a 2-hero fissure, got lifted up at the very last moments. Ace will try and punish him right now, but they bail him out of trouble with the Fire Snap Rookie. Diraicho going in with the BKB, but he gets Primal Roared into place, and now Nande is not even hitting him, was hitting the Tombstone first. And Diraicho will be allowed to escape for now, but he's in front of Wish without access to a BKB. Erstwhile Skylark pops his own BKB. There's going to be Diraicho with the Chrono, but he can't stay in the Chrono because the Morty's Kisses are zoning him out of it. Wish might try to chase him down. There's going to be the Nimbus Cloud. Some additional damage with the Arc Lightning. It's going to be good enough to kill him. No buyback available for this Faceless Void. And Skylark on objective duty right now, and he doesn't need to be anymore because GG has been called. And Manaspa show that they have what it takes, not just to push Game & Gladiators to the brink, but to get a victory out of them and push us to a decided game number 3.
Damn, they really showed up. So the first 10 minutes, very slow. It wasn't too easy for them, but then as soon as they got some levels, they made some good moves on the map. I think their mid-game was not that good this time around, but Manaspa, they took full use of that.
Yeah, they really took full use of it. Like, what do you think they could have done differently on the side of Game & Gladiators? Or where do you think the game really started to fall apart for them and it became sort of unrecoverable? Was it that fight where Diraicho ended up losing his life the first time around in the river?
I think there were just too many deaths happening. I feel like Ace died a few times. I'm not the biggest fan of his itemization. And then, yeah, the moment they had their items in order to maybe win a fight, then we had this shenanigans with also, you know, not getting the BKB off. And I feel like from then on, the game was actually done.
Yeah, it was just a very beautiful performance. It probably helps as well that these are some heroes that Manaspa can play at a very high level.
Yeah.
Their execution was just crisp, perfect all the time. And Manaspa using that perfection and that comfort to take a game number 2 against Game & Gladiators. We're going the distance. Let's find out if they can make it happen. We send it back to Nat in the panel to break down what happened in game number 2.
Game number 2, I mean, it was a Manaspa win, which means we are going to be having a game number 3. But how did we get here? How did we get to the point of Game & Gladiators calling GG in their fountain with three of their players dead? Sheep, I mean, what is going on?
Maybe we could start with the Midas Faceless Void?
Well, I don't want to bring it up, but I'm glad you're bringing it up. Yeah, let's talk about it.
I understand the need to farm, but I feel bad when there's like no damage there and like we talked about how they had no ability to take objectives, so you kind of needed your carry to do that. When your carry has Midas and doesn't want to show up to anything, shit kind of sucks. And like, I think everyone...
That's putting it bluntly.
Yeah, it just sucks. And I thought that they would go Meteor Hammer on Centaur to sort of help make up for that, but he went for like Vanguard instead.
I thought the Gaming Gladiators, despite the fact that Faceless Void going Midas, were going to prolong the game enough that he was going to be able to farm and pick up some other items, because I did see that Beastmaster die quite a few times. I thought maybe his game was going to be a struggle tee, but it wasn't as difficult by the end of it as I thought, and the Morph as well did not get shut down anywhere as much as he should have.
Yeah, I said the Manaspa draft style, it's always picking that annoying hero and, you know, pick up this Beastmaster, sure, you shut him down, a couple Batrider rotations, and he's really just in a difficult spot, but the caveat to that is Zeus will find farm and Morph will find farm, and in this game, I honestly think Manaspa, like I think we're talking to Fogg in the Green as well, like the pivot that they did from the opening phase to the later picks was incredibly strong. You know, it's like the Zeus pick, you don't really care about Batrider, Morph will outscale, and it felt really uncomfortable for Gladiators. Like, we're seeing so many highlights, right, where Gladiators like start a fight and then they're like, okay, I've chroned him, guys, but what are we doing? It's like, that's not really crushing the fight with high damage, he's not like killing everyone. So yeah, it's a really awkward game for Gladiators. They didn't crush the lanes well enough to scale, and yeah, props to Manaspa. They from end of laning phase to the end of the game, this was one of the more, not flawless, but like more cleaner approaches to a game.
You could say seamless. Like they were able to transition through each phase of the game with some amount of confidence and a lead as well.
Yeah, and again, like off the back of these highlights and all the chronos we've seen, you can just tell they don't have a draft built around a Faceless Void. It felt like they were trying to answer 100 things with it for some reason, and nothing really worked out. Like, you have no one doing damage in your chrono. So as a result, they're like, okay, more things in the chrono, we have to continue the stun after, because he's not going to die, right? So you see like Ace getting in there, ready to hoof stomp. You know, everyone's kind of moving in. What happens when you move in? You get echo slammed. God damn. Like, they have really good heroes for punishing group ups with it, between like Kisses, Slam, and all of like Zeus's stuff just jumping right. It was just really bad.
You almost needed the opposite. You needed Faceless to do a 4-man chrono, so then you could just have one pick off outside the chrono that you could focus on an all target.
Guys, I locked them down. Go,
quickly, go on the one guy that's not in the chrono.
Unfortunately, it didn't happen. But no, honestly, I'm really happy for Naspa to be able to bounce back after that game. Even Nande, a little bit, maybe not so happy with that very final tip. I think, you know, there wasn't too much class with that tip. Just as the game's fading away, it's like a Quinn, you've just been tipped. Peace. Good luck out into game 3. So he's kind of throwing the gauntlet into game 3. But no, again, Manaspa, they do have a very unique style, and this was probably the best draft I think they've had so far in the tour, just in regards to the creativity of fixing early problems that they presented themselves.
Yep. MVP, do we want to give it to the Morph? I feel like he was min-maxing, escaping some of the team fights with a sliver of health. Or is there another standout that you guys like?
It should be Spot. No, yeah, let's go Morphling.
I'll go Morphling. Yeah. We've been bigging up the itemization today, so I'm gonna go on that as well. He did buy the Ags, which I think when you're playing against a Faceless Void with like a Midas BKB, wow, feels good, man. Like, he had no agi. He had to go for like a Mjolnir just to try and get like attack speed up. I just thought that from his laning to his mid-game decisions to his items, he just played fantastic.
Yep. Nande 13-0-11. You'll love to see it. Almost a 78% kill participation there. So items on point, KDA on point, draft on point. Manaspa, just a fantastic game here for them, and to carry it on into game number 3. What are you guys hoping? Like, what about this draft was so successful that they were able to close out the way they did compared to game 1?
I think they didn't veer too far away from their game 1 strategy. So it wasn't as if they lose a game, we have to change everything.
All the way back to the start.
Exactly. So I think, if anything, Manaspa are calibrating themselves about how to play against Gladiators. And I would be a little bit afraid the fact that a push Esk lineup in game 1 lost, but after 60. Game 2, push Esk lineup wins in a very quick fashion, and now it's like Gladiators, I think, if anything, they need to respect the pushing components of Manaspa, the tempo, and maybe draft a little bit more around that, because I think this second game draft, it had no real respect towards losing the map in 20-25 minutes. It was one that you probably see at 40-50 minutes where it's like, wow, double refresher chronos, voice popping up, all this stuff, right? The hype team fights, but we don't get that because I just don't think they really kind of respect Manaspa's biggest window.
Well, speaking of tempo, let's move this panel along. Let's jump onto a break so we can quickly head on into our game number 3.
To go in.
Can we burst the bot?
Yeah.
Slow him, slow.
He's out, he's out.
Nice Fizzle this guy.
I'm gonna get void form, guys.
Void here.
I'm gonna get void form. I got undying form.
Art's gonna stun.
Nobody be on void, but I'm dying.
He cannot kill me, guys. I have undying form. I fucked them all. We took my echo.
He's dying on left shot.
They're all dying here. They're all dying. They're all dying.
Yes, yes, yes.
Chase them, chase them, chase them.
I saw them both.
Hello, hello. Hello.
I have dragon mid. You can maybe force up to you.
Another game 3 here today. It is our second series Gaming Gladiators up against Manaspa. I do know there is going to be a change up from game 1, so the same as game 2. Manaspa have second pick here. I got my games mixed around a little bit. So the second pick really helped Manaspa there in game number 2. They're going to have it again here in game number 3. Does that mean some bans are going to have to be changed up here? Do you think Gaming Gladiators are going to have to rethink about this opener or how Manaspa closed out their game and really respect that in the first bit?
I've found that most teams just don't even pick the same heroes, even if the same bans happen. Weirdly, because you like game in have the chance of
a little platypus.
They have the chance of like, okay, so we give them Snapfire Earthshaker again, and then they just respond in a different way. Like maybe they're like, okay, we don't want to run the Bat Rider this time, bro. Let him be.
What?
Let him be.
He was literally hibernating.
I got him. I'll look after him.
Okay.
What?
And that's what's going to happen in game 3. Someone's going to get slapped.
Okay. I thought you were going to come out of the game.
I was honestly trying to think if I wanted to say who should win the game 3, but it's...
Well, I mean, it's down to a mental game, right? I mean, you saw Manaspa throwing some of the tips out there. They're trying to break anyone's mental game for game 3.
Yeah, I think also going on mental game and maybe Quinn a little bit, I would say draft-wise.
Bro, I didn't say any names here.
Oh, it's fine. I'm picking up. So he was the one that got tipped. And also in draft-wise, they picked their Bat Rider, which I love first-rate Bat Rider in this position. And then they banned out Quap, Puck, Slug. Potentially, against a team like Manaspa, who loves picking Zeus, maybe they need to do Quap plus Zeus ban, and then they decide between the Puck or the Slug down the line.
Yeah.
So I think that could be one option. If you want to see the identical draft openings, the same play, that could be one change Gladiators lean on to try and, spook Manaspa a little bit. Because again, this Zeus didn't talk about it much, but he finished the game, what was it, like 10-2 and something, like a near unkillable.
And 16.
Was it 16?
Yes, sir. 10, 2, and 16.
Oh, 10, 2, 16. You scared me. I was like, okay, I got the kills on her. He had 10 kills, 2 deaths, 16. So it's like,
yeah, she's right.
Just chilling, just vibing, living life. So.
I can't.
Oh, look at him. He's down on the floor.
Can I even reach
like the
that?
hopes and dreams of one of these teams.
You can't. Oh.
With your foot, if you use your foot.
I'm connected to the panel.
He's going for it. T.
Nice. He's saved
I did it.
him. He's
So
resurrected.
awkwardly.
You got to give him mouth to mouth now.
Oh, yeah.
Resurrect him.
Okay.
Oh no, you did it pre-zooming.
Nice.
Zooming, that's fine. Oh god, that was so awkward.
No, thank you
I'm
for
so
saving him.
sorry.
Wait, no, we can't let him get into her hands again.
Just like we can't let Batrider
Dropped his
get
live
into hand.
though. Dropped his live. Let's
I actually
refocus
I
back
scuffed
on
my
that
headset
one.
a little bit, so kind of hard to get back on. But all right. Ooh, okay.
That's my baby.
Okay.
Your baby,
Earthshaker.
what, you're
That's
throwing it around.
Yeah, I'd be a bad mom.
Yeah, there we go.
They don't worry about picking up the Snapfire for Manaspa there in the first phase. It's not banned out. Bans are exactly the same. They liked the impact of the Earthshaker, and this time they moved Beastmaster all the way to the front. It was overall last pick.
Yep.
Well, it was for Manaspa, that is. And now it's going to be in that opening phase. So, Gaming Gladiators Undying Sniper.
Sniper.
So Undying doesn't really get to play that well against Beastmaster because of boar slows, and then you just kind of get kited a bit. So Gladiators, of course, the response in that is picking up some carry that pushes out the lane so easily that you don't really need Undying to be a hero. Again, already love the fact they're banning Tinker. I feel like if you're going into a game 3 against Manaspa and they have Shaker, they have Beastmaster, heroes that really like just poking, stalling out fights, gotta ban it out. Maybe even banning out Zeus as well would be pretty important. Sniper, not the best at starting a fight at, 1 minus a third or so.
Yeah, like when you get that axe and stuff, I feel like the sniper, he just wants to sit there and shoot. And he can't do that. What are you looking at?
I was just looking around the place,
Yeah, just
I
take
meant
it in the set. Take it in the set.
Oh, you're doing the same thing as me?
Yep,
Yeah, just
doing the same thing as
just
me.
nice. It's the fact that
Sorry, she was like
DC.
holding the platypus around the neck. Sorry, my bad. I
No,
won't get
he
distracted
was,
ever
like,
again.
Hugging himself.
Yeah. No.
I feel like we can be a little bit distracted because Gaming Gladiators dip it into reserve time a lot for their bans. I guess they're just trying to figure out if there's any sort of, not cheese per se, but any other pocket picks from Manaspa. Like, you don't get to just come in and ban out meta against a team like this. Like, the way that they draft is very, very quirky.
Yeah, and for Manaspa, I still feel that you might need to respect this Batrider a little bit. Of course, there's still Quop and Zeus in the pool. Gladiators haven't banned out either, so I think Manaspa as well, if they respect these heroes, then they won't even need to ban out the bat because they know they have the final pick.
I swear it's Quinn that loves playing the sniper on Cayman.
The last time they played it, they put it in carry. They had Ace on offlane, Nature's Prophet, and a mid Batrider. So, but there is flexibility for sure.
Yeah, you're right.
Normally, I prefer Quinn on being heroes that kill early to then catapult himself into the game. When he's killing the jungle, I don't think he gets the same, level ups and banning out Leshrac as well. Okay.
Do you reckon they're just going to all in on Quinn in this middle phase ban? Like,
For sure, yeah. I like that because you've already locked in your sniper. Ace's hero pool is so wide that banning him out doesn't feel too great.
Feels impossible.
And yeah, Quinn, you kind of know the archetype of what he needs now, which is this playmaking 0 to 20 minute style hero that can always do things. Once his job's over and he's now scaling a little bit slower, Sniper's like, what up? I've got my Hurricane Pike, BKB, I'm the
Can
lad.
you really do that for Quinn though? Like, even if you take out the ban, there's still the Puck, there's the Ember.
There's a lot. I'm actually worried about mids for Gaiman, honestly. Like, as in Manaspa's mid potential, because you picked 2 heroes with your opening that have no lockdown, and your sniper hates heroes that can jump on top of him. Typically
Snapfire,
mobility
of course,
heroes, right? So you have a potential for a mid like Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, all this stuff. The morphling that you guys were, I mean, it's banned, right? But like these types of heroes that just thrive when there's no lockdown, a little bit spooky.
They're giving Wish last pick in this draft, I feel. Like, if Gladiators don't pick up their mid laner here, they're like, boys, hold off. We're going to have the final pick, then we'll decide what we're picking. And it's on Gladiators now to decide how they want to operate. If they want to go for some Ember route, then it's going to be Ember plus maybe Tofu on another aggressive style hero to keep finding them. Honestly, I wouldn't mind, I think, Disruptor for Gladiators. I know that sometimes they put Tofu on this Undying. So you pick Disruptor plus some like Ember, super kind of high-paced style game. You can have early damage, Maelstrom on Ember, so that could be a decent option. But I need to see Gladiators draft in a way that they can initiate fights and in a way that Manaspa can't just feel like they can AFK near objectives and say, run into our Hawks, run into our Fissure and Echo turnaround, because it will be pretty difficult.
I think there's a way that Manaspa can last pick their mid on this round though, because when you have second pick, sometimes that's like the stronger place to pick your like win condition, because otherwise too many heroes get banned out towards the end. Like I think if they see a strong hero that's gonna win them the game, they should just go for it.
Yep. If they see it, like again, if Gladiators pick that weird, like they pick Ember, let's Huskar for example. They're not gonna do that in this scenario, but along those lines, then 100% they can pick it here. Just depends if Gladiators are revealing the mid straight away.
Yeah. They're spending a lot of time. Like, they've only done 2 picks, and they're already down to, what, 20? Is it going to go all the way down to 20?
Okay, there's Disruptor at least. Okay. So yeah, in regards to Gladiators, we're mentioning how Manaspa are being even more aggressive in the previous game. They lacked, I guess, the rebuttal to Manaspa's aggression. They're now picking that in spades, right? It's Undying with Tombstone, Sniper Shrapnel, Tidehunter naturally being tanky. They are going to be able to survive through the onslaught. Question is now, where's the damage from Gladiators to actually, when you survive, where's the kills?
It's going to be all in Quinn.
Yeah, I'm thinking it right now. So it's a lot of pressure on Quinn.
And then eventually the Sniper.
The Sniper is like, if you can get like a Nisha situation from earlier where the mid is so good and heavily favored towards Sniper that you can just put him there, then nice. Because I think otherwise your carry needs to be way too aggressive, and they're probably going to ban out some like, I don't know, some Ursa or something. I don't know, something that can just go fight maybe.
OD carry, by the way.
OD, is it they play carry?
Yeah, Manaspa play OD carry, and potentially an indicator of wanting to play at carry would be the Tide normally being, obviously Tide going off lane, Tofu normally playing the Undying, so it's like, even if it's Disruptor or Undying with Tide, this OD should free farm. You go Hammer, you then progress the map a little bit. Beast is now doing his thing in his side lane, so it honestly could be really good in this scenario, but I'm honestly I'm really excited to see how they set up the mid lanes here, because Quinn needs to pick up a hero that does early game damage and at least a little bit of like wave pushing, whilst Manaspa then get the last pick to either put OD into mid, but most likely put safe lane and have some Wish. 24 pick Wish here.
If you're against Tide, is it better to just go it would be better to just go the Q, right, Max, instead of Astral? I'm not sure what's better, but I feel like
You only need like 2 points on in prison. Yeah, because like you go Hammer and then you go 2 points in prison. Your Hammer's like shorter duration, so you don't really care.
Yeah, just because between the like Meteor Hammer and Tide being able to just like shrug it off, it doesn't seem that good. I feel like he could just not even be able to lane with a max Q.
Okay, now I would love to know in this interview if Gladiators are to win, did you ban Huskar to force an Ember ban because you wanted something else? Because it's like, you ban Huskar, it's like, it could be kind of cool for Wish to pick it up. But Manaspa instantly like, oh, hold on. If they're banning like the hardest counter to a hero,
we can't let them have Ember.
And I think realistically, Manaspa need to just ban out Puck Ember no matter what in this scenario. I think these are the 2 heroes that describe the archetype that we've been leaning on. Other heroes.
What about like a Conquer? I'm just trying to think of what like Quinn has played before and has looked good on.
Yeah, I mean, Conquer's okay. There you go, Tusk.
Forget about that one.
This is already a difficult Tusk game, because you going in, you're kind of by yourself the entire game. There's no other kind of follow-up other than Tide down the line. So Imprison, Cookie saves, Raw, Fissures. There's a lot of ways to disjoint a Tusk initiation. So what's going to be the mid matchup? Is it going to be the carry OD that we expect? And some Wish hero?
Yeah, I really like OD on mid against like melee heroes that he can abuse, but definitely if Nande's the guy that always plays a hero, then they should just keep that there. I guess they could just go like a Tiny if they wanted. It's like simple and farms fine against Tusk, and if you can start a fight on like Sniper and make him uncomfortable, I feel like all your damage is just not existent anymore.
They could run it back and go for a Pugna. I mean, that could be extremely aggressive, but I'm thinking just like the Manaspa mindset. It's you got some decrypt against early game Tusk that removes his damage. Tusk can't rotate, so you take that tower. Then you got OD with a Hammer in one lane, Beast in another lane, Pugna in the mid lane. It's like, no matter where Gladiators defend, Tide can only go to one lane. So I wouldn't be surprised if Manaspa did go a little bit left field with the mid pick. That doesn't give them additional jump for the Sniper.
I would not like a Pugna. I can see
I
where
wasn't a fan of it. I'm just Manaspering it.
I'm just saying, like, right now, you have no heroes that, like, jump on top of Sniper. Like, your Shaker is a support. He's not going to get Blink for a while. Right now, no one pressures Sniper in fights. You need like a Blink on your Beastmaster to be able to go, and then you need someone that can go with the Beastmaster in that fight as well. Like, OD's not going to be doing it.
Love Wish talking right now. You already know from our listenings, he's been like so many times like, calm down, guys. He's like, no, don't give me that suggestion.
That's awful. That's awful. I don't want to play that.
Yeah, someone's like, do you want to play Primal Beast and maybe jump? This guy's like, no, I don't want this. I want my hero.
Primal got banned in first phase anyway.
Yeah. Oh, I did, didn't it? Yeah, of course
Huge
it did, 'cause
respect
of Desire.
on Manaspa.
Yeah. The question is, I mean, they have, again, it's...
Pick Viper! Wait, is it banned? Pick Viper, let's go.
It is not banned.
I still want Tiny.
All right.
It's just a normal hero. I'm sorry.
Yep. Yeah. I respect that.
Yeah.
Oh god, what the hell is this? Again, another interview question now is, Wish, did you want to play Tiny, or did you get gaslit by your team to have to play Tiny?
Yeah.
Everyone just like comes in like full circle and he's like, Tiny.
Yeah, exactly.
Tiny.
I mean, they literally
Play
did
Tiny.
that. After they picked it, I think Nande just gave him a hug like, oh, you're my tiny brother. Aw.
Rock.
All right, well, you guys, where are we going for this game number 3 then? Because Manaspa, they pick out the OD, and it's going in safe lane. It's something that isn't very common. We haven't really seen it yet. Is that enough? Is that going to be hitting like a truck and the Tide is going to suffer?
I'm actually quite keen for Manaspa's lineup. I like... If I see a vision where like OD's astraling Tide so they can't use Ravage and anything and they just like blow up a support instantly with Tiny and then they just have so many tools to deal with like Sniper after that between like the Roar and stuff. So I'm actually pretty keen. I'm pretty keen. I like it.
I think Manaspa should be able to emulate the second game with this type of lineup.
As in the tempo?
The tempo that they have, I think Gladiators don't really have enough early damage to really mitigate that. They can be annoying, but I don't think they're going to ever really threaten too much with the kill. So yeah, I think Manaspa should, in theory, be okay. Of course, Sniper is a old school counter to OD. Like when you go past like half hour, you don't care, shrapnel range and stuff. So yeah.
It worries me when you're on the same page, you two.
I only have one thing, is that I think if Gaimin play around Tombstone on cliffs, like I don't see how Manaspa can take those fights well at all. So like if they choose to take bad fights this game, they can just easily lose, get wiped, and just die.
Okay, so maybe a little bit of a tougher execution for Gaming Gladiators, but we're excited to see the tempo coming out from Manaspa here in game number 3 between the two of them. It's going to be Snare and Kazu.
Thank you very much, y'all. And game number 3, Manaspa versus Gaming Gladiators. It has gone the distance. It has gone the entire way. And, you know, they were talking about some of the execution from Gaming Gladiators. It's not that easy to execute this in the lineup from Manaspa, but it has all the stuns, has all the tempo, plays extremely fast. Will they be able to replicate what they did in game number 2, despite not having an out-and-out tower hitter as they did in the Morphling?
They can. I do think it's a little harder. I think this is a very good sniper game. Yeah, you have the OD into the Tide, but OD hates sniper. He does the same thing as you do with like a lot of damage, but he does it from way higher range. I don't think the Raju's hero pick has been countered or answered very well, but Manaspa, they have like a lot of this early game aggression with the Tiny, with the Beast. They need to get that going, and then they could run over this game.
Well, they could run over this game, but they need to try and find a way to make it happen. The sniper pick, when we looked at it, it's like, yeah, it's not the easiest hero to play into, but Manaspa have already shown that they can deal with adversity. Game 1 went almost 60 minutes, just shy. Well, it did go over 60 minutes, they just didn't get their neutral items. Game 2, not necessarily that long, but Manaspa, here they are again in game number 3. And Gaming Gladiators, they're already in a position here, Kezu, where in the DPC, they've lost a series already. They don't want to get themselves into a situation where you lose another, because Western Europe is very, very cutthroat. Legitimately 2 losses. Starts with you put your major chances into jeopardy.
No, for sure. They're probably feeling, you know, a little bit of pressure. Of course, they did win the major, but there hasn't been much time in between, you know, to like try out some new things, and now suddenly you're the favorites of everything. Maybe that, you know, puts a little bit of pressure and some nerves on you. So yeah, I mean, Manaspa definitely can do it. I feel like a lot of them have been chatting it up a lot in their games, especially Nande. And this is not the first time he's playing carry OD. It's like the 3rd time I see it from him. He absolutely blew open one game I saw before, and then the other one was a little more. What the hell is that taunt? What? I lost my point. That taunt.
The taunt, like it taunted you as well.
Oh, it did. Astro.
See, just gonna grab this, the rune. Thank you very much for the bounties. Young 2-2 trade. It's a very fun taunt. Just rolling some dung around. So talk to us about this. What is it that makes this OD lane in the safe lane look so good? Like, what's the rationale behind putting it here rather than putting it mid?
So first of all, the reason they picked it, there's like 2 main big reasons. First of all, it just destroys Tidehunter. Tidehunter wants to like stand his ground, but you have pure damage later with the orbs. You're also a ranger in the lane. And second of all, OD loves to have attack speed in his team. Earlier in the days, like years ago, you had Ogre Magi's pumping out Bloodlust on you, but in this game, you have Beastmaster, so you abuse that a lot as well. So those are like the good things, but you're playing into the sniper, which is something you don't enjoy at all.
Yep. Playing as a sniper, never an enjoyable and fun time. It just outranges you.
Dyrachyo
falling very low. Speaking of the sniper, he might actually be first blooded here, and indeed he will be. Desire continuing the magic that we saw at the end of game number 2 here. Skylark does end up going down in the opposite direction, but he'll happily take the free trip home. Come back with full HP.
That's a very big deal up top. Dyrachyo must have underestimated the axes. Then Desire came from the side, had a super nice angle on his Fissure into some body blocks. Because, yeah, Gaming Gladiators, this lane, you are supposed to run over Manaspa with absolute free farm on Dyrachyo.
To be fair, things have not necessarily always gone according to lane on this side of the map in particular. Like Skylark Desire versus Celery and Dyrachyo has been interesting to say the least today. And many peculiar things have happened. And it seems like that's going to continue to do so. And the last thing we have to talk about this mid lane, I think Skylark should be fine. I don't think he dies.
It looks like mid lane is very even in terms of CS. Top lane you have a little bit of punching as Ace.
Might be in danger here. The drag back from Tofu with the glimpse, making sure that Nande cannot continue to pepper in the damage. Fortunately for them at the time, the Astral was already used. But we're starting to see what you were talking about, right? The pressure that this OD can apply towards the Tidehunter. Ace is not going to have the easiest time in the world down here.
Yeah, I mean, at least OD level 1 and 2 isn't the strongest because you don't have all these skill points to really facilitate yourself being high mana, as we're watching top lane being played out in the mid-river. That's just what Dota has become nowadays.
Might actually find this kill onto Celery here if they can find a decent block, but now Skylark much more concerned with just making sure he gets all his CS, denies as many creeps as possible. And it's starting to feel good. Bottom lane, Spartan.
Glimpsed there.
Gonna get glimpsed.
There is one thing about the OD sniper matchup that perhaps is different nowadays than it used to be a couple years ago, is the fact that maybe you just don't play sniper's game by playing right click. Maybe you go this Axe build and like you put the Tidehunter, you put the sniper under in the Astro, and you don't really play on right clicks but rather the mana and your ult. Something I could see, at least he has that queued up, and I could see that work out.
So this OD looks like he's going to be going for the Hand of Midas in this game. Sniper hasn't made the full choice after the Power Treads as to what his farming item is going to be. This mid lane, Tiny versus Tusk. There was a period of time in last tour of the DPC as well as at the beginning of the patch where this was every game's mid. Got real boring real fast.
High-fiving him. I mean, this lane, it's like you have two beefy boys that are going to use their spell, stay on like nearly full HP all the time and just get some last hits. So it's going to be more about can a support rotate because they are dropping down in HP levels, or is there an active rune that is going to allow them to break open the game? Because either way, whichever mid can rotate to their offlane and then kill the enemy carry and perhaps help open up the tower, that would be a huge difference maker in this game.
So in the last game, that Wish was the one that made moves first. Remains to be seen if that's going to be the case in game number 3 as well. We've seen Nande just farming it up down bottom underneath the tier 1. And Quinn actually might make an aggressive move onto Wish here. Caught him inside the eye shards, looking for the solo kill. Wish, can he get back to safety? He can. Has a Fairy Fire, the protection of the tier 1 tower. And Quinn is certainly not going to overextend. He saw what can happen in game number 2 if he does overextend. So going to play this one. He's going to play it to the limit, but as safe as humanly possible.
That was a really big deal. You're pushing back the enemy mid at minute 4 on your own. And then it's also exactly at the time where Water Rune spawns. So by Quinn just bodying in mid, he forces Wish to go back to base. That's a huge deal. Just Tofu chasing down Spartan here.
Should be able to find that kill. Glimpse will be online in about 4 seconds. He has a Mango. Might not actually find this kill. Not going to be able to get past the tier 2 tower.
He's trying really hard to get the mission, but...
Is he going to get it? Is he going to get it? Top lane as well. They're trying to bring down Skylark. Spartan TPing out. Tofu. Oh, I missed him. A little bit unfortunate there.
Well, he still keeps him out of the lane for quite a long time, since he's actually forcing him to, TP back to base. So now he has to walk out. And honestly, Ace is doing very well down bottom. Like, if you look at the lanes, I feel like Quinn is overperforming mid. Skylark is struggling a lot in this top lane.
Yeah. You say that, but he was also struggling quite a lot in game number 2 as well. And Desire has come back to top. They really want to help him, but Skylark will find himself dying because a tombstone's been dropped in front of his face. Is there any way they destroy it in time? Yes, they do. He's on 50 HP, but he's still alive somehow.
Okay, if you're Skylark, you want to either just you die or you run to base. I don't like him sitting here with like this 100 HP the last 2 minutes because you can never really pressure. So yeah, he is not off to a good start at all.
Mid lane, of course, Quinn has been off to an amazing start. Hasn't decided exactly where he wants to go just yet on the map. But the moment an opportunity arises, he might wait for the Ravage to be online for the Tidehunter before he starts to go bottom.
Yeah, also a lot of... You can see the importance of this active rune. So we have a Snowball.
They're bringing forward. They're bringing in Tofu as well on the Disruptor. So Wish gonna find himself in a precarious situation. Doesn't have access to the Avalanche. Will they get him out of here with the Fire Snap Quickie? They bring him into a nice place, but unfortunately there is a glimpse here. Desire, if he was a little bit tankier on the Tiny, a couple more one charges, they might have been able to get him out of here. Regrettably, that is not the case. As Game and Gladiators, not only do they force Wish back to the base, this time they do it in a body bag through this mid lane.
All of these rotations are very, very big for Gaben because OD alone isn't really doing that much to the Tide right now. He would need the snap to be in his lane, but they're all forced to move around. Now, Tiny being slowed down also means it's harder for him to go and help Skylark, which he's gonna need this help. He's lower net worth than the Undying. I don't see this Beastmaster speeding up this game in any shape or form in the next 1-2 minutes without help.
Now bottom, speaking of help, Ace has gotten help from Quinn as he shows up to this bottom lane to ensure that Nande does get brought down. No salvation available from the Fire Snap Quickie. And Quinn really making his influence on this map known. Great time through the mid lane, now making life easier for the Tidehunter. And Manaspa don't seem to have any answers right now. They're also about to lose Skylark in the top lane. Tombstone got dropped down, Dyraicho right-clicking him with the Shrapnel being online too. And Game and Gladiators, man. I think they took their last game personally, Kezu, because they are just putting the screws onto Manaspa right now.
Oh, they did, and they should. They don't want to be dropping games here and, you know, lose games, especially where they're ahead in the early games. We have a lot of damage down bottom. Ace. Okay. It's going to drop.
Had to happen eventually. If it's your first death, 7.5 minutes in on Tidehunter, and you've been alone for so long, I think you're like, it's okay. Life is perfectly nice.
Yeah, I would say with the start he had, perhaps he shouldn't. But if you're getting out of this lane like this, yeah, you shouldn't be too upset.
I mean, especially if we compare and contrast, he's 1,000 net worth ahead of his counterpart on the enemy team. And mid lane, we might actually end up with another death onto this Tiny here, as Wish getting assaulted yet again by this Game and Gladiators heroes. Fortunately for him, Desire is positioned in the appropriate place this time. And they just keep GG away from sieging onto the tower. The one thing that is a bit of a problem for this GG lineup is, their tower pushing is atrocious unless Sniper is hitting it. So
yeah,
that does mean they're going to maintain quite a lot of map presence on the side of Manaspa up until the Sniper does begin to make bigger moves.
Absolutely. They once again made a nice move around the mid area. You force back the Tiny, sure you don't kill him. You lower his HP level, Quinn gets the rune, and now they're smoking to bottom. OD hates this. He's such a immobile hero. You can Nande doing a nice job at reading this move, and he's just going to try to wait patiently. Let's see if Quinn can sniff him out.
Quinn is doing his best. He finds him.
Sniff, sniff.
Will he be able to get out of here is the question. Went in for the Astral Imprisonment. Is assistance going to be coming in from elsewhere? No TPs flying in. There's actually going to be a drop down of the Sanity's Eclipse, but there's also a drop in of the Ravage. Wish TP'd into the tree line so he doesn't get glimpsed all the way back middle, but it's not really going to help him out. Won't be able to get quick revenge down bottom, but while this is happening, Skylark comboing up with Desire, they're able to bring down Dyraicho, knowing that he's going to be not able to get help from the two heroes who are making a rotation bottom.
Wish.
Does Wish die here as well?
They have Glimpse as well.
Yeah, they do. He's dead.
Yeah.
Oh,
they have Eye Shards and Glimpse. He can't really run.
No, Spartan, don't do it. Don't do it, Spartan. Don't do it, Spartan. Don't do it. Okay, here comes Nande. He's going to get himself Glimpse back. Spartan shows up, finds the Fire Snap Quickie, actually gets the kill onto Quinn, and throws in Morty's Kisses onto Ace as well. Will he be able to kill him? And indeed he does. Alright, never mind. Do it more, Spartan. Do it more.
Right, easy for him. TP's in, gets a kill, gets level 6. What do you know, gets another kill. But this top theft that Dyraicho received earlier, that's a huge deal. I thought Gaiman would like take over this bot area a little bit, but instead it's Dyraicho who dies top, and now their top tower dropped to 30% HP with the abysmal start that Skylark had.
I must say, this has been really incredible to watch from Manaspa. Their understanding of how to counteract these map movements from GG. And it's almost immediately, as soon as they see a rotation, they're like, all right, we know that it's safe to make a move top, apply some more pressure there. They've looked very, very clean. And also they've been doing a good job on not getting caught out by the Tofu Disruptor and being glimpsed into awkward parts of the map. For the most part, they TP in out of range first. Remember to do it, everybody. Do not let the Disruptor just force you to get glimpsed back all the way to the fountain.
just don't show yourself. Just never TP, lol.
Yeah. Remember what HY said, stay in the trees.
I do like once again, you have Gaiman that are smoking down, but Nadia just continues to impress. He's not even having any of this bottom lane. Like, he doesn't want to be here. Now, also, they have the Dominator on Skylark, so they can look to take over this top lane more aggressively. I also like that Spartan is here, you know, to, like, give some follow-up damage, give another follow-up body, just to, like, give some vision and help your Beastmaster get back in this area.
They will be able to actually get on top of Diracho. Diracho's in danger yet again. Echo Slam gets committed. I think they've got him. Soul Rip will be there to try and heal him up right now. Oh, they just run out of damage. Got baited towards the very end there. And Diracho able to stay alive. Pops the Mask of Madness. Here comes Skylark though. The Primal Roar goes in onto this Disruptor. But Disruptor doesn't die in time, so Tofu drops the Static Storm. That will mean that Skylark ends up being the bonus as well. It feels like we keep seeing this one where one hero dies, 3 die with them. Another 3-for-1 special for GG.
This is a very bad position for Monaspa to be in, especially when you play against like this beefy boy that Tide is. When you lose your safe lane tower, if they ever want to run at this top tower again with Beast, Ace can just kind of look to TP there, and you can see the damage numbers coming out from Diracho. And as we've talked about before, maybe you don't want to play in the lane, but you want to continue to hold your jungle, stays in a good position, knows that he can man up, and just claps them all.
Yeah. Shout out to Celery as well for not being shy about dropping down that Tombstone, ensuring that they had the follow-up damage. You see down bottom, Morty's Kisses get committed onto Ace. Well, oh, he actually dropped the Ravage. Sanity's Eclipse, probably unnecessary and probably an unnecessary Ravage, so they trade 1-for-1, I guess, that's fine.
Okay, little Froach concern on the Ravage there, but perhaps he probably feels like, okay, I'm not really going to use it much anyway in the next 2 minutes, you know, I'm just going to be a big boy, body some tower, farm some creeps, and, you know, Ravage, who cares?
Yeah, gotta test if it works.
Yeah, who cares about the 2.5 minute old, right?
The 2.5 biggest team fight out on our entire team. It's just chilled.
Whatevs, bro.
Skylark, good read of when to move back. Had he stayed literally 3 seconds longer, he would be dead right now. He might still be dead regardless. Desire, though, his presence will bail him out of trouble. And Wish really wants an inroad, really wants some way to get forward, but still about 600 gold away from picking up his Blink Dagger. And unlike when you play Zeus, where your rotations just feel easier to make, it's a degree of execution here, but they're hiding inside the Roshan pit. Oh, what a trap that they spring onto Quinn. Did not see it coming, and looks like he should end up falling as a result. They drop the Static Stone to try and protect him, but it's not going to be enough from Tofu. Monaspa, they just keep finding these small little angles and these cute little plays, and somehow it keeps paying off for them.
That was a really, really nice, like the way they set it up with the smoke into the cookie. And Ace is in a bit of trouble bottom. Gonna get
he's definitely
poked again.
They don't have Morty's Kisses though, and they don't have the Sanity, so I think he lives. He's gonna be fine. Top lane, Skylark might not be so lucky though. He gets glimpsed back into the kinetic field with the right clicks from Diracho, able to bring him down. And they're still brawling. We just had the kill happen on Tusk in this area, and the fight's not over yet.
The thing is, Diracho playing the sniper, this hero is the king of like these small little high grounds, right? There's one staircase from the river to go up, then another one towards the jungle, and they're never really breaking it. Diracho is just sitting on his, 1,000 range, clapping people away, and it shows in the net worth. This guy is popping off right now.
He is, but Nande is hot on his heels with this Midas OD. Keeping up with the net worth. It's a constant theme throughout this series. And also, we almost have access to the Blink Dagger for Wish. I think the entire game changes quite markedly after that. Prior to this Blink Dagger, it's felt kind of difficult, kind of scuffed for them to get these initiations. Yeah. They've had to resort to these very cute plays, but how many games have we seen, Kezu, where as soon as the Blink from Tiny comes, you're just getting continually tossed back, and the tempo and momentum just never ends for that team.
I mean, it just changes everything. They really need it, because both of the heroes, right, they need their Blink Daggers. So when Tiny gets his, he can make space and try to make it easier for Desire to then ultimately end up getting his, because he's still like 800 gold away. So once Tiny has Dagger, they can smoke up with the Snapfire ult, maybe look for a kill. But I mean, the net worth is really, they're bleeding net worth a lot. This is 5k already at 15.
It's a very dangerous lead that they have given up, rather. The deficit is quite large, but here we go. Wish has Blink Dagger, and the Spartan has the smoke and as well as access to the Morty's Kisses. So if there's ever a time to try and make something happen, it would be around now. They need to try and make sure they have the appropriate numbers, though. They're leaving Desire alone top, though.
Yeah, he's just gonna get, you know, bumped out of the lane for a bit. But I do like this game, this timing from Gaiman, rather. You have Hood on Ace with a mech. His pipe is flying out. If you go on this tide and you toss him back, I feel like you're the ones dying and not the tide. And just syncing this up with the siege creep, they also have a medallion on Celery to make him even more tanky. So I don't actually think you can defend this tower.
Full pipe mech. You were talking earlier about how the Side Hunter can go body to protect your towers. The opposite is also true. He can just be the frontliner to help you push them down even faster.
Have a glimpse.
And they glimpse back the Tiny, who made a very aggressive jump forward here from Wish.
Yo, bros, abort.
Wishful
abort.
jump in its own way. That's... yeah. Well, I'm glad he did that because it just demonstrates your point about how you just can't be jumping onto the Side Hunter right now.
Yep, thanks Wish, making me look somewhat clever. I like it. Doesn't happen too often, but you know, I'll take it. And now free Roche or what?
Definitely free. They can't do anything about this. If they had Blink Dagger, maybe you try, but... Also, one thing that we do not have in this game, the Beastmaster Hawk not positioned around the Roshan pit in the same way as it was game 2. So they can't... Like, initiating this feels like suicide, when you know they still have Ravage.
Yeah, this is hard. So at least for Monaspa, they need to wait. You need Beast to get his Helm of the Overlord, a couple more levels in the Aura. You need Nande. He's gonna have his Axe, but I feel like the points we touched on earlier with Sniper having an untouched game, I don't see this changing soon. They also have a Solar Crest on Celery. Love this itemization. Drums on Tofu as well. Like, this Sniper is gonna be popped off with all the auras he could even ask for.
Getting past a lot of these beefcakes, and it's not like the supporting cost around him is very easy to kill. You have to get past an Undying, a Tide Hunter, a Tusk, before you even think about approaching the Sniper. Speaking of Sniper, you can actually start to lead the charge in the top lane against Nande and the crew. We'll see if they stick around for this. They have smoked on the side of GG. They want to come top, but yet again, Nande, the game sense, it's pretty good. Gets out of dodge, they draw the movement, and that's going to leave Quinn all alone down bottom in a very awkward situation. Skylark scouts him out. There's going to be the chain disabled. Do they have what it takes to get this kill? He doesn't want to commit the Primal Roar. They see reinforcements are coming. What do you make of that, Kizzle? I think if they drawed him and then dropped a kiss or two, I think he probably dies there.
Yeah, I think you kind of need to commit on that play. I don't know if they saw literally zero vision on the map, so they were like, oh, maybe they're baiting him, you know, because of the info they had, as Desire getting clapped mid by Daracho, who's going to pike in. And got him. Proc the headshot. Easy clap for him.
I feel like that's fine if it had happened that you killed Quinn down bottom. Then it's chilled. You don't mind losing yourself there.
I mean, I guess they didn't want to put themselves into the risk just to take out the Aegis, since they did put it on Quinn, which I kind of like, because I feel like if you think about it, it is so hard for Monaspa to get on top of the Sniper. He doesn't need Aegis. And look at Ace. He's just bodying behind the tier 2 at 18 minutes, and he's forcing them to run away on his own. That already shows you, yeah, like, what's going on in this game.
They're about to hit an incredibly hot timing because they just got the BKB on Quinn, and they are about to get the full Guardian Greaves on the Tide Hunter as well. And of course, the Sniper not too far away from picking up. I think he's going for the MKB. It actually had it as a delivery on route. We'll see what he ended up buying.
He has Demon Edge on his hero already. This is crazy. Like, he's gonna deal so much damage with all the attack speed that his team is helping him to, like, really pump out. So yeah, this Sniper, they've got a Sniper problem. I feel like I'm repeating myself a little too much.
I mean, it's a big problem.
It is.
It's a huge issue here. They don't have the anti-sniper repellents. They don't have like some Spectre or some Storm Spirit. Getting on top of him sort of requires everybody else to be doing well enough that you can just kill people really fast. But Nande is not in that position just yet. He still needs so many items.
Maybe there's something where you play... You hope that Desire gets to his shard and you start playing your fights on very high range. That's not something that's very good when you play against Sniper, because Sniper is the king of long fights with high range and dragged out. But at this point, I don't think you can do anything. You need to wait for the Shaker shard and maybe a Blink and Aether Lens on Nande, where he just keeps pumping out these Astrals, and maybe eventually you get some, I don't know, 4-man Echo into Hammer.
Well, what's not going to help is losing heroes, and Skylark. Oh, did they not actually see him?
Nope. Oh! Perfect tree line fog abuse by him. So it's a pretty good getaway.
They'll also just use the Boar Abuse to put some pressure onto the tower. Bottom lane though, Diracho is just going to solo kill Tiny. Wow.
Brigand's Blade. Love this neutral item. I don't.
Might as well call it the Naga Blade.
He just killed a 2k HP hero on his own by using Mask of Madness and take aim and right-clicking him.
He doesn't even have a crit. He just did it like with raw headshots. Kind of
Yeah?
crazy.
Okay, so 11k lead. I'm trying to really reach deep into my copium tank of how Monaspa can fight, and I'm kind of running out of copium.
They need BKB. They need BKBs. They need 4 stars.
So they need a lot of gold.
They need a lot of gold. Yeah, all the gold on Earth. They really do have this problem. Top lane, Nande. His problem might be an express trip back to the fountain. At least he gets off the Midas, my man. And he buys the Blink Dagger before dying.
Yep, he knew he was dead, makes the best out of it. In the meantime, I mean, maybe Monaspa can take back the bottom jungle or something, but at this point, this game is going to heavily rely on Gaimin to overplay. But that's something that's not going to happen by nature. You have a sniper who legit can go AFK after clicking a hero or a tower, so how are you going to overplay?
Well, the sniper might actually find himself dead here as he gets Primal Road. Well, cost us curse, kids. You remember, we're in the game right now. We're not on the panel. We've got to watch our words. And Sniper just walks raw up the hill. Doesn't have his full backup crew behind him, and he ends up losing his life here. We'll see.
When they run together and he clicks something, he'll be fine. When he just decides to psycho in the enemy jungle, as the fight isn't over yet, Celery, hello?
There's going to be an avalanche toss coming in from Wish, but Wish is also caught in a rock and a hard place. His ace is right on top of him. No access to the Ravage, but still very, very difficult to deal with. Here comes Nande at long last, and here come some of these deep Astrals. They find themselves with a double kill for Desire. Unable to catch up to Ace, so not even going to bother popping off the Echo Slam. But that's 3 heroes that just end up going down. So yet again, we see that Monaspa somehow find an impossible angle. They force Quinn into a BKB TP out.
That is huge. 3 kills, you force a BKB, and you get to take back like a lot of the map because, I mean, these heroes are still dead for quite a while. You have beats who can cut some waves. Gaimin, my friends, Dyrachyo, don't do any more of those because you do one more move like that and suddenly the game is gonna get closer to being even.
This Tiny well on the way towards picking up the BKB right now. And they're coming up the hill with Quinn and Ace, and they will not be able to get Skylark out of this situation. Desire just is like, alright, cheers, buddy. You do you, enjoy life. We're just gonna get the hell out of here. Looks like Gaimin Gladiators are insistent at this point to just make sure that they can control all the map space and just shrink the space for Monaspa to play. But Monaspa might not let them. Look at the smoke, Kizu. They're actually going to try to get the full wraparound.
I don't mind the smoke like going through the lane. Like if you go through the jungle, you're probably just going to break, which obviously they would. And Dyrachyo probably feels safe, but by you going through the lane, you might just be evading everything. So he's probably
actually dead. Yeah.
3, 2,
1, and he is a goner. Now the question is, can they get out of dodge? Already see Spartan starting the TP efforts.
Uh-oh, Wish has no TP.
Wish does not have a TP available for another 30 seconds. Desire should be able to get out of here, so Wish going to be forced to just eat through the trees. But Gaimin Gladiators, they believe that these heroes do have the TP, so they're not going to go searching. Man, that was such a smart play.
That was very nice. That's beautiful smoke. Okay. 8k lead, you got the Dyrachyo kill twice. He's still in a very good position when it comes to the game itself. But there's a lot of momentum for Monaspa. And in the meantime, Nande is scaling. Now he basically has a Aetherlens and like, what, a couple hundred gold. He can split his Arcane Boots. Yeah. Back to chillin'.
He's going to keep chilling, keep farming. Picked up the 15 talent on the additional Astral damage, or the cost range rather. They smoke up on themselves right now on the side of GG. They're like, alright, y'all want to play high tempo? Fine. We can do the same. We have Blink, BKB. Quinn's about to finish off his Desolator in about 1,000 gold. They would love to find something, but Monaspa not giving them the opportunity here. Yet again, we see that their idea of how to read these map movements from GG, very, very good on the Monaspa side.
Yeah, they're not really, right, like faulting to any of these smokes at all. So for now, they're doing okay. They got back into this game at least a little more. And now next Roche, 2.5 minutes, another very long respawn. And if you're Gaimin, they should feel like that if they move together and if they protect the Dyrachyo, like if they stand in all the angles or have like a good anchoring in terms of the fight, that nothing bad should really be able to happen to them.
It's also quite fortunate for them in some way that they didn't rush BKBs on the side of Monaspa. So even if they do get on top of Dyrachyo, by the time that happens, he'll have a BKB of his own. He can protect himself. For now though, GG, they're trying to control this mid area, wait for the next Roshan respawn. It is a bit difficult for Monaspa to fight into the Roshan pit, so ideally they need to try and stop them before they get there, right?
It's really, yeah, it's hard. I also love this gem pickup by Tofu. It's gonna be able to like just get these stupid hogs out of the way as they're looking for a play, which is Glimmered. But yeah, I think it's better you don't go in there. We've seen what happens when Wish jumps into these heroes, right? It's just super hard to then get out. There's a Tombstone, there's some Ravages, Glimpses. So once you're in, you're in that fight, bro.
You are committed.
Yeah.
So now the side of Manaspa just happy to de-push it through this mid lane. GG. We've seen them do this across all 3 games today when they feel confident, just invading the triangle, forcing Manaspa into an uncomfortable spot.
Yeah. It's because they know, right, with the gem that they're taking the vision away. Mid, Skylark.
Skylark didn't die. No, Quinn went the opposite direction. Didn't feel confident in fully committing for this one. At the same time, though, they might be deciding to commit onto Wish. And Wish does not have access to a BKB. Gets astraled right now. But there's limits to what your friends can do for you. As he ends up being brought down. Does have buyback if needed. But fortunately, the Roshan respawn happens pretty much at the same time as he comes back to life.
Yeah, they'll have another round of spells before, or like, yeah, I mean, he'll basically be up again by the time Roche comes up. So they should have another fight in them if they decide to contest Roche, which I just feel like it is really, really hard for them to take a straight-up fight. They need to, perhaps they have the right idea, they need to go around. Like, they need to do something fancy.
They are indeed going around. They've smoked up as 3, but Game and Gladiators seem to be prepared for this move, given that it's already just happened to them. But they might be able to get onto Dyraicho. He's out in the open. They get him with the Primal Roll, and there the Morty's Kisses. But where's the follow-up damage? Finally it comes out. They do kill him, but at what cost? As Desire drops the Echo Slam. There's a BKB on Quinn, which allows him to bring down Nande. A 1-for-1 so far, carry for carry, and make that 2-for-2 as they add Ace to the kill list. Skylark, will he be able to get himself out of trouble? Oh, beautiful dump in from this tiny Wish, able to eviscerate the Tofu Disruptor. And there's a buyback coming in from Spartan. Wants to try and keep this fight going. Desire blinks in, gets the stun onto Quinn. And will they have the Fire Snap cookie? They do indeed. The Chain Disable is there. Is the damage available as well? Yes, it is. Quinn's about to go down. And they are just getting through this fight somehow, some way from Manaspa. Flips back onto Spartan. Tofu wants to make sure that his buyback is not in vain, but he's getting chased away by Wish. In the meantime, Spartan, he gets taken away. It's a dieback from him. Desire ends up buying back as well. It's a dieback on Tofu. It's now 1v1, Celery versus Wish. And Celery knows that this is not a fight that he can win. Needs to get the hell out of Dodge. And amazingly, despite being 10k gold behind, somehow, someway, Manaspa still force a good fight on their terms.
Damn, this is crazy. They go around. Celery ended up being the real carry towards the end of the fight. They're dealing, what, 4,400 damage? But these fights are very big for Wish. Like, he basically has his BKB completed now by him being able to split the Echo Saber. And there's some hesitations coming out from Gaming Gliders in these fights. I feel like Sniper should have been able to be saved a bit earlier, maybe with a Ravage or a Snowball from Quinn. But now, yeah, Manaspa, they're just putting themselves in a good position. They're hitting Roche now.
What? Okay, I mean, there's no Ravage. And Tofu is still dead with the Static Storm. And they know that he died back. Okay. But they're still going to go in for this one. Nande, can you somehow get this Roshan? Roche is on 600 HP. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Wish. Wish somehow snaps it. Unfortunately, Nande might die for this. And Dyraicho is here. Dyraicho is completely uncontested. Wish not going to die just yet. So he still has the Aegis, 100 HP. Will he escape away from Ace? Yes, he will. Desire TP's out in the trees. So it was expensive, but they do manage to keep this Aegis away from the GG lineup, even though it does cost them 2 core heroes.
I want to join the Manaspa bootcamp where they practice on how to like steal Roche when you're down 10,000 gold 8 games in a row. I don't know how they do it. Sadly for them, they still lost 2 of their cores, but the fact that they even get an Aegis in their own hands instead of, you know, letting the Rachi have it on the Sniper is quite impressive on its own.
Yeah. And the fact that it's on Wish, right? So Wish now feels a bit more comfortable committing forward. Doesn't have to worry that much about commit and I immediately die. Still though, the map is shrinking. Slowly but surely, GG are still able to constrict around them. Only 1 outer tower remaining before they're left with absolutely nothing.
They're also holding both gems now, which is a very big deal. Like when you're behind in the game, you want to try to split the map a little bit, you know, take away some of the enemy's aggressive vision. Now that you lost your gem, it's just going to keep getting easier and easier for Gaming to really hold this map and make it even worse for Manaspa.
Look at what Dyraicho just picked up. Makes it even harder to kill him. Blink Dagger flying in for the Sniper right now. So BKB, Blink, Hurricane, Pike. Good luck getting on top of him. It feels like it's going to require the full chain disable for him to ever die in this game again.
Oh, absolutely. He has Blink, he has Pike, he has Titan Slither. The only way you can really kill him, you need to find him first. If you just chill, he never really has to show himself, right? So something needs to kind of happen. Or again, you need to smoke around, try to go from the backline where Sniper is naturally going to play, and try to jump him with like a Fisher Totem into combo, something like that.
One of the last places that we saw Sniper die was down bottom, where they went for some very interesting smoke. Spartan will break the smoke from GG, just give Nande an opportunity to TP out. Sadly, no option available for him, but you know, he'll take it. Buying space and time for his OD.
Yeah, pretty good timing on the Glimmer, poking his head up, being like, oh, yep, found him. At least, you know, make sure his cores don't die. Nande gets to TP top, farm a bit. I guess he is gonna finish up this Octarine. I mean, what's his item build gonna be? Octarine, he has a Refresher queued up, and then BKB, so like you really greed it out. Try to get this Refresher, multiple Astrals, Hammers, and then your BKB? I don't know. They need something big. Yeah. So I don't mind him going for a greedy style of items.
The Octarine core is just complete. Yeah, it really feels like BKB would be an amazing pickup for him. But now GG, because they know that the Aegis was already taken, no obvious easy play to go into the pit. So with most of these outer towers taken, just gonna keep bombing it up. They are underneath a Hawk right now, but Tofu should have a chance. They do find Ace, but the team is coming in to save him. I don't think they have what it takes to actually kill him before reinforcements arrive. And indeed they do not. Ace is still fine. They're actually gonna make the full jump. Okay, they end up killing Ace.
Uh-oh, Nande
That's the life of Desire, and now Nande, he went in too far. He ends up dying too. Wish he popped the BKB, but he reaches for Tofu and doesn't find Dyraicho, so he's definitely in trouble. However, here comes Skylark. Skylark wants to find the primal roar, but the headshot can't allow him to get close. He just keeps getting knocked back slowly but surely, and that is going to set up Wish for death as well. No more BKB being available. Headshot being the peskiest thing in the whole world. And Dyraicho actually taunts him by blinking in front of him, saying, I know you can't even do anything about this. And that's 4 heroes dead. And Ace was like, okay, if that's what it takes to kill me, I invite you to do that every single time.
Uh-oh, Spartan. Yeah, drop him the high five, bro.
Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, he's gonna die. And he's dead. Oh, that is, that makes that a full team wipe. Quinn getting some more stacks on his Desolator, but yeah, you could see the blink from the Dyraicho coming into play, just blinking backwards and basically not allowing Skylark to run up and roar him. 9,600 damage.
Damn. That fight was all Sniper. If that roar hits, things look very, very different, but Dyraicho's positioning in this game has been impeccable.
It's at least, I would say, in the last 10 minutes, it's been pretty good. Before that, you know, a few hiccups, but for Monaspa, they need a cleaner fight. You're down a lot of gold, so of course it's not easy. So you need to really play these team fights more cleanly if you want to win them.
We spoke about the execution level required of a drop like this. It is fairly high. And so far, Monaspa, they've shown flashes of what's possible, but they haven't shown us the full brilliance, except for now when they make the full jump. Skylark gets the primal roar, they get the kill, but unfortunately Nande gets caught inside the static storm with no BKB to speak of.
Couple buybacks.
He ends up getting brought down. Buyback onto Dyraicho. There's no buyback onto this OD, short by 640 gold. The Glimmer Cape is going to be able to keep this Tiny alive. But will they come back to finish off this Rax? It looks like it. They also just bought a BKB for this Celery Undying, so he can go forward and body even more for the side of GG if needed.
Yeah, honestly, this Undying is going to slap. You can even buy a Shard. That's still going on Quinn. Just going to snowball for now.
They've wasted the Morty's Kisses. So no Morty's Kisses. They still do have Echo Slam. But you ideally want to commit that when you also have the OD to help follow up.
That is at least one free Rax. Guess they're going to go for the next. They need more spells, I think, to kill the Dyraicho from full to zero. Sure, you do have the Echo Slam, but Wish doesn't have BKB, can't really commit, and now they also still dead for 15 more.
Yeah. What do you think, Kenzo? After the way these last few fights have shaken out, with Nande dying inside Static Storm, inside Ravage, does he just need to just get BKB at all costs right now?
Yeah, I feel like he needs to be able to go in, drop his spells, but then either run away or stand his ground. Because now he goes in, he drops his stuff, sure, they always kill Sniper, but they're always losing 2 heroes or 3 heroes.
Yeah. It's only such an expensive situation for him. To make matters worse,
they're going around again.
Yeah, they're going for him, and yep, no BKB. And he's dead once again, 70 seconds in the grave. They're going for this wraparound. Skylark already behind them, has access to the primal roll. Desire, you need to hit the biggest echo of your life, my friend. Quinn jumping onto this Beastmaster, and Beastmaster will die back into the situation. 80 seconds dead with no buyback for Skylark. And that might just be it. An exciting series ends with a bit of a whimper here as GG. The sniper is just too good. They just had no real way to get up to him. And that's kind of surprising given that this was in the first phase picked up by the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that it is, yeah, it's just not easy for them at all. There's huge sniper problems, even with some cool plays for now. You know, it's 2 racks, 25k lead, so I guess Gaming are gonna go, you know, slowly walk over to the 3rd lane, try to get it done. And I mean, if you're Monaspa, you're gonna have to keep trying to do the same thing. So you have to go around, you have to try and find this Doracho sniper and, I mean, just blow him out of the game.
Yep. Oh no, they found Spartan. Alright, bye-bye.
Near one shot, close, close.
You know, you were talking about the one fight middle, where you're saying Celery sort of became the carry in that fight? Click on his items. He's actually just a carry now. Blink, BKB, Solar Crest, 4-staff.
Yeah, he's chilling.
Level 21? What?
He's queuing up the shard. Look at his net worth.
Oh my god.
He has higher net worth than the Radiance offlaner. Once he gets shard, and he, honestly, if he blinks in and starts clapping anyone who doesn't have a BKB, which is anyone but Tiny, he's gonna kill them.
They just die, heads up. Quinn just got himself now an overwhelming blink. They're just waiting for Roshan to respawn. He's showing himself in the next 30 seconds. And we've almost got a swift blink as well for Doraicho. In hindsight, should Nande just have gone for a much earlier BKB, and then should they have maybe prioritized even Skylark getting an earlier BKB as well?
The OD one maybe over the Octarine. I think Skylark not having BKB comes down to him just not having a good game. I think it has less to do with how much space they're giving him, but then it just has a lot to do with the mid game. It is just not easy for them to like really execute. Like you can see they have to do so many things right. They need to smoke around, find the sniper first, drop all his spells. After doing that, they also need to get out, so it's like, it's hard.
Game is hard as the older dodge goes, and the game's about to get harder because Gaming Gladiators, they are inside the Roshan pit. They've made a habit on Monaspa of stealing these Aegises, so I'd be paranoid if I was Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, go kill them. Stop hitting it and go kill them, please.
Here comes Modi's Kisses. Celery, he blinks up onto Spartan right now, zoning him away. He drops a tombstone as well.
Good
There's
Ravage.
A beautiful Ravage onto 2 core heroes that just brought down Spartan. Nande is about to get bounced up into the air. Huge wallop coming in from Quinn. They take out Skylark as well. We're trying to get out with this Tiny, but the Tiny has no way out. Unfortunately for him, there's just way too many disruptions, even through BKB. Nande about to get glimpsed back into a Static Storm. He is down for the count as well. And with 4 heroes in the grave, there's nothing to stop them taking the Sages. And also, doesn't seem like there's anything left to stop them just taking the game. The Gaming Gladiators just looking way too strong right now. Indomitable strength for game number 3.
You can see 4 of his teammates are hitting the tier 2. He's hitting the throne. He gets the memo. He's like, guys, can we end this game? We're up 32k gold. I'm chilling, hitting some towers. Let's go.
Also, I wonder if they have a little bit of superstition. They're like, let's not even try to take the Roche. Somehow they'll all respawn and be inside the pit and take the Aegis. So let's just end the game, yo.
I do like that they stopped going for Roche. Quinn is just one.
Wow. One
yeah, you
shot.
better call GG after getting clapped in your fountain.
Woo. GG, well played. The side of Gaming Gladiators live up to the GG name, and they find the victory. Game number 1 went in their favor after a very long, drawn-out affair. Game number 2 obviously was well in advantage of Monaspa because they played this incredible tempo. Game 3, not even close.
Yeah, it's even like starting from, I feel like the lanes, they all went pretty well for Gaming Gladiators, and this time they came together a little more. In the mid-game, I think Monaspa made a lot of good moves, but you could see that eventually in this game, there's just this evident sniper problem that you can't deal with.
Yeah, unfortunately, they did pick up the sniper. Looking back at the draft, though, right, is there any place that they could have maybe changed something up in the draft to allow them to deal with the sniper? Like, for example, maybe Nande, if he was playing his Morphling that he played in the previous game rather than OG. Obviously, it was banned in the second phase, but maybe they could have found a different answer to the sniper rather than having OD Tiny as your primary core duo?
I think so, yes. Like, when you play against Sniper, you predominantly need heroes that are able to jump him and get on top of him. I think that OD is not that hero. I respect it for their draft and for their playstyle. It's like a Nande special, but it's been a counter against Sniper for years, and you could see it here. Nothing's changed.
Unfortunately, nothing has changed, and right now for Manaspa, they came so close, but they still are unable to defeat opposition here in Division 1, except for the opposition that came with them from Division 2. For now, though, that allows GG to still stay very good instead for qualification to the Major, and to break down exactly how they made that happen, we send it back to Nat and the gang to talk about this amazing Game 3.
It was a great Game 3. Gaming Gladiators, they pulled it back for themselves, and that sniper sheep, Dorachia, finally did it out there.
God, that was some free sniper game. I felt so bad for them because I was like, okay, all right. To make this work against the sniper, they picked basically nothing to deal with it. Like, sniper hard counters OD. But to make this work, they need a nice, tiny blink, and then they need to combine that with the kisses and kill him. And what they end up getting is a 17-minute, like, Roshan Aegis. It doesn't go on sniper, but it allows them to play really nicely together with this Aegis and just really interrupt that timing and make Manaspa's game much harder.
Yeah, and on top of that, how can you ever plan for or anticipate the Undying finishing the game 10-1-17, having Solar Crest, Blink, BKB, 4-star play? Celery had an incredible game as well, where he just pops that Flesh Golem and he's just running in. And for Manaspa, again, I respect the fact they are drafting for their own styles, but when they do pick this OD, it needs to be playing at the forefront of all aggression. As soon as that, the foot gets off the gas or whatnot, that's when Sniper, his positioning will be so hard to catch him. Even if you do a couple of times, it's so hard to kill him off with the heroes that they have.
Jeez, man. I love a good Undying game, man. We saw him at the end with the BKB just like pounding away.
Like, he's such a big boy here. He just
he's
doesn't care.
good.
He's beefy. He's taking up like at least a third of that screen.
Running back in.
Yeah, look, I actually thought the OD might have done a little bit better coming out of lanes. Maybe could have been able to have a little bit more of an impact in some team fights and whatnot. But I don't know. It just wasn't really there. Manaspa weren't able to Manaspa their way into Game 3.
They didn't Manaspa their way into Game 3. I also think Fernande, this OD is a specialty of his, but his itemization is very regimented. And I know OD isn't the most traditional of carries. We see it never. But I would have argued that maybe changing up his build, some like Witchblade, Blink, Hurricane Pike, BKB Hex style of play could have been really aggressive. Even going Hammer instead of Midas, maybe to get some tower pressure early on, force some rotations, and then scale after that. Because I think his idea in the game was pretty good, which was jump sniper, blow him up with Tiny. But when he's going Ags, you're trying to play a lot of poke and skirmish fights, and you're not really helping the jump onto the sniper. So again, pretty difficult game, even if you bought different items. But yeah, Manaspa, unfortunately, Manaspering their way to not winning Game 3.
I agree. I think his item build was terrible, I'm going to say it. And I say that out of love, because he was so good in Game 2 that I was a little disappointed this game.
The hopes were high, the expectations higher.
Yeah, it's just, you need a BKB, because what you saw like in the end was the only successful times that Manaspa would have a fight that looked really nice was when they blink roar the sniper and blow it up with like kisses and other spells. Like sometimes OD didn't even need to get involved, but then when they were defending their base, they also did a blink roar in and then like blink on OD in and to click him, blow up. Ah! Whoops, my bad. And
he's gonna rip that headset off soon.
But like then they're just instantly getting countered with a Ravage and a Disruptor ult. So it's literally impossible for you to play with this blink in aggressively if you don't have a BKB. So not going BKB blows my mind.
Yep. Blows our minds, blows up his game there. MVP though? Gaming Gladiators. Oh, okay.
No thoughts.
Yeah.
No thoughts. Purely a Celery MVP, huh?
Again, 10-1-17 on the Undying. He had roughly the same amount of damage as Snap, Earthshaker, Beast. Not combined, but individually if you compare them 1-to-1. And it is so cool to see when you have these pos 5s. Pick up a BKB, it's so rare, but when it happens, like, oh, and it's an Undying, so he's bigger with Flesh Golem and BKB, his model gets real big. But no, a stellar game from Celery on the Undying.
It was really good. I think he was one of my highlights. I think Quinn was another highlight because throughout the entire early game, they were like moving. He was moving everywhere. He was constantly fighting, and that's part of the reason why Celery was so why did they enable each other?
Sure.
They were just running around, fighting and killing and doing stuff, and I thought that the active style they played was just fantastic against an OD who doesn't like to be pressured in that way and who struggles to like farm. Like that, maybe that's part of the reason he felt like he had to go Ags, was just to accelerate his farming as a carry because, yeah, gaming were just like fight.
Yeah. Do you guys want to talk about Gaming Gladiators series as a whole right now? Because, again, it feels that maybe Gaming Gladiators should have been able to take this series a little bit quicker or Is this just a lot of people underselling Manaspa to an extent?
I think Europe's a very competitive region, and especially with this tour, the Manaspa and OT coming up, it's the first time I think we see teams where it's like they could easily take games off anyone. I don't know if about series or maybe holding their down, like getting top 4, but like it's the first time we see that. And on top of that, I think Gladiators, they have been trying to calibrate themselves a little bit post-major. It hasn't been like super S tier, i.e. major winning, but you know, they're finding their form again bit by bit, but they're winning though.
They're winning. They won this series, which does mean winners interview.
You asked me that question right before the interview.
Yeah, they
then they heard what I said. Oh god, no.
Oh my god.
It's fine, I stand by it.
T will say it. In fact, you could say it to this player's face. Quinn, get on in.
Oh god.
Say it to my face. Say it, T. Say it to my face.
All right, brother, all right? After Major, man, your team's looking kind of shit, all right? You used to be like super god tier, and now you're like kind of average, all right? And we're not happy with average, all right? Europe is meant to be the best region. NA came across and made us the best region. Why are you now faltering? Okay, come on, pick it back up, boss.
Yeah, that's my bad. I'll get on that. Sorry about that, Chief.
Cheers, boss. All right, back to you.
Okay, that's all T really wanted. I want to know, how is the prep coming into this Manaspa series here? I mean, they're a Division 2 team. A lot of people don't rank them that highly, knowing that they came up from Division 2. So what sort of respect and preparation did you guys do into this series?
I think in terms of prep, it was pretty like normal for teams. I think, you know, I mean, we lost the upcoming Div 2 team last series, so I think giving anyone like less respect or something is just silly. At the end of the day, I think when you're playing at a high level, like what matters the most is the form you're in and how you're doing. And so other teams, like treating them as lesser or more is just kind of silly. At the end of the day, you should treat people equally as like teams and just, I don't know, just try to play your game, play well. You know, that being said, I don't think it takes someone with a microscope to see that we haven't been playing our best the past couple of series. So, you know, we're figuring that out, but, you know, it's nice to win regardless.
Yeah. Do you want to give us some information on, at least from you personally, where you think some of the downfalls are? You know, we wouldn't want to speculate on this panel. We wouldn't want to be too harsh.
Of course.
So any inside information on that one?
I think I mean, to be honest, I think a lot of it just boils down to it's hard to win for too long. Like, we had like a really long stretch there, a period of like days and days and days where we played officials and we just didn't lose any games. And at some point, I've been through the cycle many times, and I'm sure everyone else who plays competitive Dota has as well, where sometimes you're just losing games and maybe you can look at the replay and point like why you lost, like specific moments or whatever, but what actually caused those moments can be hard to like discern, like parse, like was it what's causing us to not play so well? And then it kind of just takes some time, and sometimes there's just like a small change that you're not like aware of that's like, you know, maybe subterranean. You just like, you're not exactly sure why you're playing bad, but given time and given a little bit of work and a little cohesion and people just being comfortable, that can like tend to fix itself, I found.
Yeah. Is it also difficult to fix those small things because you guys aren't boot camping this time around? Like the issues that you ran into maybe either into a 1 or at the major, they were quicker fixes because you guys were together and they were easier conversations to have?
I'm not sure it would be better in person, to be honest. I think a lot of times when you're in like a sort of a mini slump, being in, like, I've had plenty of times where I've been at boot camp or whatever, and I'm on some team and we have some mini slump, and being at boot camp doesn't help that at all. So, you know, maybe different people have different experiences, but I think it's sort of whatever.
Okay. T?
Oh God, I gotta ask a real question.
Yeah.
You put me under the pressure of doing the whole.
Yeah, you better perform. That's
yeah,
all
exactly. Question time. Okay, so in game 1, you actually disconnected for some time and you had to fix your PC or whatever.
Why didn't you just come on over here, guy? Like, what?
Yeah,
What's
exactly.
going
Why
on?
didn't you cross the road first of all and just come play?
Yeah, my bad. I should have ran on
with
over.
a spare PC. But anyway, how do you actually kind of like mentally reset back into that game and get everyone on the same page? Because like as soon as you came from that pause, you instantly were like making like the perfect moves again. Because normally in pubs, you pause, you come back. It's so hard to kind of realign yourself.
I mean, while I was restarting my PC, they were talking about what they wanted to do, as I'm sure the other team was as well. Pauses are kind of like thinking goofy because they make the game like different, but I don't know, what can you do? But yeah, we were talking about what we want to do and stuff. And I mean, to be honest, the game's in a pretty nice state at that point. They have no buys, and we have like 1 billion items, and 60-minute items are coming up. So we're pretty chilling.
Sure.
So we talk about it some and kind of just play the game because I think the game's like pretty won at that point.
Yeah, and of course, elephant in the room. After game 2, Nande did tip you. Did that make you perform better for game 3? Did you care about it? Again, you did kind of pop off in game 3, so maybe it helped you. Maybe he's going to regret that tip, but did you even see it?
I actually didn't see it. I saw
Oh.
Skylark's tip in game 3, but I actually didn't even see him tip me.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, if you gotta do your little, your little tip the enemy, make your team feel good. You know, good enough. We'll still, if we can beat you, clap you back down. Okay, see you in Div 2, but you know, you can tip if you want. That's all good. Fair game.
There we go. Wait, when you say see in Div 2, do you mean like you're also going to see them in Div 2?
No, they'll be
You mean-
sitting at home
No,
watching.
like I'll be watching like from the bleachers.
Okay, just wanna-
because nobody watches Div 2, so I won't be watching. But you know, like theoretically, hypothetically, I would be watching.
Just want to clarify, just in case Gladiators fans think that you're in that mindset. Okay, good.
No, of course not.
Okay, good, perfect. All right, Sheep.
Oh, frick, I have to ask questions now? Okay. All right, y'all, you went international. We went to the major. We played. We won. How was the mid, skill level, do you think, at that tournament overall? You played against a bunch of mid players. Was there anyone that was, impressive to you?
I think the top 4 teams at that tournament were the best 4 mids. I think Abed and Makoto are both very strong right now. It's honestly hard for me to remember the other teams in the tournament, but I do think those. I think, like I talked about it with some friends, and I think the 4 teams left in the tournament were the 4 best mid players. I think laning against Abed and Makoto is very fun, just like it is laning against Nisha. I think laning against the best players is just cool. It's an interesting experience.
What part of mid is the most fun part to you? Is it the little, when you drag a creep or something and you feel really smug because you outplay someone, or when you're able to get a kill or blah blah blah? What part of mid do you like the most?
I mean, in the lane, I think the most fun is there's a feeling like when all the clicks are landing just right, and you just have a perfect feel for how when you're getting this creep or what exactly to do. All your clicks are just in the perfect positions. That's a really nice feeling. You can just feel you're gonna win the game at 25 seconds into the game because your clicks are just right. That's a nice feeling.
I love how his answer wasn't when your side lanes are going so bad that they can TP refill your bottle just relentlessly.
I mean, that's a close second. You took the words right out of my mouth. I figured I'd, give a substandard or a non-standard answer.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, very last question though before we let you go. You have 4 teams left to play, so I want to know, out of those 4 remaining, who are you most excited to play up against, or who do you think will be the most interesting matchup for you personally?
And do you have any shout-outs for Reddit today? Just,
I'll answer the first, and then we'll get to second. So, I mean, I think playing OG will be nice. They beat us last season, and I think this org or the players that aren't me have I guess me too in some weird way have some sort of rivalry with that team. So I think playing that'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
And to Reddit, as always, suck my nuts. Nobody asked. And there was also some dude who told me to do bad things in Minecraft on Twitter because he presumably lost some money. So suck it. You lost your money, not getting it back. Bye bye.
All right, well,
Cookie crumbles.
we're going to say bye to you now, Quinn. We have to get into our 3rd series. So thank you so much. Congratulations again, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. I'm not going to lie, that is probably one of the weirder feeling interviews I have had, considering I literally saw him last night. So,
Bro,
it's so weird to, he came by the hotel and saw, a bunch of us talent.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And so now it's really weird to be this is a weird interview now. I literally just saw you.
Post on Reddit there, isn't it, She?
What?
Yep, yes, go on, wrap it up now.
I'm saying it felt weird because I've already asked a bunch of these questions to him, so to reiterate a bunch of the questions on panel, but don't give me that weird look.
sorry. It's late at night.
Yeah, she's got to get to bed. You got China region to do, so I got to do one last thing before we head off. It is the ESP.io shout out to our partner over there. I got to get some of the words right here because it's very important that you guys know they have launched a watch to earn platform where you can earn 3,000 tokens, which is worth $3 USD per hour by simply watching your favorite DPC Dota matches on esportsbet.io. All you have to do is log in to esportsbet.io, get your account, and then you can go to their watch to earn platform and start watching your favorite matches. You can also join their Discord channel. The information is down below for that one. Any parting words, Sheep, before I tell you to get out of here and go get some sleep?
Thanks for watching. I love all of you in Reddit, Twitch chat. Even though Quinn hates you, we love you here.
There you go. You've got the words right there. But the day's not over. Entity up against Tundra. Our 3rd and final series will be starting after this break.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
There we go.
Welcome back. We do have our third and final series. It's Entity up against Tundra. I sent off Sheep to go have some sleep before China, which means Kezu, you're now joining us on this panel. Yeah.
Hello.
You had a good cast before. How was that one?
Pretty good, pretty good. Some better games than I personally expected. I feel like Munaspa kind of showed up, you know, Gaming Gladiators, a bit shaky, as my friend T was calling it out on the panel. He's not wrong.
And to Quinn's
And to Quinn.
It was refreshing. It was nice to talk to a pro player and say your real feelings.
You're shit.
You're shit.
You're shit.
You just won a major, but you're kind of trash.
I felt like Twitch chat for a second where I'm blindly spewing shit into the air, hoping it sticks one day. I love you, by the way. I'm sorry. Don't now throw shit at me.
Look, sometimes it happens, but first series went to 3 games. Second series went to 3 games. Odds on this Entity up against Tundra series going to 3 games. That's what we saw last tour, and it eventually did end up going in Entity's favor.
3 games.
Yep.
At least one will be 60 minutes long.
Okay.
Because Entity and Tundra.
Is this like bingo? Are we going to play bingo for Entity?
We could.
Tundra?
We are. We can.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Bingos.
Goes to game 3, a 60-minute game.
And
Skeeter plays Naga Siren.
Skeeter plays Naga Siren.
No, now it's
play
Skeeter
Doom.
plays Nature's Prophet.
Sure. 33 will play Doom.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
33 will play a Summon Hero.
Stormstorm will play Invoker.
Yeah.
At least once.
Fisherman plays Disruptor.
There we
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
All right. And I don't know what you win for winning this bingo card, but it does feel... This will be one of the more, I think, drawn-out series if both teams come in with their A game.
All right, well, let's have a look at teams. Let's deep dive more individually into them. Tundra, let's start with those because 33, he is bringing the Doom back. He tried to pull it out last 2, and it just did not go that way. The win rate for Doom was pretty abysmal.
It was trash.
Yeah. It was horrendous. It was just absolutely awful. So that win rate was terrible, but this time around, yeah, he's pulling out and it's doing some work.
It's looking really good. And I feel like there's maybe some new tech where, I mean, there's new tech with the Meteor Hammer, obviously.
Yep.
But then they had it paired with this Disruptor Pulse 4, which looked really cool. Disruptor wants people to run in. Doom pops Scorch Earth, runs in, Inferno Blades, glimpse back. Everyone's dying, and then 3-3 does 3-3 Doom things where he stopped net worth. I feel like it's nothing new, but he does it every time. He owns, so yeah, looks kind of pog to me.
I thought we were going to have more time before draft to
No, we
talk
don't.
about each team individually. We don't, so I just have to go straight on in. esportsbet.io, I got to give them a shout out. They're a sponsor. They have their watch to earn platform. You guys can earn 3,000 free tokens, which is worth $3 per hour by simply watching your favorite Dota 2 matches on esportsbet.io. So head over to their website or join their Discord. The link is below. And now our lower third is going to be replaced by the draft. And I can already see, yeah. Oh, wrong team though. Nature's Prophet was picked up. It's not going to be on the side of Tundra though. Entity snag it for themselves.
Okay, so we've lost 3-3 plays Doom. We've lost Skeeter plays Nature's Prophet and Fisherman Disruptor.
Oh, we're already 3
Yeah,
down
bingo
on the
is
bingo
already-
card.
And
It's
we've
alright,
lost 2
it's
more
alright.
Summon Heroes.
So now we have, okay, but we
We can still do 60-minute game
Okay.
and game 3.
And game 3. Okay, cool.
Let's
So
do this.
bingo card is surviving right now.
It's coming back next game too, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's
Okay.
more like you kind of want to get as many off early, so then you
Sure.
can kind of gloat during the downtime of your bingo days. If you don't dab, then you're kind of hoping for the dabs later.
Bingo days.
That's, yeah.
Cyril bingo over there, huh?
Unlucky.
I mean, I'm English. It's,
That's true. It does make sense. It checks out.
mad big, and I don't know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, yeah, I like the bans from Entity. I think Doom Enigma might become the more stable bans against Tundra. We've seen how disruptive Doom is. It is insane. The key thing as well is 33 as an offlaner, he doesn't waste his TP to bad rotations. Where teams that try and copy his Doom, they might buy Hammer, but they're still TPing to the random engagement. He sits in that lane. So any offlaner that also sits in lane, insanely good. So I think that will be the future for this.
Just a quick reminder for Tundra, you guys need to pick heroes because they're running out of reserve time.
Yeah, I was going to say,
in 1 minute.
while we're actually waiting for this, though, I want to point out, I don't know if you guys watched the first series, but Sumail shaved off his mustache, and I think I found it on Skitter's face over there. He's picked it back up.
I thought you were saying that he got rid of his too.
No, he didn't. It's right over there. I got distracted by it while we were waiting for the
He
camera.
likes it. He's feeling it.
Wow, he really is.
Physically.
Show me that, yeah. Okay. Well,
Anyway, Shaker. We still have to pick a second one, though.
look at that.
There we go. Full screen, Skitter mustache appreciation.
I do appreciate that some pros are dabbling into the facial hair. You know?
Shut up,
There
T.
is- Okay. All right, Mr.
What?
No
Hey,
facial hair?
Negative beard.
Mister, you don't have a beard.
5 o'clock shadow over there.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Anyway, so God, really, this draft is quite slow. They've eaten through a lot of reserve time, like we mentioned, but in regards to opening, Tundra picking up Marana Shaker. You would argue that this is just a support duo, right?
Yep.
There's nothing too crazy about this.
I mean, it's just I guess it's like more for them to like set up the like set up their cores later down the line. I do think this is kind of an opening that Entity doesn't care too much about, but something I could see is that the Mirana helps you play the map later perhaps as well to make it easier against the wave push and also to pick him off. And also this is the first time Tundra are second pick. I didn't really know what to expect from their opening. But yeah, very simple and somewhat of a casual opening, I would say.
Yeah, I like the fact that, at least for Tundra, if this was any other team, I'd be scared that this has not got a lot of early, tower defense, damage. But because it is Tundra, they're a very stable team. These heroes will be in the right place at the right time.
Yep.
And like Kez was mentioning, Mirana will just enable everyone to find these pickups and play. So Entity, their response to this is you have a hero that can accelerate the game without Tundra being able to control it, right? If Tiny jumps in, 100-0 hero, Nature's keeping on top, like you always have that advantage. So I'm now looking at Entity to continue going down that line of let's try and leave lanes with 2 or 3 good lanes at least. Just punish the fact that Shaker really doesn't do much in lane. He just fissure, shoo, get away from me, let me reset the lane. But he doesn't.
Just every now and then
he never kills. Yeah.
Throws out a fissure and then has to walk all the way back.
I mean, also that now that they did open their 2 supports, I mean, most likely at least, usually when you do this from second pick, your next opening pick, if you know a core matchup, which you probably do, it's Nature's Prophet, it would make most sense for them to open a core. You're going to open with Pango. The hero I was thinking of is potentially the Tidehunter. It lanes well into Nature's.
Oh, yeah, sure.
They're banning Undying. It's not like a super tell. It's just a good hero. It is good against Tide, and you have Earthshaker. But it's just how the draft goes when you open 2 supports. It's usually nice to just pick this one core where you feel good about it. It's either your whatever mid, like your Pango, or maybe you see some reason, which would be an offlane here.
Is there any realm, like, who out of cores would want to play Mirana on Tundra? Like, I'm trying to think in what realm this wouldn't be the 2 supports.
None, I guess.
No, yeah, it's
kind of.
It feels wrong for Tundra to put this hero into a core role, where especially when you got like snaking on 5 on it, when they kind of made it a thing at TI.
Yeah.
And then same thing with like, if anything like Shaker, in some realm back in the day could have been an offlaner, but it's too uncomfortable nowadays, I think, to put these in core, unless they have some crazy ideas that they're gonna do it.
That's
in before 9, just you know what? I'm checking 9.
He's played Axe mid or some shit.
That's true. He does have.
He played
one of the weirdest.
He played Centaur mid. Yeah, I'm checking his pubs. All right, so this account.
We saw him play Rubik mid last tour as well.
I saw that they've been trying out the Monkey King in their pubs on all of their players.
Correct. He's got
on
Monkey
every
King,
position.
Tundra, yeah. Apart from 5.
So the only spicy ones are Monkey King and Axe for his mid lane shenanigans. He has played Muerta, but of course, that's literally impossible.
to next pick, my guy. Next pick.
Yeah, and there's the Pango ban that we're mentioning.
Good ban, for sure.
For Tundra to enter this next phase, it is not often it would just be like the mid hero. It could be even Zeus we saw in the previous series. It's tiny, it could be kind of awkward, but I think nowadays Zeus is tanky enough that you can cushion that a little bit.
Yep.
And you already have enough defensive supports in regards to the you jump in fissure that you can keep him alive. So I honestly wouldn't hate it to other heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would be down for them to pick a mid where you feel like, you're just going to go here, you're going to be fine. I feel like usually mid is like the lane where you're going to be the least counterpicked. You're going to use some spells, you have your bottle, you have your water runes, and like, who cares?
Okay, so nonchalant.
Death Prophet.
Oh, I was so used to from the last series, she was banned first phase, but she's still in the pool, for Tundra to pick up.
It was in the pool because Entity picked up Nature's Prophet, so they weren't going to snap pick it. But at least in this regard, it's like, I guess because they're forcing the Tiny flex to now be a Tiny support, because you don't really want to put Tiny mid into Death Prophet, because Death Prophet, when Tiny rotates, you take your tower. Tiny can never kill Death Prophet unless you bring multiple heroes. So now it's like Tundra's statement of, all right, sure, you're trying to be cute with this hero, bam, now we decide where it's going. So they're controlling like first fits flex by just picking it. So I actually don't mind it. I kind of forgot that they even picked the hero. I had the same logic, like they picked Furin, okay, they won't care about this hero, but no, they just slap it mid. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I guess they don't really care about it, which is somewhat interesting. I mean, we'll see how it goes. It does help your Earthshaker a lot, because Earthshaker wants to leave the lane. DP is very tanky, he can hold his ground there, but yeah.
There's one for the bingo cards.
Bing bong.
That is the bingo card, yeah.
It's big hella surprised.
I also, after saying about putting DP mid, it's like, Nine hasn't really played it, I think, last tour. Has he even played it this tour?
No.
So now it's like, I take that back. Just throw it to offlane. Now Nine gets to see his Invoker. Okay, if you were here, would you rather put DP into just this Invoker and you just pick up an offlaner that can threaten the Nature's Prophet? Or do you happily concede your offlane to some degree and then try and pick a hero that fights into Invoker. And don't forget that Invoker's kind of sustainable and strong.
I mean, I feel like they kind of pick DP to most likely be offlane, so I would be vibing with some Kunkka pick here. You have some X Arrow, you lane into Invoker, you don't really get collapsed on by Tiny or Nature's Prophet. It's a hero that I feel like Tundra have a bit of PTSD from. I know they had some really Monka-esque bad Kunkka pick against Liquid before, but DK?
I was looking along his like 12 heroes he played last tour, and I got to DK. I was like,
that's the one.
DK is kind of hype, and I was like,
DK is
we'll
good.
see, we'll see.
And he slammed down the button, he looks it in.
It's like, at least on Tundra, they, of course, okay, to be clear, I respect the fact that Nouns and Gunner kind of popularized it, but Tundra, at least in Europe, are the ones that do it most, is this Ags. If it's a great game, he'll go Midas and then Manta, Ags, and whatnot. And it's just like, against these cores that aren't like explosive heroes, when the fight gets dragged out, it's so hard to fight when you're just getting slowed by this illusion, and it's so hard to play. And now it's like Tundra, they can push out lanes with DP, the Fireball. It's kind of hard for Entity to come to your tower and actually stand there with conviction. And maybe DK is good enough. Actually, no, you know what? I take that back. There's no hero, I think, from mid lane that feels good against the Meteor Hammer and Invoker. Do you think DK stun's going to be good enough to stop this from hammer, 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 hammer?
No, probably not, but how much does he care? I feel like it's a pretty good DK game because the Entity's heroes, they kind of run out of steam. Like, sure, minute 8, 9, 10 to like 15. They're strong, you know, they have their Tornado EMP, some Rubik stuff, but get like 20 minutes, 22, 25, DK with his max passive and high HP. I feel like he's just going to be chilling, and then his DP comes running in, so I think this DK pick was very solid.
So there's this lull in what Entity have drafted so far where all their timings are just going to be really stagnant, and you think that right now Tundra are going to capitalize
Yeah,
on
like
that
I think
so
that
hard.
this early tankiness is going to really show after their early spells have been maxed out, and then it's just like this, sure, you level up Arcane Supremacy, I don't care. You level up Tree Grab, who cares?
Yeah, like for Entity, it's Invoker, Meteor Hammer, if he does go down that route.
Yeah.
Most likely will. He says he loves it.
True. Will be like the best timing in the early game to force things. Because I'm just a little bit scared for Entity, which like, if they bring numbers, there isn't really a lot of damage, right? It's like, if his Quas works Invoker, that's more control and remove mana. Tiny, it's like, and now it's a support, so setting things up. I'm just a little bit worried for Entity that they aren't going to be able to break down the map. And against Tundra, if you can't break down the map, they always find their farm and get tanky. And like Kezu mentioned, Tundra's heroes, if they get given 20 minutes of freedom, they will just be this unkillable unit that you need to like outplay on macro. You know, it's like you drag a hero over here, then you kill this hero over there. And you're still yet to find that. And Tundra ban out Faces Void, I think that would have been a nice answer. That you flex the Nature's Prophet away, some Cataclysm down the line. That would have been the damage. And they still need that same type of carry here.
I don't think they've played offlane Nature's Prophet before. I do like that Tundra are banning carries.
Yeah.
Because I think that was...
They haven't played it before.
Yeah, that should be what Entity has to do. But I also haven't seen Entity flex Natures to the offlane a single time.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a bit of a... This might be a spot that Entity isn't enjoying too much right now.
I'm hoping that maybe just a little bit of a break. Maybe after going to the major, that's something they worked on for themselves.
Yeah, like Tundra.
Yeah, I was going to say Tundra weren't even Nature Prophet pickers at all. So I do hope there is a page taken out of some other international teams' books and Entity are comfortable to flex it there.
The opposite would be they just go some like... Actually, no, I think Darks is too weak, actually, what I'm saying. There's no real illusion. I'm just thinking of like Toby Heroes and like trying to make the game feel a bit high-paced. And okay, they go Visage. Like, I just wanted to see them pick a hero that's one, comfort for them, and two, they get to play around. So when they hit this, like, Invokers hit one tower, they then look to the offlane. It's like, okay, he now has a timing at like minute 11 or 12. Let's go join him now. So Visage does enable that. And yeah, what carries are available? So Naga's banned out. The aggressive ones are banned out by Entity in the last phase.
No Slark, no Chaos Knight, Fiskita.
Alchemist.
Okay.
I don't know. I feel like there's a couple heroes banned out that I would want, like some CK. I feel like if you have another hero that has decent scaling, decent tankiness just like the rest, and you can go in with your DK and with your DP, I feel like it's just at some point going to be too much. But I don't know. Yeah, I'll just throw out Alchemist. Not too confident in it, but I feel like they should feel pretty okay with most of the carries that they're going to end up with here.
Yeah, I don't think there's a carry right now where I'm like, ooh, that'd be terrible.
Yeah.
Just because Tundra have so many ways to be annoying with their other heroes that you can buy time. And sure, they go for a Spectre. Spectre picks always have that underlying factor of, if I lose so much map, then there really isn't the next step, right? So Entity, if, at least with this draft, they will be happy in the fact that if they can set the motions in play where they take this mid tower for free, and then they go to bot lane, and then they force the overlap of farm between DK and Spectre, then you never get to see this like Ags Manta timing, because he's always just stealing Spectre's farm and stuff. So honestly, I think Entity with this style of play can do it. But once again, these two teams, it's going to be a drawn-out game. This is not going to be a clean sweep in any way.
Okay. And for you, Kazu, do you see maybe this void in Entity's lineup either being capitalized or fixed now? Like, where do you sit with that one?
I do think that Spectre later in the game is going to do pretty well, but it's a very slow hero early, so it allows Entity to maybe get the ball rolling, which they have to do. But yeah, I do still prefer Thunder's Draft by a little bit.
Only just slightly. I mean, that might be just enough to get them the win here in game number 1, but we're just going to jump straight on into it and over to our casters. It's Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, Tundra versus Entity. Fogged, we've had the drafts. Last pick Spectre coming out from Tundra. And Entity, they closed up with the Toby Visage. What do you make of it all?
Fast-paced draft, a lot of aggression coming out really from most of the game. I think like 9 of the heroes, you can see it's going to be really fast-paced aggression. Of course, Spectre's going to take some time, but I think we're in for a pretty fun one. It should be pretty battle-heavy.
Okay.
I think Entity, they're going to be looking to set some pace versus the Spectre, take early towers with their... I mean, the Visage familiars. We're going to probably see Stormstormer do Exort, even though it's a pretty decent Quas X game. So they'll have tons of summons to be able to take early towers, put that tempo. But Tundra has pretty decent ways to kind of match that. Their first 4 heroes can fight, be very active early on. So should be, I hope, a very kill-hungry game.
Hopefully. Yeah, who's to know? I mean, you feel that overall these two teams, kind of outside of the draft, the way that we see these two teams win their games, like to play their games, how do you think it's going to clash when we get them going head-to-head?
Who knows, right? Because like both of these teams really like to build the lead, right? They like to have like this big net worth advantage before they really push the limits.
Get a few Roshans.
Yeah, I don't know. Could be interesting.
Looking forward to this one. I mean, yeah, it really could go either way. And you feel like, as you say, with the draft, I think what the panel was saying as well, that there's strengths around. Nothing feels kind of out of place.
No. I would give like that slight, maybe I guess like that slight advantage to the Spectre if the game gets to those later stages. But I think Entity, they have a pretty good lineup to dictate pace. My only concern for them really is the slight lack of frontline in a way. You have this Visage who's your frontliner. Besides that, Invoker and Nature's Prophet. You know, your Tiny's not really going to be acting as that frontliner from the support. So that's the one thing that they could run into some problems with.
Let's see if indeed Tiny's able to do enough.
Yep, been looking...
Being the lad to go in first. We'll see what Katomi can do in those mid-game fights.
Yeah, looking right off the bat, of course, as we said, it's Stormstormer. So 99.99% of games, it's just straight up Exort. Doesn't matter what else he's going to be playing. He is going to be going down that Midas route this game, it looks like. All right. Could be a bit of a greedy lineup then coming out from Entity if they do go down that route entirely, but they have ways to pressure early with Watson playing that Nature's Prophet. Snaking did the Boots thing, I believe. Yeah, he did. So this game, Boots ran out, got the wards out very quick to make sure that he can secure the bottom lane for his Spectre, and then just kind of standard items from there. The one lack of standard items, though, I guess because of the nerf, right? We saw the Mango nerf in the last patch where...
0.6 to 0.4?
Yeah, Skeeter was playing with, what, like 8 Mangoes in a lot of these games when he was playing something like Spectre?
Yeah, you're not
diverted.
I was going to say, you're just not doing that anymore.
No.
It's quite... especially, how many Mangoes would you be buying? You would buy...
What was it, like 6 or 5 or 6 or something?
5 or 6.
Like
Say
it's
6. So
yeah.
Nowadays, that's 1.2 HP regen less, right?
Yes. So
yeah, if you do some of the maths.
Maybe he'll buy a couple, maybe something like that, just to have mana to be able to contest.
They're just not what they were.
They're just not worth it.
They're not what they once were, Mangoes, unfortunately.
And let's see how... I'm going to be looking at mid-matchup quite a lot. This can be a bit of a tough one for the Invoker for the first few levels. Just that animation.
CS.
Yeah, DK just breathe fires and just stands there and has a base damage advantage.
No, let's have a look. See, indeed, if Nine's able to get a bit of an edge against Stormstorm the first few waves.
He should.
Definitely, yeah. Well, one of the reasons why Nine wants to be playing the DK this game.
Sunstrike. Ooh, gets it.
Easy. This man's played a lot of Invoker.
Yeah, you saw it, right? It was 3,000 games just on his main account. God knows how many he has on the Smurfs.
Out of 3? Is it actually, was that the number?
I think 3,300 or something on his main. He has an absurd amount of games.
Oh my goodness. More top lane.
That's in. Ooh, it's the Fairy Fire.
He's going to have to step away from this. Good harassment there from Tundra. That first bit of a push between Saxtra and 33.
It's a strong lane between the Death Prophet and the Earthshaker. Usually Earthshaker, not one of those heroes that you would think of when as a strong lane, but when you have these type of ranged heroes that can actually push the limits, it's quite good. And he is playing versus Rubik, which can sometimes be a little bit weaker. to pressure something like a DP. And they have a triple range creep. They're getting some nice damage here.
See if Watson can get all the CS. Yeah, he can.
He sure can.
Yeah, he's going to get every single one. Oh, no!
Ooh, you
Apart from
jinxed
that
him.
one, I did indeed. Didn't quite get that last one. 2 out of the 3 range creeps. It's all good.
Stupid little treant.
Yeah.
And mid, Stormstormer. Now he's got level 3. Can start to hold his own. I mean, he's actually just going to do... I mean, he's so experienced on it, so even though the DK, as we said, maybe has a little bit of an edge on the early, Stormstormer, he knows exactly how to play versus the quick gloves. He's going to get these last hits.
For sure. He's played against his fair share of DKs in the mids that have been picked against him, I'm sure, when he's on his Invoker.
Bottom Katomi, a bit low. How's the regen looking down bottom? Okay, they just got more tangos delivered. Definitely don't want to have... I mean, bottom lane should be Entity, kind of trying to play the pressure. They should not lose anybody down here. If they lose some heroes to Spectre, definitely some concern.
In terms of side lanes, it's just a bit of a slower start for Toby on the Visage bottom. But he's getting a few denies in.
Tommy.
Snakey's going to have another leap at the ready. That's first blood, so definitely this bottom lane, the area it's going to be a bit of a slower start for Entity.
He was still level 1 on the Tiny. That is... I mean, he's been playing out of the lane a little bit there to give Toby experience. It seems Toby's level 3. Hopefully costs it for him. He has nothing to protect himself versus snaking.
He'll get a bit, of course, split from this wave, pushing in under the tower. Katsuma will get himself at least up to level 2.
I just keep looking at mid because it's so contested. Every single one of these CS, it's so close. Stormstormer does miss one under tower there.
Yeah, well, we're seeing 9 getting a bit of an edge now.
He's using the stun a little bit there to make sure he can get some extra denies under tower. I believe he got 2 of the ranged up top.
This is going to try with some of the body blocking. The Treants. It's pretty good. It's forcing 33 to use another subject.
These are some crazy blocks.
Yeah, very nicely done. I mean, it forces 33 to have to use the TP. And yeah, straight back to base. So a bit of time with 33 out the lane. Some nice play there from Watson.
That was beautiful. He literally trapped him. That was gorgeous. Saksa continues to do some type of pulls up top to make sure that they can put the lane in a better spot. Yeah, forcing the DP back. That's pretty huge.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bottom lane.
They're not really able to apply any pressure.
I think Skeeter's going to be feeling pretty happy.
Yeah.
With how much he's been able to get from these waves.
Snaking just giving him all the tangos to eat. He's got those extra branches he can eat as well too. Raindrop, super valuable when you're playing versus Visage and Tiny in lane. Yeah, it looks like it is going to be that very good farm for Skeeter this game. And 9, I like that he does this very early on, just buys treads. No bracers, doesn't need it versus the Invoker. He just wants to have that extra bit to be able to last it and just dominate the lane CS, which he kind of is doing right now. 28-10 to 19-5, very significant. He's going to get 6 at quite a faster pace than Stormstormer. 6 doesn't really matter on Invoker anyway, but the 6 on the DK matters a lot. You can start actually being the one to pressure this lane, where a lot of heroes do start to struggle a little bit versus Invoker when he gets those levels in the Forge Spirit.
Oh, very much sitting down bottom. Katomi still... really struggles to trade with snaking in this Tiny versus Mirana.
0 armor.
The combo now. Snaking. And actually turned to get another hit and maybe set up for Skeeter to get in to chase down Katomi, but no, Skeeter doesn't want to go for it.
He's baiting him. There's 9 stick and a Fairy Fire on Katomi.
That's true. So back to the wave he goes.
Yeah, I think snaking made the executive call instead of trying to survive with some leaps. He's so low. Just heal, right? Bring back some tangos, keep the Spectre healthy. Spectre's still free farming, so not a big deal if the Mirana does die too much down here. Toby, now getting gone on the dagger. They've got the Starstorm.
And stick charges, they won't save him. I mean, I guess it just sort of, as you were saying, just like that, right? Snaking refuels, and then straight back, sure, he dies, but as soon as he's back to the lane, he's able to set up a takedown onto the enemy offlaner.
Yeah, it was kind of like this pretty valuable death there, really, from Snay.
And it's going to be, I mean, so far in terms of kind of the other whatever, Toby still isn't having as rough as the start as 33. Now, on the other side of the map, 33 definitely being pressured pretty heavily by Fishman and Watson. I mean, we're seeing, consistently with the Treants causing issues. Back down bottom, snaking, he'll go down again, see if it's going to be enough to set up for a kill and return. It's not. Skeeter can't push forward for Katomi.
That's a nice kill.
So yeah, this time around, nothing's going to happen off the back of him returning because the lane's being held in a good place. Toby's going to be able to find it under the tower. Back up top, 33 will actually be able to take down Fishman. A nice kill from considering the slow start that he's having as the Death Prophet this game.
Good rotation. Saksa, he was looking to play around mid for a second, then just opts to just go straight top afterwards. Stormstormer, Midas has finished at a pretty good timing here. Has just fully rushed it out. 9 doesn't look like he's going to be able to use that Arcane Rune with his secondary Dragon form. Only got like 450 damage on the tower there. So pretty decent there for Stormstormer, hanging on to it. And looking at the net worth, sure, you see the DK has all those last hits, all those denies. The Midas, it's going to start kicking in. He's actually pretty much dead even with him.
Yeah, Stormstormer's going to be fine. At bottom.
Oh, I'll try to get the toss.
They're not quite able to
mid
into the trees.
The arrow.
That's going to make the connection, and that'll set up for them to be able to bring Stormstormer down. And Dragon Form's out for 9. They can get some damage done to this tier 1 tower.
They can be very active with this lineup here from Tundra, with the 2 supports playing around the DK. Yeah, this tower, it's going to take a beating. They can probably drag the wave too and keep going for this pressure here.
Not a huge amount Entity could do about this. Fisher.
Fishman.
Into the arrow, trying to get 9 in range as well for a brief fire, and that'll do it.
Ooh, that's big.
Another kill to be found around this mid lane, and a heavy amount of damage done to this tier 1 tower. Just 8 minutes in, the tower's almost nearly gone. Stormstormer. He's TP'd in, he's got the back of a Kato, he's stepping over. Nature's Wrath comes in, but the Haunt's there. Skeeter moves in, look at what Stormstormer goes down. They lose
Watson.
Both supports in return, Tundra. But Tundra's cause, they're ready to try and push on for more. Skeeter and 9, closing the gap on Watson. They'll get a hit in here from the Dragon. A bit of damage, but Watson, he's going to be okay. Gets underneath the tower. They'll get the toss back onto 9, under the tier 2. It does mean 9 gets the kill on Watson. I mean...
Whoopsie.
What? You know, Skeeter will be able to walk away. Yeah, I mean, in that sort of situation, are you glad that you tossed 9 back to get the kill, or does it kind of feel bad that you just set up 9 to be able to kill your carry?
I mean, who knows, really?
Yeah,
the supports are happy, that's for sure.
I guess
Katomi's like, we'll take that XP. But yeah, couple big kills there, really, from Tundra, getting Stormstormer back-to-back. Tower does survive, though.
It does.
So all
Gets
that kind
low,
of chase stuff, the craziness ensues, and I think Entity not too fussed because Tower does end up surviving.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, very. We said that this was hopefully going to be a bit more of an active game. We're definitely seeing that 7-5, even though there's a Spectre in the game. A lot of aggression coming out.
Yeah, no, good call from Skeeter to get involved then. Even if it was under the tier 1, knew that Tundra could try and push on for the kills. Yeah, taking down Stormstormer and take down Watson in that situation.
Nice arrow block.
Make sure that Toby doesn't take the arrow here. Dagger still comes in. Soulcro's going to be off the mark, but Saxa is able to close the gap, get some of the enchant totem slap. It's not enough from him, but Skeeter, one more hit. That'll do it. They'll take Toby down. They'll turn over towards Katomi. Katomi is able to finish off Saxa. And Skeeter and Snaking, they'll clean him up in return. A couple of kills for the Spectre.
That's big out for Tundra on the flip side here. Big moves. A nice arrow block on the initial go from Katomi, but either way, good persist coming out from the supports from Tundra. They're being so active. I mean, look at this. Snaking immediately going to connect toward mid. He's got Arcane Boots already finished up. Just really wanting to put that pressure onto the side of Entity. And it's definitely working. Less than a 1K lead when you're playing with the Spectre. Definitely already starting to feel pretty good for them.
And 9 is going to hit this very good timing. Pretty much a 10-minute blink dagger on the mid DK. So they're going to continue this pressure, sort of Tundra. They're going to look to go.
They have great ways to hit those buildings, of course, too, right? The DK, that Death Prophet. They have frontline. They have good initiation. Yeah, this is one of the earlier blinks I think we're going to see on a Treads DK.
Oh, for sure. This is fast.
Yeah, catching a lot of these tiers. We did mention the little bit of struggle for Entity's lineup can be the fragility of their 3 cores and not having a 4 or 5 that really likes to play as that front line. So yeah, this blink, these catches could definitely come into play from Tundra in these next few moments.
I mean, if you're Entity, you know that 9's having such a good start. He's going to have this quick blink, and they're going to look for these sort of moves. What are you trying to do? Are you just trying to avoid these, or are you just trying to be hot on the TP responses to try and deal with Tundra jumping at your cores?
You've got to bring the numbers, really. You have to just be ready to bring more numbers, and you do have that option, of course.
Sure.
You have the Nature's
Like, you can't afford to let cores die to these moves. You've got to try and react.
Yeah, you do. And another one, Toby, he's going to get caught. The arrow.
Now, they try to keep them off with the Tornado, but it's not enough.
They got to be there a little bit earlier. Like, I saw Stormstormer TP down, which was good, him being down there early, but Fishman was a bit late. And now that Fishman's down here afterwards, he's actually getting punched himself. They have to be prepared for these movements so that they have the numbers, so they don't just get surrounded. Blink DK,
they're playing fast. 9, he's in under the tower. The Familiar will be able to block the arrow coming in, so Stormstormer's going to be okay. Fisher still catches on to Fishman, and he gets burnt down by 9 with the Breathe Fire. Hallucinating in return.
They're hitting 2 towers, though. Top, you see 33. Lane's empty. Pops Exorcism. Bottom's getting hit. Entity has to react to this. They can't lose towers like this.
It feels like it may already be just becoming a bit too much for them. Entity, they've got to try and find some way to slow down Tundra.
They will at least slow down Bottom, but yeah, 33.
Top's gone.
Full tower. He's got mech done already. Very early timing.
Now we see the build up this game from Skeeto. He's going to be going for the Echo Saber into the Aghanims. The Echo's done.
Okay. Opting to not go for Blade Mail. That's kind of cool. I guess maybe feeling like he just was farming good enough to not actually have to go for that type of farming tool, but interesting. Usually, I think almost every game I've seen Skeeter play, he goes Blade Mail and farms Ancients with his team.
Okay. Maybe trying something a bit different here.
Yep.
And the Echo, of course, works very nicely as well on Spectre. Good stats and a bit of a punch when you're isolating them with the Desolate. We'll see there with the odds provided to us from our partner, esportsbet.io. Very much favouring Tundra at this point of the game. The Action Entity, they'll be able to group together, take down the tier 1 in return. There's a smoke coming out from Tundra. They're going to try and see if they can swing up towards top. Maybe catch Watson off guard, but he's close to the tier 2 tower. This could be a difficult move.
Look at how quick they're playing, though. Like, they immediately smoke up.
I mean, Watson knows.
He knows.
They're off the map. He's kind of staying in a tricky position to jump.
They know he's there,
they're still going to jump him, though. Look at that. Under the tier 2, they don't care. 9's in. Gets the setup for the kill there. And my goodness, it feels like there's no safe spot to hide there. I mean, Watson, he was already trying to hide, but there was no hiding. They went in. They went under the tower. They were ready to find him.
Relentless aggression. I mean, immediately they put down that ward. They see him. It's like no hesitation. They go for the jump. And I think I'm seeing also why Skitter is going to go for that eggs when you're playing versus these fragile cores, right? This quick little shadow step that he's going to be able to use, get on top of all these fragile core heroes that Entity does have, it's going to cause problems, and it's going to come
absolutely.
fast.
No, it's when you have a lineup that's playing as Tundra are. Toby stepped out in the mid. He will block the arrow. Still a lot of burst. They'll drop the Echo, and Toby's gone. Tundra is picking up the kills as they swing across the map. And yeah, just with the 4 heroes outside of the Spectre, because of how many moves are being made, this Axe, you're going to get involved in so many kills potentially if Tundra can keep this momentum.
Absolutely. And it's also, their lineup is going to have a really scary, dangerous amount of poke, right? You just fissure, an arrow, a breathe fire. Like, heroes might just die without you having to commit.
And there's another smoke here from Tundra. They're ready to go again.
This looks like the fastest I've seen Tundra play in a long time. Like, Watson, they're just going to get him again.
They know he's farming the Ancients here. 9. Well, there's the setup, and it's an easy kill. Skidder even pops the horn to make sure he can get involved as well and check out the whereabouts of the rest of Entity is Entity. And we'll try and chase down Tundra, chase them out of the triangle at least. The Moonlight Shadows pop, they're attempted to go on 9. Toss combo is going to mean that this Sunstrike does not connect. It's a 3-man Fisher. Entity taking quite a bit of damage here. They do get the telekinesis onto 9. Soul Assumption, as well as the Cold Snap, causing some problems.
He's still alive.
Steps over though, and 9. Avalanche, the tree toss finally gets zapped down by the Fade Bolt, but it's bought time for Tundra to bring 33 across. They'll get Fishman in return. Fisher catches onto Katomi. He finally gets another toss combo off, and that means that 33 does end up going down, and this Saxa also to fall as a failed attempt to TP out. Costs him his life, so Entity, that's the sort of response that we've been waiting to see for them. They will manage to take out 3. They needed this.
They did. They brought the numbers.
They had to slow him down.
Oh!
Easy kill.
All right. Snay is 9-4-5 this game, by the way.
Yeah, he's been everywhere. He's been everywhere and involved in nearly everything.
This is the snaking Marana from TI, where everybody was dreading to play against. He's had a bit of a struggle in this DPC where he has died a lot, but this time around this game, not the case whatsoever. He is really cruising. However, though, Entity, after that comeback from that overchase a little bit there from Tundra, things have stabilized for them nicely.
Yeah, they really needed that. Things were starting to get a bit out of hand, but we'll slow Tundra down a little bit.
How are these levels looking? Well, I think Snay is one of the higher levels. Yeah, Snay is level 10. He's the same level as the offlaners.
Skeeter, farming the Ancients. As you say, a bit trickier considering he doesn't have the Blade Mill in his build-up. I'll have to get the salve out.
Thought somebody was maybe going to go tank it for him or something along those lines. Bottom, Snag. He's okay. He'll get that ward. Super rich.
Fine. Tried to get the jump on Toby there. Toby was prepared.
Blink now finished up on Stormstormer. Now he can actually look to get a bit more aggressive also. He's been a bit quiet this game. Hasn't really connected too much with those Sunstrikes. Now he can actually join with his team with Blink.
Kataomi.
He almost has one too.
He's going to have it done here.
this will be their timing to fight back and make their own aggressive moves rather than be responding to all of Tundra's.
Absolutely, time to smoke up for Entity.
Yep.
Look to group around the tier 2 mid, maybe. TP's coming over.
They just have to watch how over-aggressive they do go, though, because they are playing into these farm supports, as we mentioned, on the side of Tundra. Saksa, he's level 10. He's got Shard. So there's a ton of poke and prod that is going to come out from Tundra. So Entity's initiations have to be clean.
Now, with these Blink reveals, it will also be into both the Exorcism and Haunt coming back online. So a couple of things that Entity will have to be prepared to deal with.
Look at this invis down here.
They're going to get spotted out, so they will have... Okay, no, Katomi didn't quite have the Blink on him, so they didn't see that he has the Blink. Bottom lane, though, Fisher into the arrow. And the two of them have done it. Zaxa and Snaking, they'll easily take down the enemy mid. Goodbye, Stormstormer.
They didn't even need Echo. I mean, this is because Snaking's just so damn over-leveled. Level 11, 5 Mirana. That is pretty insane. Same level, actually almost higher level than the offlaners and almost the same farm as the offlaner.
I mean, it's same level as an Invoker with a Midas, you know.
Very true. Beastly performance from Snipe.
He's out.
He gets away.
Sneaky.
Sneaky, snaky.
Very sneaky.
He has, oh my God, he has drums, arcanes, force. He is massive. Really good force staff game too. Repositioning versus the repositioning is going to be excellent. And now with this kill, level 2 exorcisms online. This is not. I don't think Entity can contest this.
They've got to do something though.
They're going to try. It seems like they know it's up.
They spotted out. Look at the ward down here, right?
Okay.
See Skeeter heading in. They know for sure what's happening.
If they can get a huge like multi-hero avalanche into Meteor,
they've got to be quick though. I don't know if they're going to be able to be quick enough. They'll scout things out. Katomi is in with the jump. It's up the avalanche, but Katomi, he'll get taken down. Roshan to fall to the hands of Tundra. Skeeter's got the Aegis.
It was a risk to go for the contest anyway, but at least try
it. It was worth, you know, Katomi has to make that jump. Yeah. And he was kind of close to being able to get away with it. On the side, they've managed to catch Stormstormer.
Oh boy, that ward.
Oh no, and it's Midas.
No. It's been up for 10 seconds too.
Yep.
Oh no. Huge moments there for Tundra. Big moves, getting the Roche. And that was the moment where Entity, right, we were mentioning, they just got their Blink Daggers, the Tiny and the Invoker, Stormstormer. That's 4 deaths for him now. They are really bringing the hurt on.
They're catching it. There's, you know, these good few stuns. They've got great setup. Once you kind of connect with the setup, Entity's lineup, they don't really have the means to help someone that's getting gone upon.
No. They don't. I mean, they have the blink on Katomi, so he can maybe go for those like toss-back plays now, but it's difficult with the speed and the way that Tundra's just been playing around the map. Skitter, he's got his Ags now.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Even more aggression.
Yeah, and I believe, is that the Mage Slayer component's coming out on top of the... No, okay. He was thinking about upgrading the Oblivion to the Mage Slayer, but looks like he just wants to accelerate getting the Manta.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Get the Manta ASAP.
He looks like he will probably get pretty unkillable pretty soon in this game for the side of Entity. The way that Tundra's just been dictating pace, it's beautiful. 19-10. Did not expect when we had Entity versus Tundra with the Spectre in the game, 29 kills at this point.
They're playing fast. And maybe Entity didn't expect it.
Yeah.
Maybe getting hit by sort of an approach from Tundra that, you know, they wouldn't have necessarily anticipated from Tundra's previous performances. Skeeter in on the action. Both supports of Entity taken out again.
It's getting out of hand. They're getting just way too many of these kills. And Spectre with his core matchups, it's amazing. Him having this start too. Watson, he's still farming.
He's farmed, but can the Prophet carry against this?
Versus all these counters, all these heroes that get in his face. It's, yeah, definitely not easy. And speaking of getting in their face, Saksa, he's got a Philosopher's Stone level 12. His blink is now done too. So another layer for Tundra to just gap close.
A lot of weight on Watson to do something crazy as the Prophets. We've seen Prophet single-handedly carry games before, but as you say, there's definitely tools on Tundra's lineup to punish a Prophet.
Yeah, it's usually these Nature's Prophets, when they're able to, they have like better core-to-core matchups. His core matchup versus Spectre, it's one of the worst. Snaking is farming Angel. I mean, they're just getting so much farm on the map.
Smoke from Entity. It feels like the first we've seen in a while. They've got to find something with it. Last time they went for a smoke, it was around that Roshan. They weren't able to get into in time.
There's a BKB coming out for the DK also right now.
Oh, it's a good avalanche. Onto the two of them, Snaking and 33, they'll fall. Excellent jump to start the fight. So I think I love the Skitter. Skitter's actually been caught in the Sprout. He's able to make his way out of this. Saxon trying to keep him covered from the side. Jumps in with the Echo, but the Echo doesn't really catch on to much of Entity. It's Watson going out in return. Entity may be able to set up for a second attempt here on the respawn from the Aegis.
An arrow.
It's perfectly timed there from Fishman. We'll see the jump from Nine onto the back lines, trying to help Skeeter out. Skeeter, he's able to get the horn off, jumping around all over the place. He does his best to try and dodging, but he can't keep it up. Still goes down. Stormer and Toby, can they deal with 9? I don't think they can, especially with another Fisher like that coming through from Saxa, as it's going to be Tundra getting the cleanup. Triple kill for 9. Everybody dead on Entity. There were some hopeful moments of that fight for Entity, but at the end of it all, their hopes, they get shut down again.
Good initial go, right? They blow up Snaking, they get those type of initiations. If there wasn't an Aegis, then that's probably Entity coming out ahead, but also 9. That was the moment when literally the BKB had just delivered on Courier. You see it like coming on the Courier here.
A great start.
Gets to him.
Excellent combo to burst through with the two of them, take Snaking and 33 out of the action. And yeah, as we saw, they're dealing with the Spectre twice, but just goes to show sort of the difficulty they're in right now, Entity. They're playing from behind, and even when they get a start like that to the fight, it's not quite enough.
Yeah, Watson just got deleted, right? I don't think he didn't get BKB off. I think that's what Saxa was mainly going for. That one-man echo, but it's a very valuable one versus the one position NP. And also, speaking of the NP, his Midas was down as well, too. His Midas was up when he died.
The efficiency. It's being lost.
Another jump.
And another kill.
So much
playing it fast, over double the kills now for Tundra.
It's so much chain stun, so much control. These supports are out of control, really. That's the biggest thing for Tundra, right? We talked about Snaking level 14. Now it's starting to be Saxa, who also is just absurdly farmed. He's level 14 with his Blink, with his Shard, on his way to 4-staff. They're huge.
Look at this, Watson, he better be hiding nice and deep here in the trees. I mean, you see it here. You know, you look at the number, the gold difference, not crazy, but 92%, you can feel it. A lot of that gold that Entity have, it's on this Prophet, on Watson, and as we say, it's a difficult game for him to put his value into play.
And it's also, even though it says 5k gold, like, you have to remember there's Midases on the enemy, so it's actually like, it feels like an even bigger one almost because of those. It's Toby.
Got the jump on him. Tornado not going to quite catch on to 9, but Watson's able to hold back 9 with the Sprout. Entity's still hovering around the area.
They're just continuing to play so aggressive. There's really no hesitation, no downtime from Tundra. Even though they do have some of these semi-long duration cooldowns on ults, it's the supports leading the charge with the DK, jumping in, just looking for these consecutive kills. And 9, he is going to be going down that kind of carry-style route of the DK2, going for that Ags. It's going to be very difficult to bring down. The physical damage coming out from Entity, it's going to take time. Their lineup takes time inside of these kills. They don't have as big as explosive damage that comes out from them in comparison to Tundra, unless we do see Stormstormer go some Aghanims, but he almost never does that route.
Oh, smoke time from Tundra. Toby is going to get caught. 9, straight in with the stun. Jump forward.
Oh, Katomi, he jumped in.
He tried to help him, tried to look for a toss back, but there was no one to toss back.
And
Toby goes down, Katomi's gone, Skeeter's ready to dive tier 2s, Fishman buys a bit of time with the telekinesis, but not enough.
And that's a gem.
And, oh, it was indeed. Gem hits the deck, Snaking picks it up.
And tier 2 now, the game, there's no space, there's no breathing room for Entity. Like, look, Stormstormer's farming almost has BKB, but they're already on the chase. Saxa, Skeeter, trying to find him. He will be aware of it and get back, but 9 is also set up for top. Like, look at this, they're set up everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, have they got any way to catapult? Yeah, they have. 1 second, Shadow steps up.
No detection.
Okay, into the invis.
But at tier 2, they kill the heroes mid, take the tier 2, and at the same time, they're already setting up on those side lanes. They're playing this draft beautifully. It's just super fast paced, picking up these items so quick. Snaking boots the just absolutely massive on this Mirana. And Skeeter now has a Manta style.
Yep.
Very difficult for them to focus fire him.
We've seen already how quickly he just sort of destroys whoever he jumps on in the midst of the fight. Now adding the Manta on top of it's going to be so much more. I mean, you know, that's your 15k net worth profit gone in a flash. That's why we're saying, you know, he's got all this money, but what does it matter when Tundra can kill you this easily? They've got the counters.
Stormstormer linking in aggressively.
Katsuomi tries for the toss back, won't get it. Now looks at 33, but this man's got a BKB ready to press, and he's got Greaves in a few seconds ready to pop as well. Saxa's in with a 2-man echo. Fishman run down by the siphons of 33. Katsuomi also out of options here. Maybe the Avalanche is going to be enough. Nah. Fish is back up. 3 dead again on Entity.
Jesus. Like they're just getting right on top of him. It's too fast. Sox is looking for more.
And Toby's going to try and fight this, but Skeeter's ready to jump in on top of him immediately. Toby's dead.
This is just impossible.
It really does feel like that.
No way to fight versus them. They're all just way too big, and they're everywhere. And in the meantime, too, Skeeter, he wasn't even in part of like most of this fight.
Just
he
jumping
was
in and out,
farming, jumping back and forth, looking for those cleanup kills. I have to give a lot of commendation to the supports really from Tundra. Them and DK, them and 9 have really just been making all the space in the world. 33 has been struggling a little this game. Honestly, if you look at his kill score, it feels like he's actually in a different game. 33 is 2-2 and 5.
Oh no!
Everybody else is part of like 30 kills or something.
Oh,
like that.
bless. Yeah, he's sort of separate from the others here. Wait, what the? Well, so we've got Snake is involved in what, 26 kills. 9's been involved in 24 kills. Ski's involved in 23 kills. Saxon's involved in 25 kills. 33's involved in 7. Yeah, quite the difference. Yeah, he's you know, sometimes you just got to enjoy the win. Doesn't matter how much you're there for.
You know, I remember his interview the other day, right? He was kind of flaming his teammates. Maybe they're just getting it back at him a little bit this time around. No, they're really playing this to perfection. 9, level 19 Ags is done, just looking for more pickoffs already. Roche is up in 50 seconds. Skeeter's just going to go in.
Oh, he's going to go out as well. I don't think he wants to stick around for this one. There was a lot of them there. Just let's look at the Fishman. Fishman. Oh, it's a mini dragon.
He gets the fireball.
Oh, no, don't kill the baby dragon. Oh, that's just bullying.
And Toby can't move.
Fisher. And dead.
And now Stormer also.
Oh, by a little time here, Toby. But 9, he's kind of happy. He's going to be ready to jump up towards the base. Yeah, he's diving in. Under the tier 3s. Stormer pots the BKB, trying to desperately get away. He'll live. Same can't be said for Kataomi and Toby.
33 runs in. He's like, guys, I'm here. I'm getting involved too. This is insane. 50 kills, 28 minutes in this game.
I don't think Entity were prepared for this sort of Tundra today. No. Tundra's just woken up and playing faster than ever before.
It's just violence. Right? They saw violence today, and it's working beautifully. Another tower drops. Roche, it's on the menu. They'll kill it and they'll just kill it so fast. Even without Extra Sim, they've got the Manton Skitter.
Oh, so. Saxa. He knows Watson's working his way down this bottom lane.
Saxa is about to be level 18 also. Like, I just cannot wrap my head around how fast and how high level they are.
Meanwhile, Midas invoke a Stormer, he's still level 15.
Oh, yeah, this is absurd. Next objective, Roche.
I think you want a refund on this, but it's not working or something. Where's the XP?
It's been on cooldown a lot. Look, it's on cooldown right now.
Both of them.
Watson, he's got one.
Come on, use your Midas.
Yeah, there we go. But Stormer
still hasn't managed to.
Gonna scout the area. How long on Haunt? Haunt's not up, but Shadow Step, of course, at the ready. Echo ready. Snaking a bit low on mana. This could actually be pretty decent if they're... I mean, if he doesn't... they've got Greaves, so he'll actually get pumped up anyway.
Oh, it's just so terrifying just stepping out in the map here for Entity.
They have to stick S5.
And as you mentioned, at the start, one of the things about that, Josh, who goes in at first and survives?
Nobody. As they're just charging in.
9. He's going to make the quick jump onto the quick kill first. Finds Fishman. And the rest of Entity, all they can do really is run. There'll be a buyback from Fishman. They're going to try and take some sort of trade in this fight, but not really any damage being done. The Meteor gets dropped. 33 is able to step out of the side. Stormer commits him with the BKB. They're trying to take down 33. Kataomi with the combo will allow him to finish the kill off. But 9's in with his own BKB. Elder Dragon form pop. The Sunstrike onto Skeeter, but he's still got plenty of HP to work with. Watson tempting to stand his ground. Will scare them back a little bit, but they'll just simply jump back over to Toby in the mid lane. Pick up a 3rd kill for Skeeter. Triple kill. As Entity only getting 33.
They're too big. Everyone too farmed at this point on the side of Tundra. Yeah, they only have damage to really bring down one hero. Also, their spell's just not really connecting in the best fashion either. The Meteor totally whiffs. They don't have great ways to control besides the Tiny. It's now Roche. Next thing on the docket, Skitter level 20.
Very close to having the full Skadi.
Versus triple range cores. Yeah, the dream Skadi game.
It's going to make the Prophets game even more miserable.
And speaking of lack of damage, a bit in a way too, besides the Greaves that they had earlier from 33, Snaking now has a pipe on top of all the rest of the items he's gotten. This is one of the better support performances since TI I think I've seen Tundra have.
This is just an all-round stomp, really, from all members involved here on Tundra.
Stormstormer shows bottom for a second with a Meteor, has to be very careful. Feels like there's little to no breathing room now at this point on the side of Entity. Feels like, yeah, you just have to stick as 5, and it means you're just going to keep getting out-farmed when you already have that disadvantageous core-to-core matchup. There's no way for them to take advantage of cooldowns, because it feels like they don't even need the cooldowns on Tundra. They're in.
Now Skinner's just makes the jump immediately. Someone will be able to turn with the Tornado EMP combo, but Toby's already gone. Nine's ready to start hunting for more, as they'll push him up towards the triangle. Entity attempting to keep their distance, but 33 swinging in from the side with the Exorcism. Fishman to be taken out. Skeeter now godlike, double kill. They're ready for the cleanup. They're going to call it. GG's there. Tundra with a very flashy game 1 stomp here, folks.
The support's out of control, really. The speed, snaking, and 33 and snaking and Soxa were able to make with 9. That was insane.
Yeah, they just got to do nothing that game, Entity.
Like, I'm looking at 33 on his camera right now, like, talking and laughing. He's probably like, guys, I wasn't even, like, what the? I'm part of, like, 8 kills. You guys are part of, like, 50. What the heck is going on in this game?
That was a wild game from the Tundra lads. They just ran them over. I really feel that Entity, they just weren't going to expect Tundra to play like this.
No, and I think they did go for just a bit of a greedy lineup, especially going double Midas. The Invoker and the Nature's Prophet takes time for it to kick in. Their offlane didn't go very well. Snaking just controlled the whole game with his movements. That was a really crisp game, a beautiful game from Tundra, and a very aggressive one, even when you're playing with the Spectre.
Absolutely, yeah. No, the sort of the Echo, the Ag, Skeeter was involved in everything, and kind of by the sort of 20-minute onwards, he was the one starting the action. He was there every single time. As soon as they see someone, he's in there with the Rift or with the Haunt. And yeah, nothing to be done by Entity. Well, at least for Entity, I think they'll be able to kind of look at that game, reassess themselves, and come in with definitely a different approach. Probably not sort of the timing, the late game of like a double Midas duo. We know that Entity can play with a different style, different approach, and I think they'll look to match Tundra, because this game 1, they couldn't match them at all. Tundra, they'll take the first game.
That GG taking us a bit surprised there, but Tundra forcing it out of Entity there and take game number 1. Kezu, I saw the lull that you were sort of talking about in that Entity draft there, where they couldn't really do much around that 18-20 minute mark, and Tundra very quick to capitalize on that.
Yeah, I mean, 9 had a really good game on this DK, and then he just kind of commands the team. Yo, snaking, move with we, like press arrow, people are gonna die.
Just stun people, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, pretty easy, but what I actually love the most is the opening 2 picks from Tundra, even though it's like Shaker Mirana, it doesn't really make you think about a lot, but when you see Nature's Prophet first pick, they're just kind of answering like a lot of the aspect of how Nature's wants to play, like a very open map, force people around the map, and then you kind of make use of that. But them, like, look at that, they have that opening, then they take a DP so that the Shaker can get through the lane. You then have a DK who helps the Mirana in the game. You follow that up with the global like aspect of Spectre, and then suddenly Nature's Prophet is top network. But I feel like Watson can't really do anything.
No, it doesn't really matter. And again, I think Tundra, they just played this this early game so nicely, because it's like, if you, let's say you rotate to the DK for some random reason, DP's hitting your top tower, then you maybe go and take a fight into the Spectre lane, and now DK's hitting your mid tower. I think there were so many forms of pressure points in Tundra's lineup that even if Entity have a very skirmishing lineup, the time it takes for them to get group up, use their resources, they're already conceding so much more map. And then there's this like inevitability of Tundra being so tanky. Like DK picks up Ags, and there's a point, it's like, okay, I feel like Entity's comms right now are like,
what?
How? What? Like, they're speechless. Like, he's unkillable in the early game, picks up Ags, everyone's slowed. It's a really nice draft from Tundra, but the key thing is, I love the fact that they are playing as if this draft can win the game at 25. They're not thinking, let's just all farm these amazing items and play this amazing long game, you know, like what they've been doing in previous tour, or at least the start of this tour. Like, this is a much, you know, quicker paced Tundra at least.
Yeah, and when we saw that Spectre pick up as well, we thought that that could have been what they were going for. But at the end of the day, it was just a contingency plan in case they had to go for the long game. They didn't here, though. We are going to be seeing the leaderboard pretty soon as well. And before we even see that up, I have to ask you guys MVP, because it's hard to really have a standout in my eyes. Everyone did their part, and so because of that, it's like, who do you really give this to? Who was that little bit extra?
I mean, I was impressed at least with Nine's early game, and I would assume that he told the team and the supports where to go. Like he was kind of, is commandeering a real word?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, that he was kind of telling his team like where to go, what to do, or maybe the support
I think commandeering means
that's like
take.
nice.
So I think commanding.
Okay, then he's commanding.
Sorry, I had to think. I had to think
yeah.
about the definition.
Like Google it.
Yeah. He was commanding the team, I think, with his early lead.
But commandeering sense.
Yes.
Please
but no, he was.
I
think that, let's give it to 9. Even though I think Snaking had an insane game, it's also one of those games where Tundra always drafts Mirana with plenty of stuns. So it's like this Mirana will never feel off by them lonesome. Where's it going?
Who's the MVP, guys?
Oh,
it's you!
Oh, no, it's all of us.
Yeah,
Come on.
But now, bam. Yeah. It's also like the other thing as well is with Tundra's lineup, it's very easy to get comfortable with your lead and forget about like playing the wider map. But it felt like even after they had that like first 20 minutes, you got Saxo in one lane on the Earthshaker. You've got 9 scouting up top for the other side. And then because Skidder goes for this Ags, it's a super quick style of play where Spectre can be played at a high pace once you pick up this item. Because of course you get that second jump on the single hero. So yeah, I feel like because Tundra have this in mind, they're always looking for the hunt. And yeah, what was it, 9? 11 to 25. Incredible participation within all the kills. But overall, a hard MVP to give because easily could have been anyone on the team.
Anyone but 3-3.
Yeah.
Not because he played bad, but because he...
You just don't like him, Kazu. I get it.
Damn. I'm an off-lane player.
Exactly.
I can't praise any other off-laners.
I mean, he just had to chill in this game, so he's not really doing much. He's going to give some auras. The others had to be more involved. He's doing the dirty work. Go push some waves, dude.
Yeah, he also died to an Avalanche toss at one point, which is unacceptable.
That was
so that alone, in a winning game, how could he? I hope people realize I'm being sarcastic.
Yes.
Here,
No,
but,
you're being real.
Yeah, okay, fine.
I mean, let's be real for a second.
Okay. Get my phone quickly.
Okay, we're getting real. Is this actually going to go to a game number 3? I know we're about to go to a break and game 2 will come back, right? But the way that Tundra were able to play it so fast, are you envisioning Entity to be able to match this tempo, to match this pace, and be able to come back strong in game 2?
I mean, I kind of like Entity's drafting most of the time. I think that their adjustment style is also pretty good. So I feel like they will fight back more in the next game. But if they draft something similar and they allow Tundra to have something like this, then we will not go to a game 3.
I think if they pick Invoker, go Exalt, I'll be skeptical they'll be able to get into the game. Not because it's Stormstormer or anything like that, it's just I think the overall playstyle of Entity, if Storm's on the back foot also farming, Midas, Nature's Prophet, Midas, and then Tundra's playing with this anti-Tundra mindset where they're crossing the river, making plays and fighting non-stop, I don't
it's
think...
like your half of the map is now my half
exactly.
of the map.
I think the problem was
Entity's ready for that.
Toby didn't build Midas.
Oh.
True.
Well, that explains it.
They needed a third Midas.
That's the only change-up that needed to happen. But look, we're going to go to a break. We're going to see if Entity are able to make those changes and come back stronger in game number 2. It's our third series, second game, Entity up against Tundra. Oh, I get our little friends over here. I'm talking about Kezu and Tigov, of course.
Whoa, what about him?
Have we ever actually named the platypus? To be fair, it is Big Cops, and I do know it does have a name.
I don't know what he calls it. So.
We just call him Platty, the
Platty, yeah,
platypus.
Platty, yeah.
Platty the platypus joining us as well. Back to 4-man panels here, but let's have a chat. Entity Tundra draft order is going to be the same. Tundra are having that second pick yet again. Do you feel that Entity are willing to run it back with the Nature's Prophet, or are they like, okay, guys, let's just ban this one out?
Honestly, it's if they want to pick Nature's again, they need to do something different. Maybe then like you leave the Enigma or something. But I feel like perhaps Tundra are too good at playing against these type of heroes that rely on playing the map. Like this is like one of the most Tundra hero ever, even though they didn't play it before, like the type of Dota it plays. So perhaps you want to sway away from it. I don't know.
It's hard because
it's hard to say.
They played Nature's Prophet really well now. They've got a Doom, they've got the Enigma,
yep.
And then on top of that, what else was there? There was Death Prophet to some degree. Yep. So it's like you've kind of got this like awkward openings. I think Death Prophet is probably the weakest of those openings. They haven't really done too much, but you have to pick your poison between Tiny, Nature's Prophet, Doom, Enigma. And this will be the point now after game one. They're going to be talking about what of the first two can we maybe give away? Like, can you maybe give Enigma, pick some random like strong lane against it, play it out? If you give away Doom, I think that's a really bad thing to do against Tundra.
Yeah,
that's like
right
the staple
now,
ban right now for me.
Yeah, I think the Doom is the one you want to play against the least.
Yeah, it has to stay in effect.
And then the other ones, okay, you theory craft, okay.
Bam.
We leave that in. So if we leave that and we open this, what will they respond? And it's like, oh, okay. Like if we leave in the Enigma, it goes well or whatever. But Doom, yeah, 3-3 Doom just seems like that shit is on another level.
Yeah, it's too good. And now, I was gonna say for Entity, if they do go Nature's Prophet,
then
I would be...
it's exactly the same.
Run it back.
Yeah, this is what I was wondering. Like, are they waiting a little bit longer on the second ban for Tundra because they're like, guys, do we let Disruptor in? Do we let Nature's Prophet in? I do actually think Disruptor is scarier in the hands of Entity than Nature's Prophet. It is so weird to say that a support is scarier than like a core, but in this case, it very much is.
I would assume that... So obviously Tundra have the option of running it back. They did just win. It looked very convincingly. I would assume that for Entity, perhaps they felt like it was more about the picks that came later down the line that then allowed Earthshaker to play this way, that then allowed like Mirana and Tundra to overall, use Moonlight Shadow to its effect. So maybe that's something they're going for. But I mean, for now, we'll have to wait and see if Tundra want to run it back.
Okay, the Mirana definitely is.
If they pick Shaker here, then technically
they
aren't running it back. Because they did Shaker Mirana, but this time they're doing Mirana Shaker.
Oh! New opening!
Tundra, woohoo!
Let's go!
That was incredible. That is the best drafting I've ever seen in my life.
That's crazy, actually.
Keeping you guys on your toes, You thought, because they picked up the Mirana first, they weren't going to do the Shaker too.
Yeah, about 20 people in chat who watched the start of the previous draft like, we like that joke. But yeah, draft-wise, identical so far from both teams. And again, I feel like for Entity at least, their shortcomings were from the greediness, I think, of mid and off lane. When you have your mid going Exort and Invoker, and then on top of that you have a Visage who isn't really able to pressure the tower or really kind of progress the map, then you're always playing on the back foot. And Nature's Prophet, you kind of feel like when you have a good start in lane, you want to TP to that one fight where it's now like, this tower now falls. And because I've done that, I can now AFK farm in my jungle, because this one tower falling gives my team ability to do everything. So I think you are right in regards to they shouldn't lose faith in Nature's Prophet. They clearly haven't. Just don't pick greed in the other two roles.
Finally, change up.
The first
Dragon Knight ban. Last time it was Pangolier taken out. Now it's Dragon Knight.
It's the first change out of the 7 bans and 4 picks. And I agree with it. Like,
yeah,
I would have, so they must have said that, okay, Nature's Prophet is still good. It's like this balance of they got to play this DK and Spectre combo, and we picked Invoker, because I agree with T. I feel like you just don't want to play that hero again. You saw what happened last game. Feel like Stormstormer plays enough other good heroes that you can just go for here. So yeah, switch up at least is good. It gives me hope for Entity.
This is an interesting ban because I feel like Pangolier right now for Tundra is incredibly good against what they're doing. But Entity, they don't pick out a phase. So they ban out
I was going to say Tundra are going to be picking out.
Yeah, so it's like you pick the blood, you ban the Bloodseeker yourself. Are you then kind of baiting Tundra to go, if you don't ban Pango, if you don't pick Pango, we're going for it ourselves? So it's like, it feels like there's maybe some layers of mind games here, but I feel like this could be the type of ban in the future where like, why was this not a Pango ban? And exactly why. So maybe Entity were hoping they were going to pick it. They got some like masterful plan, but I just feel this Bloodseeker ban was meh.
Meh.
Yeah, it seems we'll have to see how they respond.
Yep.
I highly doubt that this is some we ban Bloodseeker to then bait them to pick Pango. Because
No, it definitely is.
Tundra should be pretty happy about having the hero. So who are you actually baiting? You're
I'm
baiting them
just
to make
providing them a drafting
aid.
Yes, a way to cushion
'Cause they
what they've
need
done.
that.
Well,
Because-
I'll ask a question. Let's say it does go down this realm. Maybe it was Omega 500 IQ.
We'll see it soon. Yes.
Brain plays, yeah. So then what are Entity picking up? Like, how do you really shut down a Pengo from mid? Like, how do you ensure that everything a Pengo has in his toolkit just becomes useless all the way from early to late game?
You rupture hit.
Nice too.
Thanks.
I mean, you have, I would say, a couple ways. You can try to annoy him in the lane, or have ways of like making it harder for him to use roll, or heroes that decide themselves whether they engage or not. Usually, you would oftentimes see some Ember Spirits because they do okay in lane against him. You have the chain, but I feel like there's nothing that fully stops Pango as hard as some Bloodseekers or some Enigmas, where at least in like the early mid game you can black hole him or some stuff like that. But
I mean, you could maybe you still go back for the Invoker again, because it's like, you see Pango, there's Invoker. This time you go Quas Wex, so you're always punishing his mana pool a little bit. You still go for the Hammer, so now if Pango rotates, you can do it. Like, we would be seeing the same draft of Entity. But okay, they go Puck. Sure. I mean, Stormstormer Puck, of course, good against Pangolier. The Shard changed, of course. You can't just roll up and run away. So overall, I don't mind it. I like the fact they are picking active heroes. Even when I was through my gritted teeth for saying Invoker, I had active mindset when I was saying it. But this, should be pretty good. And of course, you got the tossbacks from Tiny onto mid lane. So if this Tiny doesn't have to help his offlaner the entire time, he's going to be able to apply more pressure to this Pango.
Okay, so we want a self-sustaining off-laner then, so we can allow the Tiny to rotate a lot more.
ideally, but it's not always an easy task when you're
Close enough.
first pick.
Beastmaster.
They will
go.
Beast.
No. Oh.
Okay, you get the off. Wait.
The
It could be
Snapperino 5.
5,
Just
yeah.
keeping it.
I really don't like Snap 5, at least from now, from what I've
Spartan
seen.
just cried a little bit.
I
He's
mean,
watching
he-
the stream right now and he's like, "You're shitting on Snap 5."
I mean,
Plays
to
that
be fair,
religiously.
I'm crying because the only reason I think it's not good is because they played and it usually looks bad.
Oh!
Sorry.
Catching strays
Down the
over
fucking
there.
thing, little quick scope animation.
Poor Manaspa, man.
Damn, headshot.
They just copped the elf from Gaming Gladiators, now another elf
Catching
from Kezu.
strays from Kezu.
Sheesh.
I mean, that's just how I feel. The good thing is
No,
that
tell us how you really
they
feel.
have I just did. Snap ult into coil is pretty good. I don't know if there's anything else they can really do with their lanes, but overall, Snapfire is an okay pick. I just feel like the worst role is 5.
I'll help you out a little bit. Toby has played it on post 3, so that is genuinely the likely option here when we see Entity pick it up.
Okay. No, I honestly liked Beastmaster for Entity just because you have this. Again, Earthshaker and Mirana, they thrive on looking, finding kills, and making the game feel awkward. When you have Beastmaster, Hawks, you buy Ancient Creep, or the Dominator, sorry. He's kind of out in front, so you don't really care too much. You have things to tank up arrows, so could be kind of cool. But anyway, Tundra go for it themselves. Again, they're going to be very rapid around this map. They don't have last pick in the draft. Sorry, they do have last pick in the draft. They're going to see 5 heroes, and their lanes are pretty good, right? Like, this isn't the Snap Fury lane. If it is, shouldn't shut out a Beastmaster. If it's Tiny Snapfire, you now just need to pick up some, like, Lifestealer-esque carry, and then you now don't care about that damage in that lane. So I think Tundra in a pretty happy spot with how well-rounded their lineup is once again.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe one of the ways to also help Snap more in the lane is, I feel like most of the time it's not paired very well. I think you want either a killing support, a killing core like some CK, or you want heroes that carry you out of lane. So Nature's is one of the best carries, so maybe that helps, get the Snap actually to go through the lane. But yeah, I feel like this Tundra draft looks very solid, and yeah, I feel like I'm watching a last TI Tundra draft.
Yeah.
They have had these exact same heroes.
Awesome.
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 Great point, Kezu.
Well, yeah, I was trying to think
You
about it.
got
'Cause- no, I was trying to segue to be like the fact. I was a little bit surprised. Like Tundra actually haven't lost a game yet. I know they've only played
True.
2 series, so that's why in my brain I was thinking, yeah, they kind of have gone back to this TI form. Like maybe this will be another 2-0 for them. Like at what point is it too early to call that? Like Tundra are genuinely back in their form and. Yeah, sorry, my brain was distracted that way, not actually thinking about the draft, so I do apologize.
I think it's if they're able to close out this game as well with the same pacing, because it shows that they've got the same style of draft, but their execution has just got better. To not have to rely on to not have to rely on let's play the wider map and whatnot.
Stop banning anti-mage only because I want to see it.
Selfish reasons, guys.
Yep.
Pick any mage. Let me see it. I want to see it play.
I'm just waiting for this Vanguard Radiance anti-mage because I feel like it's
OG play with this incredible comeback.
70
odd minutes. They didn't go
do it
Radiance,
again.
but
Yeah, see, I haven't seen the Radiance yet.
Yeah,
He's talking about Battle Fury anti-mage. Like,
back in the days.
go watch replays of for 10 years. You can go see Battle Fury.
Yeah, come on,
I don't
Kazu.
care.
Do it in your spare time, mate. Come on.
Yeah,
Vanguard
mate.
Radiance Ags. It's actually banger.
It's
we'll
a
see it
banger.
at some point, but
It's a good ban from Entity, don't get me wrong, but you know, for my entertainment reasons and value, they should have left it in.
And that's the only reason why they play, right, Kazu?
Yes.
For your personal entertainment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dazzle ban. That is a rare one. We don't see a Dazzle ban in final phase that often.
Ever.
And it's not as if there's like this illusion here that they're trying to cover. You could argue laning phase, some Shaker Beastmaster against Dazzle.
Holy poggers. The Roach is that hero.
ET5?
So it's ET5.
ET3?
Yeah, 85, Toby.
Just against the summons or whatnot. He spawns ball, you get another point, but like...
You have the most confused look for a second there, Kazu.
Because did you just say esports boy?
Oh, okay. I have no idea. I thought you were more...
I zoned out, I guess.
Oh my god.
I'm just thinking about the ET as well, so that's
Yeah.
another added layer of...
No, it is, because didn't we already say Toby in the past has played Snap 3? I know that there is...
Yeah,
that
but he
potential
is...
for
It's just not an
flag.
entity hero. That's why like we're taking
Oh,
back
that's
a little
more.
bit. Because they're quite a regimented team how they draft.
Whoa, don't stereotype and pigeonhole entity here, T.
Damn.
They pigeonhole themselves with the stats. So,
True.
thanks.
He's right.
Survived. So like for entity at least, it's like there is this kind of question mark with what's happening. I would like to think that is Snap Tiny in the off lane.
Yep.
ET is just your 5 with a Nature's Prophet. Lane should be pretty strong in all of them, and it's on them to dictate the pace of this game. And now for Tundra, it's I think just pick a really nice scaling carry, and then you can take the fight to them. Slark's available. Don't know if it's too great for them, but
I mean, I said out last game. I feel like they don't... Nakes, out...
You want,
I said it
I don't
is there a
know.
preference between melee or ranged in what it has to do?
I don't
do you feel they're
like
objectives?
range as much. I feel like melee hero checks out pretty well because they have some...
Oh.
Honestly, I had this hero in my brain, but someone else played carry Abba and it looked atrocious. That was GG, I think.
a lot of teams have played it, and I can't remember. I don't want to randomly say team's name.
No, I think it was them. So it is a very Skeeter special hero. Unless I'm also super wrong on this, but anyway, just gonna continue. He builds Radiance. You can also break the coil, like break coil, use your ult, run out of it, be fine. Snap ult, you don't really care. You have a lot of auras with Beast and Abaddon. Yeah,
I'm gonna pose you a question, Kazu.
Okay.
Entity damage on any core basically. What happens at like 20 minutes when they throw a coil, a snap ult, and let's say a tiny combo on an Abba, for example? It's like nothing, right?
Yep.
If they do that,
Roche is dead.
nothing happens. Yeah, Roche is dead, Beastmaster. So I think this Abba pick's really cool for keeping cores alive from this like quick single jump. And on top of that, they get to play an extremely quick game because Abba isn't some AFK core. It's you buy one item, you go. Beastmaster has items, you go. So I really like the Abba last pick. I will be favoring Tundra once again in game 2.
You are right. It was Gaming Gladiators that played it. And my memory now is thinking about the fact that Abba can be quite easily kited. I feel like that is one of his downfalls. Do you think that that's a potential threat in this game? That is something they need to be wary of? Or are you
could
still...
happen.
Okay.
Because like you always, when you play against this tossback, like having these very stationary heroes, it can be hard to execute because suddenly instead of being right in front of your team, you're 2,000 range away in the enemy's team. There's also a Storm like for the backline. So there's a lot of things Entity can do to like dissuade how this game will probably go.
But you're still Tundra?
I do
Your
favor
team?
Tundra a little bit.
Okay, you guys in unison there. We'll see if our casters OD and Fogd are in unison for game number 2 between Entity and Tundra.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, game 2 ready to go here with myself and Fogg. And Jeff, what do you make of it? The panel seems to like what Tundra's got going again. Do you agree? Do you see maybe some things that is going to allow Entity to have just a bit of a better shot than they did in game 1? Because game 1, they just weren't really their Entity. They got run over.
Yeah, they should have a better way to fight back. I think they've got much better team fight altogether. I think they've got a stronger early lineup, and they don't have like Honestly, they don't have this Midas Invoker mid and this
Sure,
Midas Nature's
yeah.
Prophet, so I think having the Puck is going to allow them to fight a little bit easier with him and the 2 supports. Last time, Stormstormer, they put all the attention on him. He had no space. He didn't really have anyone to play around, so I think this one, it looks a little better. Do like Tundra's a bit more, but I think we should have a better fight back coming back from Entity.
I hope so, yeah. Last game, yeah, Entity, they weren't prepared for it. But after that first game, they know what Tundra want to do, and they should be ready to match the action a little bit better this time. And let's see how they do it with some heroes that we don't really see too much. Some Fishman, Elder Titan.
Yup, I get to cast an ET game. Woohoo! Let's see how it looks like as an ET team overall. I mean,
he's got the all chat going already. Good luck, have fun, Skeeter Man.
Yeah, they did the same thing last time. He called him Fisherman. Yeah,
Fisherman.
Fisherman.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Fisherman meets Skeeter Man.
Yep. So let's see, the ET, I mean, he's got great spells to amp. That's the one thing I'm looking at in particular. Sure, he's not really playing versus those like Agi cores where the natural order is amazing, but his stomp and his natural order this game is very nice to set up for his allies. The buff up of Magic Amp is going to be nice in particular. I think that's probably the better one that I'm looking for him to play around. With Snapfire Kisses, with Puck, with Tiny, you're buffing up all their spells nicely. So that, besides just the lane, is probably the other thing that he's looking for this melee hero that is able to lane versus Beastmaster nicely versus those summons. So he gets, of course, that Astral Spirit on it. See how he does on it, though. It's not traditional for Fishman to play one of these heroes. I think for the most part, for as long as I've known him, it's been Bane, Clockwork, Undying, Disruptor. He sticks to his 4. So I'm looking forward to be impressed. Or not impressed.
The battle begins.
Let's have a look.
Oh, God. I forgot that exists. The Abaddon taunt.
Oh, very nice. Very
That's
musical.
That's terrible.
I mean, terrible.
Look at it.
What does he do? He's doing like a backflip.
He's clapping. His horse and him claps, and then he flips. I don't know. It looks really weird.
Wait, what?
I don't know. It looks strange.
Do it again, Skeeter.
Beastmaster does it. He already did it twice. He can't now.
Well, let's see. Let's
see.
Let's hope for Tundra's sake he picked the heroes for other reason than he likes the taunt. Let's see what it can do on it.
It can make sense when you're playing, you know, you usually want to see these strength heroes when you're playing versus ET. Something like this Lifestealer, something like an Abaddon. Looks like this is the one that he wanted to go down the route of. Let's see if it's going to be able to match something like that NP. It's definitely not the same case as something like a Spectre in that core-to-core matchup. We'll have to see if it's actually going to end up working.
Yeah, very, very different, I would say, as well. So, let's see if this approach does work. I mean, yeah, mid, I think we're going to get to see a lot more from Stormstorm in this game. On the puck, ready to make some moves, ready to make some plays. He's not going to be sitting back, not being able to use his Midas. He's going to be looking to kill people and join to the fight.
Yeah, agreed. He doesn't have to worry about getting like the chain stun combo. This time around, it should be a lot more difficult for Tundra to set those constant kills around the map up. They don't have just like a blink DK stun to follow up arrow, etc. It's a little bit more difficult. They need like Roar, they need the Pango roll, which has obviously a lot longer cooldown and stuff like that in comparison to that DK.
So it should still be a pretty even trade in the mid.
Yeah, Nine should be able to farm. It's just about, in the mid-game, how much Stormstormer is able to catch him with the coil.
On bottom lane, so this sort of duo, the offlane Snap and the Tiny, can they do much to kind of slow down a carry Abaddon in the laning stage? They can?
Yeah. Good amount of spam, good amount of pressure. I mean, double nukes coming into play is always going to be pretty strong. And if they get the positioning, of course, they're ever going to need tossbacks. Abaddon can sometimes feel a little squishy in the early game versus these double nukes and stuff like that. Other important thing to point out, you know, the Puck versus Pango match, I'm sure people talked about it a million times already, but you can't go shard anymore. Obviously, since it doesn't get that dispel, where in the past it's like 15 minutes hits, you just shard whenever you get coiled. So makes it for a lot harder gameplay that 9 has to adjust around. 33.
Nice Fisher from Saxa. Make sure that no first blood's going to be had quite
Yes,
yet. Oh,
it
maybe
does.
it is. Watson. TP's over. He's a nature's prophet. He's ready to jump like that across the map. Straight from the lane to take that first blood.
Very nicely done. And he even, small thing is he actually pulled the lane with his treants too. So he actually only missed, I think, one last hit. Really well played from Watson.
That's nice. Bottom lane, course snaking on his Mirana again. Had a fantastic game 1. See if he's able to have a same level of performance here in game 2. Could be a bit trickier.
Yeah, definitely much trickier versus these two way tankier heroes. Visage is not really so tanky, especially in the early game. And I like the Toby. Last game, he went for a bit of a weird build, going for like Falcon Blade first before going straight for like those type of Greaves. This time, it looks like he's just going to rush it. This Arcane Blue Greave build from the Snapfire, so we'll be that much tankier from the offlane also.
I mean, so far mid, pretty much dead even. And it goes for the offlaners, both having a sort of similar slowdown to their opening. Toby in 33.
Yeah, they actually didn't block the pull camp, so Snaking's just been pulling. He's just pulling and pulling and pulling. I think that's the second or third pull he's been able to get off, so it is preventing quite a bit of last hits onto Toby. And top, now Fishman, he's level 3. Now the lane, it's very difficult, really, for the side of Tundra to walk up here. Level 2 Spirit makes this hero just super strong. You have seen, though, of course, there are no summons up in the top lane. So, it's, you know, she's just playing the ET straight up. He's not playing versus a boar. 33, he knows what he's doing versus matchup. He just goes Axis. This time, Kantomi will interrupt the pull, thankfully. Toby.
I mean, top. In terms of sort of movements from the supports, King. He's getting a fair bit of damage done. Good harassment that time around that.
That's the last leap. He's got one more in about 5 seconds. Then they could maybe actually go for this aggressive play. This is kind of cool. Throwing the shield on him, and then he just runs in and Starstorms.
Combos, yeah.
It's quite a lot of damage onto them.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, got sort of both the two of them down to less than half HP.
Really cool stuff. And looking at other... Wait a second, actually, because Snaking might get tossed.
This time he should be dead. Ooh, okay, no, never mind. Of course, shield. It's back up. It's there.
One more hit in the tree. Can't quite get it.
A little too speedy on the Mirana.
And looking at the preparation, we talk about this a lot when people are playing versus Tundra as Beastmaster, is blocking Ancients. They did that super early. Fishman blocked up the Ancients a minute ago. Look at the damage.
Oh, whoa, one more. We couldn't quite get it, but my goodness, yeah. Fishman able to trade very well. Bottom lane, Skeeter.
Hit her.
Down to his last shield for now.
He's so low.
That was as close as it gets, really. Skeeter, lucky to be alive.
Has been killed.
And 33 has actually decided to... I mean, I don't think I've ever seen him do this, really. Going Arcane Boots. Just because he's having such a tough time wanting to be able to get that extra spam and stuff.
I guess, yeah, because he's having to play around his axes to, and he knows he's going to have to try and catch back up and farm.
And it helps Saksa, right? So it's like Saksa's pretty limited as this Earthshaker, gives him the mana so that maybe he can actually look to do
9.
9 actually makes.
But Watson knows he's already gone. He's already gone. Knows that that sort of play is going to be coming in, and does not hang around a moment longer than he needs to be in that top lane.
Good call coming out from Anthony. Snaking. We'll just look to stop the pressure bottom by arrowing that catapult. And he gets another pull off too, so pretty significant.
That's very nice for him.
And he keeps Toby a little bit under farm, same thing as the Beast.
It's kind of hard for Entity as well to get aggressive under the tower at the moment with their two heroes, despite the fact that they've done a decent job of slowing down Skeeter's opening.
Watson about to hit 6, and the move from Stormstormer's happening. They're going to have Coil plus Wrath of Nature. He needs one more creep.
See bottom lane.
Nice toss.
But the leaps are still there, and the shield's up. Staking. Gotta still be a bit careful. The Nature's Wrath will finish him off. 9 and Skeeter. Let's see if they're able to take down Toby in return. Curse of Avernus stacks up successfully, and they will manage to find the trade there.
Up top, 33. Is he actually gonna live?
He roars and runs away.
No way. All right, so that's pretty big, actually. The Wrath of Nature, yeah, it gets the kill on Snaking, but they were making the move top with Coil and weren't able to somehow get this Beastmaster. I cannot believe he lived.
Yeah, how did he get the opportunity to roll like that?
He hit around trees. He was dancing in the tree line
and then the Stormstormer sort of showed in the wave or something.
Yeah, they were just like chasing him, and then he just gets the roar.
Yeah, very nice escape.
Much closer early game effect going on here.
We want to go for Skeeter.
He's got the point held, though, so he can skill his ult if he needs to. He will.
Yeah, we'll get aggressive. Got to chase down Toby, and with a Starstorm, they're going to be able to take him out. Not quite have enough health and mana to chase down Katami, but still,
he'll get
more than happy to take that sort of kill, that sort of attempted play. It does hurt Entity, losing heroes to the safe lane of battle like this.
It was an optimistic go, too. Like, you know that he's 6, you know he's going to save the points from that ult, so...
You've got to be careful with those sort of moves. So I'm going to cause acceleration to the timing of Skeeter's Radiance.
Wrath of Nature is back up now. They are probably telling them, yo, Skeeter's ult is on cooldown. Might be able to make a go onto him if they see a move.
It's still a bit difficult. You know, Katomi alone, it's not going to be enough setup, even if he gets the Avalanche tossed into Wrath.
They need Toby. Midas finished up on Watson. We'll have it at that pretty good timing. This time, I'm fine with Midas most of the time as Leon Pete. Just when you have the double Midas, it does feel a little grim when they had it on the Invoker last time. And now, Borrow Time is back up, so they can't actually look to make that aggressive play. Top Fishman will get the D ward. 9's in the area also. Fishman.
Stomp.
Good connection.
See if the TP over. They can take out 9 in return. They will certainly be able to do so. They've got the Dream Coil. Watson was there. Katomi was also coming over in case he was necessary. So they'll punish 9 for that.
Yeah, a bit of this time, a little overzealous move from 9 himself. You're going for a 5 ET, and you're playing versus the global of the Nature's Prophet. Gets a bit too aggressive, gets punished.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Looks we are definitely setting ourselves up for a more even game.
I think, yeah, for sure. I mean, Watson, of course, once again, is having complete free farm. I mean, as he did last game, I mean, he was pretty much towards the top or at the top for the majority of the game. Of course, it didn't matter at the end of it all because of some of the matchups. But certainly, yeah, this time round, nothing quite like the Spectre that's going to kind of enable the opportunity to just sort of eliminate the Prophet from being able to play their game as the game scales on. So Watson definitely in a much stronger spot this time.
Yeah, absolutely. 33, now starting to work on those stacks. Sure, he didn't have Ancient stacks, like I was mentioning before. Fishman had blocked it out a couple of times. They're even sending Treants to constantly check and scout those Ancients. Yeah, he'll farm that camp, and he should be getting pretty close to Dominator. It's very slow, though. It's going to be delayed a lot because he has gone for those Arcane Boots early.
We'll see where both mids want to make their next move. It's a smoke up from Tundra, snaking a 9. Seeing if they can set up some more action for Skeeter around this bottom lane.
See if Entity's ready to counter gank it. Stormstormer not the healthiest right now on mana. Wrath of Nature is up, though.
Bottom smoke will get to spells. Snaking. It's gonna mean that Toby's aware of what's going on down here, so very little chance of catching the snap now. It's giving, of course, complete space for Skeeter. Very safely hit the creeps.
I'm going to keep watching Watson, the micro, as we were mentioning. He's blocking camps a lot. He's constantly sending this Nature's Call, these little treants to contest the triangle of 33. Already blocked the hard camp once. Didn't get the Ancient block this time, but either way, preventing gold, preventing catch-up from this Beastmaster is huge. These NP players, very good at being able to disrupt farm. And distributing resources nicely. So they send the NP mid, they've got the puck teeping in to perhaps look for a play, and Fishman, he's been sitting tops, like just soaking for quite some time. He actually has 3 points in Stomp now, which is really nice. That's also gotten buffed quite a bit in this patch.
Of course, Eldertine, very nice hero to be able to just kind of put a stop to the early moves that Tundra want to make.
Yeah.
Get caught in this sort of stomp and suddenly turnarounds there for Entity.
He got vision of them there for a second. They're thinking there's a ward on the high ground there, but there's actually not. He just saw them for a quick sec.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Skater. Being aggressive himself. 33's in the area. Can he get the gap close for the roar? No, but they do force a TP.
A lot of them. A couple of TPs coming in both supports. Fishman and Katomi. I'll go for Skeeter. Borrowed time to the ready. He'll just pop it to walk off. Not allow a chance for any further backup to come in from Entity to try and take him down a second time close to the tower.
Top. Stormstormer walking in. They cannot get the chain stun though.
Quite long enough duration. Fisher. That's a good dream coil here from Stormstormer. That's a very easy kill onto the Pango. And Saxon, no chance as well. More action that Watson's getting involved. I mean, this Nature's Prophet is getting insanely farmed. I mean, close to 8k net worth 30 minutes in. Nobody else is anywhere even close to the amount of gold that Watson has at this stage.
And he's got crazy levels too. He's level 11 and change. He's gonna be getting that level 12 super early.
This is some insane levels of farm on this Prophet. This is as good as it gets here for Watson in terms of a start.
Yeah, and even though, Toby, sure, he's suffering a little bit, he can easily get involved with all these kills. A coil, and then his follow-up will kill almost everybody on the side of Tundra, besides that Abaddon. Mech's finished up. Making some really nice moves on the map right now, Anthony.
So what Entity want to do next? I mean, do you feel for Entity, knowing that they have this sort of better entrance into the game, is this sort of a lineup where they do have to make aggressive moves the same way that Tundra were in game 1, or is there not really that sort of pressure as long as they can sort of just hold back Tundra?
I'm unsure, because I'm just unsure the potential really of this Abaddon still at this point in the game.
Sure, how much of a threat it's going to be if it's a sort of Skeeter's allowed to have that time to get his Radiance, get his Manta.
Because he's free farming, but of course not the same levels as Nature's Prophecy. I just don't know how that core-to-core matchup is going to end up going down. Katomi, he'll get brought down, and that should be, it's pretty much, that is the Sacred Relic done for Skinner. So, I mean, not too bad of a timing. The Radiance is a little delayed, but...
I mean, what's sort of your feeling been from the Abaddons that you've seen with the, this current build? The fact that Radiance is back and Abaddon has that buff. How strong do you feel that the carry Abaddon's been in your eyes?
It has some really insane peak timings. Like once you get level 15, you get damage talent, you start hitting like a truck, and then if you're able to get that really fun itemization, the Blink Manta, versus these range
you
cores,
jump in, you just
it's
lock
insane.
someone down completely. Suddenly, bam, silence is slowed, and they're getting completely smacked down by the insane attack speed.
So I think there's definitely potential. I'm just unsure of how it's all going to end up going down with versus like that.
Should be an easy kill here, Fishman. We'll get caught. More money for the Radiance fund here on Skeeter.
It's a big stack here.
He's going to try and fight around this area. Stormstorm will drop the core down onto the 2, and then Kisses coming in as well, but 33 drops the roar. Stops the Kisses.
Whoopsie.
What's the echo there, but... actually with the Fisher, that's still causing some issue for Stormstormer. He's going to have to retreat from this.
The arrow. I think they took majority of the Ancients though. It's like a triple or quad stack they're able to take away. Tundra finding their footing completely back into this game with that type of rotation there. It's not really any of these like massive kills, but they prevent a lot with like Coil was used, Kisses was used, and Entity didn't find a big grab really besides 9.
Yeah, it was a good move from 33 to make his way straight towards Toby.
Yep. And Radiance is done. I mean, that's very quick. Like those in 2 minutes, he finished it up in a minute and 20 seconds after.
He's catching up. Sure, still quite a while to go before he closes in on Watson's farm, Skeeter, but definitely going the right direction about it with the quick pickup of the Radiance.
And he is leveling his abilities. Some of the times from these Abaddon carries, we've just seen them do like 0-4-4.
He's under the tower, but he doesn't care.
Might have to care a little.
Actually, yeah, true. He's not got his teammates around, really. Saxa. The Fisher. Buying him a chance here.
He's pretty tanky.
I mean, he'll get caught in a big ult from Fishman, though.
But he forces... It's 5 heroes at the tier 2, completely forced back from Entity.
Sure.
In the meanwhile, you see top 33. He's going to be able to take this tower now. And 9 is actually in. He knows everyone's low, but whoops. Can't actually connect.
Top tower's gone. Pressure definitely being applied by Tundra with the Beastmaster's balls, whilst so the whole focus was put around that tier 2 mid.
Toby's starting to struggle a bit here, especially on net worth. Beastmaster 33, he's got the helm pretty much done, and that is going to enable the Abaddon a lot more than like the Snapfire is going to enable the Nature's Prophet. So that is the one thing too, that the Abaddon has that steroid constantly coming in from the Beast.
Yeah, that's true.
So that could be a pretty big difference maker of his core-to-core matchup versus the NP.
Oh, man, here we go. They're going to try and catch Watson with the Moonlight Shadow setup.
They've got the Radiance off too, so he's sneaking in. They don't see it, but there, he knows.
Yeah, Watson, when he plays his Prophet, his awareness is very, very good. Yeah, I feel like the games that he's been playing it, but you rarely see him get caught like this. And it's sort of, in these sort of situations, he's always able to read, where everybody is on the map. That's a very good kind of spidey senses.
Now Entity, they're about to have Blink Dagger finished up on Katomi. It's taken some time for him to get. He's still 70 off actually, so a little bit more time needed. And 9, he's actually the one with the Blink first. So 9, Blink Diffusal is ready. He also finds the godly item, of course, the Brigands. It's on the Pango.
They're in as well if they want to try and set something up. Saxa.
They find him.
And he's going to be able to make sure that arrow is an easy connection from Snake King. Skeeter.
Skeeter's just in.
Be ready to start charging towards the high ground, and with the Rolling Thunder back up, 9's in. Toby's taken down, now underneath the tower. They could consider diving for more. Skeeter is in on top of the Prophet.
Big
Underneath
stuff.
the tier 2, Watson's in trouble. He's burning down, he'll turn with the Sprout. They'll cut their way through the tree line. Skeeter still closing in on a Watson. They'll try and hold back the Abaddon with the Dream Coil. But the burn of the Radiance does it. Watson's taken out Skeeter with the double kill.
Oh, and click on Watson. It was about 10 seconds also that it was up. It's up again in all the downtime.
It's not been a good series for Midas.
No, definitely not. Very good aggression coming out from Tundra,
Yeah,
recognizing this
run in.
diamond. They're starting to, I think, recognize some weaknesses, perhaps from Entity, to prevent this Abaddon from just literally charging at them.
I mean, that's kind of the thing, kind of around so with the Avalanche and the Dream Coil. It's going to be difficult to keep heroes off the Prophet. They'll close the gap on the MP.
Absolutely. And now, Roche dies in seconds.
It's super quick. There's no chance of contesting this one. I mean, at the moment, the Entity, they've got 3 of their heroes down bottom. So this is a very easy Roshan for Tundra.
Some concerns starting to be mounted there for the side of Entity.
I actually give the Aegis to 33 here.
Oh, I thought they gave it a snaking for a second. He killed the sentry at the same. I'm like, damn.
So I guess what? Skeeter's saying, well, I'm not going to die.
Wait, that must be it.
9's saying, well, hopefully I won't die.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, 33 is going to definitely get a roar off in the team fights.
Or maybe it was by accident. Now that they're tipping him and smiling, it's not. He's shaking his head and stuff like
Oh,
that. I'm wondering.
I was going to say, it's a little bit weird, but...
Because like a Radiance Abaddon with an Aegis is pretty nice. And a 9 has a slot for it.
Okay. Well, if this costs them the next team fight, we know he's getting booted next shuffle.
Yeah, exactly. And hopefully we'll get to ask them the question. If they do end up maybe winning this game, then we can ask about this little bit of an Aegis kerfuffle that might have gone down. Yeah, because I was like, if he has Blink Dagger, then I would have been like, okay, I can get why the Beast would maybe get it. Because he's going to be blinking in, maybe suicidal roaring and something like that. But no, it's actually 9 who has the blink. 9's the one who's jumping in. So, I mean, yeah, we'll see. A bit interesting.
Well, you know, 33 was like, look, I was involved in so much action last game. I need the Aegis. And we've got internet problems. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, not the internet problems.
Uh-oh. Hopefully it doesn't last too long. Also, speaking of problems, the Midas is still up.
Well, the game's paused.
Well,
I mean,
still, you
yeah.
know.
Oh, that's true. I mean, he did have some time.
He did have a little bit of a moment or two before. I think he had 1 second.
Did he kill a wave? No, there's no way. There's a wave here.
Oh, no, but Stormstormer's going to win and rift it.
Right, they've got time to talk about this. Puck, do not nuke these creeps.
I mean, either whatever. It's going to be some downtime either way. Ah, yes, our favorite neutral. Look at him.
Look at him go.
In his glory.
I just feel sad for him. He's always holding this cup, but it's never got anything in it. Poor lad. Someone give him a drink.
What the hell? Pretty BM. They'll fill it up.
They're drinking it in the pitcher.
That's the next patch. You know, that's the ambitious changes that Valve was talking about. We're filling the wine cup.
I guess. I mean, looking at his face, maybe he's had a few too many glasses. He's kind of, whoa.
Oh, what the hell you mean?
Look at it. He's out of it. Don't fill that man's cup up. He's had enough.
How many couriers just died too, actually? Wait, let me check this one. There's a lot of couriers dead right now, right? Wait.
Is there?
Watson's courier. I think I saw like 3 couriers dead at the moment. There's been a lot of couriers killed. Yeah, it happens every game. Hard to point them all out.
Oh, there we go. We got the stat. We got the graphic.
Beautiful, thank you. Wait, how does that make sense?
That's not that many, Fog. Come on, now you just look silly.
Wait,
what?
How does that even make sense? There's 3. How's Beastmaster's courier's dead? It doesn't even say that the Dire killed one.
Well, what's your point?
Well, Beastmaster's courier's dead, and it says only 3 couriers were killed. Wait, am I?
Yeah, but how does that?
Wait, am I drunk?
What do you mean? What do you mean that? That doesn't make any sense. What do you mean? What's your point?
Maybe it was one of his couriers. Wait, how can
maybe
he be connected to webcam?
Of course, maybe.
Wait, how can he can't be connected to webcam. He's offline.
I don't know. Rules are rules.
He got bodied.
We're slapping out the rule book here.
Fishman just types.
Well, yeah, the rule book. It don't. You know. Yeah.
Cam from phone.
And there you go. 33 helping out.
Him.
33 helping out here. 33 calling them out with the bants.
Oh, I love it.
Let's have a look.
Some good fun.
That's right. As they're
smiling. You saw them. They're smiling in their cameras. They're feeling.
Do you not have phones?
Is that a rare Katomi?
Let's say nowadays.
That was a rare Katomi smile. I swear I never see that man smile too much in these games. He's very serious.
Do you not all have phones? Come on.
Well, hopefully.
Let's have a look.
Hopefully this doesn't take
Twitch
too much
stream.
time. I think his power went off. Oh no. Oh, I really hope it doesn't take too long.
Well, I assume he's not got a landline. It's a mobile.
Should be coming.
Should be.
Should be. I mean, should be as you.
Let's fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Everyone having a lot of fun here.
They are. I mean, definitely a bit awkward that for Tundra this sort of pause happens after your Beastmaster's picked up the Aegis, but that's the world they've got to live in. You know, he's just got to. This moment maybe lasting a bit longer than 33 would have hoped. A little awkward.
But either way, I mean, hey, anything can work as long as they use the Aegis properly. Hey, stop trying to give it to him. That's cheating. Stop it. As long as they use it properly, and with this also, with this Aegis, they can make some big moves. They can make really aggressive moves right now versus Entity and look to take one of these tier 2s probably. That's probably the big thing they're looking at. Because as you mentioned before, Watson has Gleipnir. He's got tons of farm, but he can definitely be fragile. And they definitely have some ways to get on top of him.
Let's see. I mean, they did say he was hopefully on his way back, so hopefully the problems have fixed themselves.
Hope so. Hope so.
Let's have a look. Hopefully he's booting up.
Stop it. Don't. No Meteor Hammer. No.
No. He's gone the correct build here.
Uh-oh.
Let's have a look. All the...
Now they're tipping him too. Uh-oh. Entity's not liking this.
F9. Don't. You're probably getting in trouble if you press F9 now.
I'm not clicking it. It's not me.
Don't press F9. Well, I
that's
mean,
a fair point.
Well, it also is a fair point that phones exist.
Contact him with a phone.
Get him on his phone. It's old school, you know. Ring him up. Give him a phone call. Maybe he didn't charge his phone. That's, you know what I mean. That's like me. I never charge. I always forget to charge my phone. Maybe there's a 0% battery. You know, when you're playing games all day and you don't have anyone to talk to, you don't. That's me, by the way. I don't plug the phone in.
I don't got anyone to talk
My
to.
phone, you know, I don't need to message anyone. I message people on Steam. What do I need to message people on the phone for? Who needs a phone? I don't need a phone.
True. Stop it. No Meteor Hammer. No.
Maybe, I think his phone out of power. I think he's been caught unlucky here.
Oh, this is grim.
Yeah.
And this is actually like, I mean, pauses in general are grim, but when you're like, this is like you lost full power. So now you come back and you're like, all right, guys, what the hell is happening? What happened in the last minute? Like, where are we?
Yeah.
He's back.
He's back.
Woo!
He's online. Here we go.
Oh, God. Oh, no, level 3.
I don't even know what level 3 is.
I don't either.
Maybe it's good.
Katomi's smiling. I mean, they're still grinning and stuff, so.
He's on his way.
He's back. His webcam's online. No level 4.
Let's bring out the level 4. Let's do it. Bring out the level 4.
There we go. He's back. And now, okay, Midas, he's got to get back into his things. Midas is up. They just got Roche. He's queued up the BKB. He's starting to get situated. Needs that BK to be able to fight. And let's be underway. Much slower game this time, 9 to 8, 19 minutes. I think we had like 30 kills last time by now, but much more contested game. Or so far, much more contested. Right now, Tundra starting to get a big momentum swing.
Oh, back on.
But here we go.
Here we go. Let's see what they can do with this Aegis.
Did he clear the creep wave?
Oh, did he Midas?
Stormstormer? He Midas. He left it for him.
They made sure they knew they had time.
Beautiful.
Advanced strategy.
Very nice. And component number 1 of BKB. I think Watson, for the next few fights, has to be very careful how he turns up pre-BKB. Stop, Snay. Clean pick off.
See if they want to put some pressure to this tier 2 bottom, or if they're going to try and respond to the push that's coming in top. Tundra.
They've got Treants up in 2 seconds, so it looks like they will probably look for a trade here at the moment. Glyph is popped. No Glyph on the side of Entity, though, so top tower going to drop quite a bit faster. They might even be able to mount the defense. Yeah, they're going to come down here. Entity's got to be careful. This is bold for them to stay.
33. Won't quite be able to start things off, though. It's Watson. He's...
The cookie! Oh, no!
What?
It griefed him!
Oh, no!
Oh, no! Tip Toby for sure!
That is...
Oh, no!
He didn't want a cookie. He was on a diet!
Oh, God, he was TPing!
Oh, no!
Wait, I thought you can't cookie people who are channeling and stuff. Did he stop it or second or something? Oh,
wait, did it?
no.
Oh, okay. Was it actually the Prophet then?
I don't
think
know,
you
but
can.
either way, Toby got him killed, and now Toby, he'll pay with
That as
his
well.
life. Oh boy, that is a immense momentum swing. Tundra find himself a freebie. Oh boy. Oh, he's definitely putting the sorries in.
Sorry. Yeah.
I don't know if he'll forgive you for that one.
He's disabling help right now.
Yeah,
I just saw him.
would.
He did it.
And now, I mean, that's a pick. That's a 2-2 top. A pickup on your core. Another. Dude, I think this is a immense momentum swing here. Skitter, he's probably gonna have Manta pretty much done now when the Nature's Prophet comes to join into the fray again. Oh boy. Soxa now has Blink Dagger also, and this Watson, like, he does not have BKB, 1,000 gold still. He cannot look to get any fights versus the side of Tundra. Oh boy. I'm gonna blame the pause.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, stop it.
Okay.
He's got to get out, and he might get caught by 9.
Uh-oh.
He's indeed in a bit of trouble. They understand Echo as well. They're trying to lock him down. He'll get the Dream Coil off. Will manage to jump away. He's out of range of the swashbuckle. 33 is ready to charge him with the roar.
Axes.
And he gets the toss back. And Toby, he'll end up still dying. 33 gets the double. Is the Aegis going to come into play?
Nice Aegis.
You know what? It's working out. It's 33.
Toss back.
He is going to get tossed under the tier 3. 9's going to jump in to try and help. In fact, they get the connection with the arrow. 33 turns with the axes. And it was the plan all along. 33 knew that's why he was the one to pick it up. He doesn't want his teammates grabbing that Aegis. He needs it.
And I think Stormstormer got caught off guard from the range of those axes. The lens maybe from 30. Those axes clipped him. They got Stormstormer at the end there too.
That's right. They'll be giving this man the next Aegis.
And this was all Watson. He felt the need to turn up because he gets, he might get a kill or two here. This was all without BKB. He's dead. BKB stalled longer. This could just be game almost. Tundra. Getting some crazy fights back to back to back.
They are indeed. Maybe that cookie was the level 3 penalty. And it's all gone downhill since then. 16 to 10, 7k lead now.
Oof. And Skitter, Manta's done. Blink immediately queued up, level 15. So he's getting that really peak timing that he was looking for.
I guess the Blink next, and then it's.
Oh boy.
And he's online.
And the whole map at this point too, constricted entity. Gonna have trouble going outside. Look at the coverage of vision. The wards, the sentries from Tundra, blanketed.
So they can get the coming out with the smoke.
Scanned.
They know.
Snay.
And the Midas.
No. Is it up? It is. And Snay, he breaks the smoke. No way he lives. No way he gets away. Feels like it couldn't be going worse for Entity in these last 6 or 7 minutes.
Yeah, and it's just so rapidly. Before it was looking pretty good.
Sure.
It was looking pretty close. Watson now managed to get back on to getting the BKB, but the cause of Tundra, they're closing in on the farm of this Prophet.
So much has been given to the side of Tundra, really. I mean, snaking again, level 14 somehow. So he does this a lot of times on his Mirana. He is crazy farmed. Crazy over-leveled as well. Buying themselves a gem now. In order to get out on the map, they had to actually do this. Stormstormer, they picked one up for him to be able to get these D wards and actually get out there without just being watched from everything from Tundra, but still not easy. Still going to be Hawks and everything too that they perhaps won't see even with the gem if it's hidden away. They got to all they all really have to stick together on the side of Entity now, it feels. Watson has to do all that split pushing for them.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Bastion now picked up also, so an answer for the BKB, and they're looking to smoke. They feel like they've got a timing. 33 also has a BKB of his own. Gonna just be able to pierce through that coil, pierce through all that damage that's coming out, because Entity pretty limited on the physical front. Uh-oh. This could be a painful position. They might get sandwiched down bottom.
33. Look at the initial roll. Stormstorm's going to go for the TP out in the trees. He gets out just in time. Saxa, a little bit too slow on the Echo. Good call to try for it. Not quite quick enough. Looks like it would just be Fishman that gets left behind here. Everybody else of Entity able to successfully back out.
Okay. I mean, could have been disastrous.
It could have been a lot worse.
Could have lost 3 heroes or something there. Tundra, though, rainbow TPs after they clear away bottom. Stormstormer. He jumps in.
Oh, he's gone in.
He gets bashed. The arrow.
It's coming in. He's gone.
quick moves, punished, and that's the gem they've taken away.
I mean, it really was exactly that. Very quick. You know, you can't blame Storm. He didn't expect the 4th to be there that quickly, just like that. Maybe you expect like one hero to have TP'd over to sort of farm the jungle from that outpost top, but the whole squad, he didn't expect that at all.
And now Toby, there's that blink from Skeeter. He already popped the Manta, so can't do the instant silence, but they've got the catch. Ever since the pause.
Yeah. Tundra just go, 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 and Entities, they just sort of lost their flow.
Yep. Tower being brought down. They didn't even glyph?
Oh,
I guess they're waiting for the Raxes. They already lost the tier bottom, so.
Oh, true that. Yeah, that wasn't the first tower.
Yeah. I mean, either way, don't even think the glyph is going to be able to hold this one anyway.
I mean, what, you taking a couple of racks here, or you just settling for the one? Nice banter. How's that? Might just allow him to take down Katomi. It does. Katomi's gone.
Skeeter. Can they commit for him?
I'm going to try. No spinners there for the setup. 33's the BKB has got a roar available to hold back anybody that starts to threaten Skeeter. Fisher's there. Jump forward for 9 with a Rolling Thunder. Double kill for 33. Fishman to fall. They take their axe, they take the kills, and they continue to take a heavy advantage against Entity. 21-10, 15k lead.
They covered themselves very nicely too. It looked maybe like Skeeter could die, but they just BKB and charge in with 33 to prevent them to go for that chase. All lanes pushing in. They find themselves a beautiful neutral item there. The Mindbreaker, give that one to the Abaddon. Now you actually just get insta-silence into another insta-silence. And things completely out of control. It was close. We did have it, what, it was like 9-8 at some point, almost even net worth, but yeah, Roche, after pause especially too. Tundra, full firm control. Entity trapped in the base, only Watson can go outside, and it's not easy for Watson to go outside. As we mentioned, since they lost their gem, since they lost all this vision, the Hawk could just scout him. He has to play very risky with the places he farms. It's a tough one.
Smoke time from Entity. They know that taking a fight on their high ground is going to be very, very tricky. Not necessarily easier to do it outside of the base, but this is their best chance of getting back into the game.
Snaking breaks it instantly.
And it's going to be the jump in return for Skeeter. Roll's going to get dropped down onto Katomi. They take out the Tiny. See 9 with the Rolling Thunder ready to chase for more. He's going to turn his attention over towards Stormstormer. Jump forward from Saxon with the Echo Slam. They'll lock down Stormstormer. That's the puck gone.
And Fishman gets bashed. Cookie during channeling. This time doesn't work.
All the Greaves will save Fishman.
Okay,
they're able to heal him up, get him back up to the high ground, but it's still 2 more dead.
And look who's up. Big boy Roshan. There's a train to scout it out, but don't think they're going to be able to contest no puck. Ult's all kind of wasted, ult's used. Tundra, they're going to bring it down in seconds. The Skeeter actually he went back to base, so won't be able to get there too fast, but they kill it fast anyway without him.
.33 standing outside of the pit this time to make sure that he doesn't, he holds himself back from picking up that Aegis.
I hope he blinks in and grabs it. He doesn't have one, does he? That would be pretty funny. This time, they'll give it to Skeeter. He also has the shard. So has his miscoil. He has that 1 point from earlier picked up into it. So yeah, he can do some big things. And yeah, just very difficult after all this momentum swing for Watson. Joining these fights, we mentioned needed BKB to be able to join fights, but because of how much they were able to get from that momentum swing, he could just die even if he shows up with BKB versus these double bashers and these blinks and everything to get on top of him. Just not easy by any means now for him. It really does feel like they're going to have to do some type of crazy base defense with tossbacks, breaking coils and stuff, but yeah. Not easy at all as Watson, he's showing, and they're going for him right away. The roll, the stun.
And see if he's able to get any sort of opening to get the BKB off. No, he can't. The roar's there to follow up into the arrow.
And he spent his gold. He's down for 70.
And 9 is ready to roll past Toby. Maybe set up for more. Katomi's going to try with a jump forward to look for a toss back. Dreamcore's dropped down onto the 2 of them. And get the follow-up stomp. Splitter's coming in big as well as the follow-up
nice
to Kisses. That will get the 2 of them taken out. 9 and Sax down. And not bad there from Entity. Despite losing the Prophet, they're able to defend.
Beautiful stomp from Fishman. Catch, what, 3 or 4 heroes following up with that splitter?
Yeah. Good combo.
And now 9 maybe saying like, man, I wish I had Aegis. Skeeter has it right now. Just kidding. Stormstormer has to be careful. Versus the Abaddon, he can blink in 2 seconds.
Yeah, no, it's nice. He using the Waning Rift there to try and make sure Skeeter doesn't have the instant blink. We'll still be able to get a blink afterwards.
1 or 2 hits.
Not quite. Oh, he's stuck a little bit.
Boy.
But
he sees Skeeter. Is he going to chase?
4 seconds to blink. It's too long.
Can't quite.
Stormstorm's going to be fine.
He got, honestly, it's crazy, like, because, like, he hits an illusion with his hero on Abaddon until the Mindbreaker gets used. If he doesn't actually hit a hero and then he gets the initial hit, he probably still gets Stormstormer, but the illusion thing and blah, 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 all those type of plays, Stormstormer gets away because of it. Bit fortunate.
So close to the Abyssal. I mean, once the Abyssal's there, I mean, Skeeter will guaranteed just delete whoever he gets on top of. There's very little to be done to save them.
And snaking also, we saw that connection, of course, from the Earth Splitter and everything. He's now has a pipe, so he can prevent a good amount of that damage. And yeah, Abyssal's there. Now even an Orchid for 9, so he actually has a silence as well for a Stormstormer that could be problematic. He doesn't have a Dispel. And full control of the map constantly here.
He's in!
Shoved in. He's in!
Didn't quite have the Manta ready. It was still on cooldown when he made the jump, Skeeter, so couldn't go for that. And to sort of set up with a curse. But nonetheless, pushing them back, allowing them to take the range racks. Won't even have to have the borrowed time forced yet. And of course, still 2 minutes on the Aegis, so more than ready to go again if he sees the target. Mid lane, Stormstormer and Katarome is stepping out at the base.
They're going for the big wraparound.
It's not going to be easy. I mean, Tundra, they're just going to be jumping the base.
Watson.
He's gone.
Boy.
And again, of course, still hasn't managed to get the money up for buyback.
The perfect target they could get.
And then the arrow is there on a Fishman. Very much feels like this is just Tundra closing this up.
They find the back line for a second here. They'll go for Saksa. They'll get him, but that's the full coil.
And there's the Roar to put a stop to the TP from Kataomi. It's another kill for Tundra.
And they could just push some racks perhaps here, but they're looking for Stormstormer.
I mean, I'm sure they'll be back to getting the Megas here.
Yeah. Bottom tower, or bottom racks.
It's gone. Skeeter can clean up the top.
And
should be the Mega Creeps.
Yep. It was close for a little bit in this game.
It was, the opening was decent from Entity. But again, Tundra, I mean, so the second half of this game, matching the pace they're bringing in game 1.
Absolutely. I mean, a treat to see, really, because a lot of people, they talk about Tundra, the slow, boring style. This has not been it today.
Not
today
at all.
is all about go, go, go. It's bloodthirsty.
Very, very, very difficult for Entity to play against.
One second on Watson. They won't be able to finish off those Megas.
Okay. I mean, they can go in again.
Orchid.
Skeeter, if he's ready to blink, we'll see if he wants to jump. Yeah, he's just going to go straight for Kataomi first. Get rid of the Tiny on the front lines. Toby has to put the BKB in an attempt to get away out to the high ground. The stuns catch Stormstorm into the Roar. It's Puck dead. Skeeter's ready to clean up more. It's godlike for 33 this game.
Aegis gets used at a perfect timing. It's about to tick away.
And he can just go straight back in onto Stormstormer, who's caught at the front. Die back on the puck. It's going to be game over. GG's call. Tundra, they'll take this series today 2-0. And in rather refreshing fashion in how fast and aggressive they play. This was very impressive to see from Tundra 2 times in a row. An Entity, game 2 looked like they were going to have a bit of a better answer with the way they started things off. But it just fell apart almost quicker than game 1 did.
Yeah, just a couple of these team fights, like Watson felt like he was forced to jump into the fights pre-BKB, just gets cleaned up. Tundra with great decision-making and just the speed, really the speed and the way that they're able to put pressure after they get Aegis. They go for top tower, they got the kill on Watson. I mean, that whole sequence that happened was kind of game-losing for the side of Entity. Very game-winning for the side of Tundra. And, oh man, that was probably the saddest cookie I've ever seen, though. Poor Watson TPing out and then gets cookie.
It went downhill so fast after that moment. It did, yeah. And Tundra, once, especially when they're playing like this, if they get any sort of opening and they start to get ahead, there was just no slowing them down.
No, by no means.
There was really no fights at any point that, from that sort of stage of the game onwards, they looked like Entity had any sort of chance. They just weren't able to get these kills. They were trying their best for kind of these smoke movements to get out the base, catch Tundra by surprise, but it's so hard to make those moves when you're doing it into a team that has a carrier Baron, right? This is never one of those and never a core that you could just jump on.
No, definitely not.
Oh, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Tundra looking on fire today. They'll take this series 2-0 against Entity.
I don't know who thought this series was going to be a close one. Entity looked fantastic. Tundra looked fantastic.
Damn.
I know. I heard the last word OD we said was Entity, and it was infested.
And
my
then
brain there.
Entity.
That's all I thought about. But I don't really want to think about Entity's gameplay too much because Tundra just sort of steamrolled in this one. This was fantastic. There could have been the potential issue, Kazu, of Abba being kited, but I didn't see it in a single fight there. He looked fantastic on the Abba by Skitter.
Yeah, I mean, I've been kind of waiting for Abaddon carry to look good, and I feel like it's taken a while, but Skeeter, I feel like he was first known for like these tanky strength heroes that run in his CK, his Wraith King, so Abba kind of fits the bill. It's very good with their draft. They feel like they all lane pretty well, and yeah, I feel like this is the Tundra I was hoping to see, even going back to Season 1.
Yeah.
And I feel like now they're back.
Yeah, I think we can comfortably say that. I mean, we'll look at like the scores and talk about all of that in a little bit, but it has been such an amazing start for Tundra so far, too.
Yeah, it's been very pleasant to see, and I think going back to this like Abaddon, it really helps when you put the Abaddon with a Beastmaster, because Abaddon wants to make forward moves on the map. Beastmaster naturally, even with a bad game, can still make those moves. So you always give yourselves opportunities to have those moments where it's like, how do we stop this Abaddon running at you? And of course, the attack speed aura helps with your passive procs to silence them. So I think overall, this was a really nice, clean draft from Tundra. It had all the elements of scalability, early game pressure, Roshan and high ground objectives, and on the flip side, Entity, I feel like they've once again drafted themselves a low damage lineup that really needs to have insane farm or just like those moments of like outplays and like miracles that happen in the game where then suddenly they break it. So I think a little bit of disparity in how Entity wanted to come into this game, and Tundra just really picked it apart.
Yeah, let's have actually a talk about Entity and their timings, or at least like what their lineup was trying to achieve here. Like at what point, Kezu, was this lineup supposed to come on? Like now that we look back, what was the idea behind it? And especially that Elder Titan, it was their overall last pick. That's what they got to pick up to try and tie everything together, but it went 0, 6, and 9. Like I would say as a last pick, that's not the impact you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, not really. They did well in the top lane, so he helped there to help Watson in the lane against the Beastmaster. They did get that going. And in terms of when their lineup is online, I would say anytime from 6 minutes onwards when they have their spells, they're pretty much online to go play.
I thought for a second you were safe. Anywhere from like about 6 to 8 minutes before Tundra want to group up and make some plays. I was like, damn, son.
Yeah, you got a 2
They had
window
1
to
minute.
win
Yeah,
this.
they had like, if maybe 2 at best. But no, yeah, it's honestly quite a hard draft, I think, for Entity to execute.
Yeah.
Just because it's Abaddon last pick.
Okay.
Like, there's never a point where they're like, if we use our spells perfectly, this Abba will die. Because guess what? It's Abaddon. Like, to kill this hero, you need heroes that continue to kite him out for a long period of time. They don't really have the best examples. And explosive damage to kill everyone else. So Abaddon can't then quickly go heal, survive to, turn it around. So, honestly, hard.
Are you guys going to be on the same page for MVP? Would you like to award it to Skitter with a phenomenal Abaddon performance there? Or are you like, hey, that's what he's supposed to do? I mean, he kind of just did it.
I'm down to give it to him because, again, Abaddon carry. Even though we've seen it before in this tour, it's still fun to see. And
this time it was successful. It was very successful. That's a slight difference.
Another thing, I feel like he played nicely in terms of like his positioning, how much he was going in. He was helping his teammates when he had to, but then he was also going in when he felt like, okay, I can just chat it up, go in. He had this blink Manta, like if he gets to hit someone for like half a second after blinking in, they're silenced. If he gets a lucky bash on Stormstormer, he would also silence him with the Manta. So yeah, I just feel like the aggression was kind of on point, and it's a beautiful last pick. Whether he called it or not, we don't know. But he decided that, yeah, this is a good Abba game. Performed. Yeah, deserving MVP from me.
Awesome. And any other honorable mentions for this series on the side of Tundra? Because again, they got it 2-0, right? We thought that it could have been same as we saw in 201, how it went the 3 games, how it eventually did end up going to Entity. But yeah, completely different result here for this series.
For me, I don't know. Perhaps a bit of everyone. Maybe it's a stupid answer, but I feel like...
Come on, Kazu.
No, their support duo, I feel like they stepped it up. I like that.
This is what I was looking for.
Yeah, like the support duo, they were always in the right place at the right time. I feel like 9 was driving the aggression in both games, which is... I mean, obviously, they're one of the best teams, but it's not something that they fall back to all that often. And then 3-3, doing 3-3 things, stealing ages.
No, I'm going to go with Saxa. because I think even, he played 2 Shaker games. Yeah. Sure, one of them was a Shaker Mirana game, the other one was a Mirana Shaker game.
Yeah, very, very different.
Very different games, that camera. I think that he just knows how to use Fissure really nicely. Like he's either protecting the pit from it, he's just throwing it out just to, partition the jungle so it's like you can't find this area. Like, I don't know, it's just a really casual game. Then of course when you pair it with that Mirana, the entire game it's the threat of, am I going to get fissured from random area map? Will an arrow appear from nowhere? And both of these supports in conjunction always have that threat. There's never a point where you're like, where are they? Why is he there? Why is he over there? Like, they're always just holding hands, singing Kumbaya, and 2-0ing Entity.
Well, look, Skitter was our MVP. He's also going to be our interviewee. We do have an interview ready with Skitter. Skitter, hey, congratulations.
Where are you?
Don't look too bored there, mate. Don't look too bored.
They grow up so quickly.
Hello.
Hello. Were we just rambling a little bit too much for you there?
Nah, it's all good. My head just hurts.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll try and keep this one a little bit quick for you then. My main question is, after the major, was the main focus you had for yourself to work on your hero pool, to work on what heroes you were picking up, and to try and fit the meta a little bit more?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I mean, for me, it was mostly just the Furion. I felt like I kind of slept on this hero the last patch, and after seeing the nerfs, it feels like nothing really changed besides the 20 talent not going for BKB. So yeah, I picked up this hero, and just honestly, like, we just played really bad. We our preparation for the major wasn't on point, and we are trying to like fix it for this DPC and hopefully for the next major if we qualify.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are on the perfect track record right now to qualify for that major. I do also want to ask about this ABBA pick, though. We didn't know, but was this something you were calling for, or like how comfortable and confident were you in picking up the ABBA here and also just playing it in general?
Yeah, I mean, I was actually a Baron player even back in the day. I don't know if Kez remembers.
I did say it. I was like, I think he did. Maybe I'm stupid.
Back when we played in Crazy, like we actually 2 games we won in the minor in Ukraine. I played a Baron both games.
But
this patch, like obviously the Radiance got cheaper and the BAT of this hero got lower, so it definitely became a bit stronger hero than before.
Awesome.
Again, congrats on the win. I think we've asked this question before, maybe to Snaking. I don't know if he gave a good enough answer, so I'm going to ask it again. Tundra seems to be playing a little bit more clinical, quicker this time around. Is that something that you have been naturally trying to communicate within the team, that you want to play with more conviction? Or is it just because of the patch and the heroes that you're picking?
I don't think we had any talks like that. I think it maybe became more natural because of us playing more Furion, I guess, or maybe just the heroes changed and now it resulted us playing, I guess, more faster, or however you want to put it.
Sure. Okay, so it's natural, fair enough. And also, another natural thing about you, you've got a beard now, mustache. Are we going to be keeping that one, or what's the situation here?
Nah, no way. I'm not taking this outside. This is just like, when I'm playing Dota and not going to the outside world. I'm not coming out with this shit.
Sure. Oh, whoa. Okay, don't need to attack the beards that quickly. But okay, you're 3-0, right? How about this? You shave it the next time you lose a series.
Oh.
So if you go undefeated in this group, then you have to take it to the major, and then you can shave it if you lose a game in groups, whatever, right? But maybe let's just see how long. You got maybe like a month or 2 left. Maybe go undefeated for the rest of the year.
Nah, it's not happening.
Damn.
Lack of confidence, that's all I'm taking. Kazu?
All right. Hello, Skeeter. I have a couple questions for you. Let's go with the first one. We all know IQ 2000. He's a great coach. So what has he been preaching to you and the boys, let's say, ever since like the major? Like, was he focusing more on like perhaps the mental side, some hero, or is it more about preparation? Like, what's been he up to when it comes to talking to you?
I think AOI mostly just does like kind of helps us refresh our fundamentals, and like it kind of showed that we can win TI with this ideology. And honestly, at the end of the day, that's all Dota is. If all your players are are on top of the game, having their fundamentals level to the highest level that they possibly can, everything else becomes very smooth. And I think that's what he has been always focusing on in this team.
Yeah. Okay, then next up. So obviously, you guys won TI. Did anything change for you? And I'm only talking about Dota-wise. Like, was it the same for you after in terms of improvement? Like, did it hurt how humble you are and your ability to watch replays, or were you still as eager to like, okay, yo, this guy's pretty good. Even though I won TI, maybe I can learn something from him, or did something change?
For me, like the way I look at TI is it's just another tournament. It just by chance happened to be the best one or the biggest one.
Okay.
But Dota and the performance of each team and player changes even weekly, you could say. Some people play better, some people play worse. So I never really, in my head at least, I never wanted to like act like, now I'm the shit,
Yeah.
Just for that one tournament, we were really good. Now we don't have to be, as we showed at Lima Major. So it doesn't in Dota, these things don't really last long if
Yeah.
you don't keep on working as hard as you did before. So for me, nothing really changed. I still look at some players I don't respect even, but some heroes that they play well. I just watch the replays and try to steal either item build or some movement idea. So for me, nothing really changed. I mean, I guess like for myself, I achieved the goal of winning TI, so the motivation is definitely lower than before, but I feel like that's very natural.
Okay, that makes sense. That's also good, And last one. What was more funny? 3-3 stealing the Aegis, or when Toby killed Watson by cooking him for no reason?
Oh, the cookie on Thurian was that was the best. That was for sure the best.
Thank you, Skeeter. You're the best.
That was I very rarely tip, but that was a tip for sure.
Okay, thank you.
T?
I mean, I had a follow-up question to Kezu's question about the whole TI thing and your motivation stuff. How many times have you clicked the Aegis in Fountain and gone, oh, that's my name? Like, how many times have you done that? Be honest.
He doesn't even
once.
know.
Just once? I mean, that's fair.
No, once. I actually knew. Like, I knew because they always mention it that like now you can find like the inscribed names of champions on the in-game Aegis. So I definitely clicked it once, but other than that, honestly, I don't even like. You never click it on that shit, right? If you play Dota, it's like a Easter egg, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, unless you win it, no one really clicks it because it's like if you come second, there's no way you're clicking it. That's for sure.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
All right, I got one more question to get before we let you go. I want to know just the patch in general. What has become your new favorite hero to play in pubs, or is there a hero that you really want to pull out in officials that you think would be really fun?
I mean, it's gonna be a boring answer, but it's Furion because this hero is fun to me because it's like I newly discovered it. It's like
it's a new toy.
I figured out I'm missing out on a lot of fun. They were playing this hero last patch, but even better, and I missed out. But
you didn't know.
You got the budget version of Nature's Prophet.
There we go.
That's right.
Clueless.
Yeah, I love the answers either way. Skinner, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again on a great performance for Tundra.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have a nice evening.
You too. See ya.
Bye-bye.
Look, to dial it back to a little bit more of a serious note on what Skitter was saying, he was like, look, we won a tournament. It happened to just be TI. It's true, though. Like, a sentiment that seems to ring true for a lot of people is you're only as good as the last game you play. So even if you do end up winning TI, like, you come into DPC and you lose a game, or you win a major and then you lose a series. It's like, that's the loss of the most recent game is the one that's going to stick with you and viewers more often than not.
The biggest pain of being in Dota. Doesn't matter what part of Dota you're in. It's like whatever you did in the last week is all we care about. Before that, see ya.
Yeah, that's just history. So what I've learned is win and then just quit.
Sure. Ride the high.
Wait while you're on top,
Yeah, well, you're already there. You don't want to have to fall down. You can just ride the top. And 3 teams that will be riding that high are Team Liquid Gaming Gladiators and Tundra, because they won our 3 series today. The first 2 going to 3 games. They went the distance. They pushed us back a little bit. But Tundra and Entity, this one was a nice 2-0 clean sweep, which puts our leaderboard. Tundra undefeated. And when I say undefeated, I don't just mean series, I mean games as well. So far, they haven't lost a game. Then it is Entity Gaming Gladiators Liquid with 2 series wins and 1 series loss. Manaspa, OG, and Ooredoo Thunders, 1 win and 2 losses. So the inverse with Gaming Gladiators now down there on 3. What? Enigma Galaxy with 3 losses. Dude, what is going on with my brain? Yeah, right. Enigma Galaxy down there. 3 series losses. So do you think there's much more space for this to be changed up in the leaderboard?
Yeah,
I mean, it's only a week and 1 day.
We currently have a sandwich of Tundra, Nigma, and then the lads in the middle. And I think, of course, there's always going to be change-ups. It's Western European DPC. It's never concrete from day one. We have 4 slots as well, so there's always something to fight for in regards to tiebreaks at the 4th. So, yeah, I look at that leaderboard and I go, sure, we're only in the second week?
1.5.
Second week. We're in second.
Are we?
1 and some spare change.
Yeah,
That's how you
I just
think
don't
about
want it to end. That's the thing. I hope it's the first week.
Yeah. I'm also going to ask production if we can pull up the talent predictions from today as well. Like, I know we saw our results, and I just want to see, like, how on page we all are. Like, what unison, who really had the understanding of
This
Tundra
day
versus
should be the
NC.
cleanest day of them all. A sweep of Liquids.
Yeah.
A sweep of Gladiators. And not so much a sweep, some Entity.
Yeah, that one was the most split one. Coming in, we all thought it was going to be split, and surprisingly, it was the series that went 2-0.
High five, Kezu. Give me
Let's
some
go.
spin, brother.
Woo! Did you get it too?
Yeah, what the hell? I
Come over here.
Let's go. Let's go.
There we go.
Yeah, that's why they put us on panel for last. We had the Tundra belief. But yeah, that's it. That's where the talent goes. So you can have a look. If you see your favorite talent, maybe you can at them on Twitter, call them out
But
for a
they're trash.
Yep. Never be on
Yeah,
panel
call them out
again.
for the prediction they made like 15 hours ago.
Yeah.
All
Got 'em
that time
good.
ago, yeah. But we're closing out today. I want to look forward to when we will see you guys next. That's going to be in 2 days' time. It's going to be on Wednesday, and we are going to have a look at their schedule as well that will be played on that day. It's OG up against Gaming Gladiators. This is the potential redemption arc for Gaming Gladiators or OG to continue their winning streak. Tundra versus Ooredoo Thunders. We'll see if they can stop that win streak happening from Tundra. And then Enigma Galaxy up against Manaspa. Enigma Galaxy, they've taken some games, not yet a series, and people would think that this might be one of the best shots they have of picking up a series win.
If they lose this series,
they're done.
They're done.
You reckon Div 2? You're like writing them off already?
Yeah. Because they'll be not on 4, already now vying tiebreaker situation, and for Manaspa, they're currently 2-2. They already snuck a win, but now they're kind of dropping series to the kind of the middling team to some degree. So I feel like for Manaspa, it's like if Enigma lose, I don't know. Yeah, such an important series. Must watch. Normally you ask that, but that's going to be the watch one for me.
Which one has the most amount of weight? Not the much watch. The one, oh yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that one.
I think it's this one, but also the OG versus Gaming Gladiators.
I think that's going to be the most entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, I also kind of feel like with the recent win that OG got, where they had like this insane comeback and it was their first series win.
True.
I feel like if they win this match against Gaming, I feel like they would qualify to the major.
Sure.
If they didn't win.
That's a big goal.
And I agree with T. Like Nigma, it's like kind of the same. If they lose, I feel like they're done. Whereas if they win this match, maybe they can pull themselves up into like this middling pack.
Yeah.
They're not in 3. Normally tiebreakers sit around 4 and 3, 3 and 4. So again, they're on the 3 losses. So like this is like literally the pivotal moment in their DPC Tour 2 run. If they lose the series, things go out of their hands. They then look for other teams to find losses.
Yeah.
You never want that in your division.
I mean, it's practically halfway as well, so we could potentially see a team putting themselves in a great position to be going to the major, a team putting themselves in a not so great position to be going down to Div 2. So you guys have to join in. You have to stay tuned for that one. Yeah, that one's going to be on Wednesday, though. So it's going to be a break. But if you're looking for some more Dota right now, then don't worry. I do know that NA DPC is happening over on twitch.tv/PGL_Dota2 EN2. So the action never stops. We have all around the clock.
Dendy is playing, guys.
He is playing. He's playing. He's playing. Get on over there. Why are you guys here?
I was actually going off to NA right now.
Yeah, he's going out there to NA. We're going to NA. You guys are going to NA. We'll see you all on Wednesday.
Bye.